Chapter 1. The Era of Universal Starship Captains. Ignition of the Seed Starship. Ignition Square, Blue Star Academy. At this moment, numerous graduates of Blue Star Academy stood neatly in the center of the square. From the surrounding classroom buildings, students who had yet to graduate leaned out of windows, their eyes fixed on the seniors about to complete their studies. Because today was the day when the graduates of Blue Star Academy would undergo Seed Awakening. At last, the day has come. Xiuxian, standing among the ranks of graduating students, felt his heart burn with excitement. Since he had transmigrated into this world several years ago, he had gradually come to understand its rules. Thousands of years prior, nameless beings known as star gods descended upon existence. Soon after, monstrous alien races filled with malice began appearing across the starry expanse. At the same time, countless secret realms Xuanhuan emerged one by one. It was then that humanity gained the ability to summon seed starships. A seed starship was a special vessel capable of infinite growth, the greatest asset for humankind navigating the endless sea of stars. And today, these graduates would undergo Seed Awakening, obtaining their very first seed starship. Who could resist owning an interstellar battleship destined for unlimited evolution? Even Xiuxian, a transmigrator from another world, was no exception. 18 long years. I've waited 18 years for this moment. Today, I'll finally have a seed starship of my own. Hope my awakening brings forth a powerful combat warship. A combat-focused warship? That's all your ambition amounts to? I'd rather awaken something unique. A one-of-a-kind special-class starship. You must be dreaming. The probability of awakening a special starship is only 1 in 10,000. There are barely any special-class ships registered across the entire human empire. Don't even bother fantasizing. As the crowd continued chatting, the sky suddenly darkened. Everyone looked up instinctively, and then witnessed a sight they would never forget. A massive warship, forged entirely from dark purple metal, now hovered above Blue Star Academy. Swarming around it like bees were countless drones, orbiting the vessel in dense formation. Such a magnificent and awe-inspiring warship instantly captured the hearts of every single graduate. Xiuxian's gaze locked onto the main cannon of that ship. Just looking at it sent waves of oppressive force radiating through him, as if the colossal weapon itself exuded sheer power. At that very moment, a data panel also appeared within Xiuxian's vision. This was the stat display for the starship before them. Apparently, the owner of this seed ship had no intention of hiding its specs. Name, Dark Raven-class battlecruiser. Level 80. An level 80 Dark Raven-class battlecruiser. No wonder it was so massive, accompanied by such a vast drone swarm. In terms of combat potential, the Dark Raven-class ranked solidly in the upper mid-tier among all battlecruisers. Just then, a gravity elevator materialized beneath the Dark Raven-class vessel. Descending via the elevator, a middle-aged man in military uniform stepped forward into view. Greetings, everyone. I am Lin Xinghe, an officer dispatched by the Solar Federation to oversee your seed awakenings. Today, I hope each and every one of you awakens a powerful and promising seed starship. No more words. Now, I will call out names. When yours is called, step forward for your awakening. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xinghe activated the next phase. The massive Dark Raven-class battlecruiser above gradually turned translucent, revealing one of the key features of seed starships, the seed dimension. The seed dimension was a unique space accessible only to those possessing a seed starship. Under certain circumstances, an awakened captain could store their starship within this dimension, releasing it again when needed. However, few captains chose to stow their vessels in the seed dimension while outdoors. After all, redeployment required time. Should enemies strike during that interval, disaster would follow. Xuanhuan. At that moment, the first named graduate stepped forward. Placing his palm upon a large stone tablet, he waited. Soon, a soft glow shimmered above the square, and a destroyer materialized in the sky. Xuanhuan, sword-class destroyer. Oh, the first awakened seed starship was already a firepower-oriented warship. Know this. All starships were categorized into 3 distinct types. The first type was the highly sought-after combat warship, favored by everyone. Combat warships boasted tremendous firepower and were the most popular among all starship classes. These included destroyers, battleships, cruisers, and other fire support vessels. The second category consisted of the less popular support warships, which were further divided into defense ships, reconnaissance ships, and auxiliary vessels. However, these support warships lacked significant combat power, making them generally looked down upon. If such support ships didn't join a suitable fleet to level up, they would almost certainly fail to thrive. The last category was special-class warships. No matter their classification, these vessels possessed exceptional combat capabilities. They were essentially the hidden professions among starships. Lin Jian-class defense ship. Li Tao Eagle-Eye-class reconnaissance ship. Wang Long, capacitor-class support ship. Next, Xiuxian. Finally, Xiuxian's name was called. He stood up and walked straight toward the awakening platform. His classmates, watching him step onto the platform, couldn't help but start murmuring. It's Xiuxian's turn. I wonder what kind of seed starship he'll awaken. He's the genius prodigy of Blue Star Academy. What if he awakens some weakling starship? Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Awakening a seed starship has nothing to do with academic performance. If you want to know what he gets, just wait and see. Hardly had the words faded when Xiuxian suddenly felt a strange force erupting from within his body. At the same time, it seemed as though in the void, a pair of divine eyes stared unblinkingly at him. Xiuxian Galaxy-class logistics ship. Logistics ship? Upon hearing this, everyone froze in shock. Even Chu Jiang's mentor was stunned. Chu Jiang had awakened a logistics vessel, a warship with virtually zero combat capability. As astonishment spread through the crowd, Chu Jiang remained eerily calm. Because the instant his seed starship awakened, a familiar yet icy voice rang out in his mind. Ding! The God-tier check-in system has been activated. Chapter 2, a logistics ship weak? I'll just multiply its firepower by 10,000. What did I say? So what if he's a genius prodigy from Blue Star Academy? This is fate. Laughable. He actually awakened the most useless type of support starship, the logistics ship. With a logistics ship's firepower, it had struggled just to take down a patrol vessel. Looks like the genius has finally fallen. A logistics ship came with a built-in manufacturing chamber, capable of refining raw materials into energy crystals or power cells. But unless it was part of a long-range expedition fleet, no commander would willingly bring a logistics ship. It was nothing more than dead weight. Even reconnaissance and defense ships had their uses. The logistics ship, however, was truly something no fleet would ever recruit. Yet at this moment, as Chu Jiang returned to his class's formation, there wasn't a trace of disappointment on his face. All his attention was now focused on the divine-level check-in system that had just activated within him. Beep. Host detected at Blue Star check-in location. Perform check-in. Check-in. As a transmigrator, having a golden finger was standard. And Chu Jiang, well-versed in web novels, knew exactly how such a check-in system should be used. Beep. Check-in successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the 10,000-fold firepower amplification aura. Beep. Check-in successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the ship template, Swarm B missiles. Oh, 10,000-fold firepower amplification aura? Chu Jiang couldn't wait to inspect the specific effects of this amplification aura. But when he saw the exact details, a flicker of surprise flashed through his mind. 10,000-fold firepower amplification aura. All attacks launched by the ship will be amplified 10,000 times. Duration, permanent. Every single attack from the ship would be multiplied by 10,000. This effect was absolutely insane. It meant that even if he fired a single shot, after being amplified 10,000-fold, its destructive power would rival that of a planet-destroying cannon. Seeing the full description of this aura, Chu Jiang couldn't help but curl the corners of his lips upward. Weak logistics ship? With my 10,000-fold firepower aura, there's no such thing as weakness. Next, Chu Jiang turned his attention to the Swarm B missiles ship template. Ship templates were special items usable only by seed ships. Once installed onto a seed ship, they granted the corresponding weapons or shields defined by the template. Templates were ranked by rarity into white, green, blue, purple, and gold qualities. In the market, even the lowest tier white quality ship template could fetch a price as high as 1 million star coins. Higher grade weapon focused templates were astronomically more expensive. Without hesitation, Chu Jiang immediately equipped the Swarm B missiles ship weapon template onto his seed ship. Beep. Under the effect of the 10,000-fold firepower aura, your Swarm B missiles have evolved into Raging Hornet nukes. Raging Hornet nukes? Just from the name, it was clear they must be countless times stronger than the Swarm B missiles. Chu Jiang then opened his seed ship's status panel. Name, Stellar Class Logistics Ship. Level 1. Hull points, 50 of 50. Shield points, 150 out of 150. Energy points, 150 out of 150. Ship attributes. Firepower, 5. Armor, 5. Shield, 15. Mobility, 10. Endurance, 15. Ship talent. 10,000-fold firepower amplification aura. All attacks launched by the ship are amplified 10,000 times. Duration, permanent. Ship modules. Raging Hornet nukes. Launch 100 homing nuclear missiles in a single salvo. Consumes 50 energy points. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Looking at his ship's mere 5 points of firepower, Chu Jiang merely smiled. Under the 10,000-fold firepower aura, though it seemed pitifully low, his actual firepower had already skyrocketed to 50,000. Now, Chu Jiang could hardly wait to test just how devastating his seed ships, Raging Hornet nukes, would be. While Chu Jiang was pondering his new system, everyone else had just completed their awakening rituals. A woman with long black hair watched Chu Jiang staring at the ground, and an involuntary pang struck her heart. This woman was xuanhuan. Ever since Chu Jiang had first claimed first place in the final exam at Blue Star Academy, xuanhuan had been watching him closely. No matter how hard she pushed herself, she could never surpass him. Second place was the highest she could achieve. Over time, xuanhuan had come to regard Chu Jiang as her destined rival. Now, seeing her rival fall so drastically, she should have felt joy. Yet, at this moment, she felt no happiness at all, only a faint sense of loss. Chu Jiang, we're planning to form a fleet to level up. Do you want to join us? After a brief pause, xuanhuan extended an invitation to Chu Jiang. At that moment, a flicker of smug satisfaction rose within her. You'd better thank me well. If it weren't for this young lady's mercy, no one would ever team up with your pathetic logistics ship. Hearing the voice, Chu Jiang looked up and saw xuanhuan extending her hand toward him. Then, to everyone around them, what happened next was utterly shocking. No thanks. 2 simple words, yet they froze xuanhuan on the spot. Is this guy out of his mind? He's a logistics ship. His firepower can barely scratch an alien patrol vessel in deep space. I'm doing him a favor by inviting him to team up, and he dares to turn me down? At that moment, another student wearing a yellow armband stepped forward smugly. Chu Jiang, Do you still think you're that genius prodigy from Blue Star Academy? Just now, Goddess Yun awakened an Ice Frost-class heavy battleship. It's a special tier starship. Its firepower and armor are double that of a standard battleship. Goddess Yun is kindly offering to help you level up, and you're still acting picky? Faced with their skepticism and accusations, Xuanhuan didn't utter a single word. He simply turned and walked away from the awakening plaza. As if he'd even consider it. He now possessed the 10,000-fold firepower amplification aura. Even if his base firepower was just 1 point, he could still nigh every other starship at this level. If he could solo clear content, why bother teaming up with them? Plus, teaming up meant enduring constant ridicule and being held back at every turn. And worse, if his hidden trump card got exposed and word reached some powerful figure, would he even survive? Despite having the system backing him now, Xuanhuan wasn't arrogant enough to believe he was invincible. Thus, after leaving the Awakening Plaza, he headed straight for the Stellar Harbor. Across Blue Star, no-fly zones were enforced. Without proper clearance, any siege ship descending into the atmosphere would be blasted into scrap metal within seconds by ground-based artillery. Therefore, only at the Stellar Harbor could Xuanhuan safely deploy his siege ship. Then, he piloted into the endless star sea to begin leveling up. The nearest mutant nest should be in the Green Plague System. The Green Plague System, a region inhabited by a race of rat people primarily devoted to researching poisons and plagues. Still, under the control of the Solar Alliance, these rat people had been largely confined to the Green Plague System. Chapter 3. I can afford countless mistakes, but you only get one chance. Target star system reached. Space engine entering cooldown phase. A streak of light flashed across the vast expanse of the cosmos. Xuanhuan's siege ship had arrived at the outskirts of the Green Plague Star System. The Green Plague Star System consisted of 10 planets, each heavily shrouded in dense atmospheric layers. Orbiting around these planets was a rattling space station. Xuanhuan headed toward the nearest sulfur planet. Before long, he spotted a rattling patrol boat drifting through space. Name, Rattling Patrol Boat. Level 1. Patrol boats were small interstellar vessels used for surveillance, patrolling, and maintaining border order within a star system. Upon noticing Xuanhuan's approaching starship, the rattling patrol vessel immediately turned to face it. Seeing this, Xuanhuan simply continued flying near the patrol boat. The rattlings were smart. Whenever they encountered a starship larger than their own patrol craft, they would trigger an alarm, summoning reinforcements from nearby rattling vessels. If he didn't destroy these patrol boats, more and more rattling ships might soon converge on his location. But Xuanhuan didn't mind. He came here precisely to farm rattling starships. Sure enough, not long after, a jade-green warship emitting thick clouds of toxic gas approached rapidly. This was a corrosion-class rattling destroyer. Name, corrosion-class destroyer. Affiliation, rattling species. Level 1. Inside the destroyer, numerous rattlings swung their turrets to target Xuanhuan's vessel. A missile loaded with deadly poison gas was primed within its cannon. Rattling poison missiles could penetrate a ship's armor and then release large amounts of neurotoxin inside the hull. They were ready. The moment Xuanhuan entered firing range, they would open fire without hesitation. But Xuanhuan would never give them that chance. The range of the xuanhuan nuclear weapon far exceeded that of those poison cannons. Xuanhuan activated his radar system, locking onto the enemy corrosion-class destroyer. Xuanhuan nuclear launch. Fire. A missile bay on the side of the Stargrade logistics ship slid open. Then, like a swarm of bees pouring out from a hive, dozens of Xuanhuan nukes surged forward, speeding toward the rattling destroyer. Seeing this, the rattling commander turned and shouted at his crew behind him. Activate missile interception mode. Do you really think some pathetic human missiles can harm us? Ridiculous. The destroyer's point defense systems immediately sprang into action. A laser blast struck one of the incoming Xuanhuan nukes mid-flight. But the next second, something shocking happened. Boom. Upon impact, the Xuanhuan detonated into a massive, dazzling firework explosion. The shockwave was so powerful it even triggered the corrosion-class destroyer's shield. The rattling commander's eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell? Wasn't that just a missile? How could its explosion rival a nuclear warhead? Boom, boom, boom. One after another, Xuanhuan nukes were intercepted, yet each explosion released immense destructive force into the void of space. The entire corrosion-class warship shook violently. Even the commander lost his footing and fell flat onto the deck. His beady little eyes were now filled with pure shock. Are these dud missiles? Their explosions were comparable to nukes. And worse, the ship carried 100 of these damn things. Whoosh. At that moment, one Xuanhuan finally broke through the defensive net, slamming directly into the destroyer's shield. Boom. It exploded violently. Endless flames instantly engulfed the corrosion-class destroyer. Warning, shield breach detected. Warning, armor integrity compromised. Warning, hull experiencing massive impact. Immediate repairs required. Before the warning system could finish speaking, a second Xuanhuan struck. Roar. Then a third, fourth, fifth. Watching the endless chain of fireballs erupting from the enemy ship, Xuanhuan couldn't help but feel a flash of excitement in his eyes. No wonder it's called a 10,000-fold firepower-boosted Xuanhuan nuke. Even the shields of a corrosion-class destroyer wouldn't withstand more than a few hits. And what made it even better, his ship could launch 100 of these warheads in a single volley. You can intercept endlessly, but you only get one mistake. Against a mere level 1 rattling destroyer, The nuclear-level firepower of the xuanhuan was more than enough to obliterate it. As the flames cleared, nothing remained of the once proud rattling destroyer, only scattered wreckage floating in silence. Seeing this, Xiuxian maneuvered his starship forward to collect the spoils left behind. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully collected 5 seed points. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully collected 10 units of energy crystals. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully collected 100 units of ship metal. After destroying an alien starship, 3 basic resources were typically obtained: seed points, energy crystals, and ship metal. First and foremost were seed points, the essential resource required for upgrading the starship. Next came energy crystals, which could replenish a vessel's energy and shield values. Ship metal was used to repair hull damage or manufacture military products such as onboard drones. Xiuxian then continued drifting near the sulfur planet. More and more rattling starships were drawn to his location, and Xiuxian welcomed each one without hesitation. Boom, boom, boom. Now and then, dazzling flashes of fire erupted across the green plague star system. Each explosion marked another rattling warship annihilated by Xiuxian's xuanhuan nuclear weapon. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully collected 5 seed points. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully collected 10 units of energy crystals. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully collected 100 units of ship metal. Ding! Your seed ship has successfully upgraded. After acquiring enough seed points, Xiuxian saw a notification pop up on the control panel. His seed ship had successfully completed its upgrade. Xiuxian immediately opened the attributes interface of his starship once again. Name: Stargrade Logistics Ship. Level 2. Hull value 100 out of 100. Shield value 300 of 300. Energy value 300 of 300. Ship attributes: Firepower 10, Armor 10, Shield 30, Mobility 20, Endurance 30. Ship talent: 10,000-fold Firepower Amplification Aura. All attacks launched by the ship are amplified 10,000-fold. Duration: permanent. Ship modules: Xuanhuan nuclear weapon. Launches 100 homing xuanhuan nukes in one volley. Consumes 50 energy. Cooldown time: 10 minutes. After the upgrade, all of his starship's stats had doubled. Just as Xiuxian prepared to advance deeper into the system, his radar system suddenly triggered an alarm. Ding! Detected massive ship warp signatures approaching. Chapter 4. Taking on an entire rat fleet. Target: Sulfur Star Space. Oh. Rubbing his chin at the warning flashing on the control panel, Xiuxian couldn't help but smile. Only the Ratman's fleet could be appearing here at this moment. Never expected they'd actually send an entire fleet to hunt him down. This was the downside of operating alone. After being picked off one by Xiuxian, the Ratmen were bound to band together against him. But for Xiuxian right now, this saved him the trouble of hunting them individually. At that moment, 10 Ratman starships entered Xiujiangsa. Leading the formation was a Ratman-class Devastator battleship, surrounded by 9 Corroder-class destroyers. Name: Devastator Battleship. Affiliation: Rat Race. Level 2. Still a Level 2 Devastator battleship. Large vessels like battleships and carriers usually drop some good loot. Without hesitation, Xiuxian immediately activated the Frenzied Hornet nuclear weapon system. He locked onto several Corroder-class destroyers surrounding the Devastator battleship. Frenzied Hornet, launch. As the button was pressed, 100 powerful Frenzied Hornet warheads poured forth like rain, streaking toward the enemy fleet. Boom. One of the warheads pierced through the interception net and slammed directly into the shield of a Ratman starship. The next instant, a violent shockwave erupted like a tidal wave, engulfing the entire Ratman fleet. Witnessing this, Xiuxian blinked in mild surprise. Then he realized it was because his starship had been upgraded, its attributes doubled. His firepower had just jumped from 50,000 to a staggering 100,000. No wonder the Frenzied Hornet's destructive power had increased so dramatically. After this single barrage, the enemy Ratmen were completely stunned. All 9 Corroder-class destroyers were blown to pieces. Even the lead Devastator battleship suffered severe hull damage. Unfazed, Xiuxian immediately primed the artillery on his Stellar Swarm-class support vessel for cleanup. Boom. Turrets swiveled and locked onto the Ratman's Devastator battleship. The Rat commander aboard, seeing the enemy guns trained on him, instantly turned pale. Run, run. A single volley had already wiped out 9 destroyers and crippled a battleship. Now even if they wanted to fight back, they'd have to ask themselves, did they really have the guts? But it was already too late for escape. Xiujiang's cannons had already reached them. Boom. Fiery debris exploded as high-kinetic missiles pierced through the Ratman battleship. Then, from the inside out, the entire vessel burst apart in a spectacular explosion, scattering fragments like blooming flowers. Only someone with Xiujiang's 10,000-fold firepower bonus could afford such brutally direct tactics. From the moment the Rat fleet appeared to their complete annihilation, less than 5 minutes had passed. Xiujiang moved forward to collect his spoils. Ding. Congratulations. You've collected 55 spark points. Ding. Congratulations. You've collected 200 units of energy crystals. Ding. Congratulations. You've collected 3,000 units of ship metal. Ding. You've obtained a green module. Cyclone torpedo. Oh, they actually dropped a white tier ship weapon module. Xiujiang immediately equipped this green module onto his vessel. Ding. Under the effect of the 10,000-fold firepower aura, your Cyclone Torpedo has evolved into Wind God Torpedo. Just as expected, the Cyclone Torpedo, under the 10,000-fold firepower aura, had transformed into the Wind God Torpedo. But now, just how powerful was this Wind God Torpedo? At this thought, Chu Jiang's gaze sharpened. In his viewport, the image of Sulfur Star came into view. Orbiting the planet stood a massive Ratman space station, humming with activity. Guarding it, 20 Corrodor-class destroyers and 5 Devastator-class battleships. Because Sulfur Star was the farthest from the Ratman homeworld, its defenses were weakest. Chu Jiang stroked his chin, then made his decision. He would attack this space station. Ding. Warning. You are about to enter the engagement range of the Ratman space station. Evade carefully. The moment the shipboard panel sounded the alarm, Chu Jiang had already crossed into the station's detection zone. With no fear, he launched his assault immediately. Perfect. Let's see just how devastating my newly acquired Wind God Torpedo really is. Torpedoes loaded. Fire. Whoosh. A streak of fire shot forth, a single torpedo blazing straight toward the Ratman space station. Seeing the torpedo approaching, the Ratmen immediately activated their interception systems. Countless laser cannons fired at the Wind God Torpedo. The next second, the Wind God Torpedo exploded. A massive energy sphere formed at its core and began expanding rapidly outward. Seeing this, Chu Jiang knew something was wrong. He quickly ignited his starship's engines and rapidly retreated in the opposite direction. The enormous energy sphere continued to expand relentlessly. In an instant, the entire Ratman fleet along with the space station were pulled inward and consumed. Chu Jiang reacted swiftly, escaping the range of the massive sphere. Then, a tremendous shockwave erupted outward in all directions. The violent energy blast instantly triggered Chu Jiang's shields. When the wave finally passed, Chu Jiang checked his shield strength. Nearly half of it was gone. Phew, the power of this Wind God Torpedo is way too insane. Thankfully, Chu Jiang had sensed danger immediately and retreated fast. Though grazed by the shockwave, the damage wasn't fatal. Looks like he'd have to be more careful when using the Wind God Torpedo from now on. Otherwise, he might end up wiping himself out. Compared to that, the Frenzied Hornet nuclear system seemed much safer to use. Chu Jiang wiped cold sweat from his brow, then steered his starship toward the battlefield to clean up the wreckage. The Ratman space station was completely unrecognizable. All that remained scattered in space were fragmented metal pieces. Ding. Congratulations. You've collected 1,000 spark points. Ding. Congratulations. You've collected 4,000 units of energy crystals. Ding. Congratulations. You've collected 10,000 units of ship metal. Ding. Congratulations. You've obtained a blue blueprint. Falcon-class drone. Ding. Your spark ship has successfully upgraded. Damn. This massive haul had directly leveled up his spark ship to level 3. It hadn't even been an hour since he entered this star system. Such upgrade speed, no one else could possibly match it. Chapter 5. One won't do? Then use 2. Manufacture with 10,000-fold acceleration. With the Ratman's space station destroyed, Chu Jiang turned his attention towards Sulfur Star. After all, Sulfur Star was rich in vast mineral deposits. If he could raid the Ratman's mining operations here, wouldn't that make him instantly wealthy? Without the protection of their space station, Sulfur Star only had scattered anti-air cannons left, hardly a threat to Chu Jiang. Not that these posed any real danger to him anyway. All it would take was dropping a single Aeolus torpedo down there. There's no way those AA guns could withstand its bombardment. No time to waste. Chu Jiang immediately piloted his starship into Sulfur Star's atmosphere. As the name implied, the planet's surface was mostly covered in sulfurous gas. Any ordinary human landing here would be corroded within minutes. Only the Ratmen, born and bred in chemical plants, could naturally resist such corrosive fumes. Chu Jiang activated his radar scanning system, sweeping the surface of Sulfur Star for mining sites. Soon enough, a massive mining operation came into view, an industrial complex as large as a small city. Using the ship's detection systems, Chu Jiang observed countless Ratmen using tools to excavate or from beneath the ground. Without hesitation, he locked onto the underground mining site. Aeolus torpedo. Launch. Whoosh. The torpedo traced a perfect parabola as it streaked directly toward the Ratman's mining camp. Drawing from his previous experience, Chu Jiang immediately climbed to higher altitude, so as not to get caught in the explosive shockwave. Sure enough, as the torpedo entered the mine's engagement range, alarms blared across the compound, and an AA turret swiveled, aiming straight at the incoming torpedo. Just a few hundred meters above the mine. Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted as the anti-air cannon struck the torpedo midair. The Ratman gunner who'd made the hit burst into a series of triumphant cackles. But the next second, his laughter froze. The detonated Aeolus torpedo erupted into a terrifying vortex of flame. In an instant, the sky over the entire mining camp was swallowed by this monstrous firestorm. Then, ore and Ratman alike were sucked into the swirling inferno. The fire vortex rapidly expanded. Within seconds, it consumed the entire facility. A devastating shockwave rippled outward across the surface, like a boulder crashing into water, sending concentric waves of energy surging forth. When the dust finally settled, the mine was gone without a trace, leaving behind only a deep, bottomless crater where it once stood. Even from space, Chu Jiang could clearly see the enormous pit. This Aeolus torpedo is too powerful. I'll use the Confronting nuclear warheads from now on. At least after carpeting the ground with Confronting nukes, more usable, or would remain. Thus, Xiuxian guided his starship down to land on the surface of Sulfur Star. The moment he touched down, a pleasant voice chimed again in his mind. Ding. Detected check-in location at Sulfur Star. Perform check-in. Check-in. Xiuxian couldn't wait to see what rewards awaited. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained the 10,000-fold accelerated manufacturing halo. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained 1 silver treasure map. Damn. Another 10,000-fold acceleration halo. Is this what it means to be the protagonist? Excited, Xiuxian immediately checked the effect of this new manufacturing halo. 10,000-fold accelerated manufacturing halo. Reduces production time of all manufactured items by 10,000 times. Effect, permanent. Reduces all manufacturing time by 10,000 times. For his logistics class starship, this was nothing short of a divine ability. As a support vessel, manufacturing was his most frequent task. To shorten every single production time by 10,000 times? That was simply incredible. Xiuxian opened the data panel of his cluster class logistics vessel. Name, cluster class logistics vessel. Level 3. Hull points, 150 out of 150. Shield points, 450 of 450. Energy points, 450 of 450. Ship attributes. Firepower 15, armor 15, shield 45, maneuverability 30, endurance 45. Ship talents. 10,000-fold firepower amplification halo. All attacks launched by the vessel are amplified 10,000-fold. Duration, permanent. 10,000-fold accelerated manufacturing halo. Production time for all manufactured items reduced by 10,000 times. Effect, permanent. Ship modules. Confronting nuclear warhead. Fires 100 tracking nuclear missiles in 1 barrage. Consumes 50 energy, cooldown 10 minutes. Eeless torpedo. Fires 1 medium yield torpedo. Consumes 20 energy, cooldown 10 minutes. Ship manufacturing projects. Falcon class drone. Required resources, 100 units ship metal, 10 units energy, Oregon production time, 8 seconds. After unlocking the Falcon class drone, the logistics vessel's manufacturing bay finally began operating at full capacity. Only now could his logistics ship truly be said to be fully utilized. Normally, even with a manufacturing bay running non-stop, producing a single Falcon class drone would take 24 hours. But now, under the 10,000-fold accelerated manufacturing halo, 1 drone rolled out every 8 seconds. If someone else heard this, they probably wouldn't believe it. How could anyone achieve such speed? Once his starship reached level 10 and underwent promotion, the efficiency of the manufacturing chambers would increase several-fold again. By then, he might be able to produce a Falcon-class drone in just 1 second. This terrifying production rate would make even Blue Planet's largest drone manufacturing facility weep in envy. Perfect. I've gathered quite a bit of materials already. Time to send these Falcon-class drones out to collect some loot. Xiuxian activated the ship's manufacturing chamber. As soon as 8 seconds passed, a Falcon-class drone launched directly from the deck. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One after another, Falcon-class drones took to the skies. In no time, a swarm of drones hovered over the massive crater. Some ratmen had survived the explosion by diving deep underground. Just as one thought itself safe, the Falcon-class drone spotted its location. 2 machine guns opened fire without hesitation. Those ratmen who poked their heads out were instantly killed. Then, under Xiuxian's command, the drones began gathering all remaining minerals scattered across the ruined mine. Ding. You have collected 5,000 units of metal ore. Ding. You have collected 2,000 units of energy crystals. Though he hadn't gained any spark points, the vast amount of metal ore and energy crystals still made Xiuxian's heart race. With a little processing, this metal ore could be turned into ship metal. And under the 10,000-fold manufacturing acceleration halo, refining them was effortless. Chapter 6. Doubting his strength? He possesses terrifying power. The resources on Sulfur Star had already been completely plundered by Xiuxian. But the Green Plague Star system, where the rat people resided, consisted of 10 satellites. And Sulfur Star was the farthest from the homeworld. 9 planets remained, 1 rat people homeworld, and 8 other planets. What treasures might be hidden across these remaining 9 celestial bodies? Since he'd already come this far, Xiuxian decided to seize everything in one sweep. This would not only increase his own resource reserves, but also allow for upgrades to his warship. Most importantly, eliminating the rat people star system would rid the galaxy of a menace. The entire Interstellar Alliance had long wanted to eradicate the rat people. This race never did anything worthwhile. They specialized only in developing despicable, underhanded technologies. Plagues, viruses, and biological horrors. They once unleashed deadly pathogens into other star systems, causing total extinction of all native life forms. Even now, those viruses hadn't been fully neutralized. They continued to spread slowly through the cosmos. The Interstellar Alliance headquarters despised the rat people with teeth-grinding hatred, yet could never completely exterminate them. Partly due to political infighting, but also because wiping out the rat people across 10 planets was no simple task. True, their cannons weren't the strongest, nor were their warships superior. But their poison gas weapons were terrifyingly powerful. Once an attacking vessel's shield was breached, the virus would infiltrate the ship. How horrifying was this toxic force? Yet Xiuxian wasn't afraid. His warship headed toward the second-to-last outermost planet in the Green Plague Star system. Xuanhuan requests communication. A mechanical voice suddenly announced through the comms. What did she want? Bewildered, Chu Jiang accepted her call. Chu Jiang, are you near the Green Plague star system? Yun Qinghan's beautiful voice came through the communicator, though tinged with urgency. How do you know? Didn't you notice Blue Star's fleet positioning lock? I'm right behind you. We're approaching Sulfur Star. I detected your position via the tracking system. Only then did Chu Jiang glance down at the navigation console of his ship, checking the Fengwei Soding system that displayed the positions of all Blue Star warships, designed to prevent friendly fire incidents. Sure enough, Yun Qinghan's warship was trailing behind him. Though still quite distant, about 20,000 meters apart, they would arrive near his position within minutes. He'd been so focused on fighting the Rat People's vessels earlier that he hadn't noticed her arrival. We detected massive explosions originating from the Rat People's star system. Be careful, you can't fight in that condition. Your ship isn't combat ready. Wait for us. Let's team up once we arrive. Yun Qinghan meant well. After all, she knew Chu Jiang piloted nothing more than a logistics vessel, an auxiliary supply ship. Such support ships were practically obsolete nowadays. Modern warships came equipped with self-sustaining energy synthesis systems and carried far greater firepower, rendering supply vessels unnecessary during long-range missions or large-scale battles. Chu Jiang's ship didn't even possess decent weaponry. Coming alone to attack a planet inhabited by the Rat People under these circumstances, wasn't that suicidal? But what are you even doing here? Given your capabilities, entering the Rat People's star system is extremely dangerous, right? Chu Jiang offered a sincere warning. Ice Frost-class heavy battleship, special starship. Yes, Yun Qinghan had awakened a high-tier warship, far surpassing everyone else who participated in the awakening ceremony. Still, expecting a single Ice Frost-class battleship to break through the entire Rat People's defenses was pure fantasy. How could just one warship take on an entire race? Chu Jiang shook his head. He'd momentarily forgotten that he himself had entered the Rat People's domain alone in a warship. His words left Yun Qinghan speechless. Her eyebrows twitched violently. What do you mean? Are you actually doubting my strength? Yun Qinghan had always been confident in her abilities. Although she had constantly been overshadowed by Chu Jiang at school, forced into perpetual second place. During the awakening ritual, her awakened warship far surpassed his, like heaven compared to earth. Chu Jiang became the laughingstock of many, and Yun Qinghan regained her pride as the top-ranked candidate. Thus, when it came time for advancement training, she immediately chose the challenging Green Plague star system, her target being Sulfur Star. Accompanying her were 3 additional warships, a reconnaissance vessel and a defense cruiser, both unpopular support-type ships. Yet vastly superior to Chu Jiang's outdated logistics vessel. At least they could contribute minor assistance in interstellar combat, which was why others were willing to bring them along. And the third, a cruiser-class wave ship. Its rank nearly matched Yun Qinghan's special battleship. Jiang Lei requests entry into group communication. A transmission request arrived from the cruiser. Chu Jiang approved it. Chu Jiang, I suggest you run now. The explosion on Sulfur Star is beyond what a low-grade ship like yours can withstand. We don't need you tagging along. You'll just slow us down. If you want to join, you'd better start running now. Jiang Lei's voice was blunt and dripping with contempt. Chu Jiang felt a surge of anger. What was there to boast about? They were underestimating his logistics vessel too much. Oh, isn't that the school's eternal third-place finisher? Haven't you finally upgraded? This time your awakened ship ranked second in the entire school. Congratulations. Chu Jiang's mockery made Jiang Lei's face flush red, then pale. He was a wealthy second generation, his family running a drone business. Their fortune was immense. And he himself wasn't lazy. He was good-looking, talented, and academically outstanding. Yet he was always overshadowed by Chu Jiang and Yun Qinghan. Being surpassed by someone as beautiful as Yun Qinghan was one thing, but Chu Jiang had dominated first place for years, forming a stable top 3 ranking among them. What are you gloating about? So what if your grades are good? Right now, you're still stuck piloting that broken-down logistics vessel. My firepower cruiser is far superior to yours, isn't it? Jiang Lei said proudly, but Chu Jiang merely scoffed coldly. He didn't need to argue with a short-sighted fool. Soon enough, Jiang Lei would witness the terrifying power of Chu Jiang. As they spoke, Yun Qinghan and Jiang Lei's warships arrived near Sulfur Star. Sulfur Star had already been destroyed. The smoke of battle blanketed the entire planet. Not a single rat person remained on its surface. What's going on? It wasn't a mining accident after all. Was there a battle here? Yun Qinghan's astonished voice came through the earpiece. Who could possibly be strong enough to destroy Sulfur Star? Could it be someone sent by the Interstellar Alliance headquarters? Jiang Lei wondered aloud. But there don't seem to be any other Blue Star vessels around. We must report this to Blue Star immediately, Yun Qinghan said, reaching to contact the relevant department. The others quickly agreed. Destroying an entire planet wasn't something just any warship could accomplish. This might signal the beginning of an interstellar war. At that moment, Chu Jiang spoke up lazily. Isn't my logistics vessel also a warship? It was me who destroyed Sulfur Star. Chapter 7. A classmate flees at the front line. All of them are useless. What? Both Yun Qinghan and Jiang Lei's shocked voices came through the communicator at once. You blew up Sulfur Star? After a moment of stunned silence, Jiang Lei burst out laughing. There was no way he could believe it. Chu Jiang's logistics vessel didn't even have heavy weaponry. How could it possibly destroy an entire planet like Sulfur Star? Even if both his and Yun Qinghan's firepower vessels teamed up, they wouldn't stand a chance against the whole of Sulfur Star. They could only barely hold their ground against the ratmen in space stations, scrapping for some experience points. Their initial fleets were meant to slowly accumulate experience through repeated small-scale skirmishes. Experience points were the sum total of hull strength, defense power, and combat capability. Constantly increasing experience levels enhanced the overall strength of their ships, but it had to be done gradually. Otherwise, if they faced an opponent vastly superior in strength, they'd be wiped out in one blow, and all accumulated experience would plummet sharply, even reset to zero. Even if every firepower vessel cooperated, conquering Sulfur Star remained impossible. They couldn't even overcome the space station orbiting it. Xiuxian, are you really making stuff up now without even trying to hide it? Did waking up with just a logistics vessel break your mind or something? Zhang Lei mocked. With the former top student gone, there's a new madman now, huh? Xiuxian's reduced to nothing but big talk. That logistics ship of his is utterly useless. No fleet would take him in. Only our young master Jiang has such a kind heart that he can't bear seeing Xiuxian die here. Who'd have thought that Xiuxian, once number one in academics, has turned into a compulsive liar? Can't you see what situation we're in? We came all this way to save you, and instead you're spouting nonsense right to our faces? Pa. Xuanhuan also spoke sternly. Xiuxian, this is a serious matter. This isn't time for jokes. If this were real interstellar warfare. Xiuxian gave a cold, indifferent smile. Just wait until I capture Blackstone Star 2. Then the truth will speak for itself. He saw no point in explaining. After all, he'd only awakened a logistics vessel. Nobody else knew he'd simultaneously obtained the system. Soon enough, he'd shock them all. TCH. Zhang Lei let out a mocking scoff. As they spoke, they had already approached Blackstone Star. It was a black planet, like a massive lump of coal slag. The moment they arrived near Blackstone Star, the defending fleet from its space station rushed forward aggressively. 20 warships in total. 18 firepower vessels. 1 reconnaissance vessel, and 1 defense vessel. Be careful. They must have learned about Sulfur Star's destruction, so they'll definitely be on high alert. Yun Qinghan's voice trembled. Even as one of the most outstanding students at Blue Star Academy, facing such a large fleet during her first experience run made her extremely nervous. Zhang Lei was equally shocked, speechless. But he knew. This was his moment to shine. Now was the crisis point. Never mind defeating the Ratmen's fleet. If he could just lead Yun Qinghan and the others safely away, that alone would prove him exceptional. Qinghan, don't worry. I'll lead everyone out of here safely. A firm expression spread across Zhang Lei's face. Zhou and Zhou Yu were twins. Faced with such a large-scale encirclement for the first time, they panicked. We should have never come. Our first experience run has turned dangerous. It's all Chu Zhang's fault. We shouldn't have come to rescue him. If we survive this, I won't let him off when we get back. Heh. 2 cowards, useless and loudmouthed. Chu Zhang didn't bother arguing with those 2 idiots. On Blue Star, status and reputation weren't earned through words, but through strength. Wait till later, they'll get what's coming to them. Split and flee. Zhang Lei shouted. His vessel, along with Yun Qinghan's and the twins, scattered sideways. Chu Zhang, why are you still frozen there? Seeing Chu Zhang's ship hadn't moved, Yun Qinghan assumed he was paralyzed with fear and yelled urgently to snap him out of it. But it was too late. For more enemy vessels emerged from both flanks, completely surrounding them. The Ratmen had deployed a fleet of 24 warships. Clearly, after Sulfur Star was destroyed, Blackstone Star received word and reinforced its defenses. Since Blackstone Star was closer to the homeworld than Sulfur Star, reinforcements could be dispatched from the core planet much more easily. Everyone under Zhang Lei's command was stunned into silence. You have entered enemy firing range. Evade immediately. The warning alert blared from the ships. There was no escape now. We Ratmen always repay our debts, especially vengeance. You destroyed Sulfur Star. You'll pay for it with your lives. The Ratman commander issued his threat and pressed the fire button. All vessels launched simultaneously. The torpedoes rained down like hailstones upon Chu Jiang and his group. We're finished. A chill ran down Zhang Lei's spine. Facing a dense barrage of torpedoes, there was no way they could dodge them all. They were all going to die here today. Move out of the way. Yun Qinghan reacted the fastest, swiftly maneuvering her warship to dodge the incoming torpedoes. At the same time, she launched the Frostbind missile. This missile exploded into pale blue smoke in space. Within the smokescreen, both sides' offensive capabilities would be slowed. It was a defensive attack technique typical of Zhonghai. She had awakened a special class warship equipped with the intermediate mimicry module. Depending on combat needs, it could imitate either a firepower vessel's or a defense vessel's battle mode. This time, Yun Qinghan activated intermediate mimicry from her ship's module, mimicking the defensive offense pattern of a defense warship. As for Zhou Yu, the one who originally piloted the defense vessel, he was already dazed with fear, his mind racing only about how to escape. And Zhou, who owned the reconnaissance vessel, completely failed to perform any scouting role. But Zhang Lei, their supposed leader, had no time to blame them, because he himself was busy darting into the cover of the Frostbind missile as smokescreen. His goal was simple. As long as he didn't die, it counted as victory. Heh, useless bunch. Chu Jiang shook his head with a cold sneer. Now it was his turn to shine. His logistics vessel suddenly dove downward, then charged alone out of the frost-covered smoke. Launch Storm-B nukes. Chu Jiang pressed the fire button. The launch bay doors at the bottom of his vessel swung open. 100 Storm-B nuclear missiles surged outward in all directions. The Ratman commander sneered in disdain. In his eyes, the weapons Chu Jiang fired were utterly insignificant. But when one Stormbeam missile struck near their warship, the Ratman's vessel was forced to activate its shield. Warning, ship detected imminent threat. Energy shield activated. The energy shield was a protective field surrounding the vessel, designed to defend against attacks, like a literal shield for the warship. As the second Stormbeam missile closed in fast, the Ratman commander could only order evasive maneuvers. But it was too late. The Stormbeam missiles had tracking capabilities. No matter where the Ratman's fleet fled, the missiles pursued relentlessly. 24 enemy warships, 100 Stormbeam nukes. On average, 4 nukes chased each enemy vessel. Chapter 8, Saving Classmates, Rapid Leveling Up. One shot struck the main ship's shield. The shield instantly cracked. The flagship, where the commander was stationed, didn't have time to repair the barrier. Before it could react, a second Unfeng nuclear weapon slammed into the already fractured shield, causing it to shatter completely. The third Unfeng warhead crashed into the hull of the vessel. The flagship shook violently, as if hit by an earthquake, sending Ratmen stumbling off their feet. The commander quickly strapped himself into his seat and fastened his seatbelt. Gritting his teeth, he finally issued the order. Contact home planet. Send reinforcements. Having to call for backup from the homeworld to suppress a force consisting of only 4 ships would surely make him a laughingstock among interplanetary commanders. But right now, survival came first. And he had to alert the homeworld to prepare. If the enemy continued advancing, they might directly threaten the core planet itself. The fourth Unfeng warhead slammed into the Ratman flagship's hull. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out. Chu Jiang saw a popcorn-like fireball bloom in the distance. The sheer force of the Unfeng warhead detonation obliterated the entire flagship. Soon after, similar explosions erupted across other areas, one after another like bursting popcorn. Retreat now, Chu Jiang shouted gravely. Xiuxian turned the ship around and began to withdraw. Zhang Lei also started fleeing. Zhou and Zhou Yu's vessels followed close behind. At the same moment, one of Chu Jiang's Fengshan torpedoes landed on Blackstone planet. Blackstone instantly became an inferno. When the Fengshan torpedo exploded, a massive shockwave radiated outward from the planet's surface, flinging Yun Qinghan's fleet and the wreckage of the destroyed Ratman ships away into space. Fortunately, Yun Qinghan's ships were already far enough from Blackstone to avoid severe energy fluctuations. Moreover, both Yun Qinghan's and Zhang Lei's ships possessed stronger defensive capabilities. But Zhou and Zhou Yu were in a different situation. They piloted ordinary ships with significantly weaker defenses. The explosive blast wave from the torpedo flipped their ships end over end. They spun several times before finally stabilizing, leaving both men dizzy and disoriented. Ugh! They couldn't help but vomit. Meanwhile, Chu Jiang had already begun retreating the moment he launched the Fengshan torpedo. So he was completely unharmed. Each victory granted basic supplies, and this time was no exception. He glanced at the system control interface. Sure enough, the data had updated. Ding! Congratulations, you've collected 2,000 fire seed points. Ding! Congratulations, you've collected 6,000 units of energy crystals. Ding! Congratulations, you've collected 20,000 units of ship metal. This Ratman fleet on Blackstone was larger than the one on Sulphur Star. Thus, defeating it brought much richer rewards. Chu Jiang was very satisfied with this haul. But it wasn't over yet. Once again, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, you've obtained the blueprint. Mosquito Swarm Reconnaissance Drone. Haha, amazing. This was a new reconnaissance drone recently unveiled on Blue Planet. It hadn't been mass-produced yet because the technology wasn't fully matured. Extremely tiny, smaller even than the previous generation's swarm drones. This model measured just half the size of a regular mosquito. It also had stealth capabilities. Flying deep into enemy territory for reconnaissance, it could move undetected, unseen. With the Mosquito Swarm drones, intelligence gathering would become vastly easier. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your Fireseed warship has successfully upgraded. Thanks to accumulated Fireseed points, his warship had leveled up once more. His vessel was now level 3. Actually, it was about to reach level 4. Yun Qinghan and Zhang Lei's awakened warships had started at level 5. The higher the warship grade, the greater its power. Under normal circumstances, upgrading support vessels like Chu Jiang's progressed extremely slowly. Only through attacking enemies and acquiring base resources could upgrades occur. Yet support ships lacked strong offensive firepower, and their overall stats fell short compared to combat vessels, making progression exceptionally difficult. Some support pilots risked their lives repeatedly, but still only managed to upgrade their ships to level 3. That was why support-class ships were looked down upon universally. Not just because of their weak starting stats, but because poor initial values made subsequent upgrades brutally hard. But Chu Jiang was different. Since leaving Blue Planet, less than an hour and a half had passed, yet his ship was already nearing level 4. By the time he returned to Blue Planet, it should reach level 5. Then, his support vessel would match Yun Qinghan's and the others in rank. To raise a warship from level 1 to level 5 within a single day, surely no one would dare underestimate him again. He reopened the system control panel. Immediately, a set of parameters popped up. After reading them, he was stunned. Name, Cluster Class Support Vessel. Level 5. Hull Integrity, 350 of 350. Shield Capacity, 650 of 650. Energy, 650 of 650. Ship Attributes. Firepower 25, armor 25, shield 65, maneuverability 40, endurance 65. Ship talents. 10,000-fold firepower amplification aura. All attacks launched by the ship are amplified 10,000-fold. Duration, permanent. 10,000-fold accelerated manufacturing aura. Manufacturing time for all items reduced by 10,000-fold. Effect, permanent. Ship modules. Xuanhuan nuclear weapon. Launches 100 tracking Xuanhuan nuclear warheads in a single salvo. Consumes 50 energy points. Cooldown 10 minutes. Function torpedo. Fires a single torpedo with moderate explosive power. Consumes 20 energy points. Cooldown 10 minutes. Manufacturable items. Falcon-class drone. Requires 100 units of ship metal and 10 units of energy crystals. Manufacturing time, 8 seconds. Mosquito swarm reconnaissance drone. Requires 120 units of ship metal and 10 units of energy crystals. Holy hell. His warship had jumped directly from level 3 to level 5. Now his ship was on the same tier as Xuanhuan's. Xiuxian hadn't expected the upgrade to come so fast. At this rate, before returning to Blue Planet, he might even level up another 1 or 2 times. For now, head straight to Blackstone Planet and collect the minerals. Each planet contained different resources. Some were mineral-based energy sources. Others held advanced technologies. They varied greatly. Yet after refinement, these distinct resources could all be processed into a common type of energy crystal. These crystals could then be used to construct various mechanical devices. However, different raw materials required different refining methods. And the processes themselves also differed. And naturally, the quality of the resulting energy crystals would vary as well. For instance, the energy crystals refined from Blackstone Planet's mineral deposits were superior to those produced from Sulfur Star's energy sources. The flames across Blackstone Planet had mostly died down by now. Because the planet's soil was too dense, it couldn't sustain prolonged combustion. Xiuxian naturally piloted his warship toward Blackstone Planet. A dam support vessel actually fired Confronting missiles. Zhang Lei kept replaying the battle in his mind, still utterly baffled. No, that wasn't just ordinary Confronting missiles, that was Confronting nuclear weaponry. Chapter 10, Drone Mining. Is 1,000 drones enough? Xiuxian found it quite amusing. Xuanhuan's ability to consistently secure second place at school wasn't by accident. She was truly hardworking. Born into privilege and still diligent, no wonder she'd achieved such results. In contrast, Zhang Lei, a grown man, stayed hidden inside his ship, refusing to come out, unwilling to endure even a bit of hardship. Honestly, Xiuxian looked down on someone like Zhang Lei. Xiuxian, why aren't you out helping with the mining? I remember your ship doesn't have drones, right? Xuanhuan reminded him. Even though Xiuxian's ship had upgraded from level 1 to level 5, its initial state remained level 1. A level 1 ship came with no drones. Only level 5 ships were equipped with drones, but those wouldn't be available until he returned to Blue Star. Right now, if Xiuxian wanted Blackstone, he'd have to rely entirely on manual labor. Xiuxian, you're not thinking of using drones too, are you? Zhang Lei's friendly voice crackled through the communicator. You can borrow mine after I'm done, if you want. Zhang Lei liked Xuanhuan, but Xuanhuan seemed oddly interested in Xiuxian. This made Zhang Lei instinctively regard Xiuxian as a rival. In truth, Xuanhuan only saw Xiuxian as a competitor, one she hadn't yet beaten, which is why she kept watching him so closely. Know your enemy, know yourself, and you'll never lose. That was her mindset. But Zhang Lei didn't understand this. In his mind, Xiuxian was the opponent. And Xiuxian had always ranked above him during their 3 years at Blue Star Academy. There was no way he couldn't hate him. Of course I'll use drones. I just happen to have my own. Xiuxian snorted coldly. Activate drones. He input the command into his ship. The hatch opened, and drones poured out in an orderly stream. You actually have drones? Zhang Lei couldn't believe it. Then something even more shocking happened. Not only did Xiuxian have drones, he had far more than one. Xuanhuan noticed it too. From Xiuxian's logistics vessel, drone after drone emerged, flying out like a massive swarm of bees. A full 1,000 drones. The sight was absolutely spectacular. With 1,000 drones working simultaneously, Blackstone, or from Blackstone Planet, was being transported back to the logistics ship non-stop. This was the first time Xuanhuan had ever seen so many drones in one place. Xiuxian, can your ship even hold all these drones? Haha. Xiuxian chuckled, though a bit awkwardly. Damn it. Earlier, he'd been so focused on getting more drones for mining that he'd gone overboard manufacturing them. Under the system's 10,000-fold efficiency boost, he could produce one drone every 8 seconds. Most of the drones that had just flown out had been built on the spot, so he'd completely forgotten about storage space. Now that he thought about it, maybe they wouldn't fit. Especially since the cargo bay also needed room for the ore. No problem. After I finish mining, I'll lend you 500 drones. You can store them in your cargo hold. No need to thank me. That way, he could free up space in his own ship. Xuanhuan. Generous. Lending her 500 drones, just like that? Are you sure you want to lend them to me? Was Xiuxian really that generous? 500 drones. Just hand them over without hesitation? And let her keep them in her ship? That meant she could use those 500 drones freely all the way back to Blue Star. The thought alone was thrilling. Sure, it's just 500 drones. Xiuxian said casually. To him, it sounded less like he was talking about expensive equipment and more like tossing aside some worthless trinkets. Zhang Lei went completely silent. He had just mocked Xiuxian for having no drones. He'd felt proud boasting about his two. And now Chu Jiang had released 1,000 drones, and casually offered to lend half of them, unconditionally, to Yin Xinghan. This was humiliation. At this point, Zhang Lei had no choice but to shut up. With 1,000 drones, Chu Jiang quickly finished gathering the Blackstone ore he needed. 500 drones flew back into his cargo bay. The remaining 500 flew over and hovered beside Yin Xinghan's ship. Chu Jiang, you're only taking that little bit of Blackstone ore? Your cargo bay still has plenty of space left. Yin Xinghan said, surprised. She'd assumed he'd loaded up completely. Then returned to Blue Star to sell the ore and upgrade his ship. Then again, another puzzle occurred to her, one she couldn't quite solve. How had Chu Jiang managed to upgrade his ship within just 2 hours, without returning to Blue Star to trade for minerals? By all logic, that should have been impossible. I need to save some space. What if the next planet has higher quality, or? After all, the closer they got to the mother star, the better the mineral quality should be. The quality of minerals on a planet could actually be determined just by observing the rat people's military deployment. On Sulfur Planet, the outermost planet in the Green Plague system, their forces were relatively weak. But on Blackstone Planet, which was closer to the central mother star of the Green Plague system, the military presence was clearly stronger. The ore quality on Blackstone Planet was slightly better than that on Sulfur Planet. From a planetary formation standpoint, the more central the mother star's position, the higher the mineral quality would be. Chu Jiang was strongly tempted to bypass all other planets and head straight for Mook Star, the mother star of the Green Plague system, looting all its minerals. If he did that, manufacturing drones later would become much easier. Moreover, higher quality minerals would produce superior machines. They'd last longer, essentially making them premium-grade equipment. His current drones were still made from ordinary ores. Who wouldn't want better gear? Certainly, Chu Jiang did. You're going to the next planet? Usually, people transport the collected ore back to Blue Star and sell it first, right? Upgrade the ship, then move on to the next planet. Yin Xinghan said as she already began guiding 500 drones to load or onto her vessel. No, I'm heading to the Green Plague Mother Star. Chu Jiang's original plan had been to check in sequentially on each of the 10 planets in the Green Plague system. But he found that idea too dull. Instead, he wanted to loot the Mother Star first, harvest its minerals, and use them to manufacture drones and mosquito scout drones. Eat the meat first, then slowly sip the soup. Go to the Green Plague Mother Star, load up the ship with minerals, then visit the other planets just to check in. Not for the ore. Because ore on any other planet would definitely be inferior to that of the Mother Star. Just to complete the check-in and claim the system rewards. 10 planets, 10 check-in rewards. The thought alone was thrilling. Yin Xinghan couldn't believe her ears. Going to the Green Plague Mother Star will be extremely dangerous. I suggest you return to Blue Star first, upgrade your ship, and then. Before Yin Xinghan could finish speaking, Chu Jiang interrupted. Not necessary. 3 simple words. Not even an explanation. That was typical of Chu Jiang. He stuck to his decisions and never cared about others' opinions. Yin Xinghan knew it was pointless trying to persuade him. Chapter 9, Level 5 Logistics Ship, an explosion of a revelation. Yin Xinghan hadn't regained her composure yet. She stared wide-eyed, bewildered at the logistics ship speeding toward Hive Star. She couldn't believe it just now. She thought she must have seen wrong. A logistics ship? How could it unleash such overwhelming combat power? There's no way a logistics vessel could be equipped with top-tier weaponry. Moreover, the hull structure of a logistics ship is only classified as Level 1, completely unsuitable for launching Wind God torpedoes. Only ships rated Level 2 or higher can fire Wind God torpedoes. Suddenly, Yin Xinghan realized something. She activated the Blue Star Ship Inquiry System. This system was open to all of Blue Star and updated in real time. Any ship owner could log in and access information. She entered Chu Jiang's name. Immediately, Chu Jiang's profile and his ship details popped up on screen. Name, Cluster Class Logistics Ship. Level 5. Hull Integrity, 350 of 350. Shield Capacity, 650 of 650. Energy Reserve, 650 of 650. Ship Talents. 10,000-fold Firepower Amplification Aura. 10,000-fold Accelerated Manufacturing Aura. Ship Modules. Furious Horn Nuclear Weapon. Wind God Torpedo. Manufacturable Projects. Falcon-class Drones. Mosquito Reconnaissance Aircraft. Seeing these stats flash across the screen, Yin Xinghan was utterly stunned. Meanwhile, the voices of Zhou Zhua and Zhou Yu still rang through the communicator, filled with outrage. What the hell? Why can even a logistics ship act so arrogant? Did he get his mentor to pull strings for him? Where the hell did he even get Wind God torpedoes from? Even Yin Xinghan and Zhang Lei don't have those installed on their ships. This is so damn unfair. Our ships are way better than Chu Jiang's. Why don't we have Wind God torpedoes? Just give us one Furious Horn nuke already. Zhang Lei was equally furious. How come Chu Jiang's Level 1 logistics ship is this powerful? That defied logic. Chu Jiang's logistics ship was supposed to be the worst among all vessels. To put it bluntly, it was practically half junk. The only reason such ships weren't phased out was to comfort utterly mediocre idiots. It allowed even the most talentless students to possess a ship, making sure their student years weren't completely wasted, giving them a consolation prize. Zhang Lei, go into the Blue Star Ship Inquiry System and search for Chu Jiang's ship specs. Then you'll understand everything. Yin Xinghan's voice trembled. She was too shocked. She'd heard countless strange naval legends since childhood. But this was the first time she'd ever heard of a level 1 logistics ship upgrading to level 5 within just 2 hours. This was absolutely mind-blowing. In the entire history of Blue Star, such an existence was explosively shocking, because Xiuxian was the first. Before him, no logistics ship had ever ascended from level 1 to level 5 within 2 hours. Xiuxian's logistics ship had become comparable in rank to her own special class vessel. What are you talking about? Zhang Lei asked, confused. Still, he opened the Blue Star ship inquiry system anyway. After typing in Xiuxian's name, the displayed specs made his jaw drop. Zhozhua and Zhouyu also checked Xiuxian's ship data. No way. Level 5 logistics ship? Historically, the highest level any logistics ship has reached was level 3, and that took 20 years. And Xiuxian did it in just 2 hours. His broken-down logistics ship is now on par with Zhang Lei's firepower warship? Zhozhua and Zhouyu couldn't believe their eyes. This was pure madness. Even Zhang Lei stood frozen. But Xuanhuan recovered first. She steered her ship to follow behind Xiuxian, heading together toward Hive Star. Right now, going to Hive Star would surely allow them to loot many great items. Zhang Lei soon snapped back to reality too, and followed closely behind Xuanhuan's ship. Xiuxian landed on Hive Star. Once again, the system voice rang inside his mind. Ding. Detected check-in location on Hive Star. Proceed with check-in. Without hesitation, Xiuxian answered immediately. Check-in. He had already figured out the pattern by now. Every time he arrived at a new location, he could perform a check-in. Each check-in came with system rewards. He was especially excited, wondering what reward awaited him this time. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained the 10,000-fold accelerated movement aura. Well then, another 10,000-fold aura. But what exactly was the 10,000-fold movement aura? And why was this one labeled as basic? It seemed different from the previous 10,000-fold auras. Could this one actually be upgraded? Driven by curiosity, he quickly opened the details to inspect it. 10,000-fold accelerated movement aura reduces ship movement time by 10,000-fold. Effect duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Meaning every 10 minutes, his ship could instantly move the distance it normally takes 10 minutes to cover. So satisfying. This would be extremely useful when facing fleets stronger than his own. No matter how dense the enemy's firepower was, he could instantly move and evade attacks. As long as he had enough fuel, he could travel out of the solar system at 10,000 times his normal speed. As his ship continued to upgrade, its base speed would increase geometrically. Combined with the 10,000-fold accelerated movement aura, achieving faster-than-light travel might actually be possible. Xuanhuan and Zhang Lei's ships also landed on Hive Star. Hive Star, as the name suggested, was rich in Hive ore. Like other minerals, Hive ore could be refined into industrial materials for manufacturing ships or drones. However, since it wasn't a top-tier resource, just an ordinary mineral, it was more difficult to refine, and its market price wasn't high. But the sheer quantity of Hive ore here was massive. If they transported enough back, they were sure to make a good profit. They could use that money to upgrade their ships. In Blue Star, there were 2 pricing systems. Ordinary goods were very cheap, but anything related to starships was extremely expensive. So even if someone came from a wealthy family, maintaining a ship over the long term wasn't easy. Therefore, once cadets obtained a ship, they would scavenge for ores across planets, sell them to Blue Star, and use the proceeds to upgrade their vessels. Great. There's plenty of Hive ore here. But how are we supposed to carry it all? Zhang Lei frowned. Meanwhile, Xuanhuan had already put on her protective suit and opened the hatch, stepping down from her ship. How else can we carry it? 2 drones definitely won't be enough. We'll have to use our hands too, if we want to haul more. Xuanhuan had grown up spoiled and pampered, completely and used to physical labor. But she had no choice. A level 5 logistics ship was only equipped with 2 drones. If she wanted to bring back more ore, she'd have to carry it herself. I'd rather spend extra time here. We don't have to do manual labor. Zhang Lei activated his 2 drones. He saw no reason to get his hands dirty. Letting the drones work longer was sufficient. But Xuanhuan still wanted to inspect the ground personally. Who knew? She might discover something valuable. Chapter 11. Team up to attack the homeworld? No thanks for deadweight. She had regarded Xiuxian as her rival for 3 years and understood his temperament to some extent. Xiuxian was a man of his word. Once he made a decision, he stuck to it. But he wasn't someone who acted rashly. If he had already decided to attack the Green Plague homeworld, it meant he must have been fully prepared. Just moments ago, Xiuxian single-handedly defeated the Murine fleet at Blackstone Star, which gave Xuanhuan an entirely new appreciation of his strength. She lowered her head in thought, then spoke firmly. Xiuxian, I invite you to join our team. If we attack the Green Plague homeworld together, our chances of victory will be much greater. You also want to attack the Green Plague homeworld? Xiuxian responded indifferently. He found Xuanhuan's proposal utterly ridiculous. During the assault on the Murine fleet at Blackstone Star, Xuanhuan, Zhang Lei, and their group hadn't contributed anything useful. Xuanhuan, at least, had reacted quickly. She deployed a freezing bomb in time, creating a barrier that isolated their side in a relatively safe area. But what about Zhang Lei and the other 3? They were completely useless. Why should he bring along several deadweights when he could accomplish everything alone? The homeworld in the Green Plague system should have superior mineral resources, but its defenses are tighter. It's too dangerous to attack it alone. By forming a team, our odds of success increase. Xuanhuan analyzed logically. She wanted to attack the homeworld as well. There was no doubt the quality of the minerals there would far surpass those on Blackstone Star. Yet, she wasn't confident they could actually seize it. After witnessing Chu Jiang's combat capability firsthand, she was deeply shocked. If they could recruit Chu Jiang into their fleet, theirs would surely become the strongest Blue Planet fleet. With Chu Jiang's power behind them, victory over the homeworld would be within reach. That's why her invitation was sincere. Usually we'd never let him join. He only commands a support vessel. Yeah, so what if it's level 5? Still just a support ship. Zhou Zhua and Zhou Yu muttered, dissatisfied. Both had awakened obscure vessel types. But Chu Jiang, the top student in school, had awakened a support vessel, even lower tier than theirs. Finally, they had found psychological comfort. So Chu Jiang was even more worthless than they were. But now, they discovered Chu Jiang wasn't worthless at all. He had left them far behind. And once again, they felt unbalanced. Jiang Lei frowned. Both of you shut up. There's strength in numbers. Teaming up allows us to complement each other's strengths and greatly improves our odds of taking the Green Plague homeworld. His words stunned Zhou Zhua and Zhou Yu. What's wrong with our boss? Why is he defending Chu Jiang? They'd been his loyal lackeys for over 10 years. How could they mean less than an outsider? Jiang Lei cursed his two subordinates as fools in his mind. Bring Chu Jiang on board, make him lead the charge, and let us pick up loot from behind. Once we build rapport, we can borrow 100 or 80 drones from him. Then we'll really strike it rich. I don't need to fight tooth and nail against capable people. That's what idiots do. Too many second-generation rich kids think like that. My plan is to bring Chu Jiang on our side. Let him do all the heavy lifting. We follow behind and reap the benefits. Sure, Chu Jiang will get the lion's share, but this path still beats grinding upgrades by ourselves. Chu Jiang didn't expect Jiang Lei to be so pragmatic. Unfortunately, he had no intention of joining their team. Your team has too many deadweights, and their mouths are filthy too. Sorry, I'm not interested in teaming up with burden bearers. Zhou Zhua and Zhou Yu were outraged. Who are you calling deadweight? You're just a support vessel. Our ships are at least better than yours. Two morons. All they've got going for them is their mouths. If this kind of foolishness existed in a team, he'd rather operate solo and enjoy the freedom. Chu Jiang, if you're willing to team up with me and xuanhuan, I can kick those two out. Jiang Lei weighed the pros and cons. Chu Jiang's value far outweighed that of Zhou Zhua and Zhou Yu. Their vessel types were niche to begin with, and given their lack of skill, they barely contributed in space battles. The only reason they were in the team was because they were his flunkies, and occasionally, they could serve as human shields in emergencies. Boss, seriously? You're ditching us for some guy flying a support vessel. Boss, we've followed you for years. Even if we don't have merits, we've suffered enough. You can't discard us just for an outsider. It breaks our hearts. Zhou Zhua and Zhou Yu complained bitterly. Then both of you should apologize to Chu Jiang. Xuanhuan also felt Zhou Zhua and Zhou Yu had gone too far. Even if Chu Jiang had only awakened a support vessel, he had still once been glorious. What were Zhou Zhua and Zhou Yu to talk down to Chu Jiang? Moreover, Chu Jiang's support vessel had upgraded to level 5 in less than 2 hours. Since Xuanhuan had said this, and Jiang Lei didn't object, it was obvious both of them expected Zhou Zhua and Zhou Yu to apologize. Sorry. Apologies, is that good enough? Reluctantly, Zhou Zhua and Zhou Yu mumbled their words. Now Chu Jiang would surely agree, right? Xuanhuan felt hopeful. Sorry, but I prefer working alone. The minerals on Blackstone Star are yours. The homeworld belongs to me. Don't even think about tagging along to steal a share. Xuanhuan replied coldly. He knew exactly what Xuanhuan and Jiang Lei were thinking. With that, Chu Jiang activated his vessel and flew toward the Green Plague homeworld. Watching the support vessel disappear into the distance, Xuanhuan recalled how Chu Jiang had dominated her at school, keeping her as the second-best student for 3 entire years. That period had felt like imprisonment, endless and suffocating. Only when she awakened her own vessel did she finally feel relief, because Chu Jiang's awakened ship was far inferior to hers. But her joy hadn't lasted even 2 hours. Chu Jiang had caught up again. That guy Chu Jiang, whether in school or out, he's always an incredibly tough opponent. Xuanhuan said with a dark expression. No wonder he was someone even she couldn't match. You little brat, sharp as ever. Jiang Lei cursed under his breath after his plan failed. Just a friendly reminder, the comms are still on. Suddenly, Chu Jiang's voice crackled through their earpieces, startling both Xuanhuan and Jiang Lei. Apologies, I was just complimenting you. Xuanhuan quickly regained her composure. Goodbye, Blue Planet. Farewell to both of you. Chu Jiang cut the transmission. Xuanhuan watched drones boom mineral ores from Blackstone Star, wondering what the resources on the homeworld would look like. Should we follow him? Jiang Lei refused to let go of the idea of seizing the homeworld's treasures. But with his current strength, there was no way he could capture the homeworld. Before they even reached the homeworld space station, they'd likely be wiped out just entering the inner regions of the Green Plague system by planetary defense fleets. Only Chu Jiang dared to charge into the homeworld alone. Just one man, one ship. Chapter 12. Another sign-in reward. Fearless of the Ratmen homeworld. Whatever, if they don't want to include us, why should we embarrass ourselves? Besides, the mines on Blackstone were already more than enough for her to live off. Xuanhuan, can I borrow some of your drones too? Jiang Lei asked with an unembarrassed face. His father had taught him from childhood that when it comes to benefits, pride shouldn't matter. So Jiang Lei said this without a hint of shame, instead feeling it was only natural. Xuanhuan was never petty. No problem. Here are 100. Out of the 500 drones, 100 changed course and began delivering mine or into Jiang Lei's ship hold. As his underlings, Zhou Zhua and Zhou Yu could only stare enviously. After filling up both storage holds, Xuanhuan and Jiang Lei immediately returned to Blue Earth. Chu Zhang's spacecraft headed toward the Green Plague homeworld. The closer he got to the Green Plague homeworld, the stronger the Ratman's defensive firepower became. For him, the danger increased accordingly. Chu Jiang deployed 1,000 Mosquito Scout drones, spreading them across a 10,000-kilometer radius centered on his position. This way, any activity within 10,000 kilometers around him was completely under his control. If any familiar spacecraft approached him within that 10,000-kilometer radius, the Mosquito Scout drones would issue a warning. Chu Jiang could then prepare in advance. These cute little mosquitoes are so useful. When operating alone, these Mosquito Scout drones make a huge difference. Although solo operations yielded greater rewards, they were also far more dangerous. With the Mosquito Scout drones, he felt much more at ease. As he advanced toward the Green Plague homeworld, a planet resembling a blue crystal appeared to his right. This planet was called Blue Crystal. Semi-transparent, the planet looked pure and flawless, standing in sharp contrast to the other planets in the Green Plague system. Within the Green Plague system, widespread pollution resulted from the Ratman's research and production of viruses and other hazardous substances. All planetary surfaces appeared gray and hazy, as if shrouded in smog. But Blue Crystal was different. Its surface wasn't covered in haze. Instead, it seemed freshly washed by water, clear and sparkling. Strangely, this planet contained no known mineral resources, seemingly useless. Yet, based on Chu Jiang's understanding of the Ratmen, they would never tolerate a useless planet existing within their own star system. The fact that this planet hadn't been destroyed by the Ratmen must mean it concealed some secret. But in all the knowledge Chu Jiang had learned at school, there was almost no mention of Blue Crystal. This aroused immense curiosity within him. Since he'd already traveled this far, why not investigate Blue Crystal? Manufacture 100 Mosquito Scout drones. Ding. Manufacturing Mosquito Scout drones. Required. 120 units spaceship metal, 10 units energy crystals. Activate 10,000-fold speed up manufacturing halo. All manufacturing times reduced by 10,000 times. Effect, permanent. Mosquito Scout drone manufacturing time, 12 seconds. The manufacturing time for Mosquito Scout drones was 4 seconds longer than regular drones. Because Mosquito Scout drones were more sophisticated and thus required more time and effort. Ding. 100 Mosquito Scout drones successfully manufactured. Deploy them. Begin reconnaissance on Blue Crystal. I want all data regarding Blue Crystal. Ding. 100 Mosquito Scout drones deployed. Target, Blue Crystal. Freshly manufactured, the Mosquito Scout drones flew out from the cargo bay and began surveying Blue Crystal. Blue Crystal wasn't large. Its volume was only about 1/10 that of the moon. Due to its semi-transparent nature, one could nearly see the surface on the opposite side. There were no structures on Blue Crystal. Oddly, there were no guarding warships either. It was as if the blue planet had been forgotten by the Ratmen. Ding. Detected arrival at sign-in location Blue Planet. Would you like to sign in? A cheerful mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Sign in. Chu Jiang answered without hesitation. Ding. Congratulations, sign-in successful. Reward received, barrier missile. The barrier missile was similar to the freezing missiles mounted on Yun Qinghan's ship. When launched, it released a massive cloud of smoke. This smoke could drastically slow down all motion. Everything enveloped in the smoke, spaceships, flames, missiles, would have their speed reduced to near stillness. Additionally, the smoke had corrosive properties, capable of eroding anything it surrounded, even the air itself. At this moment, the deployed Mosquito Scout drones kept transmitting back data. Based on this information, Chu Jiang drew a conclusion. The entire Blue Crystal planet was made of ore. And it was an undiscovered type of ore, specifically used for producing barrier missiles. Because the blue planet naturally shielded against the toxins produced by the Ratmen, the planet itself had avoided being poisoned. For the Ratmen, the blue planet was indeed useless. They produced poison gas. Yet the blue planet blocked that very gas. But if they bombed the blue planet, it would disperse like mist. And if the mist from the blue planet enveloped the entire star system, it would cleanse most of the toxins created by the Ratmen. Haha. He seemed to have stumbled upon a treasure. When attacking the Green Plague homeworld, the Ratmen would definitely use poison gas against him. And since the majority of the Ratmen's poison gas labs were concentrated on their homeworld, bombing it could easily trigger massive gas leaks. At that point, polluting the Green Plague star system wouldn't be the biggest concern. Once the poison gas drifted into space, it might eventually corrode planets across other regions. This was exactly why the Interstellar Alliance had never launched a full-scale military campaign to wipe out the Ratmen. They feared the uncontrolled spread of toxins. But now, with the barrier missile, everything became solvable. By surrounding the Green Plague homeworld directly with barrier missiles, he could neutralize the toxic emissions spreading from the planet. Using the ore mined from the blue planet, Chu Jiang manufactured 50 barrier missiles. Then, piloting his spacecraft, he set course for the homeworld. The space station orbiting the homeworld deployed 55 warships, 50 firepower vessels, 2 escorts, and 3 reconnaissance ships. From other planets, more warships continued to rush in for reinforcement. Within less than 20 minutes, he would be completely surrounded. For anyone else, the top priority right now would be immediate retreat. Otherwise, once reinforcements arrived from other planets, the chance of escape would drop to nearly zero. Damn it. Are you the one who destroyed Sulfur Planet and Blackstone? How dare you come to our homeworld? I'll make sure you never leave alive. The fleet commander of the homeworld gritted his teeth in fury. Every high-ranking official on the homeworld was closely monitoring this invasion incident. In the Green Plague homeworld's conference room. What happened? How could a single logistics vessel destroy 2 of our planets? That's impossible. Has our military strength in the Green Plague system deteriorated this much? We must destroy that intruding spacecraft at all costs. This is a disgrace to our entire Green Plague system. A logistics vessel destroying 2 planets will be laughed at by every other star system. The supreme leader of the Green Plague system slammed the table. All the high-ranking ratmen present, who had initially dismissed Xuanhuan's ship as insignificant, now faced the situation with utmost seriousness. Each of them realized clearly that the Green Plague system was facing an unprecedented crisis. Report. Chapter 13. Attacking the homeworld, rat leaders in panic. A rat creature in gray uniform entered quietly and whispered something into the ear of the supreme leader. The other high-ranking rat officials looked on in confusion, unsure what had happened now. That bastard actually went to the blue crystal planet. And there are clear signs that the mineral deposits have been used. What the hell did that bastard do? The supreme leader of the rat creatures flew into a rage, roaring in fury. All the high-ranking rats present broke into cold sweats. As the elite of the Green Plague galaxy, they knew all too well what the blue crystal planet meant. It was as if that planet existed solely to oppose their kind. Among the many star systems of the Interstellar Alliance, the rat creatures were despised, but no one dared to exterminate them. Because the rats possessed unmatched talent in manufacturing toxic gases and deadly viruses. If the Interstellar Alliance ever attempted total annihilation, the rat race would self-destruct their homeworld. Their home planet was a colossal incubator for poison gas. Once detonated, the resulting toxic cloud would pollute the entire solar system within 2 years. Precisely because of this ability to produce poisons, nearly every corner of the Green Plague galaxy had become contaminated. Each planet shrouded in poisonous mist, perpetual darkness blotting out any light. The rats themselves had long grown immune. But the blue crystal planet was a special exception. Blue crystal could neutralize poison gas. The Green Plague leadership once considered destroying it, only to discover later that doing so would be fatal. If the blue crystal were destroyed, the entire planet would turn into a massive vapor cloud, spreading across the Green Plague galaxy and dismantling every trace of toxic gas. Without poison gas, the rats would lose their foundation. Blow that bastard to pieces. Do you hear me? The supreme leader waved his tiny claws wildly, shrieking at the top of his lungs. The commander-in-chief of the Green Plague fleet winced as the screaming voice blasted through his earpiece. The Green Plague galaxy hadn't faced such a powerful enemy in ages. Yet how could someone this strong possibly be piloting nothing but a logistics vessel? What the hell was going on? Was this some kind of trickery, hiding true strength? Stay sharp. Don't fall for their deception. Approaching enemy firing range. Xiuxian received the alert. Data sent by the mosquito swarm scrolled rapidly across the display. The Green Plague homeworld has deployed a fleet of 55 ships. A reinforcement fleet of 12 iron ore-class vessels approaching. A reinforcement fleet of 14 red copper-class vessels approaching. Your ship is about to be surrounded. Staring at the numbers flashing on screen, Xiuxian felt his scalp crawling. So the Green Plague galaxy had mobilized everything. He had underestimated them. With only a level 5 ship, facing so many firepower units simultaneously, victory seemed nearly impossible. But since he had come this far, he had no intention of retreating now. Fight first, cross that bridge later. And if things got really bad, he still had the 10,000-fold speed boost aura. He could just escape then. Critical situation detected. Retreat recommended. Full speed ahead, Xiuxian shouted. Adrenaline surged through him, drowning out fear. His ship accelerated forward, entering the enemy's firing range, while bringing the enemy into his own. Launch Mad Bee nukes. The hatch opened. 100 Mad Bee nukes streamed out in succession, streaking toward the Green Plague homeworld fleet. Enemy rear fleet closing in. Now within rear fleet firing range. Caution, evade incoming fire. Warning tones rang out one after another, each more nerve-wracking than the last. The enemy fleet was simply too massive. This was going to be an uphill battle. Cold sweat formed on Xiuxian's forehead. Even now, he didn't consider backing down. Fire Mad Bee nukes, the Green Plague fleet commander roared. 50 elite ships fired simultaneously. Mad Bee nukes rained down like droplets. Like a vast net ensnaring Xiuxian's vessel with no escape. This was a showdown of Mad Bee nukes, both sides wielding the same weapon. The Green Plague fleet launched 200 Mad Bee nukes in total. Equipped with guidance systems, these warheads actively locked onto their target. No matter where Xiuxian tried to flee, 200 nukes pursued relentlessly behind his ship. 200 death-seeking projectiles closed in fast. He was seconds away from becoming space popcorn. Activate 10,000-fold speed boost aura. At the critical moment, Xiuxian bellowed. His ship suddenly vanished. In an instant, the 200 warheads lost their lock. Driven by inertia, they soared onward, straight into the rat reinforcement fleet rushing from behind. Boom! One enormous explosion followed another. In the darkness of space, burst after burst bloomed like deadly flowers. The supporting fleet was nearly wiped out entirely. Only a dozen or so ships barely escaped the onslaught. What's happening? The Supreme Commander of the Green Plague Galaxy Fleet turned pale. Had he misseen it? He rubbed his eyes hard, staring in shock at what lay before him. Just now, the target ship had vanished right before his eyes. The Mad Bee nukes they launched had mistakenly struck reinforcement fleets arriving from other planets, while the enemy's 100 Mad Bee nukes continued to pursue them relentlessly. They couldn't locate the enemy vessel, no matter where they scanned. Impossible. Did the enemy ship truly disappear under their very noses? At this moment, Xuanhuan's ship was already behind the homeworld, which was why the Rat Fleet commander could no longer detect him. Launch Wind God Torpedo. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the hatch opened. A single Wind God torpedo emerged from the chamber and shot toward the Green Plague homeworld. Deploy intercepting missiles. In the Green Plague homeworld command center, the fleet commander screamed in terror. He slammed down the white button. An intercepting missile rocketed toward the incoming Wind God torpedo. The two projectiles met mid-space and exploded. A blinding flash erupted. Yet the massive shockwave from the Wind God torpedo still reached the homeworld. Launching a Wind God torpedo came with a cooldown period. After firing one, he would have to wait 10 minutes before launching another. Likewise, the 10,000-fold speed boost aura could only be used again after 10 minutes. But each activation lasted exactly 10 minutes. Xuanhuan checked the timer. He still had 7 minutes remaining. In an instant, he repositioned his ship far away from the planet to avoid being caught in the blast radius of any future explosions. Soon, several loud booms echoed through space, followed by flashes of light that illuminated half the void. Damn, our fleet has been hit. In the meeting chamber, the large screen flickered with images of continuous explosions. The Green Plague Galaxy Fleet, destroyed. Moments ago, their conference room had violently shaken. The immense shockwave had completely disabled the power systems. The command center was forced to activate emergency backup generators. All the high-ranking Rat officials slumped lifelessly into their seats. My God, our fleet, is it completely wiped out? What do we do now? Without a fleet, we can't go anywhere. We can't escape. Is he going to feed us another Wind God torpedo? Every leader in the room turned deathly pale. Chapter 14. Restoring the glory of the logistics vessel. The Supreme Leader clenched his fists tightly. He knew the homeworld was lost. Commander, we must leave immediately. A man in gray uniform urged. Please activate the emergency contingency plan to preserve our forces. Without hesitation, the highest leader of the Louis star system roared, initiate it. As soon as the words left his mouth, the conference room trembled. Then, the ground above cracked open. The entire meeting chamber transformed into a small spacecraft, carrying all the top leadership of the Louis star system, flying away toward another planet. The Rat people believed they had escaped completely unnoticed. Their escape trajectory was far from the enemy fleet. Due to the curvature of the planet's surface creating a visual blind spot, there was no way the enemy ships could detect them. Unfortunately, none of this had escaped Xuanhuan's information network. The Mosquito Swarm reconnaissance drones sent back data. An escape pod has launched from the homeworld. Xuanhuan quickly tapped on the details. Analysis from the Mosquito Swarm indicated that the escape pod likely carried the highest leadership of the Rat people from the Louis star system. Top leadership? If he shot down the escape pod, would he wipe out the entire leadership at once? The Rat people weren't an intelligent species by nature. Most had average IQs around 80. Without leadership, every Rat people clan across the entire star system would fall into chaos and disarray. Locate it immediately. Escape pod position confirmed. At this moment, the cooldown for Hurricane nuclear missiles still had 2 minutes remaining. Xuanhuan remained completely calm. If only he had sunflower seeds, he might even leisurely crack them while watching a drama. 2 minutes passed quickly. Launch 1 Hurricane nuclear missile. The ship's hatch opened, and a single Hurricane missile shot out. Damn, we're locked onto by a missile. The pilot inside the Rat people's escape pod screamed in panic. The high-ranking officials broke into cold sweat once again. How is this possible? The enemy fleet couldn't have known about our escape. The Supreme Leader of the Rat people exploded in rage. He felt his life was under severe threat, something that had never happened before. Intercept it. Block that missile. The Supreme Leader slammed the table furiously. The other leaders of the Louis star system sat frozen in their seats, paralyzed with fear. My child, my family is still on the homeworld. Someone whispered softly. The rest of the Rat people leaders suddenly remembered. They had fled, but their families were still back on the homeworld. My grandson was just born yesterday. He's still in the hospital. My wife is waiting for me to come home for dinner. We may have escaped, but what about our families? The entire conference room erupted in panic. Shut up, all of you idiots. The Supreme Leader slammed the table and shouted, demanding silence. You'll all be joining your families soon enough, because a nuclear missile is about to catch up with us. That warhead is right behind us, and you're still worrying about your families? Worry about yourselves first. Suddenly, a violent shake threw the escape pod into a spin. Everyone in the room was flung from their seats, crashing into the ceiling. Then, a massive burst of energy tore through the ceiling of the chamber, revealing blinding, searing light. Before they could even scream, they were reduced to fragments. Another little popcorn pop. Sitting in the cockpit, Xuanhuan yawned. With that, the Louis homeworld was successfully captured. Though this wasn't his first victory, it was by far his greatest. The surge of upgrades left Xuanhuan slightly dazed, causing him to forget something important. Just as his ship was about to land on the homeworld, the entire planet began puffing out green fungal growths like a mushroom. A thick layer of green mist enveloped the planet. Visibility dropped to near zero. Warning, The homeworld is releasing toxic gas. The homeworld is about to explode. Evacuate immediately. The mosquito swarm reconnaissance drone sent urgent alerts. Xiuxian didn't dare delay, instantly reigniting his ship's engines. The explosion will release massive energy capable of tearing through ship shields. Evacuate immediately. Countdown 5, 4, 3. Damn it. Cold sweat poured down Xiuxian's forehead. He forced himself to stay calm, glancing at the cooldown timer for the 10,000-fold acceleration halo. It had already ended. The 10,000-fold acceleration ability was available. Activate 10,000-fold acceleration movement. The moment the words left his lips, a muffled boom echoed as the entire homeworld vaporized. The green poison gas began spreading outward in all directions. Xiuxian's ship had already reached the safe zone. He finally exhaled in relief. That was way too close. Thankfully, the mosquito swarm reconnaissance drones provided him with surrounding intelligence, allowing him to foresee impending danger. Otherwise, he would have died alongside the green plague homeworld today. It had been far too close. Unfortunately, over 400 mosquito swarm drones were lost, but it didn't matter. He had the 10,000-fold manufacturing halo. By intensifying the minerals looted from Blackstone Star, he could rapidly produce many more mosquito swarm reconnaissance drones. At this moment, his logistics vessel truly revealed its immense advantage. Compared to combat vessels, logistics vessels could manufacture equipment. The ability to produce drones and mosquito swarm reconnaissance units on demand. This manufacturing capability existed only on logistics vessels. It was just that his previous logistics vessel had been too low in level. Its equipment production capacity was weak, and the time required too long. Far less efficient than mass production on Blue Planet's factory assembly lines. This was one of the reasons why logistics vessels had gradually fallen into obscurity. In the early days when starships first appeared on Blue Planet, logistics vessels weren't obscure at all. They were just as popular as combat vessels. But as time passed, logistics vessels slowly lost their luster, becoming the most neglected ship class. But now, Xiuxian was confident. He would restore the glory of the logistics vessel. He would make everyone understand. Even a logistics vessel could possess formidable combat power. Xiuxian silently made his resolve. Launch barrier missiles. 1,000 of them. This time, Xiuxian truly went all out. Considering the homeworld was relatively large, about half the volume of Earth's moon, he feared that launching too few barrier missiles might allow the toxic gas to leak out. Besides, he wasn't even sure about the exact power of the barrier missiles. So he decided to play it safe and launched 1,000 barrier missiles at once. The barrier missiles detonated around the homeworld, quickly enclosing the poison gas and beginning to break it down. It would still take some time to fully decompose all the toxic gas enveloping the entire planet. During this period, he would loot the other planets within the Green Plague star system. During the earlier battle against the star system fleet, over a dozen enemy ships had fled mid-combat. At the time, Xiuxian had been preoccupied with handling the homeworld and couldn't spare attention for both fronts, so he had no choice but to let them escape. Now, he would hunt down those fleeing vessels and eliminate them completely. Afterward, he'd return and land on the homeworld to check in. He was really looking forward to the check-in reward. Chapter 15. Infinite Space, His Own Universe. Taking advantage of the time while the toxic gas on the mother planet was being decomposed, Xiuxian piloted his logistics vessel, drifting among the remaining planets in the Green Plague star system. The defensive firepower on these other planets had always been weaker than that of the mother planet, and with almost all fleet reinforcements from the surrounding planets completely annihilated, the warships stationed there stood no chance against Xiuxian's attacks. Soon, he captured all 7 remaining planets. Each time he arrived at a new planet, he checked in once. He earned numerous system rewards, and his ship level rose 3 grades in one go. Now, his vessel had become a level 8 logistics ship. Compared to others who awakened alongside him, whether popular battleships or obscure support vessels, whose highest rank reached only level 5, this was extraordinary. But then again, things might have changed. It had already been 4 hours since they began. Other ships must have upgraded as well. He wondered how their progress compared. Xiuxian entered the Blue Star ship query system to check the current levels of all ships awakened today. Apart from himself, only one other ship had upgraded. And even then, it had only risen by 2 levels, from level 5 to level 7 firepower vessel. Not bad. To start with a firepower vessel and upgrade rapidly afterward, that was impressive. He glanced at the name of the ship's master. Moran? Never heard of him. A completely unknown figure. Otherwise, he should have at least heard the name before. He knew very well about the top-performing students in school, the ones outstanding in ability and achievement. Just like xuanhuan, who believed in knowing oneself and the enemy to never be defeated in 100 battles, Xiuxian, having long occupied the #1 spot on the school rankings, naturally understood the importance of understanding rivals. He was certain that this Moran wasn't any kind of notable figure in school. Yet someone capable of upgrading within just 4 hours couldn't possibly be ordinary. After all, even xuanhuan and Zhang Lei hadn't managed to upgrade their own vessels yet. Could he be a dark horse? Xiuxian immediately became interested in Moran. He quickly attempted to pull up Moran's full profile. Sorry, you do not have access permission. Fine. Only when a ship reaches level 10 can its owner gain the privilege to view another's detailed information. As the ship evolved, the master would gradually unlock more rights. Not being able to check Moran's data for now didn't matter. Xiuxian believed his own ship would soon reach level 10, and then he could investigate at his leisure. At this point, he had destroyed every planet in the Green Plague star system except for the one containing the blue crystal. Now it was time to check in at the mother planet. Most of the toxic gas released from the mother planet had already been diluted by missile dispersal, though some poison still slowly spread outward. Once Xuanhuan's vessel entered the toxic zone, its shield activated automatically. Ding. Detected that you have arrived at the mother planet check-in location. Would you like to check in? Check in. Congratulations. Check-in successful. Reward. Infinite space. Infinite space? What was that? Xuanhuan opened the details page for infinite space. It turned out that infinite space was a personal storage dimension granted by the system, similar to inventory spaces found in other systems. But unlike those, his space required no upgrades. From the beginning, it was already infinite, boundlessly vast, large enough to contain the entire green plague star system. No, even more than that. It could hold the entire solar system, even the Milky Way. Theoretically, he could fit the entire universe inside it. Perfect. Now he wouldn't have to worry about limited cargo capacity preventing him from storing large amounts of ore. At this moment, Xuanhuan reviewed all the parameters of his vessel once more. Ignition points, 100,000. Energy crystals, 1,500,000. Battleship metal, 15 million. Ignition points were crucial for upgrading the vessel. The higher the ship level, the more ignition points required for each upgrade. In other words, as the vessel's level increased, the difficulty of further upgrades also grew exponentially. Energy crystals powered the entire ship. The more energy crystals owned, the longer the vessel could travel. Under normal circumstances, firepower vessels carried more energy crystals than escort ships, allowing them to journey much farther. His logistics vessel, however, was restricted to operations near Blue Star. Its maximum range barely reached the Green Plague Star system. Fortunately, he'd kept completing missions and accumulating energy crystals. Otherwise, he might not have even made it back to Blue Star. As for battleship metal, it was one of the primary, and most important, raw materials for manufacturing drones and mosquito swarm reconnaissance craft. Battleship metal could be refined from ores. Even during equipment production, ores could be entirely replaced with battleship metal, but since battleship metal was far more valuable, ores were typically mixed in to reduce consumption. The amount of battleship metal consumed varied across different types of equipment fabrication. For example, Xuanhuan's 1,000 drones and 2,000 mosquito swarm reconnaissance craft, accounting for losses, would consume roughly 2 to 3 million battleship metal in total. No logistics vessel could afford such a consumption level. To manufacture thousands of drones, one had to rely on the assembly lines at Blue Star factories. Only inside those factories would such vast quantities of battleship metal be stockpiled. But Xuanhuan, after conquering Sulfur Star and Blackstone Star, had plundered the mineral resources from both planets, refining them aboard his ship into battleship metal, thus accumulating such an exceptionally high amount. Still, in the past, his cargo hold couldn't store massive amounts of ore. He could only conquer one planet, gather a small reserve, use it up, then move on to the next. But now he possessed infinite space. He could transport the entire planetary reserves of or straight into his infinite space. Ding. Congratulations. Your vessel has upgraded. Current vessel level, level 10. While studying his vessel parameters, Xuanhuan suddenly heard a system notification ring in his mind. The cheerful tone lifted his mood instantly. Haha. His vessel had upgraded again. Now it was already a level 10 vessel. Across the entire Blue Star, vessels above level 10 were exceedingly rare. Whoever owned a level 10 vessel would undoubtedly be revered and admired. And he, Xuanhuan, was the very first to possess a level 10 vessel. Fantastic. In less than 4 hours, I've upgraded my vessel from level 1 all the way to level 10. Yeah, even if I started with the lowest ranked vessel, I'll still return home having elevated it into a top-tier warship through my own strength. He couldn't help but raise a triumphant victory sign. Success always brought incomparable excitement. Xuanhuan continued checking his vessel parameters. Name, Cluster Class Logistics Vessel. Level, Level 5. Hull points, 1,000 of 1,000. Shield points, 1,200 of 1,200. Energy points, 1,200 of 1,200. Vessel attributes. Firepower 100, Armor 100, Shield 100, Maneuverability 100, Endurance 100. Vessel talents. 10,000-fold Firepower Amplification Aura. All attacks launched by this vessel are amplified 10,000 times. Duration, permanent. 10,000-fold Accelerated Production Aura. Manufacturing time for all items reduced by 10,000 times. Effect, permanent. Chapter 16. As long as Xuanhuan exists, everyone else can only be second. 10,000-fold Speed Boost Aura. Accelerates the ship's travel speed by 10,000 times. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Infinite storage. Infinite space available for storing minerals. Can be used without limit. Ship modules. Raging Hornet Nuke. Fires 100 tracking Raging Hornet nuclear missiles at once. Consumes 50 energy points. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Wind God Torpedo. Fires a single torpedo of moderate destructive power. Consumes 20 energy points. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Shield Missile. A missile exclusive to Xuanhuan's ship. Can slow down, or even temporarily halt enemy vessels, and decompose toxic gas. Items manufacturable by ship. Falcon-class drone. Requires 100 units of ship metal and 10 units of energy ore. Manufacturing time, 8 seconds. Mosquito Swarm Recon Aircraft. Requires 120 units of ship metal and 10 units of energy ore. Shield Missile. Requires 100 units of ship metal and 100 units of blue crystal raw material. These specifications were absolutely insane. Anywhere you looked, this kind of performance was unprecedented. Chu Jiang was very satisfied with the results of this outing. After relaxing, his stomach started growling. He had been out for so long, it was almost mealtime. That was enough adventuring for today. Time to return to Blue Planet for dinner and a good rest. Return to base. Chu Jiang's warship lifted off, leaving the Green Plague homeworld behind. Unfortunately, there weren't any rare minerals on the Green Plague homeworld, which left Chu Jiang slightly disappointed. He decided instead to go back to the Blue Crystal Planet to harvest more blue crystal ore. This mineral had purifying properties and was the only raw material required for manufacturing shield missiles. But when he landed on the Blue Crystal Planet again, Chu Jiang faced a problem. His infinite storage could theoretically hold an entire planet's worth of blue crystal, but he had no idea how to actually fit an entire planet into it. With no better option, he activated his drones to gradually transport large deposits of blue crystal into the infinite storage. How much they could carry was all up to luck. Nothing else could be done. Then he went to Blackstone Star. Manufacture drones. Quantity, 2,000. Ding. Drones currently being manufactured. Activating 10,000-fold production aura. Drone production cost, 100 ship metal, 10 ore. Production time, 8 seconds. Due to losses sustained in previous battles against Ratmen, his drone count had dropped to 1,000. Adding the newly manufactured batch, he managed to gather enough or to refine into approximately 100 million units of ship metal before finally setting course back to Blue Planet. Xuanhuan stood at the entrance of the Blue Planet Warship Energy Bureau, letting out a long breath. The Energy Bureau was where people exchanged ores for money or basic resources. She had just come out from within. The ore she obtained from Blackstone Star had already been converted into fundamental supplies. Her firepower warship had successfully upgraded from its original level 5, now advanced to level 6. On her way back to Blue Planet with Jiang Lei, she encountered a lone pirate vessel. She defeated that pirate ship. Besides her own skill, she owed much of her success to the 500 drones Chu Jiang had given her. She hadn't realized those were combat-capable drones, not only able to transport but also participate in battle. The spark points earned from destroying the pirate ship, combined with those obtained by exchanging Blackstone ore, finally allowed her to meet the upgrade requirements. Her warship had successfully leveled up. Not bad. On her first mission, she had managed to upgrade her ship. Level 6 firepower warship. Among classmates who had recently gone out on missions, this must have placed her near the top. After returning to Blue Planet, she still hadn't checked Chu Jiang's warship stats. She hoped Chu Jiang was still piloting a level 5 logistics ship. Only got such a small number of spark points from all that Blackstone ore? That's outrageous. Jiang Lei also stepped out of the Energy Bureau. Judging by his expression, he was far from pleased with the outcome of this mission. You always get shortchanged when you exchange or at the Energy Bureau. Better to just destroy enemy ships directly. That gives way more resources. Xuanhuan had destroyed a pirate vessel before. She knew from experience that eliminating enemy ships yielded significantly more base resources. But their current strength was limited. It was difficult for them to defeat enemy vessels head-on. For now, they could do nothing but accept being exploited by the Energy Bureau. Tomorrow, let's team up for missions, gather more people, expand our fleet. There's no way we can't take down enemy ships then, Jiang Lei said angrily. On this expedition, he hadn't accomplished much through his own efforts. The pirate ship had been destroyed by Xuanhuan. The Blackstone ore was essentially scavenged leftovers. Although he did nothing, he still received a share of the ore, already better off than most other warships. The majority of those who went out returned empty-handed. Yet Jiang Lei had always been proud. He didn't want to rely on others. He urgently needed to prove his own strength. Then when we go to eat later, let's ask around among the other classmates. Maybe someone wants to join our fleet. Xuanhuan also wanted to expand her fleet. Doing so would effectively increase their existing strength. But other firepower warships were reluctant to team up with fellow firepower warships. They didn't want to be dominated by another firepower warship. They'd have to do more talking, persuading other firepower captains one by one. The two walked toward the cafeteria together. It would be great if Chu Jiang could join us. Xuanhuan sighed. But even back when he was piloting a level 1 logistics ship, he had refused to join her fleet. There was no way he'd agree now. He definitely doesn't want to be suppressed. If we let him be captain, he might agree, but then we'd have to follow his orders. Jiang Lei absolutely didn't want to take orders from Chu Jiang. Chu Jiang could join them, on one condition. He must obey them. Otherwise, it wouldn't be Chu Jiang joining their fleet, but them joining Chu Jiang's. Even if we gave him the captain's position, maybe that wouldn't matter. Think about the real benefits he could bring us. Aren't those more valuable than a mere title? Xuanhuan was very practical, but Jiang Lei couldn't swallow his pride. His relationship with Chu Jiang had never been good. From the moment they entered school, they had been rivals. For the past 3 years, Jiang Lei had been extremely unlucky, constantly overshadowed and oppressed by Chu Jiang. So there was no way he would ever serve under Chu Jiang again. Do you want to spend your entire life in Chu Jiang's shadow? I don't. I've had enough of this for 3 years. It's fine if he wants to join us, but he must follow orders. If he doesn't want to join, then forget it. I refuse to believe there aren't talented people on Blue Planet. Even if we can't beat Chu Jiang alone, what about dozens of us teaming up? Are we really inferior to just one man? Xuanhuan remained noncommittal. Truthfully, she didn't want to remain second forever either. Though she admired Chu Jiang, he also frightened her. No one wanted to be suppressed forever. Alright then, I believe that with just the two of us, if Chu Jiang refuses to form alliances, we'll still be able to find other outstanding people to team up with. After all, nobody wants to fall too far behind Chu Jiang. In such a situation, forming teams benefits everyone. Xuanhuan reasoned, and Jiang Lei nodded in agreement. Chapter 17. Level 10 ship returns to port, envy everywhere. Xiuxian is just a logistics ship, so what if it's upgraded to level 5? How could its firepower possibly compare with our combat ships? He only got lucky today. I refuse to believe he'll keep performing like this forever. Jiang Lei spat bitterly. The two had just reached the entrance of the cafeteria when suddenly an announcement echoed throughout the academy. Attention all students and staff. A level 10 vessel is docking. All other ships must clear the area immediately. Attention all students and staff. A level 10 vessel is docking. All other ships must clear the area immediately. Attention all students and staff. A level 10 vessel is docking. All other ships must clear the area immediately. The broadcast repeated 3 full times, loud and insistent, as if afraid someone might miss it. The entire campus erupted into shock. A level 10 vessel? Where did that level 10 ship come from? Is some high-ranking official visiting us? That can't be. It's true today is special, but the ship awakening ceremony has already ended. Could it be some powerful dignitary coming here to see someone? Possibly. It must be an outside vessel. Surely it's not one of ours. Students buzzed with speculation. Xuanhuan suddenly felt a strange sensation. She wanted to log into the ship inquiry system to check Xiuxian's vessel level, but she couldn't do so now. Access was only possible through her own ship's connection, and only captains with level 7 or higher vessels could use the onboard system remotely. At level 6, she wasn't entitled to that privilege. At that moment, a ship slowly entered the dock and came to a stop at the exclusive berth reserved for level 10 vessels. Everyone gasped in disbelief. What? A logistics ship? Am I seeing things? That level 10 vessel the announcement mentioned is actually a logistics ship? Damn, now that's something you don't see every day. Are there even level 10 logistics ships? Who on Earth managed to upgrade a level 1 logistics vessel all the way to level 10? Must be some big shot. Everyone talked excitedly, craning their necks toward the vessel, desperate to catch a glimpse of whoever would step out. The hatch opened. Xiuxian strode out confidently. Seeing the large crowd gathered at the port, he paused briefly in mild confusion, but hunger overruled curiosity. He didn't stop, heading straight into the cafeteria. Every pair of eyes locked onto him like searchlights. No one could wrap their minds around it. Was the level 10 vessel they announced Xiuxian's logistics ship? Incredible. A logistics ship at level 10 in just 5 hours? A genius. Someone exclaimed breathlessly, voice trembling. Another quickly corrected them. Not 5 hours. The round trip took 5. Actual mission time was about 3.4 hours. A collective gasp rang out. No wonder it's Xiuxian, the undisputed number 1 in our school. Even if he awakened a logistics ship, he still turns it into something extraordinary. Absolutely amazing. In Blue Star history, has anyone ever leveled a logistics ship from level 1 to level 10 in such a short time? Exactly. Has there even been a level 10 logistics ship before? Xiuxian's is the first. Xuanhuan stood at the cafeteria entrance, watching Xiuxian walk up the steps. The setting sun stretched his shadow long behind him. His stride remained steady and firm, just like when he returned to his seat after awakening a logistics ship, while everyone laughed and lamented the fall of a prodigy. From beginning to end, his pride burned as brightly as the twilight sky, never once dimmed. Xiuxian noticed Xuanhuan and the others. He gave a brief nod, then stepped inside the dining hall. A level 10 logistics ship? How the hell did he do it? Xuanhuan heard Jiang Lei's nearby roar, filled with envy, jealousy, and outrage. She herself felt a deep sense of helplessness. Number 1, always, Xiuxian, an utterly despair-inducing existence. No matter how hard she worked, could she never catch up? She thought she finally had her chance when he awakened a niche-type logistics ship, while she received the highly coveted combat vessel. At that moment of awakening, she tasted victory, sweet and exhilarating. But that joy lasted less than 3 hours. Because in the Louis Star system, she encountered Xiuxian, who had already upgraded his logistics vessel to level 5. Why? Why can't I surpass him? After working so hard, I still can't beat him. Why? This is just too unfair. Xuanhuan felt crushed by defeat. Gradually, crowds began filing into the cafeteria for dinner. Xiuxian sat alone in a corner, clearly wanting no disturbances. And indeed, he wished to be left alone. Right now, all he wanted was to eat. A boxed meal sat in front of him. Legs, sausage, fried egg, braised pork, plus 2 servings of greens, and a bowl of seaweed and egg soup. Xiuxian had been busy all day and was truly starving. He was digging in with great appetite. He didn't notice that the students around him were all watching him, their eyes fixed on his every move. It wasn't until he put down his chopsticks with satisfaction and let out a sigh that a group of classmates suddenly crowded around him. 20 or 30 students swarmed over at once, startling Xiuxian. What's going on? Number 1, I want to join your fleet. Xiuxian, Brother Qiu, please let me join your fleet. I'm a firepower vessel. I can help you charge into the front lines. Count me in too. I'm a special class warship, even rarer than firepower vessels. Whatever type of ship you need, I can handle it. Add me to the list. Put me down too. Move aside. You with the reconnaissance ship, you're not even cannon fodder. What makes you think you can join Xiuxian's fleet? I may be a scout, but I can still level up. If Xiuxian's logistics ship can upgrade, why can't I? Ha ha ha. Don't tell me you actually think you're Xiuxian. What he can do, you can't. The students pushed forward eagerly, desperate for a chance to join Xiuxian's fleet. Xiuxian's ears were nearly ringing from the noise. He raised his hand for silence. Gradually, the chaotic voices quieted down. Sorry, but I don't have a fleet. So you can't join something that doesn't exist. Xiuxian, Brother Qiu, wherever you are, that's the fleet. Just form one already. We really want to join you. to follow you on missions. Everyone stared at Xiuxian with hope. As long as they could follow Xiuxian, the benefits would be endless. Xiuxian had leveled his ship from level 1 to level 10. How many enemy vessels must he have destroyed along the way? How many planets had he conquered? He probably occupied an entire small star system by now. Even just tagging along behind him, scraping by on the leftovers, would be more than enough for them. It'd be far better than operating alone, forming their own teams, or joining other fleets. But Xiuxian simply shrugged, asking curiously, "So you want to join my fleet because you think I can bring you benefits, right? But then I wonder, what benefits can you bring to me?" Well, Chapter 18, Announcement and Reward, Forever First Place. Everyone was stunned. They hadn't seriously considered the question, only assumed that strength lay in numbers, and by joining Xiuxian's fleet, they would naturally boost his power. But what could they actually do for Xiuxian? Why would Xiuxian need them? They had never thought about it. Now, when they truly reflected, it seemed Xiuxian didn't actually need them at all. "I just want to complete missions solo. Sorry, everyone." Having finished his meal, Xiuxian stood up and strode out of the dining hall. What he didn't know was that in an inconspicuous corner of the restaurant, a pair of sharp eyes was watching him intently. "Miss, to celebrate your achievement of upgrading your ship by 7 levels in a single voyage, the family has decided to host a grand celebration banquet for you tomorrow evening. Please make sure to attend." An excited voice came through the earpiece. It was old Kai, the Mo family's longtime butler. "Tomorrow I might not have time. Please send my regards to everyone attending. I've got things to do. I'm hanging up now, Uncle Kai." Before the old butler could finish, Mo ran cut off the communication. In front of her sat a bowl of porridge and a simple boxed meal, just as she began lifting her chopsticks. At that moment, the campus broadcast sounded again. Special announcement. Student Xiuxian successfully upgraded his ship to level 10 during his first interstellar voyage, setting a new record for fastest ship upgrade. The school will hold a celebratory party for student Xiuxian at 9 p.m. tomorrow evening. All faculty and students are cordially invited. The announcement played 3 times, ensuring no one missed it. Everyone throughout the school soon learned of Xiuxian's glorious feat. No wonder he's always first. When he awakened a support class vessel, I thought he was done for. Never imagined he'd directly upgrade a support ship from level 1 to level 10, an unprecedented achievement. Truly the first place, forever first place. Everyone admired Xiuxian even more now. More than ever before. Previously, he was only known for his academic excellence. But now, with real strength, he proved himself utterly unmatched not just in theory, but in practical combat as well. The entire school erupted into excitement because of Xiuxian. Everyone felt that if his very first voyage could yield such an accomplishment, his future must be limitless. Even seniors who had long graduated and were already working within Blue Star ship systems called him personally to express admiration and congratulations. Xiuxian, however, remained calm. Yet as he walked around campus, the looks from female classmates, each filled with adoration, as if they wanted to leap at him, made him slightly uneasy. So whenever possible, he stayed in his dormitory. After tomorrow's banquet, he'd go on another voyage to complete missions. He was in the middle of playing a game when suddenly his communicator rang. "Hello, is this Xiuxian?" "Hi, who's this?" Xiuxian sounded a bit impatient, yet still polite. Over the past 2 days, too many sophomore girls had called confessing their feelings, too many senior peers trying to get close. He was nearly getting his phone overwhelmed. "This is someone from the Mission Society. We've posted a task to eliminate a pirate vessel, but due to its extremely high difficulty coefficient, no one has taken it yet. We were wondering if you'd be interested?" The person asked cautiously. After all, Xiuxian was now a prominent figure at school, destined for a brilliant future, better to stay respectful. Afraid Xiuxian might not be interested, the speaker quickly added, "Pirate ships frequently attack vessels exiting the solar system, posing a major threat to all outbound travelers. Eliminating them benefits every ship owner in the solar system. Please consider it. As for the mission reward, I'll take the mission. No need for a reward." Xiuxian replied decisively. The other side paused in surprise, then said joyfully, "That's great. Thank you so much." "It's nothing." Xiuxian hung up and went back to his game. The Mission Society was a student-run organization. They identified feasible tasks within the star system and ranked them by difficulty. This made it convenient for students to hunt for missions. Students also reported completed missions to the society, essentially declaring which task they'd taken, so the society could mark it as cancelled. Usually, the Mission Society didn't offer rewards to those who took missions, because completing missions during space voyages naturally brought benefits. Only for extremely difficult tasks would the society occasionally set up rewards to encourage participation. Conversely, ship owners often donated Stardust coins to the Mission Society, ensuring the group wouldn't go bankrupt. Xiuxian opened the official website of the Mission Society and donated 100,000 Stardust coins. This single donation immediately shot him to the top of the donor list. No one had ever donated so much at once. An average Blue Star office worker earned only 3,000 Stardust coins per month. Ordinary students usually donated only a few hundred Stardust coins at most. Even the alumni who had long graduated rarely donated more than 40 or 50,000 in total. Soon, many people left comments praising Xiuxian for his generosity. Xiuxian didn't bother reading those messages. He closed the donation page and continued playing his game. That evening, he attended the celebration held in his honor. The event was massive. Even high-ranking officials from the starship systems were invited. Xiuxian had to go up to the main stage and shake hands with each of the leaders. Warm applause erupted from the audience below. But Chu Jiang had no interest in such grand occasions. All he really wanted was to fill his stomach. Unfortunately, everyone kept coming over to congratulate him, making it impossible to eat in peace. Once he confirmed there were no more scheduled activities requiring his presence on stage, he packed a serving of curry rice and headed back to his dorm. Just as he reached the entrance, he suddenly felt someone's gaze upon him. It was the same sensation he'd felt once before, back in the cafeteria. Back then, he'd been in a hurry to leave and hadn't thought much of it. This time, he glanced around and finally spotted a short-haired girl holding a wine glass, offering him a friendly smile. He didn't recognize her at all. Still, he politely smiled back. Back in his dorm, the image of that girl lingered in his mind. She was different. Her presence felt unlike any other girl he'd met. She carried an elegant calmness, yet beneath it was a sharp edge. He couldn't recall where he might have seen her, but the fact that she wore a shipmaster jacket meant she was in his year. There were only 300 students in their class. Even if he had to go through the system one by one, he could track her down. Instead of logging into the school's website, Chu Jiang accessed the Blue Star ship inquiry system. After upgrading his ship to level 10, he now had remote access to the system from anywhere, even without being aboard his vessel. Suddenly, for some reason, a name popped into his mind. Mo Ran, level 7 shipmaster. He had originally intended to look her up earlier, but had completely forgotten. Could it have been her? Chapter 19, a special girl? Then let's team up. Querying target, Mo Ran. The search interface immediately displayed a person's information. Target, Mo Ran. Gender, female. Height and weight, 165 centimeters, 55 kilograms. Ship type, Huichi class artillery vessel. Ship level, level 7. Background, currently unavailable for viewing. With Chu Jiang's current ship level, he could only access the basic information of the queried individual. More detailed data, such as personal background, would remain locked until he reached level 15. Beside the basic details was a photo of the person being searched. It was a short-haired girl. Her features were strikingly delicate. Her eyes were bright and alert. Those slightly indifferent eyes seemed to peer right through the screen, directly at him. She clearly looked like a smart girl. How was it possible that he had no memory of her before? The former Chu Jiang had always taken notice of students ranked within the top 20 academically. Was this girl simply underperforming? He quickly pulled up her academic record. Her grades were actually near the bottom, fluctuating somewhere around the last 30 ranks. Looks sharp but scores so poorly? Truly, you can't judge a book by its cover. Chu Jiang shook his head, accidentally swiping open her test score details. He was about to close it. After all, what was there to see in such terrible results? When the next second, he froze in shock. By default, every single subject scored exactly 31 points. From her very first xiuxian exam to the graduation test, she had taken 57 exams in total throughout her school life. But she only participated in 25 of them, meaning she had transferred into the school midway. And across these 25 exams, every single subject, in every single test, scored precisely 31 points. Her transcript contained nothing but an unchanging 31. Incredible. A genius. To consistently control every exam result exactly at 31 points. This meant not only could she score 31, she was deliberately holding herself back. What level of mastery over knowledge did it require to maintain such perfect precision, never once deviating? Chu Jiang couldn't help but feel genuine admiration. All this time I've been sitting comfortably at number 1, and I didn't even realize there was someone this remarkable hiding in plain sight. He found himself growing slightly intrigued by this girl. The next day, he went to the cafeteria for breakfast. As he was biting into a steamed bun, a girl approached. Is this seat taken? She pointed at the seat opposite him. Chu Jiang looked up. It was Mo Ran. No, go ahead. Mo Ran sat down across from him. Instinctively, Chu Jiang glanced at her tray. On it sat only a bowl of plain rice porridge, a fried egg, and a slice of bread. Cat food. That tiny amount wouldn't even be enough to fill Chu Jiang's tooth gaps. Mo Ran also noticed Chu Jiang's tray. 1 boiled egg, 1 fried egg, 1 slice of ham, 5 pieces of bacon, 2 chive pancakes, 1 meat-filled steamed bun, 1 chicken leg, 1 rujiamo, and a bowl of vegetable and lean pork congee. This was more than enough for her entire day. How could anyone eat so much in one meal? Could his body even digest it all? Mo Ran was genuinely impressed by how much Chu Jiang could eat. No wonder he consistently topped the school rankings in physical education too. She, on the other hand, had extremely poor athletic performance. In order to keep everything consistent, she'd intentionally held all her academic subjects, and her sports grade, at exactly 31 points. Uniformity was her principle. I logged into the mission site yesterday and saw you accepted the pirate destroyer mission, Mo Ran said, breaking the silence. Her voice was flat, emotionless, yet pleasantly melodic. That's right, Chu Jiang replied. I want to team up with you. Mo Ran stated her intention bluntly. Chu Jiang found it amusing. He lifted his head and looked straight at Mo Ran. Why should I team up with you? Wouldn't going solo just be better? Mo Ran was indeed impressive, but she still fell far short of him. Someone so inferior would only become a burden in combat. I'm willing to swap ships with you. Mo Ran stared steadily at him, her tone calm but firm. Chu Jiang was momentarily stunned. After awakening their respective warships, it was technically possible for individuals to trade vessels with others. But almost no one did, because everyone's awakened ship was perfectly suited to themselves, let alone swapping a highly coveted artillery vessel like hers for Chu Jiang's obscure support class ship. This girl truly possessed a relentless determination to achieve her goal. She wasn't afraid to pay the price. Chu Jiang deeply admired people like her. Plus, Mo Ran was genuinely capable. On her own merits, she had upgraded her warship to level 7. Teaming up with someone like her might actually be interesting. Yet, Xiuxian didn't agree immediately. He wanted to test Mo-Ran a little first. For someone who had always operated independently and freely, suddenly joining forces with another, it just wasn't something he was used to. You want to swap your level 7 ship for my level 10 ship? My vessel may only be a fire support ship, but its configuration surpasses all other fire support ships below level 7. If I actually agreed to this trade, you'd instantly get a level 10 ship. You really know how to make a deal. Faced with Xiuxian's sarcasm, Mo-Ran didn't get angry. Instead, she smiled. I believe you'll upgrade faster once you have a firepower vessel, and I'll let you retain access to the manufacturing function in my support ship. Mo-Ran backed down again. Xiuxian's support vessel had one incredible feature, the ability to manufacture equipment, something firepower vessels like hers completely lacked, allowing him continued use of the manufacturing function. That meant whenever he piloted a firepower ship and needed any gear, Mo-Ran would have to help produce it unconditionally. This concession was enormous too. So badly do you want to team up with me? Xiuxian was genuinely curious. Was he that attractive? Could it be that an outstanding girl would make so many compromises just to partner with him? He never indulged in narcissism. He didn't believe he had such overwhelming charm. There must be another reason. I think you're the strongest in our school. Teaming up with the strongest, I believe I'll benefit greatly. Mo-Ran's tone was firm and resolute. Xiuxian nodded, then went back to eating. If you don't object, I'll take that as a yes. Mo-Ran said with a smile. Xiuxian couldn't help but chuckle. This girl didn't seem as cold on the inside as she appeared. She was actually quite interesting. I've already agreed with a nod. From now on, we're teammates. He proactively extended his hand. It wasn't good to always let the girl make the first move. Mo-Ran also reached out. Their hands clasped together. From today onward, they were officially teammates. Because Xiuxian was such a prominent figure, every one of his actions drew attention from those around him. The moment he shook hands with Mo-Ran was captured and posted onto the campus network. Xiuxian actually teamed up with someone? Xuanhuan had just logged into her warship, preparing to set off. While waiting for Zhang Lei and the others, she idly opened her phone and saw the photo of Xiuxian shaking hands with Mo-Ran. Why? Xiuxian had rejected her, yet teamed up with another girl? Chapter 20. Cheer up, here comes the job. Could it be because she's a level 7 ship? When Xuanhuan disembarked yesterday, she logged into the system one final time. That was when she first learned of Moran's existence. Like Xiuxian, she had never paid any attention to Moran before. Could this girl have been hiding her strength all along? She sucked in a sharp breath. If Moran answered questions normally, Xuanhuan might even lose her long-held second-place position. Xuanhuan was internally devastated. But she was overthinking. Moran had always been terrible at physical education, even skipping fitness training sessions. With sports dragging her average score down, she definitely wouldn't outperform Xuanhuan. Xiuxian actually found someone else to team up with? I thought he was really going solo from now on. So he looked down on us after all. Feeling mocked, Zhang Lei started complaining about Xiuxian the moment he logged into his ship. Xiuxian and his partner accepted a mission to eliminate a pirate vessel. They're heading beyond the solar system this time. Xuanhuan closely followed every piece of information related to starships. Yeah, if they want to fly beyond the solar system, they'll need over 100 endurance, right? And another 100 for the return trip. Do their ships even have that kind of endurance? Don't get stranded halfway, or it'll become a joke. Zhang Lei wasn't rooting for Xiuxian's success. But Xuanhuan countered, Moran's ship probably doesn't have such high endurance and may need to find additional power sources mid-journey. But Xiuxian's level 10 ship must already have at least 100 endurance. Moreover, Xiuxian's ship is a support vessel. Shouldn't a level 10 support ship easily produce fuel to extend its range? Going on missions with Xiuxian must be great. That Moran is really lucky. Xuanhuan said, not without envy. Why don't we go outside the solar system too? Maybe we can scavenge something good. Zhang Lei suggested. But Xuanhuan refused. There's only one pirate ship. Do you think Xiuxian will split the rewards with us? Besides, he turned down our offer to team up. If we just tag along now, we'd look pathetic. Unlike Zhang Lei, Xuanhuan was too proud to do that. She thought it better to revisit the Green Plague star system that Xiuxian had cleared yesterday and loot the sulfur and blackstone mines once more. Mining and selling ores to earn base stats could still make good money. Fine, I'll follow your lead. But I still think we should tail Zhang Cheng. If we stay close, we might snatch bigger benefits. A pirate ship would surely be overflowing with loot. After Xiuxian wiped them out, even if he let slip something tiny, it'd be enough to keep us busy for a while. At that moment, the port broadcast sounded again. All shipowners, please be advised. A level 10 vessel is departing. Please give way and yield accordingly. All shipowners, please be advised. A level 10 vessel is departing. Please give way and yield accordingly. All shipowners, please be advised. A level 10 vessel is departing. Please give way and yield accordingly. The announcement repeated 3 times, ensuring every shipowner heard it. Xiuxian's support ship slowly exited the docking zone, followed closely by a combat vessel, Moran's ship. Everyone at the port watched them depart, eyes filled with envy. Xiuxian remained in his support vessel. He didn't switch ships with Moran, because he believed everyone awakened to the ship most suited to them. And for Moran, awakening a combat vessel wasn't easy. His own support vessel wasn't inferior in combat strength. It wasn't just better than a level 7 combat ship. Under the system's 10,000-fold aura boost, no same-level combat vessel could rival his. They sailed out from the dock and continued outward, beyond the solar system. Does your ship have enough endurance to leave the solar system? Xiuxian asked Moran. No, Mine only has 80 endurance, Moran replied. Leaving the solar system required at least 95 to 100 endurance. I'll provide you with some ore-converted fuel, should boost your endurance to around 120. As Xuanhuan spoke, he began manufacturing fuel from blackstone ore. He needed extra fuel himself. Better safe than sorry. Endurance represented the distance a fully fueled ship could travel. Once depleted, refueling quickly restored endurance. Energy replenished. They resumed their journey beyond the solar system. To exit the solar system, they had to pass through the solar system checkpoint. According to Interstellar Alliance regulations, they needed to obtain an exit permit, like getting a passport before traveling abroad on Blue Earth. While waiting to process the permit, a familiar cheerful mechanical voice rang in his mind again. Ding. Host has arrived at the solar system checkpoint Qingdao location. Without hesitation, Xuanhuan activated it. Sign in. He wished he could sign in for every future opportunity all at once and claim all the rewards immediately. Then he'd get every trust reward in one go. Ding. Host has successfully checked in. Reward. Blueprint for mechanical warrior units. Mechanical warriors? That's awesome. Even Xuanhuan was excited. With mechanical warriors, it was like having a small army, and this army would answer only to him. And the robots he manufactured could be customized with unique skins according to his preferences. Xuanhuan made up his mind. His first batch of mechanical warriors would take the appearance of little girls. Then he'd dress them in maid outfits. Perfect. Mr. Xuanhuan, here is your solar system exit permit. Please confirm receipt. As the mechanical voice from the checkpoint finished speaking, Lu Yunchang's phone received a text message. The solar system exit permit had indeed been issued. It would record all his departures from the solar system. Alright, now let's set course beyond the solar system. Xuanhuan piloted his support vessel away from the solar system. Moran followed closely behind. Bro, no ships have come out of the solar system recently. We haven't worked in ages, and we're so bored. A creature with a lizard's head and a humanoid body complained. They were genetically modified humans. Originally ordinary people, but after being injected with a certain virus, they had become part lizard, part human. This virus granted them enhanced physical strength, boundless energy, and sharpened intellect. In short, every bodily function surpassed that of normal humans by a wide margin. What can we do? Our reputation's too big now. No ships dare to leave the solar system anymore. The loneliness of being invincible. The one called Bro was a red-scaled lizard man. His eyes were vertical slits, like thin lines, revealing a savage and dangerous gaze. Bro, look over there. A ship just left the solar system, and there are two of them. The underling shouted excitedly. The red lizard man quickly turned his gaze. Sure enough, two vessels were exiting the solar system. One was a combat vessel, the other merely a support ship. Men, time to get ready. Work's finally arrived. The red lizard man sneered. Chapter 21. First battle against the lizard pirate crew. Alert, alert. Unknown starship detected ahead. Identity, unidentifiable. Please be cautious, ship owner. Please be cautious, ship owner. Red warning lights suddenly flashed inside the cockpit. Xuanhuan's starship was only level 10, still unable to access Blue Star's wanted lists. Just as he was about to pull up footage from the drone swarm, Mo Ran's voice rang in his ear. It's a starship from the lizard pirate crew, Mo Ran said, sending intelligence data over as he spoke. Name, Hummingbird-class battleship. Affiliation, lizard pirate crew. Level, 20. I bought some intel before setting out, take a look. A century ago, the lizard pirate crew had once been a moderately famous fleet on Blue Star, with several squadrons under their command. But after infecting themselves with lizardman genes, they faced severe discrimination and were driven away from Blue Star, forced into interstellar exile as wanderers among the stars. Out of vengeance, they conquered several asteroids near the solar system, preying exclusively on rookie fleets just venturing into space. This must be one of their squadrons. As Xuanhuan processed this information, Mo Ran had already activated defense measures. A radiant energy shield glowing crimson now completely enveloped both of their starships. High-temperature missile dispersion barrier. Not only could the shield withstand most starship attacks, it could also disrupt and deflect homing missiles. One of the most expensive modules available, undisputedly top tier. Minimum quality was always blue, and yet Mo Ran actually possessed such an advanced piece of equipment. Impressive. Xuanhuan didn't hesitate either, immediately locking onto the enemy vessel. Wind God Torpedo, launch. With a burst of flame, the torpedo shot straight toward the opposing starship. Under powerful gravitational propulsion, every speck of space debris, every small asteroid in its path, was obliterated. Boom. At the epicenter, a massive energy sphere erupted, vaporizing and sublimating abundant minerals into dazzling, radiant light. From within the brilliance, something emerged. The enemy starship. And not even a shield had been activated. Only 2,000-kilometer-wide asteroid fragments had collided mid-flight with the torpedo, generating enormous recoil force. They'd used that momentum alone to evade effortlessly. Xuanhuan's pupils contracted sharply. No wonder these interstellar bandits had wreaked havoc across the cosmos for over 100 years without ever being fully eradicated. Their tactical mastery far surpassed anything seen among the Rat People's Starfleet. Before he could reinitialize the swarm nukes, waves upon waves of homing missiles were already rushing toward them. Meanwhile, aboard the Hummingbird-class battleship, a green-scaled lizard man muttered enviously. Boss, wasn't that a Wind God torpedo just now? Blue rank. These newbies sure are loaded. Thinking back, their own ships were still running on green-grade modules. Jealousy flared in his eyes. Unlike others, they'd roamed the void endlessly, acquiring modules only through conquest. Even then, everything went first to the red-scaled lizard man above him, their leader. He only got what scraps remained. Some defensive ships didn't even have full module coverage. Yet here came these newcomers from Blue Star, swimming in tradable resources. Want it? Once I'm tired of playing, I'll toss it your way. The red-scaled pirate flicked his eyelid upward magnanimously. He already owned a blue rank attack module. The Wind God torpedo meant little to him. Hearing this, the greenskin grinned widely. Many thanks, brother. Already, in his mind, Xiuxian and Mo Rant's starship belonged to them. Moments later, countless missiles exploded against Mo Rant's barrier, unleashing vast clouds of mist. Even though the impact had been greatly diminished, Xiuxian still felt the shockwave inside the cockpit. Fortunately, nothing went seriously wrong. Xiuxian hesitated no longer. Preparing to fire the swarm nukes, he issued orders to Mo Ran. Mo Ran, right after my attack, watch their ship's movements closely, snipe preemptively if needed. You learned predictive targeting during practical training, didn't you? Back at school, aside from theoretical courses, starship operation practicums were among the most frequent classes offered. Though conducted via simulation, they covered nearly all core aspects. Manual target sniping was part of the curriculum. Soon, Xiuxian received Mo Rant's reply. No problem. Perfect. Confident now, Xiuxian launched. Swarm nukes deploy. The lizardmen clearly hadn't expected it. After firing a Wind God torpedo, Xiuxian could still unleash over 100 swarm nukes instantly. What the hell? 2 blue rank offensive modules. Are these really fucking rookies? The red-scaled pirate lost all composure, immediately maneuvering drones to drag nearby asteroid fragments into position as cover. At the same time, a yellowish-brown energy shield sprang to life. Despite executing perfect evasive maneuvers, they still took direct hits from more than 20 nukes. Their formation shattered instantly. But at that moment, Mo Rant's starship quietly launched several missiles as well. The dark red missiles looked plain and unremarkable, not drawing attention from anyone at first. It wasn't until they entered the radar detection range of the lizardman's starship that they changed. A crimson streak flashed wildly, as if proclaiming a Grim Reaper's harvest ritual, before finally exploding into a massive shockwave. Then, enormous blue-purple flames erupted violently. In an instant, the energy shield was completely eroded away, exposing the starship's hull. These were Mo Rant's onboard firebrand missiles. Once detonated, they left behind an almost unstoppable inferno, extremely effective at breaking through defensive shields. You definitely held back your score. With that kind of predictive sniping, you're clearly worth more than 31 points. Just then, Xiuxian suddenly spoke. Mo Ran, who had been about to celebrate, was instantly doused with cold water. You doubt me? Just curious. Xiuxian didn't elaborate further, instead dispatching several mosquito drone recon units to stealthily tail the lizardman's retreating starship. Yes, the enemy vessel had taken multiple firebrand missiles from Mo Ran, yet it was only damaged, not destroyed. And now it was fleeing at an astonishing speed. Clearly, this was due to the ship's innate talent. Speed far surpassing that of ordinary starships. Under normal circumstances, no standard vessel could catch up. Mo Ran quickly noticed too, his voice tinged with frustration. Damn it, how can they be so fast? Letting them escape like this was utterly unacceptable. Don't worry, I've already sent out reconnaissance drones. Once we locate their base, destroying them will be effortless. By now, both the Wind God torpedo and swarm nukes had fully recharged. They were ready to fire again at any moment. Added to Mo Rant's firebrand missiles, given the extent of the enemy's damage, there was no way they could withstand another assault. Hearing the confidence in Xiuxian's voice, Mo Ran finally relaxed. Red-scaled lizardman Axe was frantically repairing his starship. Through the comm, one of his underlings cried for help. Boss, we took a few missile hits just now. My ship's in bad shape. Seems like the radar system's down. On the flank of his vessel, the escort corvette was already riddled with scars, clearly having taken several firebrand missiles head-on to protect him earlier. Shut up for now. My own damn ship looks like junk. I'm supposed to care about yours. Chapter 22. This asteroid is fated for me. It should be taken. Equis didn't bother with anything else, focusing entirely on navigating the course stored in his memory. Not long after, a dull, dusty asteroid appeared on the star chart. Lizard Pirate Gang Base Number 3 sends communication request. Accept. Before the other side could speak, Equis spoke first. This is Hummingbird Squad Captain Equis. We just encountered enemy attack near the Oort Cloud and request emergency landing. By the way, our ship's radar system is damaged. There might be hostile vessels trailing behind. Please remain vigilant. This is Contus, Communications Officer at Base Number 3. Situation acknowledged. We're arranging dock access now. Please begin deceleration. Soon, docking instructions were transmitted to Equis' starship. Meanwhile, inside the base, a massive dish, the Skypot, slowly began rotating. Then, it locked onto a satellite in space and fired a signal. 1 second, 2 seconds. Scanning for unknown starships. Please wait. No unknown starships detected. Retry. As Equis entered the port, the base completed its sweep operation. Fortunately, no enemies were chasing them. Xiuxian, are you ready? After a long silence, Mo Rant's voice came through the comms headset. Should be fine. Xiuxian exhaled in relief, quickly retrieving the wreckage of the mosquito drone recon unit he'd sent out earlier. Just moments ago, he had received images from the drone showing the asteroid base. Before he could react, he sensed a faint radar pulse. Instantly, he triggered the drone's self-destruct sequence. At the same time, he launched several barrier missiles, forming a veil of gray mist in front of his and Mo Rant's starship. Only then did they narrowly evade radar detection. Thankfully, his quick response prevented exposure. He couldn't believe how luxurious the lizard pirate gang's outpost actually was. Near the base, mountains, over 100 meters high, were made entirely of discarded mining drones. And according to the drone scan, those piles contained at least 2 or 3 types of high-grade ore. This asteroid is fated for me. It must be mine. Xiuxian was practically drooling. Xiuxian, judging by the situation, capturing this pirate outpost with just the 2 of us won't be enough. Should we return to Blue Planet for supplies and bring reinforcements? Moran spoke up now. Honestly, she also wanted to claim those rich deposits of high-grade ore. But based on simulations, even combining her strength with Xiuxian's, a direct assault on this asteroid would be extremely difficult. No need. To her surprise, Xiuxian rejected her suggestion. The 2 of us are more than enough. First, take out their satellite. So long as that satellite remains, we risk immediate detection the moment we land. All right, Moran frowned. Though she didn't understand Xiuxian's reasoning, she chose to trust him. Following his instructions, she used energy beams to pull together several pieces of space debris floating nearby. After calculating the trajectory, she gave them a gentle push toward the artificial satellite orbiting the asteroid. These weren't random scraps. Moran had carefully selected each piece. Even if the satellite's anti-satellite missiles destroyed some, collisions from the resulting fragments would still be inevitable. Sure enough, within minutes, the satellite showed signs of disruption. Shortly after, a starship rose slowly from the surface of the asteroid. Throughout, Xiuxian and Moran's vessel remained completely hidden within the gray mist barrier. Not a trace exposed. With the satellite crippled and radar surveillance blind, Xiuxian quickly pinpointed an ideal landing site. He silently transmitted the coordinates to Moran. Taking advantage of the descent, the manufacturing chamber aboard quietly activated. This time, however, instead of mosquito drone scouts, it began producing mechanical warrior units. Name, Type 2 Robot Warrior. Requirements, 150 warship metal/unit, 20 primary or /unit, 1 warship energy/unit. Production time, 20 seconds. Under the effect of the 10,000-fold accelerated production aura, robot warriors that would normally take factories on Blue Planet 2 or 3 days to assemble were now completed in just 20 seconds. Less than half a minute. And while factory-made units required additional assembly, his chamber produced fully formed units, already integrated into the starship systems with basic AI intelligence, capable of directly receiving Xiuxian's commands. By the time Xiuxian and Moran secretly landed on the asteroid, nearly 100 robot warriors stood ready and waiting for activation inside the chamber. The asteroid's atmosphere was inhospitable for humans. Lizard men could survive, but ordinary people couldn't. Donning specially designed nanoscale protective suits, Xiuxian released the robot warriors from the chamber the moment he touched ground. Alongside them poured countless drones from his infinite storage. Moran approached Xiuxian, staring in awe at the formidable force before her. She, too, wore a nanosuit. Xiuxian, when did your support vessel become this powerful? The chamber was only of normal size. Fitting those robot warriors inside was already a tight squeeze. What were all these drones? Xiuxian didn't answer her question, instead giving orders of his own. I remember every firepower frigate comes equipped with a scout shuttle, right? My physical endurance is better than yours. I'll lead a squad of robot warriors to raid the lizard pirate gang's base. You stay behind and provide me with intel. Also keep an eye on the drone's mining operations. We split the take 50-50. How's that? Why did he sound so smug all of a sudden? Moran felt a bit exasperated, but for the sake of the ore, she decided to go along with it. Fine. With that, Moran returned to her starship and deployed the scout shuttle. Soon, a flash of light streaked from the side of Moran's Huachi-class firepower frigate. The hull bulged outward like a giant bird spreading its wings. Then, a sleek, crimson scout shuttle slid out smoothly, coming to a stop right in front of Xiuxian. Xiuxian recalled his own starship into his Genesis space before stepping into the shuttle's cockpit. Fortunately, even though the ship was stored away, communication links remained intact. I've left 100 mosquito swarm reconnaissance drones outside. I've transferred control to you. Whatever movement the pirate gang makes, notify me immediately. Got it. After leaving the temporary landing zone, Xiuxian quickly sped into the asteroid stratosphere. Water resources on this asteroid were scarce, existing mostly as clouds and rain drifting high in the atmosphere. Using the cloud cover for concealment, no lizard men noticed the scout shuttle now silently gliding above their heads. Detecting a lizard pirate gang outpost not far from your position. Estimated personnel, around 60. Proceed with caution. 60? No problem. Hearing Moran's report, Xiuxian relaxed slightly. To him, as long as it wasn't a base with over 100 enemies, wiping them out in one push was guaranteed. Move out, Type 2 warriors. Inside the lizard pirate gang's base number 3 on the asteroid. Base commander ears stared grimly at the holographic screen before him. Every 10 minutes, another green dot vanished from the display. Each one represented a communication signal from one of the outpost branches across the asteroid. Chapter 23, Space-Based Weaponry. Just 3 hours ago, he had suddenly received a report from the central control room. All outposts had lost contact. At first, Oles assumed it was another system malfunction at one of the outposts and didn't think much of it. But half an hour later, another outpost went dark. A vague sense of unease crept over Earls. This time, he personally went to the central control room to take command. It was the first time as base commander that he had arrived with such seriousness. Even more shocking, the pace of signal losses accelerated rapidly afterward. Half an hour, then 20 minutes, 15 minutes. Now, intervals were under 10 minutes. There was no doubt, an intruder had landed on this asteroid. This situation couldn't possibly be explained by any mere accident. Just then, the control room door slid open. Akis walked in. Commander, you wanted to see me? We've been infiltrated. Already 11 outposts have fallen. All other fleets are patrolling deep space. The only force capable of dealing with them now is yours. Earls glared grimly at Akis, pulling up a holographic display in front of him. As they spoke, another signal blinked out. I suspect the invaders are the same fleet you clashed with before. They must have tracked you back here, then landed silently. Impossible. I specifically warned Kenda to cover our tracks. Akis's pupils narrowed into thin slits, shock flashing across his face. In fact, Earl shot back, voice edged with sarcasm. I could ask you the same. Right after your return, the outposts get hit. How incredibly convenient. Hearing that, Akis fell silent. But my ships are still under repair. The base will assist you. I just need eyes. Your fleet can locate them. Seeing Akis begin to yield, Ols allowed himself a small smile. Soon, Akis gathered his crew and set out once more. The surface of the base split open from the center, and 3 starships slowly ascended into the sky. Such movement, of course, did not escape Moran, who had already stationed reconnaissance drones nearby. Moran immediately reported the pirate gang's movements to Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan received the alert just after securing the 12th outpost. He was about to return to the Vanguard shuttle for a brief rest. Faster than I expected, but still within control. This time, however, Xuanhuan didn't board the Vanguard shuttle. Instead, he loaded only Type 2 soldiers onto it. Units produced during the recent period when the starship had been stored inside the Spark dimension. He had wanted to cram as many as possible aboard, but space was limited. Only 500 could fit. After completing this, Xuanhuan returned to his own starship. Then, he asked Moran, I remember your Vanguard shuttle still retains partial remote access through your ship. Can it be operated remotely? Yes, though energy consumption is high. Moran wasn't sure why Xuanhuan was asking, but answered seriously. Perfect. Then I won't return the shuttle to you just yet. I'll keep it hidden at a secret location. It might come in handy later. As for energy costs, don't worry. Use freely the ores we've collected. Or if you need refined materials, I've scavenged quite a bit from the outposts. We're rich. We've got more than enough. Xuanhuan's tone was unmistakably cheerful. Clearly, the raid on the outposts had paid off handsomely. Moran felt a pang of envy, but knowing he hadn't contributed much, he quickly pushed the thought aside. Don't worry, energy levels are still sufficient for now. Wait. No sooner had he spoken than Moran noticed something odd among the drone footage. Xuanhuan, enemy starships have detected your position. Stop playing around. Meanwhile, aboard the enemy vessel, Boss, detecting an enemy starship at approximately 20,000 kilometers. Should enter weapon range in 20 seconds. Boss, they've spotted us. He's trying to flee. On board the starship, Akis listened to his subordinate's report, his face darkening like storm clouds ready to burst. Pursue. Don't let them escape. Before Akis could finish issuing orders, a distorted electronic voice crackled over the comm. Earls. Let him go. Just follow slowly. The subordinate, waiting for Akis's command, froze, confused by Earls' sudden interjection. Boss. Akis ignored him, keeping his temper in check as he confronted Earls. You said the base would support us, but you never said my men answer to your commands. Just a suggestion, came Earls' reply. Let him go so we can find both him and the one still hiding. You know well that due to your mistake, the satellite surveillance system hasn't been restored. You alone can't deal with these annoying pests. We'll still need that laser cannon in orbit. Earls spoke casually, as if completely unfazed by Akis's attitude. As for the laser cannon in orbit he mentioned, there was no doubt. It was the space-based weapon mounted on the artificial satellite. Akis fell silent. The concept of space-based weapon systems had been proposed 500 years ago. Now, 5 centuries later, the technology was already mature. While not exactly commonplace, it was well within the lizard pirate gang's capabilities to deploy a satellite equipped with a space-based laser for base defense. After a long pause, Akis finally spoke. Follow his orders. Close the distance. Understood. 5 minutes later, Xuanhuan's starship returned to the original temporary landing site. Moran's ship hovered to his right. By now, all mining drones had been retracted by Moran. Not far behind him came Akis's fleet, following Earls' orders and trailing closely, seeing the starship relentlessly pursuing him. Xuanhuan smirked mysteriously and pressed the launch button. Barrier missile, fire. Boom. A missile streaked out, blazing with crimson trails. Without needing orders from Akis, the nearby defense vessel instantly erected a large yellow barrier shield covering all 3 ships. Yet, ironically, just before the painstakingly erected shield, the missile exploded into a massive cloud of gray mist, instantly blinding their vision. In truth, after receiving Moran's warning, Xuanhuan had deliberately slowed down to let them catch up. This barrier missile, naturally, was also part of Xuanhuan's plan to obscure their sight. Taking advantage of their blindness, Xuanhuan deployed another 500 Type 2 soldiers. They swiftly slipped into the surrounding mine shafts, causing no disturbance at all. 1 second, 2 seconds. Nearly a minute passed with no reaction. Akis quickly realized he had been tricked. His voice turned furious as he barked orders. Get rid of this damn fog immediately, and send the enemy's coordinates to Earls, fast. Finish this now. Got it, boss. Inside the reconnaissance ship, a subordinate responded promptly, then launched dispersion missiles to clear the fog. Fortunately, Xuanhuan and Moran's ships were still at the same spot, allowing immediate coordinate analysis. 10 seconds later, the results were ready. Maximum error was within 100 meters. And in the next instant, a sky-splitting beam of laser descended from above. It struck straight toward Xuanhuan's logistics vessel. Its power was terrifying, unlike anything ever seen. Chapter 24. How can the Vanguard boat carry so much? Without hesitation, Xuanhuan activated the shuttle halo. His and Moran's starships instantly reappeared in the distance. The spot where they had just been stood now as nothing but rubble. Even the underground mineral veins were completely destroyed. It's a space-based laser cannon. Moran's voice trembled with shock as she stared at the massive barrel extending from the artificial satellite orbiting above the asteroid. Yes, she should have realized it earlier. If the lizard pirate gang had already deployed satellites, given their usual caution, there was no way they wouldn't have armed them with space-based weapons. Her warning snapped Xuanhuan into awareness of the satellite's threat. Previously, he had assumed that damaging the satellite and disabling their surveillance would be sufficient. But now, air superiority still lay firmly in enemy hands. In an instant, the tide had turned. While they were momentarily stunned, the Hummingbird-class battleship had drawn dangerously close. Several missiles launched toward them in quick succession. Xuanhuan immediately responded by firing off his own interceptors. At the same time, he noticed something off in Moran's demeanor. He spoke to calm her. Don't panic. Even space-based weapons need time to recharge. Besides, I've still got a trick up my sleeve. Even if they do have a space-based laser cannon, it won't change the outcome. Prepare to launch pyro heat missiles. Priority target is draining their ship's energy shields. Hearing Xuanhuan issue strategic orders so calmly, Moran slowly regained her composure. She followed his instructions and began launching the pyro heat missiles. Meanwhile, aboard Xuanhuan's logistics vessel, swarm nukes launch. Dozens of fiery crimson pyro heat missiles shot forward violently. Right behind them came over 100 swarm nukes. Caught completely off guard, Aquis didn't dare take the hits head on. He strained every ounce of maneuverability to evade. At the same time, he barked orders to his subordinate aboard the scout ship. Launch interceptors immediately. You must stop those pyro heat missiles from hitting us. Once latched on, a single pyro heat missile could rapidly drain a shield's energy. Then, his ship would have to withstand over 100 swarm nukes with bare armor. His vessel was only half repaired. He couldn't survive that. Energy surged as 6 or 7 dark gray energy orbs floated slowly out from the scout ship. Just as the pyro heat missiles approached within a kilometer, the orbs detonated violently. They formed a wide energy net, instantly ensnaring dozens of incoming missiles. Yet still, a few slipped through. Not to mention the swarm nukes tailing closely behind. Aquis didn't dare take risks. He fired several missiles directly at the remaining pyro heat missiles. Sure enough, impact triggered premature explosions. Massive fireballs erupted, creating a dazzling storm of flames. But with no nearby ships to ignite, the inferno quickly dissipated into the void. Nonetheless, the blast wave still radiated toward Aquis. He could only pilot frantically away. Just hold on until the space-based laser recharged. Next time, it would hit its mark. As for the swarm nukes locking onto him from behind, no concern. Aquis erected a dark green barrier around his ship. This was a dispersive shield he'd borrowed from Errol's before departure. Not a single swarm nuke would get through. And indeed, all 100-plus swarm nukes, without exception, lost control the moment they entered the shield's range, and detonated uselessly in midair. Now you're finished, aren't you? A cruel smirk spread across Aquis's face. But it froze almost immediately. A massive torpedo was streaking straight toward his starship. The Wind God torpedo. By the time he noticed it, it was far too late to react. Boom. The torpedo struck the shield dead on, exploding into a colossal energy sphere that instantly swallowed the entire ship. It took a long while before the energy fields finally calmed. Warning, warning. Starship has suffered catastrophic damage. Energy level depleted to 0. Immediate replenishment required. Starship has suffered catastrophic. F*******. Aquis staggered up from the floor. Even after releasing every last shield at the last second, he hadn't blocked the torpedo one bit. As for the 2 support warships beside him, already reduced to debris. No signal. Their crews were surely dead. Damn it, what rotten luck. Activate backup power, and get me Errol's. Now. Backup power online. Battleship energy restoring. Critical threat neutralized. Hull sustaining extensive damage. Recommend immediate repair. Avoid combat. Attempting to contact Errol's. Soon, the call connected. Errol's. If you don't act now, I'm not walking away from this. Relax, relax. What's the hurry? Errol's voice crackled through the calm, dripping with smug indifference. Aquis ground his teeth in fury. How much longer? Another half-minute. The moment Errol's finished speaking, the floating artificial satellite stirred once more. Same cannon barrel as before. Boom. A dazzling laser beam shot straight toward Xuanhuan. Relentless, overwhelming, terrifying in its sheer force. The instant Xuanhuan sensed the satellite's movement, he immediately deployed every last shield. He even launched over 100 barrier missiles, forming a thick wall of gray mist in front of his ship. Even so, it wasn't enough. Gray mist barrier, breached. Thermal dissipation missiles dispersed defense, breached. Flame core shield, breached. Logistics vessel energy shield, breached. In the end, the laser still struck Xuanhuan's starship directly, erupting into a massive wave of energy. Is it over? Aquis stared intently at the epicenter of the explosion on his screen. As the energy gradually subsided, Xuanhuan's heavily damaged starship came back into view. He survived. It was the gray mist barrier from earlier that deflected part of the laser's power. Then, after being weakened layer by layer through successive shields, the ship had still endured the impact. Even a space-based weapon couldn't eliminate the enemy in one strike. He had to flee now? Aquis didn't hesitate. If he kept listening to that idiot Errol's, he would die here for sure. Otherwise, the enemy could easily seize the asteroid during the weapon's recharging cycle. Using the last scraps of backup power remaining, Aquis made an immediate break for escape. Xiuxian struggled slightly as he sat back into the main pilot's seat. The power of the space-based laser had been tremendous. Moran, how are you holding up? I'm fine. Only partial hull damage. No critical issues. What's next? What else? Counterattack. After all, we don't ignore hospitality. Hearing Moran's question, Xiuxian grinned. Space-based weapons had two flaws. Not only was their recharge time long, but they also required precise targeting. That was exactly why Aquis' squad had existed. This satellite was merely the gun. He needed to deal with the one who fired it. Moran, take control of the Vanguard boat and head straight to the main base. Understood. Moran immediately followed Xiuxian's order, though she couldn't help but wonder, what exactly had Xiuxian done? Then she saw it. A steady stream of robotic soldiers emerged from within. 500 in total. How was it possible? When did her little Vanguard boat become capable of carrying so much? Chapter 25. Holy **T, dropped a purple item. Spatial transition. These Type 2 soldiers had already been assigned tasks by Xiuxian beforehand. Once activated, they immediately rushed toward the base to begin their massacre. At the same time, Xiuxian inside the starship wasn't idle either. He began precisely deploying nuclear weapons based on the base locations previously gathered by Moran. Now that Aquarius' starship was no longer around to interfere or assist, the space-based laser cannon couldn't lock onto his position at all. Having lost air superiority, the lizard pirate gang was completely helpless. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours passed. The asteroid had undergone a dramatic transformation. The ore veins, once hidden beneath the surface and identifiable only by mine shafts, were now at least 70% exposed. This was all thanks to the nuclear bombardment. There was no other way. Given the constant threat of space-based lasers, Xiuxian could only bear the pain and resolve things as quickly as possible. As for the lizard pirate gang's drones and bases, they had all turned into ruins. Well, under such high density, relentless bombing, the unprepared lizard pirate gang could do nothing but await their fate. The situation at each sub-base was essentially identical. Xiuxian didn't plan to investigate further. He left all cleanup operations to Moran. As for himself, naturally, he headed straight for the main base. As the central hub linking directly with the lizard pirate gang's headquarters, this main base was undoubtedly the most resource-rich location on the entire asteroid. Going there was absolutely the right move. And right now, the main base had already been utterly destroyed. When Xiuxian descended via the gravity elevator, the long missed system chime finally sounded. Detected that the host is at the check-in location of the lizard pirate gang's base number 3. Perform check-in. Of course. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the 10,000-fold protection amplification aura. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the ship module, Verdant Guardian. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the ship module, Orbital Cannon. Ding. Under the effect of the 10,000-fold firepower amplification aura, your orbital cannon has evolved into space-based orbital cannon. At the same time, the ship system flooded in with barrage notifications. Congratulations, collected 1,000 flame points. Congratulations, collected 1,000 energy crystals. Congratulations, collected 1,000 ship metals. Congratulations, collected flame points. Congratulations, collected energy crystals. Congratulations, collected ship metals. Congratulations, mission eliminate the lizard pirate gang completed. Please submit proof to claim rewards. A string of notifications continued sounding for nearly 15 minutes before finally stopping. Almost instantly, the warship leveled up 5 times in succession. But none of that mattered right now. Xiuxian eagerly began reviewing the rewards from this check-in. First, the familiar 10,000-fold series aura. 10,000-fold protection amplification aura. Any defensive measure deployed by the ship, including but not limited to energy shields, dispersive shielding fields, and energy domes, will be amplified 10,000-fold. Duration, permanent. Ding. The Verdant Guardian module has evolved into Nature's Guardian, under the influence of the 10,000-fold protection amplification aura. Nature's Guardian. When the protective energy dome is deployed on any ecological planet, it continuously converts incoming damage into potential energy directed into the planet itself until the shield breaks. Cooldown, 10 minutes. And the green module, Orbital Cannon, obtained through check-in had actually transformed into the space-based orbital cannon under the 10,000-fold firepower amplification aura. Space-based orbital cannon orbits normally around the ship. After full charge, enables precision strikes. Charge time, 30 minutes. Cooldown, 40 minutes. If he also counted the artificial satellite he'd picked up earlier, which carried a space-based laser cannon, didn't that mean he now had 2 space-based weapons in his arsenal? Instant upgrade from musket to artillery. Xiuxian opened his ship status panel. Name, Cluster-class logistics vessel. Level 15. Affiliation, Xiuxian. Hull integrity, 3,000 of 3,000. Shield value, 3,600/3,600. Energy, 3,600/3,600. Ship attributes, firepower 300, armor 300, shield 300, mobility 300, endurance 300. Ship talents, 10,000-fold firepower amplification aura. 10,000-fold manufacturing acceleration aura, 10,000-fold displacement shuttle aura, 10,000-fold protection amplification aura, ship modules, swarm nukes, wind god torpedoes, jamming missiles, nature's guardian, space-based orbital cannon, manufacturable items, Falcon-class drone, mosquito recon craft, jamming missiles. The space-based laser cannon mounted on that artificial satellite wasn't a ship module, so it wasn't displayed on the panel. But even so, this was incredibly insane. Xuanhuan was thoroughly satisfied, absolutely ecstatic. He happily went down personally to excavate the ruins of the main base. With the help of numerous drones, they finally cleared out a general working area. Xuanhuan collected the remaining high-grade ship metals that had been stored in the warehouse. Only then did he head to the central control room. The door to the control room was already damaged, and Xuanhuan entered without any effort. Inside, there was only one lizardman's corpse, probably the base commander. Xuanhuan calmly began looting the body. Sure enough, as the base commander, this guy still had some assets. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the blue module Falling Star. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the blue module Precision Strike. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the purple module Spatial Transition. Holy **T. Dropped a purple item. Xuanhuan quickly opened the description of the purple module. Spatial Transition. After establishing anchor points within a standard coordinate system, allows immediate spatial transition within a range of 10 light years, ignoring star system defenses. Anchors, 2 of 3. Cooldown, 27/30 days. So it was a divine artifact enabling instant space teleportation across light-year distances. If not for the cooldown not being complete, this guy would have already fled using this Sinchi. By the time Xuanhuan cleared the gray mist barrier and entered, he'd probably be crying with no place to turn, losing both men and resources. Fortunately, heaven was on his side. Xuanhuan exhaled deeply, feeling as if he'd just escaped disaster. At the same time, he was ecstatic inside. With this god-tier equipment in hand, he wasn't just tanky and powerful, he could also escape instantly if needed. From now on, in this vast universe, no place would be beyond his reach. Just then, Moran's message interrupted his excitement. Xuanhuan, I've cleared all the subbases on this asteroid. Finally, I've caught up to you. Caught up? You mean you've reached level 10? Exactly. On the other end, Moran sounded somewhat proud. In every previous operation, she'd been overshadowed by Xuanhuan. Now, she was level 10 too. Time to test their strength again. Of course, she wasn't trying to seize power. She just wanted to prove she wasn't a dead weight. Yet before her pride could last long, Xuanhuan immediately deflated it. You'll need to work harder. I'm already level 15. What? How can you be level 15? I scavenged so many subbase flame points, and only leveled up 3 times. How could you possibly? Damn it, tricked again. Before she could finish speaking, Moran suddenly realized the truth. No matter how many subbases there were, the total resources she'd gathered couldn't compare to even a single main base. No wonder. She should have known Xuanhuan wouldn't play fair. As Moran grumbled inwardly, Xuanhuan suddenly spoke up. Get to the main base quickly. I found internal intelligence on the lizard pirate gang. Hearing this, Moran's expression turned serious. She immediately replied, I'm on my way. By the time Moran arrived at the ruins of the main base, Xuanhuan had just finished copying all the data. Seeing her enter, Xuanhuan casually tossed over 2 small items. Without much fanfare, he said, I've sent you the information. Take a look and see if you can figure anything out. As for the items he'd thrown, Moran took a closer look. They were blue-quality ship modules. He just casually handed them to her like that? Chapter 26. Who in their right mind calls for help like this? What is this? A reward for teamwork. Or, you could say compensation. Seeing that mix of surprise and suspicion, on her face, Xuanhuan added an explanation. Then, he told her about his discovery. In truth, these lizardmen had already realized there was no escape route. All information within the base had been erased. Even the storage media had been destroyed. Irreversible at its very root. But the enemy clearly overlooked one crucial point. They forgot about cloud history records. Although local media were damaged, browsing history still existed in the cloud. And even if those cloud records had expired, they could be mirrored and restored through the starship system. Thus, Xuanhuan obtained the internal forum URL of the lizard pirate gang. No user login required. He could trace everything back to its source, identify which star system the IP belonged to, and pinpoint exactly where the server was located. This was fully certified by the Interstellar Alliance. Any virtual websites were strictly prohibited. Any faction wishing to communicate across star systems could only use registered URLs as mandated by the Interstellar Alliance. Such registration came with restrictions, providing a genuine interstellar IP address, preparing a sufficiently powerful server to serve as data storage, among others. Of course, generally no faction would choose to lease servers directly from the Interstellar Alliance. After all, every faction had its own dark secrets. If such information fell into someone else's hands, it was always a hidden bomb. No one could predict when it might explode. Moreover, judging from the fragmented star map left behind by the base commander, the lizard pirate gang already knew the reasons behind this base's destruction. In fact, a powerful fleet was already on its way here. Right now, they had to flee immediately. Less than 60% of this asteroid's mineral resources had been exploited. The remaining reserves were still enormous. Xuanhuan truly couldn't just leave them behind. If not for Moran being here, he might have directly pulled the entire asteroid into his infinite space. Then, he wouldn't lack mineral resources for a long time. But such an act would be too shocking. He didn't dare trust Moran completely. If it drew the attention of a powerful being, he'd likely be crushed without a second thought. What should he do? I'll make the call. Moran suddenly spoke up. With a powerful fleet approaching, the two of us alone can't hold this asteroid. But we can't just stand by and watch the lizard pirates reclaim it either. So our only choice is to contact powerful experts from Blue Star. As long as someone drives off the pirate gang, the asteroid's resources will inevitably be left behind. Even if we only get a portion then, it'll last us for quite some time. Moran said seriously, then turned to look at Xiuxian, clearly waiting for confirmation. All right, let's do it. Once they reached an agreement, Moran pulled out a dagger and plunged it straight into her own chest. Xiuxian beside her jumped in fright. Damn, what the hell is she doing? Wasn't she supposed to contact Blue Star? Suicide to respawn? This isn't a damn game. At that moment, a bizarre, almost hypnotic melody suddenly played. Then a beep, as if a call had connected. Miss, where are you? Please hold on for 30 more seconds. We're arriving shortly. Moran paid no attention to Xiuxian's ever-changing expressions, forcing a weak smile. Contact made. Yet Xiuxian remained silent. Instead, urgently retrieving an emergency medical kit from his seed space, he tossed over standard-issue hemostatic and recovery agents. Stop the bleeding first. Your face is extremely pale. Thank you. In truth, if Xiuxian had asked, she would have answered honestly. But he didn't ask. During the brief moments while she treated her wound, 30 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a terrifying air current descended from the sky. Then, a fleet of at least 7 or 8 warships emerged from above. Their massive, imposing hulls rivaled comets in size. And on every single vessel stood a prominent insignia. Without exception, each bore the character MO. The ships hovered midair. Dozens of figures descended via gravity elevators, rushing straight toward them. From afar, their loud voices could already be heard. Miss, who dared hurt you? I'll tear them to pieces. As the group approached, they naturally noticed Xiuxian supporting Moran. Their eyes flashed sharply toward him, as if, the moment Moran pointed at him as the culprit, Xiuxian would be sent straight to meet King Yin. Faced with the tense situation, Moran quickly addressed the middle-aged man at the front of the group, the one with a square jaw. Uncle Mo, I'm fine. This is my fleet captain, Xiuxian, also my classmate. More accurately, I foresaw imminent danger, so I took a risky move and contacted you ahead of time. Then, Mo Ran proceeded to explain everything. How the lizard pirate gang had been wiped out, and all that led up to it, so that MOE and the MO family Inc. soldiers could fully understand. After hearing her explanation, MOE finally bowed apologetically to Xiuxian. Many thanks, Master Chu, for taking such good care of our young miss. Don't worry, leave the rest to us from now on. These asteroid resources were claimed by Miss MO. No one else will be allowed to touch them. Having said that, MOE called over a female shipmaster and gave her a few quiet instructions. Then he hurried back onto the starship with the other MO family Inc. soldiers. The female shipmaster approached Xiuxian. Hello, I'm Mo Miao Miao. Leave Miss Mo to me. With that, she smiled naturally and gently took Mo Ran from him. Supporting her steadily, Xiuxian stood there dumbfounded. Seeing his stunned expression, Mo Miao Miao chuckled. Master Chu, don't worry. With Uncle Mo and the Inc. soldiers here, driving off the lizard pirates will be effortless. Obviously, I'm not blind. With your kind of firepower, anyone who shows up would probably just turn tail and run. Xiuxian was completely thrown off by how carefully they treated Mo Ran, as if she were some priceless treasure. Clearly, Mo Ran noticed what he was thinking. Slightly awkward, she pulled herself away from Mo Miao Miao. There's no need to be so tense. I've been living fine at school too, haven't I? Hearing that, Mo Miao Miao clearly wanted to say more. But in the end, she stepped aside. Yes, miss. Just let me know whenever you need anything. It had to be said. Mo Miao Miao carried the demeanor of a perfect subordinate, as if it were carved into her bones. Xiuxian shivered involuntarily, goosebumps rising as he instinctively took a few steps back. Seeing how he recoiled, Mo Ran opened her mouth to explain. Suddenly, an enormous surge of energy erupted above in space. Someone was fighting? The lizard pirate fleet had arrived. All their attention instantly turned toward the stars. There, numerous Inc. soldier starships were methodically launching missiles and beams of light energy. Defense was entirely left to the dedicated defense vessels. Not a single one of their own shots collided or prematurely detonated. Each projectile struck the enemy ships with perfect precision. Chapter 27, The Esper Guild, Psychic Ascension. Above the starry sky, violent disturbances continued for a long time, until all things came to an end. Only then did Mo Ran receive a message from MOE. The lizard pirate gang had been temporarily repelled. Just temporarily repelled? Xiuxian couldn't help but whistle in surprise. Given the massive commotion earlier, he'd assumed the lizard pirate gang must have suffered heavy casualties. But it seemed they'd merely been driven back. Mo Miao Miao, standing nearby, noticed the astonishment in his tone. She smiled gently and explained, the lizard pirate gang has been notorious for years. This location is merely an insignificant outpost for them. We shouldn't waste time eliminating bandits. Our priority is to return Miss back to Blue Star as soon as possible, just in case. As she was speaking, a shuttle descended from space, ready to pick them up. Only after boarding the Mo family's colossal warship, comparable to an aircraft carrier, did everyone visibly relax. It was as if a tremendous weight had been lifted from their hearts. Yet Xiuxian's expression grew increasingly suspicious. What exactly were the Mo family so afraid of? Mo Ran felt similarly uneasy. She stared blankly at the members of Mo June, completely at a loss. She knew their conduct well. Ordinarily, they were somewhat reckless, especially when it came to her safety. But today was different. That suffocating sense of dread was impossible to conceal. Mo Ran didn't dare interrupt recklessly. She decided to wait until they returned to Blue Star before demanding a thorough explanation. The Mo family's flagship moved far faster than ordinary vessels. In less than half an hour, the Oort cloud loomed close ahead. Chu Jiang looked on with envy. He wondered when his own logistics ship would ever reach such speeds. But soon, something felt off. A faint voice had begun echoing in his ears. It sounded like someone chanting an unknown poem. Offspring countless, conception, full moon, silent forest, offering to you. Union progeny, mother goddess. The chant repeated over and over. Yet Chu Jiang could never quite make out the full words, only fragments here and there. His consciousness blurred, as if forgetting something vital. Detected unknown mimetic infection, attempting exemption. Exemption failed, rerouting judgment. Rerouting successful. Somewhere within infinite space, a shapeless patch of black mist erupted without warning. All organic life within it died instantly. Only twisted corpses remained, instinctively mating and reproducing. Chu Jiang snapped awake instantly, cold sweat drenching his spine. Still disoriented, he looked up, only to see every member of the Mo family transformed into grotesque monsters. Truly grotesque, their faces writhed with numerous finger-thick tendrils. Every visible patch of flesh bore eyes, one after another, some emotionless, some scornful, some even filled with desire. Absurdly, each eye was talking. Had he gone mad? Or had the world itself gone insane? Even in this nightmarish scene, a translucent dome activated outside the warship. Gradually, the chanting in his ears faded away. The madness afflicting the Mo family began to subside. But their physical mutations showed no sign of disappearing. Chu Jiang, having always ranked first in school, quickly realized the truth. This was a mimetic infection. Only exposure to an outer god could transform people into these blind, foolish abominations. It was that constant chanting in his ears. The reason he regained clarity must have been because his system redirected the negative effects. But school never taught how to cure an outer god's corruption. What should he do? Before Chu Jiang could think of a solution, an unknown wave of exhaustion surged through his body. Consciousness once again sank into chaos. When he awoke from unconsciousness, he found himself inside a hospital room. Wearing striped blue and white patient clothes, beside him sat a nurse nodding off. Ha ha ha. As Chu Jiang tried to speak, only a hoarse, rasping wheeze emerged, like a broken bellows gasping for air. The nurse startled awake. Seeing him conscious, she burst into a grin and dashed out. Awake. He's finally awake. Chu Jiang stared blankly. What the hell happened to him? His throat was parched. Couldn't she get him water before running off? Shakily, he reached out toward the cup. Just then, someone beat him to it. It was Mo Ran. Seeing her perfectly normal, in every way, as she handed him a glass of water, Chu Jiang finally exhaled in relief. He accepted it and muttered thanks. Then hesitated, glancing back and forth at her repeatedly. Finally, Mo Ran couldn't hold back any longer. If you have something to ask, just ask already. All right then. Did you submit our mission report? That's it. After all Chu Jiang's hesitation, Mo Ran was utterly taken aback by the simplicity of his question. Seeing the sincerity in his expression, she could only nod. During these 3 days while you were unconscious, I've already submitted our mission report. The reward should have been credited to your account. Chu Jiang hurriedly reached for his phone to check, but couldn't find it at all. It must have been stored together with his previous clothes. With no choice, he borrowed Mo Ran's phone to verify, and indeed, there was a transaction record. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Then, as if suddenly remembering something crucial, he stammered out. Are you okay? You mean the mimetic infection? Mo Ran didn't catch on at first, but noticing how his eyes kept shifting uneasily, she asked uncertainly. At the time, I saw that your condition, and everyone else's, was off. I guessed it was some kind of extrinsic infection. But as you know, the school strictly forbids discussing such matters. There was nothing I could do. It's resolved now. It's just, Uncle Mo. He sacrificed himself to save me. Us, transferring all the infected elements onto his own body. Outer gods are always domineering. There's no other way around it. The Esper Guild is truly cunning. Without firing a single shot, they nearly wiped out an entire branch of the Mo family's Black Fleet. By the end, Mo Ran was clenching her teeth, eyes burning with uncontrollable fury. Chu Jiang, however, sharply caught the key point from her words. The Esper Guild? Could it be that those eerie chanting voices earlier were their doing? Chu Jiang couldn't wait any longer and urgently asked Mo Ran. The Esper Guild you mentioned just now, what exactly is it? Mo Ran hadn't expected to let that slip, and her expression turned slightly flustered. But considering they'd just gone through life and death together, perhaps telling him wouldn't be a problem. After hesitating and carefully choosing her words, she finally spoke with unusual seriousness. First, promise me, you must never reveal anything I'm about to tell you. Seeing him nod solemnly, she continued. The Esper Guild is the financial backer behind the Lizard Pirate Gang, supplying them with vast fleets, resources, and attack modules. In return, the Pirate Gang serves them loyally. Of course, that's merely the surface. The Esper Guild is actually an alliance formed by all races that worship outer deities. They believe in offering living sacrifices, flesh and blood, to these deities in exchange for power. In this process, we call it psychic ascension. The rat people you eradicated earlier? They were one of those races. Chapter 28, a bunch of misfits. Besides that, there are two other methods of ascension in the interstellar world. Gene ascension and mechanical ascension. The lizard pirate crew we've just defeated should originally have belonged to the gene ascension path. But for some unknown reason, they ended up aligning with the Psionic Association. Otherwise, this mission wouldn't have been something we could even access. Mo Ran paused briefly as she said this. Then she turned her gaze back to Xuanhuan. As for the final path, mechanical ascension, you'll understand once you see this. She rolled up the sleeve of her right arm. At mid-bicep level, a distinct blue line encircled her arm. Under her control, her entire forearm slid off like a sleeve being peeled away, revealing beneath it a metallic prosthetic arm shimmering with artificial precision. Damn, a cyborg? Xuanhuan was startled. But quickly, he recalled how mysteriously Mo Ran had summoned members of the Mo family on the asteroid. So your heart is also mechanical? That's why the Mo family could arrive so swiftly when you needed them. And mechanical ascension means enhancing one's body through modifications to gain greater strength. Not just that, but beyond this, I don't know much more than you do. Seeing that he understood, Mo Ran reattached the synthetic skin and secured it. On the outside, it looked no different from a normal human limb. Who would have thought that beneath that delicate, lotus stem-like arm lay nothing but metal machinery? There's no choice. Among the three paths, only mechanical ascension can most rapidly and efficiently enhance Earth's capabilities. The outer realms aren't ivory towers where you can simply focus on study and research. Out there, death can come at any moment. Xuanhuan fell into silence. He didn't even notice when Mo Ran left. Only in the end did he reluctantly accept reality. To survive, he must become stronger, much stronger. For several days straight, Xuanhuan remained in the hospital under observation. Until one day, a young nurse, looking somewhat exhausted, finished recording Xuanhuan's vitals as usual, and said to him, "Mr. Chu, we've had a recent surge in patients, and hospital beds are in short supply. Your condition has returned to normal. Logically, continued hospitalization is unnecessary. Would you mind if we discharge you today?" His hospital fees had been paid by a girl. Apparently, she'd been infected during a mimetic attack. Yet out of everyone affected, only he remained unchanged. Due to potential hidden risks, he was kept for observation. Under normal circumstances, the hospital would welcome such cases with open arms. Free payment was free payment. But lately, bed shortages had forced the head nurse to issue strict orders. Resolve Xuanhuan's case today. He had to be discharged. To her surprise, Xuanhuan actually agreed. Fine, please process my discharge now. The mimetic infection within him had long been resolved by the system, though he couldn't very well explain that to Mo Ran. He'd stayed in the hospital these past few days solely because of her insistence. Now he'd grown restless from idleness. Learning he could leave, he jumped at the chance. If he wanted to grow stronger, his best option still relied on the system. And system check-ins required movement. Being cooped up in a hospital? Absolutely ridiculous. Soon, with the nurse wearing an expression of genuine delight, Xuanhuan completed discharge procedures. As he left, the nurse, wanting to show gratitude, even gifted him a small pack of medicine. Supposedly, it was for disease prevention. 3 days later, on campus, Xuanhuan set down his phone with another gloomy sigh. These past few days, whenever he had spare time, he'd open the Mission Society's official website, refreshing it over and over again, desperately hoping another expedition task would appear. Unfortunately, all the Society had posted recently were requests to exterminate rodents across various regions of Earth. Those rewards weren't even enough to cover pocket change. Xuanhuan even considered that if no missions came soon, he might have to take initiative and start seeking out systems in other star systems himself. Just as boredom reached its peak, his phone suddenly exploded with a storm of notifications. It took him a while to sort through them. Apparently, news of the Mission Society's secret annihilation of the lizard pirate crew had quietly ignited the entire school. Nearly every trending thread on the campus forum revolved around it. Initially, someone had posted expressing shock. This mission, a long-standing bottleneck that had stumped generations of seniors, a literal final boss-level challenge, had now been silently cleared. Later, insiders revealed it was Xuanhuan, the current year's top student, who'd done it. The discussion rapidly expanded. From debating how no one in previous years had managed this task, to exhaustive threads analyzing Xuanhuan's entire history. Of course, some bold students directly tagged Xuanhuan in their posts. One sparked many, hence the avalanche of messages earlier. After understanding what happened, Xuanhuan wore a helpless half-smile. Truthfully, he'd mostly just coasted through this mission. Had the Mo family not held off the Psionic Association's assault at the end, he might not be standing here safely right now. Still, there was no need to tell his classmates that. Sometimes, ignorance really was bliss. Just as Xuanhuan decided to log out of his account and temporarily mute the flood of notifications, he suddenly received a challenge post. Xuanhuan, I know you're lurking. How about a match? Let's bet our final dignity as students. The post was from xuanhuan. According to her own words in the post, xuanhuan had formed a provisional fleet with several other geniuses from their year. Now, daring to issue this challenge, perhaps emboldened by strength in numbers, she had finally come to challenge the demon who'd overshadowed them throughout their entire academic careers. Consider it closing their youth without regrets. Moreover, xuanhuan specifically mentioned, her battleship had also reached level 10. That was precisely what caught Xuanhuan's attention. The reason he had leveled up so quickly was because he had wiped out an entire star system in one fell swoop. Like grinding high-level monsters in a game, experience naturally poured in fast. But such opportunities were rare and hard to replicate. xuanhuan and her group could only level up steadily through the campaigns issued by the Mission Society. There was no way they could have reached this point without months of effort. Regardless of motive, that alone was reason enough for him to accept. Xuanhuan, no problem. See you tonight at the Star Sea Hall. Soon, News of Yun Xinghan challenging Chu Jiang and his acceptance spread like wildfire across campus. And Yun Xinghan, the moment she got the reply, immediately contacted the rest of her fleet. It worked. Chu Jiang has accepted our challenge. Shortly after, Jiang Lei's voice came through the earpiece, brimming with smug satisfaction. Excellent. This time, we'll teach him a real lesson. East or west, fortunes change. I'm no longer that fool always crushed beneath his heel. All those days picking up trash weren't wasted after all. The Starsea Hall was a venue specially built by the school for simulated battleship combat. Ordinary simulation courses on battleship operation were usually held here. Additionally, the Starsea Hall allowed students who had awakened their own battleships to upload their ship data and engage in simulated battles. As soon as Chu Jiang arrived, he found people already waiting. Yun Xinghan, Jiang Lei, Zhou Zhua, Zhou Yu, and 3 unfamiliar faces. Kong Xiao, the perennial 5th-ranked student, Jian Wuming, ranked 10th, and xiuxian, ranked 11th. Facing the 7 of them, eyes burning with battle intent, Chu Jiang smirked maliciously. He turned to Yun Xinghan and said, "So without me on your team, is this the best lineup you could scrounge up?" Chapter 29, 1 move, 1 kill. Chu Jiang, what exactly do you mean by that? How dare you look down on our leader? Before Yun Xinghan could speak, Zhou Zhua and Zhou Yu, the brother duo, stepped forward, glaring at him with fury blazing in their eyes. Jiang Lei could only stare in disbelief. Wait a minute, Chu Jiang hasn't even called anyone a misfit yet, and they're already rushing to pin the blame on me? Why did I end up with these 2 idiots? Jiang Lei rubbed his forehead in exasperation. He quickly tried to shift the topic. Chu Jiang, times have changed. You really think our fleet only has Xinghan as a level 10? Jiang Lei grinned slyly, but Chu Jiang silently confirmed his suspicion. He'd suspected all along that they must have discovered some method to rapidly level up their warships. There was no way Yun Xinghan was the only one who'd reached level 10. Still, judging from Jiang Lei's smug expression, could it be possible that everyone had leveled up to 10? Chu Jiang made a bold guess. Yet outwardly, he remained calm and composed. Then let's just start fighting. At his words, Yun Xinghan nodded in agreement, not wasting any more time. She was afraid that if she delayed any longer, the 2 brothers, Zhou Zhua and Zhou Yu, might do something ridiculous again. Soon, they entered the pre-registered battle chamber. After selecting and equipping their simulation gear, they began uploading their ship data. According to Yun Xinghan, this would be their final counterattack from student days, so authenticity was paramount. If not for modern technology allowing simulated battles, she might have gone completely insane and arranged a real-life showdown outside the solar system. As the equipment activated, Chu Jiang's consciousness instantly plunged into an empty void. The next moment, he found himself inside the cockpit of his starship. Before him stood his simulated vessel, indistinguishable from the real one in every detail. During his inspection, Chu Jiang even noticed that modules and ship talents had been perfectly replicated. On the other side, Yun Xinghan and the others had successfully logged in. After confirming that their simulated ships matched their actual vessels, they waited for the battle to begin. But what Chu Jiang didn't know was that, driven by a small personal whim, Yun Xinghan had intentionally left the spectator gallery open. After all, this might be her only chance during her school years to finally defeat Chu Jiang. It simply had to be witnessed by others, to see just how spectacular it would be. Thus, all students could log into the campus system and watch the battle from a god's eye view. This, Chu Jiang hadn't noticed at all. In fact, the moment they logged in, news about the open gallery had already spread. Almost every student in the school quietly set aside whatever they were doing. No matter how urgent, no one could afford to miss this duel. Meanwhile, the basic information of both sides was publicly displayed. True to Yun Xinghan's claim, her Ice Frost-type heavy battleship was level 10. But even more shocking, she wasn't the only one at level 10. Jiang Lei, Ironclad-class firepower ship, level 10. Kong Xiao, Vulture-class battleship, level 10. Jian Wuming, Blade-class saber-type firepower ship, level 10. In addition, Zhou Zhua, Zhou Yu, and xiuxian all had level 9 warships. And like Yun Xinghan, Jian Wuming also possessed a special warship. His ship came with a unique talent. Missiles fired carried a special energy attack resembling sword chi, capable of slicing through steel like clay. Ordinary warship alloys couldn't withstand it at all. Their strength was truly astonishing. For level 10s and 3 level 9s, many spectators now held their breath for Chu Jiang, the top-ranked student. Yet some sharp-eyed observers checked Chu Jiang's ship data. The level display showed only 3 question marks. Holy shit, is the system glitching? Probably not. If there was an issue, the system would flag it as abnormal and force a reset. There's only one reason this happens under normal conditions. The ship being viewed exceeds your query limit, meaning Chu Jiang's ship is at least 10 levels above yours. Amidst the frantic forum chatter, this bombshell suddenly exploded. Everyone instinctively checked Chu Jiang's ship level. Sure enough, complete emptiness. Damn, the number 1 truly deserved his rank. But then, another message popped up. Not to brag, but my own ship is now level 5, barely clinging to the tail end of the first tier. Yet I still can't see Boss Chu's level. The message came with a screenshot showing 3 question marks, meaning Chu Jiang was now at least level 15. This leveling speed surpassed even the previous generation of seniors, who could still remember he was just a support ship awakened into combat capability. Inside the simulation space, the battle began swiftly. Out of curiosity to test their abilities, Chu Jiang didn't launch an immediate attack. Instead, he waited as they seamlessly formed their battle formation, then casually fired a single ordinary missile as a warm-up. But don't forget, he also had the 10,000-fold firepower amplification aura. Even an ordinary missile would carry the destructive power of a nuclear warhead. Xuanhuan and Zhang Lei had witnessed Chu Zhang's absurd strength before. Even knowing it was just an ordinary missile, they still prepared to counter with full force. Zhou Zhua, Zhou Yu, and xiuxian, you three deploy the shields and keep our formation intact. Jian Wuming, see if you can detonate the missile early. Zhang Lei and Kong Xiu, you two stay mobile and look for chances to strike. Clearly, they had practiced this countless times. Xinhan quickly slipped into command mode. Everyone moved into position smoothly and efficiently. Several pale yellow shields rose in unison. Then came a slender, arm-thick missile launched from Jian Wuming's warship. But moving at incredible speed, it slammed into Chu Zhang's incoming missile and instantly exploded, triggering a massive sphere of blinding energy. Now, the moment Yun Qinghan spoke, dozens of ice frost missiles were fired in rapid succession. Moving at extreme speed, they reached right before Chu Zhang and detonated into thick clouds of ice mist, obstructing visibility. Meanwhile, Zhang Lei and Kong Xiu acted with perfect coordination, launching their attacks swiftly. Peaks soaring missiles. Pulse beam. Yet Chu Zhang remained calm. A green shield appeared out of thin air, effortlessly blocking every single attack. No, more accurately, these sweet efforts couldn't even scratch his warship. They didn't even break through the energy barrier. Natural sanctuary. He hadn't fought since returning from the lizard pirate base, so he wanted to use this chance to test his newly acquired ability. He never expected it to be this strong. Their attacks were nothing more than tickling him. Minutes passed, and even the icy fog from the ice frost missiles gradually dissipated. Still no sign of another wave of attacks. Chu Zhang smiled. Did they really think he was already down? You had your chance, but it was useless. Fine then. Tempest nukes, launch. Over 100 nuclear missiles surged forward, and then detonated instantly. Immediately, the simulation space went completely dark. You have defeated your opponent. Restart challenge. You have been defeated by your opponent. Restart challenge. In the dim void of the simulation, only those words floated silently. Yin Qinghan froze. Was it really over in just one move? She knew Chu Zhang was powerful, but in her imagination, they would fight together, holding firm against his relentless barrage, constantly harassing and flanking. Eventually, perhaps, turning the tide for a glorious comeback. At the very least, they'd go down fighting, taking him with them in a final exchange. But how? How could they be wiped out in a single blow? Chapter 30, The Ratman Invasion of the Solar System. Silently, the Ratman fleet hovered near an indigo planet, Neptune. An invisible field enveloped it. There were 10 major human bases on Neptune, each one a fortress city. And every rat dwelling in the sewers beneath these cities felt a primal call from their bloodline. The transformation happened in an instant. Mere vermin that once survived by stealing and scavenging now bulged with muscle, as massive as wild bulls. Their eyes glowed red, heavy breaths puffing from their snouts. Their blood cried out, commanding them, kill, slaughter all humans. No living being should remain within sight. The disturbances on Neptune were quickly detected by the Ratman's reconnaissance ships. Without needing orders from the priest, numerous elite Ratman warriors silently boarded the Vanguard shuttles. At this moment, the Neptune bases were entirely preoccupied with the rodent infestation, completely unaware of the approaching Vanguard shuttles. By the time the shuttles openly descended over Base 1 on Neptune, it was already too late. Who are you? This planet belongs to the Solar Federation. Your unauthorized invasion violates Article 1 of the Interstellar Alliance Peace Accord. Lower your vessels immediately and prepare for inspection, or we will open fire without hesitation. The stern warning came from Yes, commander of Neptune Base 1. Meanwhile, all base artillery batteries and orbital weapons reoriented simultaneously, targeting the shuttles. Yet Yes' expression darkened further. Just moments ago, he had activated the orbital defense systems to scan every inch of Neptune, yet found no trace of any ship. With only these shuttles, there was no way they could have infiltrated the solar system undetected. Worse, he had no idea when they had even landed. The unknown is the most terrifying enemy. Alas, the invaders showed no interest in dialogue. Instead, gravity elevators lowered countless grotesque, unnatural creatures. Yes stared harder. Something about them looked disturbingly familiar. Ratmen. His mind clicked instantly. The rat plague was their doing. This was a full-scale declaration of war against the Solar Federation. Yes abandoned any further warnings. He immediately mobilized all available forces to crush the Ratman threat. Simultaneously, he initiated emergency communications with other planets. The Ratmen wouldn't be targeting just Neptune alone. They had to warn the leaders of other worlds as soon as possible. Inside the Ratman mothership, a priest strolled leisurely into the control chamber. What's the status? Reporting, High Priest. The human bases have been overwhelmed by our rodent beasts. Their defenders are exhausted. All bases except Base 1 have fallen. It's barely holding on. Barring complications, we'll capture the planet within the hour. The operator stood respectfully to report, but the priest frowned, clearly displeased. Too slow. Deploy our elite warriors directly. We shouldn't waste so much time on a single planet. Understood. With the priest's command, the Ratman's entire elite force poured out. Suddenly, new figures surged onto the battlefield, shadowy, monstrous silhouettes. The Demon Claw Ratman. Even Neptune's strongest mechs shattered under their razor-sharp claws. Even more terrifying, the danger wasn't limited to the surface. Amidst the relentless assault of the Demon Claws, few noticed the subterranean frenzy. Other Ratmen burrowing wildly beneath the ground. Each time they surfaced, they dragged victims underground with pinpoint precision, then crushed them with a single claw strike. These were the burrower rat men. Then finally, a towering figure descended from the Vanguard shuttle. Gigantic, at least dozens of meters tall, its body wreathed in pale green energy, its eyes glowing crimson. Upon landing, it slaughtered scores of mech pilots instantly, then plucked soldiers one by one, crushing them before tossing them into its mouth like snacks. No resistance was possible. This was the Ratman General. Faced with such a monster, there was simply no countermeasure. Under this relentless onslaught, Neptune ultimately fell, a playground of ruin for the Ratman horde. Every last soldier lay dead. Not a single defender survived. Earth, Assad City, Australia. Xiuxian had just withdrawn his warship into his ignition space when a handsome man with golden hair and blue eyes approached. Xiuxian, junior classmate, I'm Burley, a graduate from last year's Earth Academy. I'm assigned to welcome you. Welcome to Assad City. I've heard your stories so many times. I never thought I'd actually meet the legend in person. With that, he enthusiastically pulled Xiuxian into a tight hug. From his words, it seemed Xiuxian was already quite famous among last year's Academy students. Didn't expect me to be this popular. Xiuxian felt a little smug inside. Still, such overwhelming enthusiasm was a bit hard to handle. He struggled free. Xiuxian quickly changed the subject. Senior, let's get back to business. Why did the school suddenly issue a mandatory mission? Originally, after dealing with xuanhuan and her group, Xiuxian had planned to visit the mercenary corps. But unexpectedly, he received the school's mandatory mission notification, forcing him to rush here to Australia. He still hadn't even seen the specific details of the mission yet. This is a long story. Burley dropped his playful tone the moment Xiuxian turned serious, becoming surprisingly solemn. Lately, rats across Blue Planet have grown extremely active, sparking public unrest in many cities. Some city defense units took matters into their own hands and organized rat eradication efforts, which completely enraged all rat populations. In retaliation, they've launched furious attacks on human cities. As a result, every military base has scrambled to respond, barely holding the mutated rats outside city limits. But eliminating them entirely requires more manpower. That's why the Academy was called upon to mobilize you. After hearing Burley's explanation, Xiuxian now understood the severity of the rat infestation. Senior, I'd like to head to the front lines and take a look. Ha, just like you. You'll definitely have time on the front lines. But right now the base commander is free. Let me introduce you first. Burley laughed heartily, as if he'd anticipated Xiuxian's request all along. Without delay, he grabbed Xiuxian and half-dragged him toward the largest tent in the base. Xiuxian understood what Burley meant. He wanted Xiuxian to make a good impression in front of the leadership. After all, Burley himself would shine by association. After all, Xiuxian had just called him senior, didn't he? Soon, Burley brought Xiuxian to the entrance of the massive command tent. He instructed Xiuxian to wait outside before stepping inside alone. Inside, a middle-aged man sat frowning intently at a report on the table. Captain Zhou, the Academy's reinforcements have arrived. Guess who it is? Zhou Rui looked slightly annoyed that Burley walked in without so much as a greeting. Stop teasing me and spit it out already. I'm busy worrying about those damn rats outside. This one is the genius prodigy of this year's Academy class. Graduated near the top while raising his warship level to tier 10 before official graduation, utterly crushing all other geniuses of his cohort. Rumor has it he blew up an entire star system during his first step into space, a real powerhouse. With him here, how can you still worry about not having someone to deal with those rats? Sure enough, at these words, Zhou Rui's expression instantly brightened. Excellent, excellent. Bring him in quickly, let me see him. This is Blue Planet's outstanding talent, you hear me? You must treat him well. Seeing Zhou Rui's interest piqued, Burley quickly ushered Xiuxian inside. When Zhou Rui saw Xiuxian enter, especially noticing his strikingly handsome appearance, clearly the kind of man blessed by fate itself, he wore an especially satisfied smile. He even softened his tone when speaking to Burley. Good, very good. But that wasn't enough for him. He pushed aside all pending administrative work and shouted outward. Get me a full banquet prepared immediately to welcome our pillar of Blue Planet, Brother Chu. After saying that, he courteously pulled Xiuxian into conversation, chatting warmly. Only once the table was fully set with fine wine and delicious dishes did Burley, serving as intermediary, finally prompt the question. Brother Chu, may I ask what type of warship you awaken with? Cluster class support vessel. Chapter 31. A logistics ship wiped out a star system? Don't make me laugh. A logistics ship? Now it wasn't just Zhou Rui. Burley, standing beside him, stared at Xiuxian with equal disbelief. Xiuxian looked puzzled. Did I say something wrong? Why are they both looking at me like that? He completely failed to notice how Zhou Rui's initially enthusiastic expression had noticeably cooled. Sensing the tension, Burley quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Xiuxian, don't joke around. How could a single logistics ship level up to tier 10 so quickly? All Burley knew was that among the newest batch of students, there was one terrifying prodigy named Xiuxian, one who had reached tier 10 before even graduating, conquered an entire star system, and recently completed a mission no one in Task Society had touched for decades. Most of this was hearsay. He hadn't gotten exact details. So when he learned Xiuxian's awakened warship was actually a logistics vessel, his first instinct was disbelief. It's not like you can't just check the school system to see everyone's awakened warship data. Why would I lie to you? Besides, I'm already tier 15 now. With that, Xiuxian pulled out his phone, hid the detailed stats of his warship, and handed it to Burley to examine. Name, Cluster Class Logistics Vessel. Level, Tier 15. Affiliation, Xiuxian. Black text on a white background. There it clearly said logistics vessel. Now, Zhou Rui's smile vanished entirely. He didn't even glance at Xiuxian, instead glaring at Burly with utter disdain. Burly, I know you're eager to climb higher, but you shouldn't resort to tricks like this. You've completely wasted this fine meal I prepared. His eyes burned with resentment as he spoke. It's not like that, Captain. Even if I were more ambitious, I wouldn't lie about something so trivial. I could have manipulated other matters. Please believe me. Burly pleaded emotionally, desperate to explain, but missed the crucial point entirely. Why had a logistics ship leveled up so fast? That was precisely why Xiuxian stood atop the academy. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to ponder this. Zhou Rui, however, had already convinced himself this was a setup and refused to hear any explanation. Xiuxian sensed the sharp shift in atmosphere. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Zhou Rui cut him off. Burly, do you think because I didn't attend Blue Star Academy myself, I'm easy to fool? A logistics ship wiped out an entire star system? That's the biggest joke I've ever heard. While you're at it, why not claim you destroyed the entire solar system with a single punch the moment you were born? By the end, Zhou Rui, who'd been under immense pressure from the rodent crisis, was nearly hysterical. He hurled insult after insult at Burly, and Xiuxian, as the supposed accomplice in this act, wasn't spared either. His gaze dripped with scorn and contempt. Son, of all things you shouldn't have done, helping him fake this charade is the worst. My base won't tolerate people with such lofty ambitions and zero ability. Both of you get out, while I still have control over my anger. Otherwise, if something unfortunate happens, I'll have to figure out how to explain it to Blue Star Academy. With that, Zhou Rui threw down his chopsticks and stormed off. He didn't leave them the slightest chance to defend themselves. Only once Zhou Rui was completely out of sight did Burly finally collapse inwardly. Xiuxian couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Senior, what just happened with the base commander? It's nothing. We argue often. Probably just emotions getting the better of him. Anyway, it was my idea to bring you here to meet the captain, and I didn't confirm things properly beforehand. So it's not surprising this happened. Trying to comfort Xiuxian, Burly forced himself to perk up. Though deep down, he thought, of course, mainly because I mistook who he really was. Burly waved listlessly and gulped down several shots in quick succession. At first, when he heard the academy had sent someone named Xiuxian to Assad City, he assumed it was that top-ranked student, the number one of the academy. But now, maybe he'd guessed wrong. After all, Burly had never actually heard Xiuxian confirm that title himself. After a few more drinks, Burly was completely drunk and unconscious. In the end, it was Xiuxian who dragged him along, asking for directions until he finally found Burly's residence. Meanwhile, Zhou Rui sat in his office, pondering how to punish Burly. Just then, a knock came at the door. Come in. It's me, sir. Yisan Shui entered with a fawning smile. I heard Burly brought some fraudster here trying to deceive our most brilliant base commander, so I came to see for myself. In the Assad military base, apart from the base commander, there were 10 department heads. But in terms of military achievements, Burly and Yisan Shui stood out. Both had once been squad members under Zhou Rui's command. Barring any surprises, the next base commander would be chosen from between these two. With Burly now fallen into disgrace, Yisan Shui showing up at this moment made his intentions clear without saying a word. Zhou Rui shook his head non-committally, not bothering to respond. Seeing this, Yisan Shui had no choice but to speak again. Fine, I guess nothing gets past the captain. As he spoke, Yisan Shui spread his hands helplessly. I came not only to find out your stance on Burly, but also to ask you for one favor. Hand over that kid who played along in his little act. Zhou Rui clearly hadn't expected Yisan Shui to have such intentions. His gaze now carried a trace of surprise. Why, Captain, our base can't allow such disgraceful conduct. He thinks that by clinging to a future acting base commander, he no longer has to face those damn rodents outside. How unfair is that to the rest of us? Hand him over to me. I'll make sure to properly discipline him. Yisan Shui spoke with righteous indignation, showing not a hint of ill intent. Sure enough, Zhou Rui's expression visibly softened, convinced. After hesitating for a long moment, he finally spoke. You can take him, but remember, keep him alive. Otherwise, we'll have trouble explaining it to the academy. Then, as if suddenly recalling something, his expression turned slightly amused. If you handle this well, there might be opportunities down the road. I really do believe in you. Predictably, at those final words, a flicker of excitement flashed in Yisan Shui's eyes. His voice even trembled slightly. Captain, I promise I'll complete the mission. The next morning, Xiuxian woke up groggy from last night's drinking. By then, Burly had already risen and returned with breakfast. Seeing he was awake, Burly apologized awkwardly. Sorry about last night. Troubled you quite a bit. After breakfast, I'll take you to register. They'll assign you a dorm, a teammate, and training for frontline deployment. Xiuxian had originally wanted to explain what happened last night, but seeing Burly pulling out more and more breakfast items, he decided to stay quiet. After a night of reflection, he'd more or less pieced together what had happened. Simply put, Senior Burly knew about some of his achievements at school, but not the full details. He had hoped to introduce Xiuxian to the base commander and gain some prestige. But he never expected Xiuxian to be such an oddity, a logistics ship awakener. And when the base commander heard it was a logistics vessel, he stormed off in anger without verifying the truth, causing Burly to doubt whether he'd mistaken the person. All Xiuxian needed to clarify was that although his awakened warship was indeed a logistics vessel, it could effortlessly crush 2 special class warships each backed by 5 standard dungeon. Once explained, the misunderstanding would vanish instantly. Still, it didn't matter much if he couldn't explain it now. As soon as he stepped onto the battlefield, all confusion would clear up on its own. Just then, noise rose from outside the door. Director Burley, are you home? We heard that brat sent by the academy is hiding here. The base commander decided to assign him to our squad. So hurry up and bring that little punk out. Otherwise, we won't be responsible for what happens. Chapter 32, calling me kid again? Before Burley could speak, the door was suddenly kicked open from the outside. Xiuxian looked over and saw 6 sloppy-looking men in base defense force uniforms, swaggering in with an air of mischief. Clearly, they had noticed Xiuxian too. They strolled into the room slowly, lifting their chins at him. Hey kid, base commander's orders. You're assigned to our squad now. What are you waiting for? Hoping to suckle on Minister Burley here. At that last line, they finally tossed a mocking grin toward Burley standing nearby. It was filled with sarcasm and ridicule, as if he were some kind of special service provider. Vulgar. Creepy. That was Xiuxian's first impression. He hadn't expected such lowlifes to exist within a military base. He instinctively turned to look at Burley, almost as if asking, is this really the caliber of your base personnel? Burley understood exactly what that glance meant. Base commander's order? Why haven't I received it? He sounded suspicious. These guys were notorious troublemakers around the base, and their direct superior was his sworn rival, xiuxian. Normally, they'd at least pretend to show him respect by calling him minister. But today, they didn't even bother with pretense. Unless, the base commander harbored resentment against him and was preparing to promote xiuxian instead. Otherwise, who gave them the nerve? Hearing Burley question them, the blonde punk sneered. Lazily, he replied, Minister Burley, due to your dereliction of duty, the base commander has temporarily suspended all your duties and ordered you into 3 days of solitary confinement. Someone will escort you to the isolation chamber shortly. As for you kid, get moving with us. At the end, the punk casually approached Xiuxian, grabbed his collar, and prepared to drag him out. Provoked again and again, Xiuxian almost laughed in anger. Did they seriously think he was just some clueless rookie fresh out of school, easy to push around? Wait a second, Xiuxian said, placing one hand on the punk's arm, his expression darkening. Did I give you that much face? Who are you calling kid? Before the punk could reply, Xiuxian abruptly struck. Elbow strike, knee kick, headlock, takedown, finished. In one seamless sequence of combat maneuvers, he had the man completely subdued. His arms pinned behind his back, his face smashed hard onto the floor, and now firmly stepped on by Xiuxian's boot. Go ahead, say it again. I dare you. The punk's mind was utterly blank at that moment. Xiuxian's sudden combo hadn't given him a single chance to react. By the time he realized what had happened, he was already flattened. Blood poured steadily from his injured nose. But soon, shock faded, replaced by a deep, burning humiliation bubbling up from his core. I fought back and forth with mutant rat warriors on the battlefield. There's no way a new recruit just dominated me like this. Ambush. It must have been an ambush. Give me one more chance, and I'll teach this damn brat how to respect his seniors. Blind rage clouded his judgment completely. He kept yelling, you idiot. How dare you attack me? Do you even know who my father is? Let me go right now, or you're dead meat. Facing the threat, Xiuxian remained eerily calm. I'm not your mother. How should I know who your father is? Didn't she ever tell you? With that, he pressed down harder, grinding the punk's head against the floor. Just then, someone entered from outside. Seeing the scene inside, they immediately pulled out their standard-issue pulse pistol and aimed it squarely at Xiuxian. Voice stern. Who are you, and why are you assaulting a defense force member? Let him go now. Apparently, Xiuxian hadn't yet registered or received his uniform, and right now he was pinning down one of the soldiers. No wonder the newcomer jumped to conclusions. Faced with armed force, Xiuxian reluctantly released his hold. I am Xiuxian, a cadet dispatched by the academy to support Assad military base. I was catching up with my senior, Burley, and hadn't found time to register yet. With that, he pulled out his official academy assignment notice. As for him, he provoked my alma mater first. We were just having a little private match. The documentation was complete and legitimate. After verifying everything, the officer quickly lowered his weapon. As long as he wasn't an intruder, that was fine. Still, he reprimanded. This is a military base. No unauthorized fighting. Sort out your disputes after the crisis is over. With that, they turned to Burley, pulling out an official document stamped by the base commander. They explained their purpose. Minister Burley, we've received notice from the base commander. Due to your dereliction of duty and violation of base regulations, you've been sentenced to 3 days of confinement. Please come with us. Burley inspected the seal carefully. It was indeed the base commander's authentic stamp. Defeated, he nodded silently and signaled for them to lead the way. Before leaving, he turned to Xiuxian and warned. These 3 days probably won't be peaceful. There's a mortal enemy of mine in the base, the boss of these guys, named xiuxian. As he spoke, he pointed at the few men who had long retreated to the side, trembling in fear after watching Xiuxian completely dominate the blonde punk. I'm afraid he'll come after you because of me. And then there's the base commander too. In short, watch your back. Don't worry. I can handle these problems. Seeing Xiuxian so confident, Burley finally felt reassured and quietly followed the guards toward the isolation chamber. After sending Burley away, Xiuxian finally turned to deal with the remaining few. If nothing else, let's go. And by the way, explain along the way, what's this story about xiuxian? Xiuxian sounded annoyed as he grabbed the rebellious blonde punk and dragged him toward the door. The others quickly fell and stepped behind them. Unlike the deluded punk, they had a clear grasp of reality. They all knew the blonde was the strongest among them. And if even he was crushed so easily by Xiuxian, there was no way any of them stood a chance. So they obediently began reporting everything they knew about the base. Naturally, that included information about Yi Sanshui. Yi Sanshui came from the underworld, once drifting between pirate gangs and mercenary groups. Later, during a mandatory mission, he met Zhou Rui and opportunistically pledged loyalty. He was among the earliest group to follow Zhou Rui to Assad military base. But then came Burly, falling from the heavens, so to speak, an elite trained systematically by the academy. In both ability and discipline, Burly far surpassed Yi Sanshui, a self-taught soldier. Over time, Zhou Rui leaned more and more on Burly for base operations, naturally stirring resentment in Yi Sanshui. Before, it had been buried deep inside. But recently, as the base commander's attitude toward Burly shifted, Yi Sanshui started making small, sneaky moves. Is he really upset because brother Burly stole the base commander's favor? Chu Jiang found it utterly ridiculous. Instead of blaming Zhou Rui or questioning his own inadequacy, this man took out all his frustration on innocent people. Truly despicable. Chu Jiang held Yi Sanshui in complete contempt. The others beside him dared not utter a word. Instead, they awkwardly led him toward the dormitory. But soon, they remembered one crucial thing they had forgotten. To punish Chu Jiang, they had specially planned to make trouble for him in the dorm. They hadn't prepared a single bed for him. What now? This guy was a terrifying force. There was no fooling around. They had to think of something fast. Chapter 33. Are useless logistics ship operators only fit for menial tasks? After much deliberation, the only solution they could come up with was to temporarily reassign someone else's bed to Chu Jiang. As for whose bed it should be, well, did that even need asking? Of course it was Huang Mao's. If he hadn't provoked things in the first place, would they have drawn the wrath of such a terrifying figure? Before long, the five of them had quietly agreed upon this plan. As for Huang Mao, he'd already slipped away unnoticed while the others were distracted. Judging by his demeanor, he seemed to be off gathering reinforcements. Chu Jiang couldn't care less. He stepped over the doorway clogged with piles of scrap and followed them inside. Then he was led to a bunk noticeably superior in quality to the others. They declared earnestly, "This will be your sleeping spot for the foreseeable future. If you need anything, just say the word. Please rest well. This is my bunk." Chu Jiang was clearly skeptical. Aside from the obvious difference in quality, though neat, the bed clearly showed signs of recent use. No need to guess, it belonged to someone else. His mind flashed back to the pile of junk he'd glimpsed outside when he first arrived. He quickly realized they'd never intended to give him a proper bunk at all. The fact that one now existed was likely due to their panic after seeing how badly he'd beaten Huang Mao, forcing them to hastily offer one as an act of submission. Chu Jiang almost laughed. Just as he was about to nod in acceptance and let the matter drop, Huang Mao returned, fast, kicking the door open as he stormed in with another man in tow. "Brother Wang, it's this guy? He's the one who bullied me." No sooner had he entered than Huang Mao pointed at Chu Jiang and wailed, tears and snot streaming down his face. To anyone unaware of the truth, the scene would have been heart-wrenching. Chu Jiang turned to look, noticing the tall, burly man following behind Huang Mao. His sharp eyes caught the extra stripe on the man's shoulder insignia. He must be a squad leader. Unfortunately, Chu Jiang was merely a temporary recruit. To challenge someone like that, he didn't have the rank or authority. Arms crossed, Chu Jiang asked coldly, "So, you planning to take his side?" Before the man could reply, Huang Mao instantly grew bold, puffing himself up. "How dare you speak to Brother Wang like that? Get over here and kowtow to apologize right now, or you're dead meat." His tone was arrogant, dripping with the smugness of someone hiding behind power, fighting his band within the base. "I won't harm you," the man said, completely ignoring Huang Mao's stunned expression. His voice was calm, but the words struck like thunder out of clear sky. "And you? Are you Chu Jiang from Blue Star Academy? The one who awakened only a logistics vessel?" "I'm your temporary squad leader, Wang He." At once, the expressions of everyone in the dorm shifted dramatically, especially Huang Mao's. Were it not for Wang He standing there, he'd have immediately turned around, swaggering proudly and hurling abuse straight into Chu Jiang's face. As for the others, the awe they'd felt moments ago evaporated instantly. So what if he could fight? Out on the battlefield, everything came down to warships. A useless logistics operator like him was lucky to earn even a glance. Chu Jiang raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected Wang He to know this already. Clearly, the man had come prepared. Indeed, awakening a logistics ship, wherever you went, such a person was fit only for menial labor. For ordinary people, that would be a wound so deep it might never heal in 10 years. But was Chu Jiang ordinary? Utterly calm, he met Wang He's gaze head-on and said, "If the captain has nothing further, then keep your watchdog under control." Huang Mao might have been dumb, but he understood perfectly. This was an insult aimed straight at him. Enraged, he immediately charged at Chu Jiang, swinging his fist wildly. But Wang He blocked him. "Get out and cool off," he barked. Though fighting was forbidden within the base, self-defense wasn't penalized. When someone initiated provocation, retaliating carried no consequence. After shoving the furious Huang Mao out, Wang He turned back to Chu Jiang. He hadn't expected someone exposed as a logistics operator to remain this composed. But no matter, his next move was ready. "I won't involve myself in your personal affairs. However, to help you adapt to frontline logistics work, you'll handle all dorm chores starting today. Any objections?" Wang He smiled faintly, not quite a smile. As squad leader, regardless of personal feelings, so long as it fell within base regulations, Chu Jiang was required to obey his orders without exception, including determining which team member handled logistical duties. On the front lines, Xiuxian wouldn't be allowed to participate in combat either. And who, better than Xiuxian, the one who'd awakened a logistics ship, was suited for such work? Exactly as expected, Xiuxian saw through his scheme immediately. His previously calm expression grew serious in an instant. You're certain about this decision? This is a duty granted to me by the base commander. If you don't wish to comply, I'll report directly to him right away and send you straight back to your academy. Frankly, delicate students like you can't handle hardship anyway. No need to suffer pointlessly. By the end, Wang He feigned concern, as if he were doing Xiuxian a favor. Yet his words were utterly repulsive. Blatant flattery with ulterior motives. Xiuxian merely snorted coldly. Don't give him a chance. If he got one, it wasn't certain who'd be laughing in the end. The rat infestation crisis outside Assad City still raged on. After only one day of calm, intel quickly came in. Large numbers of mutated rat warriors were gathering. They were preparing to launch a full-scale assault on the base. Base Commander Zhou Rui made his decision swiftly. They couldn't afford to sit and wait for the enemy to fully assemble. They would strike first and disrupt their plans. Naturally, Xiuxian's squad was included. Immediate deployment. Move out to the front lines. The front line was just 100 kilometers from Assad City. In the air, Deputy Base Commander He Liang's battleship served as an aerial platform for firepower suppression and air superiority, doubling as a docking and rest station for all squad warships. On the ground, human lines rotated shifts, a flesh-and-blood defensive barrier. Together, this formed the base's hasty but determined front line against the rats. Inside the platform's conference room, Wang He returned with a report, his expression grave. Deputy Base Commander has issued our orders. Our third squad is assigned to defensive duties, assisting other squads in surrounding and eliminating the rat army. In other words, they were to serve as a human barricade on the ground. Xiuxian caught the wording sharply. Eliminate. Your logistics, what do you care? Just remember to refill supplies and call for help when needed. Wang He sneered irritably. We're short on time and burdened with heavy tasks. Move out immediately. With that, he led the others out, hurrying off to hand over shift duties. Seeing this, Xiuxian didn't bother chasing after them. He just wanted to say that a mere handful of people couldn't stop the rat army. It'd be better to fortify positions with more troops at key points. Earlier, he had dispatched mosquito drone scouts. They'd spotted several new mutant variants among the rats, mutations unrecorded in any database. Extreme caution was warranted. But judging by Wang He's attitude, even if he spoke up, he wouldn't be heard. Fine. He'd just watch how things unfolded. After all, he already had tens of thousands of Type 2 soldiers stockpiled on his warship. No matter what, he wouldn't allow the rats to break through the encirclement and invade Assad City. Chapter 34. Shift on the battlefield. Arriving at the front line and taking over from the previous defense squad, Wang He gave the incoming team a stern warning. Remember this, by standing here, we are the first wall protecting the base. Not a single step backward, under any circumstances. Not one rat soldier is to get through. If the defense line is breached, even by a small gap, the entire rat army will swarm in like a hive of bees. And if that ruins Deputy Base Commander's plan to annihilate the rat forces, it won't just be punishment, it'll be far worse. His tone was dead serious. Even Huang Mao, usually the most carefree of them all, recognized the gravity and nodded firmly. Soon after, scout units from the rat army appeared. They harassed briefly, then quickly retreated. The team didn't pursue. They stayed rooted in place. After prolonged confrontations, they had gradually realized that the rats' collective consciousness was evolving, transforming from mere savage beasts into creatures capable of basic tactics. So without orders, they wouldn't chase down any rat warrior. They couldn't afford to disrupt the plan. Seeing no pursuit, the rat scouts launched several probing attacks before swiftly withdrawing. Through his mosquito drone reconnaissance network, Xiuxian observed everything unfold. While the human front line stood eerily silent, other special squads had already plunged deep into enemy territory, weapons drawn. The base had conducted thorough analysis on most of the rat mutants' data. Armed with this intelligence, no matter how many rat warriors came, they would fall beneath the blades of Xiuxian's forces. It was like cutting melons or slicing vegetables. His units carved through the rat ranks with brutal efficiency. Within minutes, vast numbers of rat soldiers lay dead. Yet Xiuxian's brow furrowed deeper and deeper. Where were those anomalous entities he'd detected earlier? Why hadn't a single one shown up? He was certain he hadn't made a mistake. But such heavy losses failing to draw them out could only mean one thing. They were occupied with something more critical. Something like breaking through the frontline defense. Xiuxian immediately recalled all mosquito drones. On their return path, he indeed spotted clear signs of large-scale troop movements hidden within the dense jungle. But based on these traces alone, the estimated numbers still fell far short. Where were those anomalies? Unease crept over Xiuxian. Without concrete data on them, he couldn't confirm whether even Type 2 warriors could stand against them. If not, reinforcements needed to be mobilized immediately. No time to hesitate. Putting aside his personal grudge with Wang He, Xiuxian dispatched one mosquito drone to descend directly in front of him. Wang He, I've discovered that a major portion of the rat army is moving toward our position. Moreover, there are several super mutants whose data has never been recorded. Estimated strength is at least 2 to 3 times that of regular rat soldiers. Adjust the defensive formation immediately. Contact the base commander now. Wang He, already tense and alert, instinctively opened fire when the drone suddenly dropped in front of him. Only when he heard Xiuxian's voice did he realize it was friendly. But before Xiuxian could finish speaking, Wang He waved dismissively, clearly annoyed. Who's in command here, you or me? The movement you're seeing is part of the deputy base commander's plan. Don't come here trying to play hero and complicate things unnecessarily. With that, he fired, blowing the mosquito drone to pieces. Xiuxian's screen went black instantly. Before the connection died, he thought he heard Wang He mutter, a kid thinking he can snatch credit. Do you really think it's that easy? F***CK. Holy F***King SH**T. This bastard actually thinks everyone's scrambling for petty gains, obsessed with climbing the ladder? I'm being completely serious with life or death intel, and he treats it like background noise? The only reason I reached out to him was because only squad captains have direct access to the deputy base commander. Otherwise, I'd never go near this piece of S***T. What a total waste of effort. Of course, he's pure scum. Xiuxian recalled all remaining mosquito drones, rose from his seat, and headed straight for the central control room atop the platform. The deputy base commander, as the mastermind overseeing the entire operation, should be there. He had to deliver the message as soon as possible. Otherwise, disaster was imminent. But soon, Xiuxian froze. He didn't have access clearance. And the door to the central control room was made entirely of reinforced alloy, with a standard thickness of at least half a meter. There was no way to knock hard enough to get anyone's attention inside. That avenue of communication was completely severed. Xiuxian had no choice but to take preventive measures himself. He voluntarily left the platform and found a concealed spot, deploying 5,000 Type 2 warriors. Since the main battlefield was ground-based, he didn't deploy the starship. He positioned all Type 2 units around weak defensive nodes, ready for emergencies. Then, he moved to a better vantage point and resumed tracking the anomalous entities. Based on earlier reconnaissance data, he estimated the main rat force would arrive in just a few minutes. If their true objective was indeed here, they would inevitably expose themselves. Xiuxian couldn't afford to miss this opportunity. Sure enough, after waiting just a moment, a faint rustling sound came from the jungle, followed shortly by an odd, indistinct scratching noise. Then, Xiuxian finally saw the anomalous entities he had been waiting for. A dark figure burst straight out of the ground, grabbed a defense soldier, and began dragging him into the earth. In an instant, half of the soldier's lower leg was pulled underground. Someone noticed the disturbance and rushed to intervene. But Xiuxian already had a cold look on his face. F***CK, F***CK, F***CK. He knew it. He'd sent out hundreds of reconnaissance drones, yet still couldn't locate them. Turns out they were all hiding underground. How the hell was anyone supposed to spot that? At the same time, it dawned on Xiuxian. They could dig, meaning the rat army had underground combat capabilities. The battlefield could no longer remain on the surface. Just as Xiuxian prepared to warn the others, he received a deployment order. Huang Mao had fled the battlefield. The pressure from the rat army clearly exceeded expectations, now with an added underground threat. Huang Mao lasted less than a second before half his body was yanked into the soil. Faced with the terror of death, he broke. Abandoning even the leg still trapped in the rat's grip, he severed it to survive. Then crawled shamefully into his warship and fled at full speed. A clear breach opened in the defense line, and waves of rat soldiers poured toward that side. The others immediately felt the increased pressure. In fact, within the few seconds that Xiuxian was stunned, several showed clear signs of exhaustion. The deputy base commander, overseeing the entire operation, naturally noticed the crisis. Immediately, an order was issued to Xiuxian, the logistics officer of the 3rd Squad, to deploy. Understanding the situation fully, Xiuxian quickly dispatched his Type 2 warriors, rushing them forward like patches to completely surround the area around the 3rd Squad. Yet several members of the 3rd Squad were still trapped within the encirclement of rat soldiers. Realizing this, Xiuxian deliberately changed his position. He decided to prioritize assisting nearby members of other squads first. Wang He had been closely monitoring the battlefield. Though surprised by Xiuxian's sudden appearance, when he noticed the direction Xiuxian was heading was wrong, he called out urgently. Xiuxian, we're here. Where are you going? Where? Captain Wang is so powerful. Surely he doesn't need a lowly logistics officer like me to come to his rescue? I'm obviously going to help the 5th Squad next to us first. Chapter 35. Who says I came here to flatter? Xiuxian's tone was annoyingly smug, setting Wang He's nerves on edge. In that brief moment of distraction, a mutated rat surged from underground and slammed a claw into his chest. A rush of blood flooded his throat. Wang He spat out a large mouthful with a loud ugh. The useless men beside him were completely oblivious. Seeing only the blood spewing from Wang He's mouth, they immediately cried out in exaggerated panic. Boss got so mad he spit blood because of Xiuxian. Boss, please don't die on us. Others quickly joined in, wailing as if attending a funeral. Wang He nearly spat out another half mouthful of blood from sheer irritation. Idiots. All of them utter idiots. That damn Xiuxian. Once we return, I'll make you suffer. 1,000 cuts won't even begin to satisfy my rage. And that yellow-haired waste of space. He was supposed to guard the front line, yet fled so fast he broke his leg? If it weren't for him, would I really have been driven to this state? Rage blinding him, Wang He couldn't hold back. His attacks became reckless and wide-swinging, draining his stamina rapidly. Xiuxian, meanwhile, had long finished rescuing the others but lingered just because he enjoyed seeing Wang He suffer. Now, watching Wang He collapse from exhaustion, Xiuxian finally sauntered into the scene. With a Type 2 warrior leading the way, the group was quickly evacuated and returned to the platform. Yet Xiuxian's expression remained grim. Though the people were saved, the front line was still being slowly pushed back by the rat army. At this rate, total collapse wouldn't take long. Type 2 warriors could handle ordinary rats without issue, but with those mutants around, Their movements were easily restricted. Then they'd be swarmed and torn apart. The mutants had to be eliminated first. Only then could a human wave tactic, led by Type 2 warriors, fully wipe out the rat forces. As Xiuxian analyzed the situation, dozens of small squads along the front line began noticing something unusual about the mutants. Each unit quickly deployed methods, using remote control systems to contain the rat forces within the defensive perimeter. For now, at least, another breakthrough seemed unlikely. But soon, Xiuxian noticed new footage streaming in from the reconnaissance drone he'd sent deep into the enemy ranks. The rat army, failing to break the defenses, had shifted its focus, now targeting the dagger squads inside their own vessels. As butchers, if left unchecked, these squads would eventually dismantle the entire rat army. So now, the rats were throwing everything they had to exterminate them, no holds barred. Even on their own warships, rat soldiers clung to the hulls. Numerous ship modules sustained varying degrees of damage. Without support, survival was impossible. And all of this stemmed from the appearance of yet another kind of mutant within the rat army. Yes, earlier, Xiuxian had only detected one type of mutation, the ability to burrow and drag prey underground. But now, there was a second variant. A translucent membrane had grown under the forelimbs, allowing low-altitude gliding flight. These mutants also possessed extraordinary bite force and could survive in oxygen-deprived environments. Thus, as soon as the dagger squads extracted their warships and attempted liftoff, numerous flying mutants latched onto the hulls. Even at several thousand meters in altitude, they continued gnawing through the ships with terrifying speed. Xiuxian was still reeling from the realization. The rats' capabilities far exceeded anything he'd imagined. Then, at last, Vice Base Commander Xiuxian, who had remained calm and unmoved until now, finally made his move. High above, the expanded platform slowly retracted. A massive cannon emerged openly, aimed straight at the ground, and fired. A colossal, dazzling energy projectile streaked down with crackling arcs, engulfing the rat forces before exploding into a blinding white light. In an instant, vast swathes of the rat army were obliterated. This was true slaughter. Xiuxian stood agape, eyes nearly popping out of his skull. But then, a shrill, incessant beep-beep, ringing in his ears snapped him back to reality. It was Wang He's communication wristband. Except Wang He was unconscious, so no one answered. It was a call from the Vice Base Commander. Xiuxian grabbed Wang He's limp hand, tapped to connect. Captain Wang He of 3rd Squad, hello? This is the Temporary Combat Command Center. By order of Director He, we are summoning all personnel capable of ground-based control operations. If your squad has such members, please dispatch them to the central control room immediately. Only after a teammate reminded him did Xiuxian understand. The Temporary Combat Command Center referred to the warship that the Vice Base Commander had unfolded as the platform. And Director? That must be the chief officer overseeing this entire anti-rat extermination operation. The Vice Base Commander himself, Xiuxian. But Xiuxian was more puzzled. What could Xiuxian possibly need ground control operatives for? Type 2 warriors, as the most universally applicable mechanical soldiers, could indeed interface with ground control systems if mass deployed. He didn't hesitate. Understood. I'll arrange it. With that, he yanked the communication band off Wang He's wrist. As he slipped it onto his own arm, he turned to the rest of 3rd Squad. There's an emergency at the main control room. I need to go check it out. For now, return to your warships and wait. Before leaving, Xiuxian emphasized once more with great caution. I've already taken care of the ground situation. Don't you dare overcomplicate things. With that, he drove them away and approached the Temporary Combat Center, which had now retracted into its warship form. As the warship neared, the docking platform it carried automatically unfolded. Xiuxian leapt onto the platform nimbly, recalled his own starship, and followed the guidance to the central control chamber. At the same time, he noticed quite a few others heading this way as well. They must all be the so-called personnel capable of ground control mentioned in the announcement. Yet what surprised him more was that someone actually recognized him. Midway through the line waiting to enter the main control room, an uncertain voice suddenly called from behind. Xiuxian, what are you doing here? Xiuxian turned. It was a blue-eyed, blonde man he'd never seen before. He was certain he'd never met him. But upon seeing Xiuxian's face clearly, Fei was absolutely sure. A derisive snort drew the attention of nearly everyone around. I've heard about you from Wang He. You're supposed to be a Oqing vessel, right? What are you doing butting into this operation? The moment those words left his mouth, many in the crowd began eyeing Xiuxian with faint disdain. Everyone coming to the central control room met the criteria stated in the broadcast, capable of ground-based control operations. Yet here came a Oqing vessel, pretending to belong among them, trying to curry favor with Director He. How could they not find it offensive? Xiuxian noticed the shift in atmosphere immediately. A flicker of irritation passed through his eyes. Just dealt with Wang He. Now another nuisance shows up. His tone was cold and sharp. Why are you being so damn chatty? Do we know each other or something? My name is Fei. I'm the captain of 10th Squad. If it weren't for my close relationship with Wang He, I wouldn't even bother warning you like this. Just leave now. Fei reached out as if to pull Xiuxian's arm, acting as though he were genuinely looking out for him. But Xiuxian slipped away like an eel. He brushed off the hand Fei had touched with obvious disgust. Wang He himself wouldn't dare lay a finger on me. How dare you, a squad leader from another unit, try to control me? Don't you think your hands are reaching a little too far? He paused briefly, then curled his lips into a mocking sneer. And how do you even know I'm here to flatter them? How can you say it's not exactly what the broadcast said? Chapter 36. You dare to judge based on only one side? How dare you? Me? Worthy. Fei Li made no effort to hide the mockery on his face. Worthy or not, that's not for you to decide. Xuanhuan remained utterly calm. If even a Class 2 warrior of 20,000 strength wasn't worthy of being here, then hardly anyone else was. However, his composed demeanor stirred resentment among many bystanders who were enjoying the spectacle. They had heard clearly. Fei Li said Xuanhuan's awakened ship was just a supply vessel. What good was a mere logistics ship, a lowly support unit, doing here? Other than trying to flatter someone, what could he possibly contribute? Not a single person believed Xuanhuan had come in response to the broadcast call. Still, they looked down on Fei Li even more. At least Xuanhuan, by coming to suck up and take backdoor routes, was trying to survive. But Fei Li, as captain of the 5th Squad, bickering over a Xiuxian worker like this just to assert his so-called authority? He was an embarrassment to Assad military base. Fei Li sensed the subtle shift in atmosphere, especially when he noticed so many people staring at him with contempt and ridicule. He felt like his lungs were about to explode from rage. It was Xuanhuan, this useless trash, provoking me the entire time. I was merely kindly advising him to know his place and scram back where he belonged. So why are they all looking at me like this? How dare they? How dare they look down on me? Gasping heavily, Fei Li glared at Xuanhuan with bloodshot eyes. All because of you. If kind words won't get through to you, then I'll have to send you back myself. With that, Fei Li raised his fist and swung it straight toward Xuanhuan's nose. The nasal bridge is the most vulnerable spot on the human head. A successful strike would inevitably cause gushing blood, splattering all over his face. Utterly humiliating. That was exactly what Fei Li wanted. To make Xuanhuan lose all dignity and vent his anger. But he hadn't expected Xuanhuan to see through his intention right away. Before the punch could land, Xuanhuan caught his arm mid-motion, twisted it backward in a grappling move, then swept Fei Li's legs from under him. Off balance, Fei Li crashed to the ground. Xuanhuan swiftly wrenched his arm, flipped him over, and pinned him firmly beneath his weight. Just then, someone inside finally took notice of the commotion. A middle-aged man stepped out, the deputy director of this rat extermination operation, Xiuxian. Xiuxian's face was dark with anger as he stared at the two tangled figures still struggling on the ground. He demanded coldly, "What is going on here? Why are you fighting?" His gaze swept across the crowd, but no one dared speak up, especially since Xuanhuan was still firmly pinning Fei Li down without letting go. Xiuxian felt his authority being challenged. In a chilling tone, he snapped, "Everyone, reform the line immediately. Anyone causing further trouble will be officially reprimanded. As for you two, come with me." With that, he turned and walked back inside. Seeing this, Xuanhuan slowly released Fei Li and followed. Finally able to catch his breath, Fei Li felt as though he'd survived a disaster. Instinctively, he now felt a flicker of fear toward Xuanhuan. But quickly recalling that Xuanhuan had only awakened a supply vessel, an utter waste, his confidence returned. This guy was still garbage through and through. Relieved, Fei Li hurried after them. The main control room spanned 400 square meters, vast and spacious. The moment Fei Li entered, he dropped to his knees in a dramatic slide, crawling straight to Xiuxian. Grabbing his leg, he burst into tears. "Deputy Director Xue, it's all that idiot Xuanhuan's fault. He thinks his awakened supply vessel is useless, so he came to the main control room just to suck up and cling to power. When I pointed it out, he lost control and insulted me non-stop. I only got momentarily angry and tried to act, but before I could even touch him, he beat me into this state." As he spoke, Fei Li gestured to his disheveled appearance, wiping fake tears with his sleeve. He looked pitiful beyond measure. Unsurprisingly, Xiuxian instantly believed 8/10 of his story. His gaze toward Xuanhuan grew increasingly hostile. "At your age," he sneered, "even if you did awaken a supply vessel, your future could still be bright. Why stoop so low as to flatter and sneak through back doors? It's disgusting. Which squad are you from? Call your captain here. I'll give him a piece of my mind." Xuanhuan almost laughed. Of course, it was out of sheer frustration. He hadn't even spoken a single word since entering. Yet these two were already piling accusations on him left and right. Did they plan to sentence him on the spot? Judges in court at least listen to both sides before deliberating. They conduct thorough investigations before issuing detailed rulings. Out of respect for the man's position as deputy director, Xuanhuan suppressed his irritation and spoke calmly. "Director Xue, I haven't said a single word yet. How can you believe his one-sided account so quickly? Isn't that rather hasty and arbitrary?" "Arbitrary? Huh. Fine. Then explain yourself. Aren't you the one who awakened a supply vessel?" To Xiuxian, no matter how politely Xuanhuan spoke, any refusal to comply with his narrative was outright disrespect. A mere Xiuxian worker dared to be this arrogant? Did he really think Xiuxian lacked the means to make life difficult for him? Xiuxian was already determined. Later, he would teach Xuanhuan just how to behave himself. Xuanhuan also noticed the faint but unmistakable malice radiating from Xiuxian. His expression darkened. "I merely argued my case logically. Now this is turning into hostility?" But his hands didn't stop moving as he quickly pulled up footage from the reconnaissance drones. Before coming here, he had specifically arranged dozens of reconnaissance drones outside to monitor the situation near the defensive line. Naturally, the most frequently appearing figures in the footage were Class 2 warriors. "Deputy Director, all these images are transmitted by my reconnaissance drones. If you don't believe me, feel free to investigate on your own. As for the robot warriors seen in these clips, they were clearly deployed under my command. Don't these meet the broadcast requirement of possessing certain ground control capabilities?" The projection enlarged, and soon the Class 2 warriors across various frames were highlighted. This immediately drew the attention of many others present. Indeed, as he claimed, it did meet the criteria. Xiuxian was momentarily speechless. not only him. Even Fei Li was stunned to realize that Chu Jiang had actually come in response to the broadcast, not through backdoor connections. He had made a complete blunder. Of course, this commotion hadn't escaped He Liang's notice either. Seeing the Class 2 warrior robots in the footage, a flicker of excitement flashed across He Liang's mind. He rushed forward in 2 quick strides, arriving before Chu Jiang and staring intently at the robotic soldiers in the vomit. But soon, he noticed something off about the numbers. He quickly calmed down. Only 2,000 units. That could barely hold the defensive line, but launching a counteroffensive? Unlikely. He then turned his gaze toward Xuanhuan and Fei Li. I've already heard what happened. Right now we're still in the middle of operations. Return to your posts immediately. After everything's over, I'll decide how to deal with both of you. Yes, sir. Receiving He Liang's order, Fei Li fled the main control room like a man reborn, desperate to escape. As long as punishment wasn't immediate, he still had a chance to redeem himself with merit. As for taking revenge on Chu Jiang, he didn't dare think about it anymore. Now, finally paying attention to Chu Jiang, He Liang wore a slightly guilty expression. I'm truly sorry, young brother. But given the current circumstances, this isn't the right time to punish them. Once things settle down, I'll personally make sure anything you want to take your revenge, I'll do my best to arrange. He spoke sincerely, leaving Chu Jiang with no reason to refuse. Seeing that he accepted, He Liang sighed in relief. But then, recalling the plan for a counterattack against the rat forces, his eyes fell again on several clips Chu Jiang had pulled up. Almost unconsciously, he murmured, "What a pity." Chu Jiang keenly caught that sigh and immediately understood. He must be lamenting the insufficient number of Class 2 warriors. Earlier, to fully secure the defense line and prevent even a single rat soldier from reaching the base, Chu Jiang had deployed a full 5,000 Class 2 warriors. Currently, 3,000 more remained hidden, naturally unseen in the displayed footage. With a light smile, Chu Jiang spoke. Director He, why the sigh? Do you think 2,000 robot warriors shown here aren't enough? How about an extra 3,000? Or, what if there were 20,000 robot warriors? Chapter 37 Initial Victory at Assad Base. You actually still have them? He Liang looked at him with disbelief, his eyes brimming with excitement. Do you really still have 20,000 mechanical warriors? He repeated the question once more. Seeing this, Chu Jiang decided not to waste words. Instead, he prepared to take He Liang directly to the ship docking port so he could see for himself. Chu Jiang had only been gone a few minutes. Everyone still remembered how Fei Li had slandered him earlier, accusing him of trying to sneak in through backdoor channels. Now, seeing He Liang being led away by Chu Jiang, many curious onlookers quickly followed, determined not to let Chu Jiang get special treatment. Then, upon arriving at the port, they saw Chu Jiang release his logistics vessel. The next second, a gravity elevator descended, deploying a batch of mechanical warriors, 1,000 units. Holy shit, so many mechanical warriors? Was he planning a surprise assault on the rat army? But no more than 5 seconds passed before another flash of white light appeared. And once again, another 1,000 mechanical warriors materialized on the ground. More? Seeing that Chu Jiang showed no signs of stopping, someone in the crowd finally realized what was happening. Recalling his earlier confident claim that he had come in response to the broadcast recruitment call, these mechanical warriors truly met the requirements for possessing ground control capability. Even their gaze toward Chu Jiang became significantly more complicated. After nearly a minute of stunned silence, Chu Jiang finally stopped and turned to He Liang beside him. Director He, look, aren't these numbers enough to deal with the rat army? By now, beneath the temporary command center, dense formations of Type 2 warriors stood in orderly rows. As far as the eye could see, countless figures stood aligned like a heavy layer of dark clouds pressing down suffocatingly upon the earth. They waited silently, ready for the order to annihilate the enemy. Noticing He Liang hadn't responded, Chu Jiang realized something was off. He turned his head and found not only He Liang but also a large crowd had gathered. All of them stared at Chu Jiang with strange, almost admiring expressions. This wasn't just a logistics vessel, it was a mobile barracks. None of them had ever seen a logistics vessel capable of carrying so many troops. He Liang, at least, was someone who had seen much in his life. Realizing he'd momentarily lost composure, he quickly recomposed himself. He patted Chu Jiang on the shoulder with deep admiration. You are truly impressive. With that, he hurriedly dragged Chu Jiang into the main control room. Turning immediately to the staff member still verifying and registering newcomers nearby, he said, "Tell them they can go back. We've already found team members meeting mission requirements. Begin counterattack operations immediately." Understood, Director. The staff exchanged glances, completely unaware of what had just happened outside. They'd been overwhelmed with verification work. Though surprised by He Liang's announcement, they immediately took action. After escorting out the squad members currently registering, they promptly issued a broadcast notice. Soon, all the squad members who had gathered due to the earlier broadcast returned to their defensive lines. The bustling main control room fell quiet once more. Meanwhile, He Liang had already brought Chu Jiang before the largest and most comprehensive monitoring display. Notify all squads on the front lines to begin organizing counterattack operations. Tell them to prepare for coordination. He Liang issued orders in an orderly fashion. After intense fighting, approximately 500,000 rat soldiers remained outside Assad base. In warfare, the key weaknesses were always insufficient troops and lack of supplies. But with ample forces, brute force alone could overcome any tenfold odds. No matter how many enemies came, sweep them all away and crush them outright. With these 20,000 mechanical warriors and a touch of tactical finesse, Victory over the rat army was assured. At the same time, the warship's combat AI commander took over battlefield analysis. It quickly formulated a series of tactics centered around guerrilla warfare. After assigning tasks to each squad, Xiuxian finally turned to Xiuxian. From here on, your task is to coordinate with the various squads, conduct targeted encirclements and eliminations. If additional support arises, handle it accordingly. Encircle the point, strike the reinforcements. I understand. Having taken specialized tactical courses at the academy, Xiuxian instantly grasped the strategy proposed by Commander. Seeing that Xiuxian understood, Xiuxian nodded with satisfaction, then continued directing others. Xiuxian reactivated the mosquito drone reconnaissance swarm stationed outside, gaining complete situational awareness of the battlefield. He then noticed that every squad along the defense line had shifted from defense to offense. Multiple warships cooperated to surround tens of thousands of rat soldiers and engaged in battle. This scene repeated itself across every frontline squad. Yet, since squad capabilities varied, some handled their foes effortlessly, while others struggled immensely, particularly those squads inherently weak against the rat army. If they further split their forces, even if individual threats were smaller, they still fought hard to survive. Whenever rat army strength near any warship exceeded estimated survivability limits, a 1,000-unit battalion of Type 2 warriors would be dispatched to reinforce. To alleviate the pressure, the plan proceeded smoothly, and the number of rat soldiers continued to dwindle. Even the front lines had advanced forward by over 10 kilometers. Even if the enemy were foolish, they should have taken action by now. Xiuxian was fully focused on the battlefield when he first sensed something amiss. A group of mutants had silently vanished from the battlefield. Disappearing at this moment, their intentions were obvious even without thinking. Immediately, he intensively scouted several tunnels the rat army had previously used for retreats. Sure enough, he found traces. These mutants were rapidly approaching one of the defense squads. Xiuxian estimated their numbers at around 10,000. He quickly dispatched an equal force, 1,000 Type 2 warriors, to set up an ambush along their expected path. As expected, the rat army remained completely unaware. Just as the mutants emerged from the ground, a platoon of ironclad warriors dropped from above. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. On the spot, many mutants shrieked in panic, emitting sharp, piercing cries. Even Xiuxian aboard the warship felt a sharp pain in his eardrums. Unfortunately, the Type 2 warriors weren't organic. The sound waves posed no threat whatsoever. They raised their pulse pistols and shot down one mutant after another. Dozens collapsed instantly. By the time the rat army realized what was happening and tried to resist, their numbers had already been drastically reduced, making even basic resistance difficult, let alone providing support to those comrades trapped in encirclement by the defense squads. In less than half an hour, all 10,000 mutants were wiped out. Xiuxian happily recalled all the Type 2 warriors. Mutants had never been numerous within the rat army ranks. This additional loss would be devastating and hard to recover from, especially since quite a few defense squads had already eliminated the tens of thousands of rats they'd been engaging. Under Liang's coordination, these squads began moving to reinforce others. At Assad base, the rat army had effectively lost all advantage. Xiuxian predicted that within another hour at most, the enemy forces would completely collapse. In fact, he still overestimated their resilience. By the 40th minute, aside from those still surrounded, the remaining rat soldiers had all fled, and the squads that had previously been besieged were rescued immediately. But it wasn't over yet. Chapter 38. Australia secures full victory. Neptune goes dark. Xiuxian looked at Xiuxian with a slight air of relief. Thanks to you, our base has preliminarily secured victory. However, we're still having some trouble with the Bunia and field bases. We'll need to head over and provide support. Liang's meaning was clear, and Xiuxian saw no reason to refuse. Sure enough, as soon as he readily agreed, Liang immediately handed over the communication module linked to the field base. Field City is closer to Assad, making it easier for your mechanical army to relocate. Also, the threat they face isn't nearly as severe as Bounia's. I'll take the others and rush to Bunia military base first. Does that arrangement work? No problem. Though surprised by Liang's attitude, Xiuxian agreed anyway. Thus, they split into two forces. Liang led the rest toward Bunia City's military base at full speed. Meanwhile, Xiuxian returned to his warship, taking with him the communication module linked to Field City's military base. This is Assad military base. We've achieved initial success. How are you holding up? Assad won so quickly? That's amazing. We've been waiting for your reinforcements. The operator on the other end sounded excited upon hearing Xiuxian's message. We're currently facing a threat of 2 million rat troops, and we've identified 2 types of beings to be rat people. The battle situation has reached a stalemate. We're trapped inside Field Canyon. We can't get out, and the rat army can't break in either. Only now did Xiuxian realize that unlike Assad, Field City was built within a naturally defensible canyon. No wonder it could withstand more than twice the rat forces assaulting Assad and still hold on this long. Having grasped the situation, Xiuxian quickly formed a rough plan. He set off directly, leading his mechanical army toward Field Canyon. Still, what bothered him more was the sudden mention of the rat people by the operator earlier. Could it be that the blue planet's rodent infestation was caused by the rat people? But hadn't he already wiped out the Louis star system long ago? A vague sense of foreboding stirred in Xiuxian. Yet he pushed those thoughts aside as Field Canyon came into distant view. First, focus on eliminating the rat army. Whether or not the rat people were truly invading, as long as he was strong enough, he could wipe them out once. Why couldn't he do it again? When he was about 1,000 meters away from the canyon, Xiuxian re-established contact with the field base. Our force of nearly 20,000 mechanical soldiers has arrived outside Field Canyon. When should we begin the assault? 20,000 mechanical soldiers? The person on the other end clearly gasped at Xiuxian's declaration of strength. Then another voice cut in. Just wait for my orders, then coordinate with us to completely annihilate these damn rats. Obviously, the commander had taken over after hearing the news. No problem. In truth, it was far more than 20,000. Earlier, while assisting the Assad base in wiping out the rat forces, the manufacturing chambers aboard his warship had remained active the entire time. Even with losses, the output vastly exceeded attrition. At this moment, he could mobilize at least 24,000 Type 2 warriors. After a short wait, the base commander spoke again. Hello, I'm Huang Qi, director of this extermination operation at Field Base. Our tactical plan is ready. The rat army contains approximately 700,000 units suspected to be rat people. Our base will handle delaying them. The remaining 1.3 million regular rat troops will be dealt with by your mechanical army. Is that acceptable? Type 2 warriors match the mutated variants in combat power, averaging 2 to 3 times stronger than ordinary rat soldiers. 24,000 Type 2 warriors against 1.3 million rats. This would be tight. Xiuxian paused, then asked, can I conduct limited area bombardment as needed? This anti-infestation campaign had tacitly avoided large-scale destructive weapons to preserve Blue Planet's terrain and ecological environment. Otherwise, just a few orbital strikes would wipe out any rodent threat instantly, though it would also destroy Blue Planet in the process. But moderate firepower coverage should be acceptable, right? The other side fell silent for a moment, seemingly calculating the ecological value beyond the canyon. Finally, they responded. As long as the canyon's internal environment remains unaffected, use your judgment within reasonable limits. Of course, with approval granted, Xiuxian instantly gained confidence. No longer hesitating, he raised his warship and charged straight into Field Canyon. Behind him streamed his mechanical army. One standard missile, amplified 10,000-fold under the firepower amplification aura, exploded with devastating force, aimed outward at the canyon's edge. A massive blast erupted instantly outside the canyon. The enormous shockwave rippled through the rat forces blocking the entrance. They said not to damage the canyon's ecosystem, so hitting the outer area was fair game, wasn't it? Xiuxian smirked confidently. This wouldn't stop him. While the rat army was still reeling, his mechanical forces surged forward into the fray. With over 100 mosquito swarm reconnaissance drones monitoring the battlefield, every time the rat army gathered strength to resist, Xiuxian promptly launched a missile from outside. The resulting shockwaves left them utterly unable to mount any resistance. This method was absurdly efficient. Within half an hour, half of the rat forces were wiped out. Soon, those inside finally noticed the situation outside and quickly coordinated with Xiuxian's offensive. Just 1 hour, that's all it took. 1.3 million ordinary rat soldiers were nearly eradicated, leaving only the 700,000 mutated variants they had trapped earlier. These were nothing more than beasts caught in a corner. What threat could they possibly pose now? Thus, another one-sided massacre unfolded. By the time the very last rat soldier fell, afternoon was already approaching. At the same time, news arrived from Bunia City. With Heliang's support, all rat forces had been successfully driven back and expelled to small islands in the Pacific. In this campaign against the rodent plague, Australia had achieved full victory. The news quickly reached Assad military base. Zhou Rui stared at the battle report sent by Heliang, struggling to believe what he was reading. That this rat extermination operation had succeeded so swiftly was clearly thanks to Xiuxian, especially the 2,000-strong mechanical army. He couldn't have imagined such a force existed, let alone 20,000. Who would have thought he was just commanding a logistics vessel? Zhou Rui's expression darkened. Without hesitation, he immediately summoned a subordinate. Go bring out Bo Early from solitary confinement. Also inform the city lord. We're preparing to hold a victory banquet to celebrate our warriors' triumphant return. Understood. The subordinate was surprised. The victory had come faster than expected. Just as he turned to announce the good news, Zhou Rui called him back. After Bo Early comes out, remember to lock up xiuxian in his place. If he resists, use force immediately. Only then did the subordinate realize the crucial detail he'd overlooked. Zhou Rui intended to release Bo Early, and he'd said bring rather than release. He actually used the word qing, meaning please. Was the base leadership about to change? Just days ago, Bo Early had been locked away while xiuxian was being promoted. The entire base had grown tense. Many had confidently claimed that xiuxian would surely become the next base commander. Now it seemed things were taking a sudden turn. The subordinate stepped out, emotions churning. As for Zhou Rui, he sat pondering what other moves he could make to salvage the situation. Then, a letter from the Alliance completely shattered his current plans. Neptune had gone dark. Chapter 39, A Sudden Outbreak of Plague. After the Alliance confirmed and released the news, it was announced that the solar system had been invaded by the rat people. At the end, the Alliance also issued a stern order. All key military base leaders must immediately head to the Holy City to discuss how to resolve this incident. Zhou Rui hurriedly retrieved the victory report previously sent back by Heliang. It had mentioned that among the rat army, there were mutant entities who to be of the rat people. Now, looking at it again, it was undoubtedly confirmed. They were indeed the rat people. Zhou Rui felt both furious and slightly relieved. At least now he no longer needed to worry about facing the problem posed by Xiuxian. After quickly tidying up, Zhou Rui immediately summoned his secretary, Eunuchus. Eunuchus, cancel the celebration banquet. I need to leave for the holy city right away. Everything will wait until I return. If any emergency occurs, have Burly handle it. Outside Assad City. After eliminating the rat infestation outside Field City, Xiuxian returned early to the Assad military base since there was no need for mop-up operations. However, even before entering the base, he noticed that the festive decorations had already begun to be taken down one by one. Clearly, the base had already received news of the mission's success and had planned a victory celebration. But for some reason, it had been forcibly cancelled. What accident had happened at the base? A chill ran through Xiuxian's heart, and he quickened his pace significantly. Base personnel soon noticed his arrival, causing a small commotion. Before Xiuxian could even land, he spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. Xiuxian, junior brother. It was Burly, who was supposed to still be under house arrest. Xiuxian quickly retracted his warship, looking surprised and puzzled. Senior, how did you get out? The base commander received the frontline battle report and learned just how crucial your role was in this victory, so I was released early. Not only that, Yi Sanshui has been sentenced to indefinite confinement. Burly looked at Xiuxian with satisfaction. In truth, he had only just heard these details from Eunuchus. He never expected his junior brother to turn out so formidable. Upon hearing this, Xiuxian recalled that arrogant base commander who looked down on others. Just as he was about to ask further, he saw Burly's expression suddenly darken. The base commander has left. Under mandatory orders from the Alliance Council, he's now on his way to the Holy City. Xiuxian Ly sensed something amiss. Has something major happened? Neptune has lost contact. It's been confirmed as an act of the rat people. They're likely preparing to formally declare war on the solar system. As Burly spoke, he guided Xiuxian toward the base commander's office. With Zhou Rui gone, the office naturally fell under Burly's use. Hearing this, Xiuxian nodded in understanding. Given such a massive crisis, holding a victory celebration at Assad was clearly inappropriate. But earlier, during his descent, he'd caught a glimpse of chaos within the city, possibly due to the cancellation of the celebration. He thought for a moment, then told Burly about it. After listening, Burly fell into deep thought. The general public doesn't yet know about Neptune's situation, and we can't disclose it to them either. Looks like we'll have to find another way to make them accept the cancellation of the celebration. Burly was still considering how to achieve both goals when a sharp knocking came from outside the door. Before he could even complain about his train of thought being interrupted, he received another devastating report. Minister Burly, Mayor Kerbold has just sent word. There's been a sudden outbreak of plague inside the city. Over 10 million are infected, and hundreds of thousands have already died from severe symptoms. They're urgently requesting aid from our base. Plague. At this news, Xiuxian's face changed drastically. The rat people. How could he have forgotten? The rat people were notorious for their expertise in toxic gases and infectious diseases. Previously, the rat army had relied solely on melee attacks. He completely overlooked this possibility. Beside him, Burly's expression turned grim. Just then, the Academy issued another mandatory mission. Remain at the base and await medical supplies from the Academy. The task description was brief. After scanning it, Xiuxian looked at Burly. Senior, our immediate priority is to have Mayor Kerbold calm the emotions of the populace to prevent any further riots. I understand. Before leaving, Zhou Rui had instructed Eunuchus. In his absence, Burly would be the sole authority at the base. This responsibility fell squarely on his shoulders. Burly immediately called for Eunuchus. Notify all resting defense forces to report to Mayor Bod. Coordinate with him to suppress any troublemakers exploiting the chaos. Remember, under no circumstances should ordinary civilians be harmed. And launch a publicity campaign. The Alliance will never abandon a single Blue Planet resident. Go now. Understood. Eunuchus knew the gravity of the situation and didn't hesitate. As soon as he left, he began mobilizing every available member who was off duty. Seeing the overwhelmed look on his face, Xiuxian spoke up at the right moment. Senior, I still have quite a few mechanical warriors. I could use them to help guide and calm the civilians. Really? At those words, Burly's eyes lit up with excitement as he stared at him in delight. That would be such a huge help. Everyone's stretched so thin right now. I simply can't spare any personnel. With your mechanical forces, we might finally catch our breath. There should be a batch of medicinal herbs stored in the base warehouse for treating the plague. Could you brew them for me? Then distribute the decoction within the city. I'll give you a map indicating exactly where to hand out the medicine. Burly lowered his head, rapidly flipping through the documents on the desk as he assigned tasks to Xiuxian. Besides that, there's something even more important. I need you to locate the source of the plague and assist the defense forces in isolating all infected individuals from the healthy. We must stop the spread as quickly as possible. This way, we can effectively control resource expenditure. Locating the plague source could be handled by deploying mosquito drone scouts. Brewing medicine and transporting patients could be managed by the mechanical army, tasks that wouldn't demand much effort from him. Xiuxian agreed swiftly. After leaving the office, he divided his forces into 3 groups according to Burly's instructions. Leaving behind a 100-man team of Type 2 warriors at the base to handle the medicine brewing, Xiuxian returned directly to his warship. While releasing the mosquito drone scouts to detect the plague's origin, he monitored the mechanical army coordinating with the defense forces. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Watching the footage transmitted back by the drone swarm, he noted that civil unrest within the city had visibly decreased. However, he still hadn't identified the source of the plague yet. Assad City consisted of 8 districts. He had only finished investigating 5 so far. Currently, all uninfected civilians were being relocated to designated areas. Just as things were gradually stabilizing in an orderly manner, a strange phenomenon occurred throughout the city. All electronic devices emitted an eerie buzzing sound. Regardless of whether they were powered on, every screen-equipped device capable of producing sound suddenly activated in unison. The buzzing noises converged steadily, eventually blending into a single voice. My dearest human friends of Blue Planet, greetings. I am the source of this plague, the harbinger of destruction, disciple of Xiuxian, the priest of the rat people. Chapter 40. The Ratman Priest's Proclamation. A fleet falling apart. An whooshing yet pervasive force completely enveloped Blue Star, twisting, altering everything. It wasn't just Assad City. Every city on Blue Star suffered the same fate. No electronic screen could escape its grasp. Even worse, it wasn't limited to screens alone. Panels of glass, mirrors, even puddles reflecting images, all were altered, displaying nothing but an elder from the Ratman race. At this moment, Blue Star faced boundless terror. Unlike Xiuxian, a student of the academy, who could remain calm even as mountains collapsed before him, ordinary people had never encountered anything so bizarre in their lives. Below, the residents of Assad City, barely calmed down moments ago, erupted into chaos once more. And all of this stemmed from the Ratman priest. Xiuxian's expression turned grim. On screen, the priest continued speaking. Dear human friends, there's no need for such warmth or panic. Our visit to the solar system is merely to seek justice for our kin in the Green Plague Star system. 1 month ago, one of your humans utterly destroyed our homeland. The priest's tone shifted from earlier gentleness to something dark and oppressive. Just hearing it made one feel as though invisible hands were clutching and squeezing their heart relentlessly. Cold sweat instantly drenched everybody. As the price for recklessly attacking our homeland, 10 billion inhabitants of Neptune, we have taken 9 billion. The remaining 1 billion we hold hostage. I demand that you hand over that culprit, immediately. As his voice faded, the image abruptly changed, from the elder's face to a dark, damp dungeon. Inside narrow cells, crowds were crammed together. Each person bore countless scars across their bodies, their faces blank with numbness and pain. The sight wrenched at the heart. Seemingly pleased by Blue Star's reaction, the Ratman priest broadcast the entire dungeon scene. Finally, it froze on a very blurry, hand-drawn portrait, only barely revealing facial features. Remember, find him. He is the source of all evil. Deliver him to Neptune, and I will release these people. With the priest's final words, the mysterious force surrounding Blue Star began to recede. The distorted visuals returned to normal, but that last hand-drawn portrait was seared into everyone's mind. The Blue Star Academy. That last sketch, doesn't it look a bit like Xiuxian? Kong Xiu sounded uncertain, but Zhou Zhua and Zhou Yu immediately grew excited. Not a bit like, that is Xiuxian. He's the mastermind behind the destruction of the Ratman's home. Zhou Zhua Zhou Yu. Yun Qinghan tried to stop them, but too late, they'd already exposed the truth. Instantly, Jian Wuming and Chao Qiong turned their gazes toward them. You both knew? Yes. In fact, back then, I, Jiang Lei, and these two, Yun Qinghan nodded, witnessed him blow up Sulphur Star and seize Blackrock Star. She nodded again, then pointed at Zhou Zhua and Zhou Yu. No surprise, he's definitely Xiuxian. Then she turned to Jiang Lei, who had remained silent. She knew Zhou Zhua and Zhou Yu might not listen to her, so she spoke directly to Jiang Lei. Jiang Lei, you took plenty of our resources from Blackrock Star too. Now it's time for us to repay that debt. Repay? What are you talking about? Complete bullshit. Who blew up Sulphur Star? Who invaded Blackrock Star? Who annihilated the entire Green Plague Star system? None of those deeds have anything to do with me. I only took a bit of ore. I'm not turning him in, which is already being generous. Don't try to guilt trip me. Something in Yun Qinghan's words had struck a nerve. Jiang Lei snapped, hastily distancing himself from Xiuxian. As if, 1 second slower, his name would appear on the priest's wanted list. Yun Qinghan was clearly taken aback by his shameless attitude. Her chest heaved in anger, staring at him in disbelief. If we hadn't gotten those resources, we wouldn't have been able to form a fleet, join the mercenary guild, or level up to rank 10 so quickly. And now you're trying to abandon Xiuxian this fast? Has your conscience been eaten by dogs? So what? Even at rank 10, we're still no match for Xiuxian. There's no reason for me to risk my life just to repay some petty debt over ore. Jiang Lei's stance was firm. He knew perfectly well, facing the Ratmen meant certain death. So he'd do anything to sever ties with Xiuxian. If you want to die, go ahead yourself. With that, Jiang Lei slunk away, dragging the Zhou brothers with him, not daring to argue another word with Yun Qinghan. It made her so angry she kept pounding her chest, even beginning to wonder if a fleet built with such teammates could ever be reliable. Beside her, the 3 spectators each had their own thoughts. Yet, they remained oddly in sync. None of them voiced any opinion on the matter. They simply exchanged quick goodbyes with Yun Qinghan and left first. A vague suspicion stirred in each of their hearts. This temporary fleet they'd formed was likely on the verge of collapse. Yun Qinghan was stunned. She hadn't expected that in such a short time, the fleet was already trending toward disintegration. A wave of helplessness instantly washed over her. She felt dejected. Just then, the Academy issued another mandatory mission, to deliver a special cure for the epidemic to the base. She remembered clearly. Chu Jiang was still stationed at the base, waiting for medical supplies from the Academy. Having made up her mind, Yun Qinghan immediately headed to the Academy's infirmary. Above Assad City, Chu Jiang watched the live feed from his mosquito drone reconnaissance units. The crowd's tension had settled once more. Still, discussions about the Ratman priest were everywhere. And the second most mentioned figure? None other than the subject of that final sketch. The man himself. Perhaps they never imagined that the person being talked about was watching them right now, observing from countless angles through hidden eyes. Every word, every heartfelt insult, reached his ears with crystal clarity. Chu Jiang seemed bored by it all. With a soft chuckle, he shut off the video feed from the drones. He had a faint idea of why the Ratman priest had gone to such lengths. Trying to incite the public to hand him over? Truly an elegant tactic. At that moment, Burley called. "Brother Chu, are you okay?" His tone was cautious. Clearly, he had guessed the truth. "I'm fine." "Good." Burley exhaled in relief, hearing such a calm response. "The special medicine from the academy has arrived. I've already sent people to distribute it. You can pause the tasks I asked you for now. Come to the base first. Someone wants to see you." "Someone wants to see me?" Though puzzled, Chu Jiang turned back toward the base. By then, he had completed thorough inspections across all 8 districts of Assad City. The source of the plague had finally been located, and Type 2 soldiers had already been dispatched to deal with it. As Chu Jiang landed, he saw xuanhuan stepping out of the base. She was still wearing her white coat. So it was confirmed. She must have been the one sent by the academy to deliver the medicine. But what was more surprising was the figure following behind her. Mo ran. What now? Was everyone conspiring to come find him all at once? Chapter 41. Rifts within the Alliance. Chu Jiang taken away. Holy City, Phoenix Council Chamber. Not long ago, this hall had been filled with noise and uproar. The leaders of all major bases from Blue Earth gathered here, arguing fiercely over Neptune's sudden loss of contact. Now, however, silence reigned, so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. They had just witnessed the twisted corruption brought forth by the Ratfolk priest. It was an indiscriminate, planet-wide horror engulfing all of Blue Earth, until someone finally broke the silence. This time, no matter what, we does will not back down. Those hostages must be rescued. A pale-skinned middle-aged man spoke, his expression grim. Auguste, the primary commander of the California military base in America. At the same time, one of only 3 representatives from the Blue Earth Alliance within the Solar Federation. The Solar Federation was the binding force connecting all 8 planets of the solar system. It consisted of 17 council seats in total. The other 7 planets each held 2 seats, while Blue Earth held 3. The Blue Earth Alliance governed internal affairs on Blue Earth, maintaining a principle of non-interference with humanity's pioneering settlements on other planets. Only during the most critical emergencies would the Supreme Council convene to decide the fate of all humankind. Auguste's status needed no further explanation, and the 2 council members from Neptune were precisely his allies. As soon as he spoke, many leaders from American bases immediately voiced their support. The people on Neptune are our kin. If sacrificing just one life could save 100 million, why wouldn't we do it? Right? Support Auguste. Opposite Auguste, a middle-aged man in traditional Chinese attire remained silent. He waited patiently as the doves, led by him, poured out their passionate arguments. Once they'd finished, Gong Xinliang slowly spoke. "So what? Your doves produce nothing. Handing someone over. Do you actually expect the rat folk to deliver the hostages back to Blue Earth themselves? In the end, you'll still come begging to us hawks for help." Predictably, his words choked them into stunned silence. Seeing no one dared to retort, a faint smirk crept into Gong Xinliang's tone. "Moreover, if the rat folk betray us midway, do you truly believe your dove faction possesses the means to swiftly counterattack and strike back?" "Gong, that's exactly why we need Longqing's support." Auguste responded unusually candidly. "Your Longqing holds the finest warship engineers and mecha designers in Blue Earth. Indeed, across the entire solar system. With their help, victory is guaranteed for us doves." Shameless. Before Gong Xinliang could reply, someone muttered under their breath. Though said quietly, everyone heard clearly. Gong Xinliang merely smiled silently, showing no intention to respond. Truthfully, those words struck right at his heart. But for the sake of appearances, he couldn't say such things directly to Auguste. After all, they were both council members of the Solar Federation, let alone the fact that Neptune wasn't even aligned with him. He had no obligation to exhaust himself like this. More importantly, throughout this rat folk invasion, America and Australia had made too many underhanded moves, leaving Longzhou at a disadvantage. If there weren't manipulations behind the scenes from the doves, he wouldn't believe it. The doves were nothing more than a vulture with clipped wings, holding a twig and pretending to be a dove of peace. If the hawks provided them military support now, who could guarantee those weapons wouldn't be turned against Longzhou later? After some thought, Gong Xinliang chose a more tactful way to persuade. "You doves can rest assured. We'll do our best to save the hostages on Neptune. But the rat folk cannot be trusted. Their unprovoked invasion and reality distortion on Blue Earth, that itself is a threat. You doves can't control this situation. Let us hawks take charge." He wore a face of benevolent concern, thoroughly provoking everyone among the doves. Auguste, long accustomed to this, simply frowned deeply and remained silent. Just then, he received a private message. His previously gloomy expression instantly brightened with a smile. "Since neither side can convince the other, let's act independently and see who gets there first." With that, he stood up and left the chamber without hesitation. Everyone present was momentarily stunned before realizing what had happened. The doves immediately rose and followed Auguste out. Even among the hawks, several hot-headed individuals stood up, preparing to chase after them. Auguste's expression just now practically screamed, "I've already found him," without uttering a word. Leaving now meant only one thing. He was rushing to capture someone. If they didn't hurry, they'd be too late. Then they noticed something strange. Gong Xinliang hadn't moved at all since the beginning. "Mr. Gong, the doves have taken the lead." Shouldn't we rush after them? Asked a burly man with thick eyebrows and broad eyes. Gong Xinliang raised an eyebrow, eyeing him oddly as he replied. Who told you we're behind? I've known about this person all along. As he spoke, he tapped his temple. Instantly, his eyes projected a stream of messages. These eyes, cybernetically enhanced, could project data. That was merely their most basic function. Name Xiuxian. Gender male. Age 18. Affiliation senior at Blue Earth Academy. Starship Constellation class logistics vessel. Major outstanding contributions: eradicated the Green Plague system, destroyed the Lizard Pirate Base No. 3, assisted in pest clearance in Assad City, Australia. The dossier was extremely detailed, even clearly documenting his exploits in Australia just hours earlier. Yet what surprised them was that the person who annihilated the Ratfolk star system commanded only a logistics vessel. That was borderline insane. Everyone stared, dazed. So Gong Xinliang had known all along who the Ratfolk were after. Everyone can rest assured. Once I confirmed traces of the Ratfolk behind the infestation, I immediately sent people to invite this young man over. He should arrive shortly. The doves are destined to be nothing but clowns. Gong Xinliang spoke with absolute certainty. Seeing how confident he was, the others felt considerably more at ease. Knowing he had a plan, one that would prevent the doves from succeeding, they stopped worrying and dispersed back to their respective places. Meanwhile, moments after stepping out of the Phoenix Council Hall, Auguste turned to the group behind him. Everyone, just now we received a tip from a concerned citizen. The person the Ratfolk are after is a student from Blue Earth Academy. His name is Xiuxian. He's currently in Assad City, Australia. If we capture him before the Hawks do, whether we hand him over to the Ratfolk in exchange for our captured comrades, or give him to the Hawks for advanced ion tech, it will revitalize our cause. Our technology has been blockaded by the Hawks for far too long. Now, finally, is our chance to break through. We shall make the world great again. That's right. Right now, Xiuxian was aboard an airship en route to Longqing. Beside him sat xuanhuan, the commander of the 3rd Battalion of the Blue Earth Guard, with whom he'd briefly crossed paths before. Just minutes ago, as he was catching up with Xuanhuan and Mo Ran, who had traveled all the way from the academy. Xuanhuan suddenly arrived, revealed his identity, and said someone wanted to see Xiuxian. Then he took him onto this airship without any room for refusal. In truth, Xiuxian didn't have the power to resist anyway. But why did Mo Ran and Xuanhuan end up boarding as well? Xiuxian wore a face of utter despair. Chapter 42. The Mo family, a lineage of mecha masters. Mr. Gong, you're talking nonsense. Soon after, they arrived at the Holy City. The moment Xiuxian stepped off the airship, he was taken aback by the scene before him. The vast square was packed with dense crowds, tens of thousands, at least, all clad in uniforms similar to Xuanhuan's, belonging to the Blue Star Guard. They stood rigidly holding the military's latest pulse laser rifles, aiming solemnly in their direction. The atmosphere was thick with pressure and intimidation. Under this relentless weight, Xiuxian and the others quickly followed Xuanhuan into an unassuming tent nearby. Inside, a middle-aged man was already waiting. Xuanhuan seemed to have expected this. Mr. Gong, I've brought Xiuxian. Thank you for your trouble. Gong Xinliang politely nodded to Xuanhuan before turning his gaze to Xiuxian behind her. However, he hadn't expected 2 young women to accompany him. Immediately, his eyes lit up with amusement as he looked at Xiuxian. Never thought you'd be such a magnet. Girls chasing you all the way from the academy? Xiuxian felt slightly embarrassed and was about to explain when Gong turned instead to Mo Ran and the other girl. Still, I need a few words alone with Xiuxian. Would you two mind stepping out for a moment? At his gesture, Xuanhuan immediately stepped forward. Seeing no ill intent toward Xiuxian, the 2 girls obediently followed and exited. Only the 2 men remained inside the tent. Mr. Gong, I accept being sent to Neptune. Before Gong could even speak, Xiuxian shocked him with those words. It completely disrupted Gong's planned approach, leaving him staring oddly at Xiuxian. Yet, compared to the intelligence reports, the man matched perfectly. You don't even know who I am, and you're already accepting exile to Neptune? I certainly do know you. You are one of the 3 senators representing the Blue Star Alliance in the Solar Federation, base commander of Longqing, Longzhou, and also known as the guardian deity of the solar system, the unwavering resistor. Back when the outer gods descended upon the stars, bringing chaotic races and endless disasters, mankind had responded in many ways. Some advocated coexistence, others pushed for enslavement or conquest, while some chose worship. But the resistors believed peace could only return by eradicating every last chaotic race. Relying on heaven, earth, or gods, better to rely on oneself. When Xiuxian first learned of this, he'd been deeply moved. How could anyone familiar with history not know a figure like Gong Xinliang? So I understand. You must have a mission for me, which is why you sent Xuanhuan to fetch me. I've been thinking along the way, and the only explanation that makes sense is that you want me to cooperate in being escorted to Neptune. Gong Xinliang regarded him appreciatively. No wonder you're considered the top graduate of Blue Star Academy this year. You guessed right. The task I need you to complete is indeed exactly that. Just before Xiuxian arrived, he had held an urgent meeting with the Hawk faction. To place full trust in the rat people's honesty, as the doves proposed, would be nothing short of suicide. So they decided to persuade Xiuxian into staging a bitter flesh stratagem, a ploy where he would draw the rat people's full attention, allowing Blue Star's elite forces to sneak around and launch a surprise attack from behind, driving the rat people entirely out of the solar system. But what he hadn't anticipated was that Xiuxian's ideological awareness would be so high. He hadn't even begun convincing, and the man had already agreed. Comrade Xiuxian, I'm truly heartened by your level of conviction, especially how well you've managed your relationship with the MO family for our operation. Girls following you all the way here. You must be smitten, aren't you? The MO family. Xiuxian froze, confused by the sudden mention. Gong Xinliang clearly hadn't expected this reaction either, visibly startled. You don't know the MO family? I've heard bits and pieces, but not much. Gong's reaction now made it clear the MO family was no ordinary household. He recalled only briefly encountering them at Lizard Pirate Base number 3. At the time, he'd assumed they were just another influential noble clan on Blue Star. But judging from Gong Xinliang's expression now, there was something unusual about them. Realizing Chu Jiang truly didn't know, Gong suddenly stood up, preparing to take him outside. Talking won't do it justice. It's better if I show you in person. As Gong emerged, Xuanhuan stepped forward instantly. He waved her off, gesturing toward Mo Ran. I'm taking him to visit the Mo family. With that, he summoned an airship and ushered Chu Jiang aboard. Along the way, he began explaining the Mo family. The Mo family is one of the oldest and most historically significant clans in Longqing, tracing back roughly 800 years. They've produced countless outstanding mecha designers for Longqing, and for humanity as a whole. Truly, a lineage of mecha masters. A lineage of mecha masters. Chu Jiang was stunned. Mecha were currently the most functionally practical weapons available to humans, second only to warships. In every major interstellar battle, mecha played an indispensable role. He hadn't expected the Mo family to have such a remarkable background. That's right. Mechs will play a crucial role in this mission to drive out the rat people. Warships are too conspicuous and would seriously hinder our plans. Only by using elite pilots and mechs can we maximize the element of surprise. Seeing Chu Jiang remain silent, Gong Xinliang assumed he still had some doubts, so he added an explanation for why they were visiting the Mo family. Realizing this, Chu Jiang quickly nodded to show he understood. Meanwhile, the airship had already arrived at a valley shrouded in thick fog. Alright, we've entered Mo family territory now. Someone should be here to greet us shortly. No sooner had Gong finished speaking than Chu Jiang, Ly noticed the airship seemed to have stopped operating. It was slowly descending. Yet after just a few seconds, it unexpectedly hovered midair again without any visible force. Then, he felt a strange power pulling the airship toward a certain direction. Chu Jiang quickly looked out the window. He was certain the airship had completely stopped. Fortunately, the force wasn't concealed. After a brief moment of perception, Chu Jiang sensed it clearly. Surprisingly, a sense of familiarity washed over him. He felt that the way this energy was being used bore striking similarities to the patterns he had once seen on the spiritual energy-powered spaceship. Only the application method differed slightly. Still puzzled, Chu Jiang intended to investigate further. Unfortunately, Gong Xinliang interrupted his thoughts. Because the airship had fully landed, they had arrived at the Mo family's doorstep. Guided by Gong. As soon as Chu Jiang stepped out, he saw a group of well-trained Mo soldiers waiting there. At the front stood a middle-aged man with streaks of gray at his temples. Mr. Gong, what wind has blown you all the way to our Mo family estate? Mo let out a hearty laugh, quickly stepping forward to grab Gong Xinliang's hand and exchange pleasantries. Gong didn't mind at all. He merely jerked his chin toward Chu Jiang beside him. I mainly came to bring him. Speaking of which, he should probably call you father-in-law. What did you say? Mr. Gong, don't speak nonsense. Chapter 43, Storm Scarlet. Feeling Mo's fierce glare directed at him, Chu Jiang gave a bitter smile that looked more like a grimace and instinctively glanced toward Gong Xinliang for help. At that moment, movement stirred again beyond the valley. Another airship was arriving. Mo tensed slightly as he turned to look, but this gave Chu Jiang a brief reprieve. Then, as the airship descended and its hatch opened, out stepped Mo Ran. Father. The moment she stepped off the vessel, Mo Ran rushed forward in search of Chu Jiang, only to find him cornered by her own father. Panicked, she called out without thinking. Realizing her mistake too late, she quickly threw herself into Mo's arms before he could react, then said swiftly, Father, why receive guests outside? Why not invite them inside for a proper talk? True enough, with her interjection, Mo completely forgot the earlier confrontation with Gong Xinliang and stopped pressuring Chu Jiang. He chuckled warmly and agreed. All right, we'll do it your way. Kaishu, please lead our guests to Jinai Hall. My daughter and I will follow shortly. With that, he bowed slightly to Gong Xinliang in courtesy before taking his leave. Gong Xinliang understood. He simply wanted some private time with his daughter. He tactfully followed the middle-aged man called Uncle Kai, pulling Chu Jiang along with him. Still, Chu Jiang couldn't shake the sense of familiarity upon hearing the name Jinai. Noticing his confusion, Gong Xinliang smiled and explained. The Mo family truly descends from the ancient Mahis school of thought. They uphold universal love, oppose aggression, emphasize frugality, and believe in honoring spirits and the will of heaven. They hold themselves to strict moral codes, viewing the defense of justice and peace as their sacred duty. They've always been pillars among resistance movements. That's exactly why we need the Mo family's help for this mission. As Gong Xinliang spoke, they arrived at an elegant, classically styled courtyard. Now Chu Jiang understood. The Mahis were masters of mechanics and mathematics. If the Mo family truly inherited that legacy, it made perfect sense they'd become a lineage of mecha engineers. At that moment, Uncle Kai spoke for the first time. This is Jinai Hall, esteemed guests. Please rest here for now. I'll have tea and snacks brought immediately. The master and young miss will join you shortly. With deep respect, he then withdrew. True to his word, it wasn't long before Mou and Mo Ran arrived together. But Chu Jiang keenly noticed that Mou's attitude toward him had shifted. It was still complicated, but no longer openly hostile. Mo Ren must have explained everything. Just as Xiuxian was pondering this, Mou began speaking. I may have remained within the Missouri estate focusing on mecha research, but I've still heard what's going on through Ran. The Zoo people came like a storm, seizing Neptune in the blink of an eye, trampling the very xiuxian of our solar federation. No matter the cost, the Mo family cannot stand idle. He turned his gaze to Xiuxian. You're so young, yet already possess such skill. Your future potential is boundless. I won't allow talent like yours to be cut short here. With that, he pulled out a stack of blueprints. Covered in dense calculations and diagrams, they culminated in a bold concept drawing of a towering, imposing mecha. This is our cheat, the Mo family's newest close combat mecha prototype. I've named it Storm Scarlet. Gong Xinliang quickly took the plans from Mou's hands. After just a few glances, his eyes lit up with excitement. Noticing Xiuxian staring longingly beside him, he promptly passed over the extra copies. Designation, Storm Scarlet. Model, 14th generation, humanoid mecha. Height, 76.2 meters. Weight, 1,722 tons. Strength, 10. Speed, 9. Armor, 6. Operating system, 3 suns, Horizon Gatekeeper. Power core, 5 Knights, annular fusion reactors. Fighting style, Longzhou martial arts, Muay Thai, Judo throws. Special weapons, hand-mounted spiral blades, Thundercloud fusion high-voltage electromagnetic cannon. Pilot capacity, 2 personnel. The mecha was painted in traditional Longzhou crimson red, its design inspired by ancient Longzhou warriors' armor. The emblem featured a stone lion head, symbolic of Longzhou tradition, with red ribbons of auspiciousness curled at its sides. The pearl in its mouth was replaced with a seal script character, Mo. The concept art prominently displayed dragon motifs throughout, lending the machine a majestic aura. It operated via dual pilot configuration. One pilot controlled movement, while the other monitored battlefield dynamics and formulated tactical analysis. All internal frameworks were forged from pure titanium, each muscle band driven by 50 diesel engines. Most striking of all, this mecha possessed 3 arms. The right side dual arms could shift between claw and blade configurations. The single left arm mounted an I-22 fusion high-voltage electromagnetic cannon equipped with biometric targeting, capable of locking onto enemy skeletons. However, it came with one major flaw: extreme energy consumption. Each shot required a minimum 3-minute recharge cycle. Mou had experimented with numerous types of energy crystals to replace or supplement the core, but none could stabilize output while delivering greater combat power. Of course, the left arm could also transform into a spiral blade, combining with the dual arms on the right to execute the thundercloud formation. This was a powerful tactic born from integrating 6,000 revolutions per minute spiral blades with Longzhou martial arts. Moreover, the feet were specially equipped with Achilles shock absorbers, working in tandem with magnetorheological dampers, enabling Storm Scarlet to move effortlessly across nearly any terrain. Mounted on its back were 3 independent thruster nozzles, working together with foot-mounted propulsors to greatly enhance Storm Scarlet's ability to rapidly close the distance with enemies in minimal time. It could be said without exaggeration that this mecha excelled equally in close combat and long-range offense, combined with exceptional mobility. No matter the battlefield conditions, it could ensure an invincible position. Gong Xinliang was just as excited, his eyes gleaming. For years, the Mo family had indeed provided mech designs to the military. But one as comprehensive and fully capable as this, truly unprecedented. Gong Xinliang looked at Mou with intense enthusiasm. If this machine had been unveiled earlier, would they still have been pushed to such humiliating defeats by the rat people? Perhaps Gong Xinliang's gaze was too fervent. Mou felt increasingly uneasy. He quickly nudged Mo Ran beside him and passed the responsibility off like a hot potato, saying, "The designer of this mecha is my daughter. The original foundation was her very first design 10 years ago. Over the years, we've revised and refined it repeatedly until reaching today's level. We simply couldn't bring it out earlier. According to her vision, if we could find superior metals and energy sources, further improvements might still be possible." Sure enough, upon hearing Mou's words, Gong Xinliang's burning gaze instantly shifted toward Mo Ran. 10 years ago, Mo Ran would have only been 8 or 9 years old, already designing mechs. Even if it was just the initial prototype, and it had taken a full decade of continuous refinement to reach this point, her innate talent as a mecha designer could not be denied. One had to admit, she truly lived up to being the daughter of a legendary mecha lineage, undoubtedly gifted. Since the Mo family has shown such sincerity, the military naturally won't fall behind. We'll take responsibility for the construction of the mecha. May I take the blueprints back with me? You don't mind, I hope. Gong Xinliang turned to Mo Ran and asked politely. Not at all. Mr. Gong, please take them by all means. However, I do hope that the first unit built will be entrusted to Xiuxian as pilot. Chapter 44, Building Crimson Typhoon. Departure to Neptune. Clearly, no one had expected Mo Ran to make such a request. Gong Xinliang immediately gave a hearty slap of approval. A small matter. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, we should have given the first unit to Xiuxian. After all, as bait facing the greatest danger, he must be prioritized for protection. With cooperation secured, Gong Xinliang promptly took the design blueprints and returned to the military camp to begin crafting Crimson Typhoon overnight. Only Xiuxian remained behind, awkwardly unsure how to face father and daughter from the Mo family. Seeing his discomfort, Mo Ran kindly offered, "Xiuxian, since you've gone through the trouble of coming to the Mo residence, why don't I give you a tour?" "All right, Chu Jiang, who'd been struggling to find an excuse to escape, immediately seized the opportunity and accepted. He quickly followed her out of Jinai Hall, hurrying away as if pursued by some man-eating monster. Only after nearly completing a full circuit of the Missouri estate did his heartbeat finally begin to settle. Thinking about the mecha named Crimson Typhoon, an irresistible itch stirred within him. Mo ran. May I ask how your family's reserves of ore and metal are faring? I was wondering. Before he could finish, Mo ran already understood his meaning. You want to try building Crimson Typhoon yourself? She knew his logistics ship was special. Its manufacturing chambers worked at astonishing speed. Without hesitation, she agreed and led him toward Feigong Hall. Feigong Hall was the Mo family's private courtyard dedicated to mecha forging and storing precious metals. After speaking with the Mo family guard stationed there, the two gained access to the warehouse. Titanium alloy, chromium, carbon nanosteel. Facing towering piles of various rare metals, Chu Jiang nearly drooled. Thankfully, he remembered Mo Ran stood beside him, a member of the Mo clan, and restrained himself from going overboard. Otherwise, he'd have scooped everything into his infinite space in an instant. Though his infinite space held vast quantities of metal, titanium alloy reserves needed for Crimson Typhoon were critically low. Now backed by the Mo family's stockpiles, he finally felt free to act without limits. He found an open area, summoned his warship, and instantly uploaded the Crimson Typhoon blueprints to the ship's processing center. External data source detected. Analyzing. Mecha construction project, Crimson Typhoon established. Name, Crimson Typhoon. Category, 14th generation humanoid mecha. Materials required, 300 units titanium, 200 units titanium alloy, 50 units steel. Construction time, 6 months. Ding. Under the 10,000X accelerated manufacturing aura, construction time for Crimson Typhoon reduced to 26 minutes. Initiate construction chamber? Begin building Crimson Typhoon? What the hell? 26 minutes. Less than half an hour to build a Crimson Typhoon? Hell yes, start immediately. Receiving the command, the manufacturing chamber began operating at full capacity, fabricating each component of Crimson Typhoon. Half an hour later, true to prediction, a fully constructed Crimson Typhoon materialized in the warehouse, awaiting deployment. Chu Jiang eagerly approached Mo Ran. He still remembered the way to the training ground. Leading her in a mad dash, he barely paused to catch his breath upon arrival before ordering Crimson Typhoon's release. Mo Ran opened her mouth to ask what was happening, when suddenly, a towering, imposing crimson-red mecha appeared in the empty training yard. It was Crimson Typhoon. Even though the design plans had been drawn by her own hand, this was Mo Ran's first time seeing a freshly built Crimson Typhoon. The sheer presence overwhelmed her to the point of speechlessness. Her mouth hung open as oppressive energy radiated from the machine. Only after struggling to regain composure did she turn to Chu Jiang, dryly asking, "Did you build this? Want to take it for a test drive?" Chu Jiang avoided answering directly, but Mo Ran understood. Smiling, she nodded. Sure. They entered the cockpit hidden within the chest cavity. Inside, 2 sets of neural link systems awaited. One set, fixed to the seat with brain link interface, served as the strategic command station, responsible for battlefield oversight, situation analysis, and tactical planning. The other included additional neural connectors for waist, legs, and arms, serving as the body control station, responsible for piloting movements and close combat. This design allowed them to share neural load, making control far easier. Chu Jiang quickly suited up in the full-body interface gear. The next second, his vision shifted. A row of low buildings rushed into view. No, the buildings weren't low. His perspective was simply too high now. Chu Jiang couldn't help but marvel. Mo Ran felt similarly. Her mind shared the mecha's visual feed, though her display also included extra analytical data. Chu Jiang, try switching between the claw and spiral blade on the arms, she suggested, eager to test the mecha's capabilities. Following her instruction, Chu Jiang fumbled slightly before quickly grasping the switching mechanism. With a flick of his wrist, the mecha's original claw instantly snapped open, splitting into 8 high-speed rotating spiral blades, spinning at 6,000 revolutions per second, yet completely silent. Truly terrifying. Next, Chu Jiang tested several Longzhou martial arts techniques and the Lei Yun formation that had been integrated into the mecha. The power and effects were highly impressive. Only the nuclear fusion high-voltage electromagnetic cannon remained untested due to lack of a target. But overall, it was more than sufficient for wiping out the mouse race. Early the next morning, Gong Xinliang dragged his exhausted body, still brimming with excitement, back to the Mo residence. The moment he saw Chu Jiang, he grinned widely. After mobilizing multiple military factories, manufacturing parts and shifts around the clock, the first Crimson Typhoon is complete. Kid, I'm here to take you for a test drive. Since he had promised Mo Ran to give the first Crimson Typhoon to Chu Jiang, he intended to keep his word. But then, Chu Jiang casually replied, "Thank you greatly, Mr. Gong, but actually, with the Mo family's help yesterday, I've already built a Crimson Typhoon ahead of schedule, so there's no need to trouble yourself." Gong Xinliang felt as if he'd misheard, staring at Chu Jiang with blank, fish-like eyes, as if silently demanding, "Could you repeat that again?" In the end, Mo Ran stepped in to mediate. "Mr. Gong, I'm truly sorry. Yesterday, I only mentioned it offhandedly. You might as well pretend this never happened." "No way. I said I'd protect this kid, so I can't just do nothing now. If the Crimson Typhoon doesn't need us to build it, then we'll support with weapons instead. Isn't the nuclear fusion high-voltage electromagnetic cannon extremely energy-intensive? Then we'll supply the energy, plenty of it. unlimited. You just focus on firing away, we'll make sure you never run dry. Gong Xinliang spoke with extraordinary generosity, terrified that Chu Jiang might refuse again. Before Chu Jiang could even open his mouth, Mo Ren quickly covered his lips. Gong Xinliang immediately changed the subject. Still, the Blue Star defense team needs 20 Crimson Typhoons. So in 20 days, once all units are completed, it'll be time to depart for Neptune. Before then, we must discuss our strategy for handling the situation upon arrival. After all, the mouse race are treacherous. Their words cannot be trusted. Chapter 45. The Ratmen break their promise. The rescue begins. 20 days later, Longzhou City, Dragon Continent. Amid the expectations of 100 billion people across Blue Earth, an aircraft carrier finally lifted off into space, escorted by 10 warships. It was headed for Neptune. Just a few days prior, Gong Xinliang, commander of the launching base, had publicly announced that they had successfully captured the mastermind behind the extermination of the Ratman tribe. After further containing the rodent infestation and plague crisis on Blue Earth, he set off at breakneck speed toward Neptune to apologize to the Ratmen on behalf of humanity. They'd even already made contact with the Ratmen, and today was the designated day. Meanwhile, Chu Jiang lay leisurely in the relaxation suite aboard the aircraft carrier, enjoying a sunbath. Xuanhuan could no longer bear it. She stepped forward and reminded him, Chu Jiang, we'll reach Neptune in just a few minutes. You're facing death any moment now. Can you at least show some tension? What's there to be tense about? Chu Jiang replied calmly. I'd say you should relax while you can. When things start, your treatment probably won't be as good as mine. 20 days ago, he had already thought through every possible scenario of what would happen once Gong Xinliang arrived at Neptune and met the Ratmen. One outcome stood out as most likely. The Blue Earth security team escorting Chu Jiang, purely in name, would be dealt with immediately upon landing on Neptune. Even if not executed outright, they would be thrown into prison without any chance of returning to Blue Earth. As for Chu Jiang, he wouldn't be killed immediately. In the eyes of the Ratmen, Chu Jiang had committed an unforgivable crime. How could they let him die quickly without subjecting him to every imaginable torture? Xuanhuan was speechless. She knew all this, yet couldn't stand how carefree Chu Jiang remained when death loomed so close. Fine, do as you like. In the blink of an eye, Neptune came into view. The Ratmen had learned of their departure from Blue Earth long before. Several Ratmen spacecraft had already been deployed outside Neptune's orbit by the Ratmen priests, awaiting their arrival to make contact and guide them to the landing zone. Before departure, they had been strictly instructed by Gong Xinliang. No matter what actions the Ratmen took, they were to cooperate unconditionally. At this moment, obedience to the Ratmen vessels was imperative. They landed on a designated open plain. Then, the group marched out of the aircraft carrier in formation, escorting Chu Jiang, preparing to meet with the Ratmen priests. But unexpectedly, in the next second, a massive swarm of Ratmen warriors suddenly emerged from beneath the ground across the vast plain. As far as the eye could see, hills and fields were filled with rat heads. Xuanhuan's expression instantly darkened. She shouted toward the Ratman spacecraft. What is the meaning of this? We've brought the culprit you demanded exactly as your priest requested. Is this how the Ratmen treat guests? Yet no one from the Ratmen side responded. The army of Ratmen warriors advanced in unison toward them. Immediately, Xuanhuan decided to retreat back to the carrier. Seeing this, operators aboard the Ratmen spacecraft fired a fluorescent green laser, repelling the aircraft carrier and disrupting the gravity elevator. In the next second, everyone was completely surrounded by the massive Ratmen army, cutting off any chance of escape. Only after being seized by the Ratmen warriors and prepared for imprisonment, did Xuanhuan finally hear a voice come from one of the spacecraft. Humans are deceitful. Our priest commanded, if the criminal is executed, we will release you along with the hostages. Xuanhuan sneered aloud, clearly not buying the explanation. Thus, the entire Blue Earth defense squad that had escorted Chu Jiang was imprisoned in the massive jail facility the Ratmen maintained on Neptune. Chu Jiang suffered the same fate, at first glance. However, instead of being sent to prison, he was tightly bound and transported to a strange square. The ground was covered in bizarre patterns drawn with an unknown fluorescent green pigment, exuding an eerie, grotesque, and mentally oppressive aura. Surrounding the area were no fewer than 1,000 heavily armed Ratmen warriors. That wasn't enough. Every 10 minutes, a new patrol of Ratmen passed through. Across all of Neptune, nearly 80% of the Ratmen reconnaissance drones blanketed the entire plaza. Not even a single mosquito could slip in or out. At that moment, a long-absent system notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding. Host has arrived at the check-in location on Neptune. Neptune Plaza. Check-in. Was there even a choice? Of course he'd check in. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward. Tactical AI Emperor. Tactical AI Emperor. A high-level artificial intelligence with exceptional tactical analysis and precise enemy situation forecasting capabilities. Can assist in operating complex multi-person control systems. Also possesses extensive knowledge reserves across interstellar civilizations. A look of delight flashed across Chu Jiang's face. Tactical AI Emperor. When eliminating the rat infestation in Australia, he had already vaguely realized that battlefield situations were ever-changing, and relying solely on himself was becoming increasingly overwhelming. Originally, he had planned to ask Gong Xinliang for a set after this matter with the Ratmen tribe was over. He never expected the system to grant it ahead of time. Now, even if he were alone, he could still operate Crimson Typhoon. Outer space above Neptune. 10 Blue Earth Defense Fleet warships hung silently in orbit. their exteriors enveloped by a massive mirror-like cloak, bending light to create the illusion of invisibility. Mr. Gong, as we predicted, the Ratmen did not release xuanhuan and her team. Good. With Comrade Chu Jiang drawing the Ratmen's reconnaissance forces, your second detachment will immediately land on Neptune. Take advantage of the chaos to rescue the third detachment. Understood. Tang Long responded at once. Though part of the same Blue Earth Defense Fleet, his mission differed from Jianghan's. The third detachment, escorting Chu Jiang, was also part of the bait. Only this way could the Ratmen be completely lulled into complacency, enabling the successful infiltration of the second detachment. Indeed, the moment Tang Long gave the order, the warships of the second detachment began covertly landing. Not a single Ratman noticed. After successfully touching down, the team swiftly retracted their vessels and donned specialized optical distortion protective suits, once again achieving a near-invisible state. Captain, I've located the signal source from Commander Zhang's team. It's 1,000 meters underground. The squad member responsible for tracking Jiang Han and the third detachment reported immediately upon acquiring the signal, marking the position without delay. Tang Long's expression darkened slightly. 1,000 meters underground. Rescuing them successfully would not be easy. How's the situation around Chujiang? Heavily guarded by Ratman troops, with patrol shifts changing every 10 minutes. Night activity and daytime rest are inherent traits of rodents. Even the Ratmen are influenced by this instinct. Let's wait until daytime. Neptune's rotation period was approximately 16 hours. The temperature was gradually dropping. Even without seeing the sun, it was clear that nightfall was approaching. In darkness, the Ratman's vision and sense of smell would become far more acute. Acting now would be nothing short of suicide. 8 hours later, light slowly returned, and temperatures began to rise. Sensing the change, Tang Long immediately woke up the resting members of the second detachment. The time is almost right. Prepare to move. Chapter 46. The rescue begins. The mutation of the Ratman tribe. Silently approaching the surface above the dungeon where Jiang Han and the others were imprisoned, sure enough, there were Ratmen patrolling. However, just as Tang Long had anticipated, they were now utterly exhausted. Not a single Ratman noticed the sudden presence of a group of humans nearby. After waiting for several minutes, just as the shift change was about to happen, Tang Long acted decisively. Half his team was tasked with eliminating the incoming patrol, while the other half targeted the fatigued, departing Ratmen. Under the pulse of laser fire, unprepared Ratmen dropped instantly, their heads exploding on impact. In the blink of an eye, every last Ratman lay lifeless on the ground. Without hesitation, Tang Long immediately signaled his team to descend into the prison. A warm sensation spread across his body, slowly rousing Chu Jiang from unconsciousness. The surface temperature of Neptune plunged to nearly minus 100 degrees Celsius at night, yet he had slept unusually comfortably last night. It felt like early spring, chilly in the breeze, but perfectly cozy for sleep. Chu Jiang frowned. He was certain this comfort didn't come from his protective suit. If not him, then it could only be the work of the Ratman. Instinctively, his eyes swept down to the fluorescent green markings beneath his feet. He had a hunch that the reason Neptune felt like perpetual spring was due to the strange patterns. Yet he remained still. He knew full well the Ratmen wouldn't be kind enough out of goodwill. They clearly meant to starve him to death. Then why the sudden change? His only suspicion fell on the mysterious runes having some bizarre effect. But this area lay far beyond his knowledge. All he could do was wait for good news from the Blue Planet Guardian team. Just as Chu Jiang was idly drifting in thought, a group of Ratmen suddenly approached. He instantly tensed. After an entire night, he had already figured out their patrol patterns. Unless absolutely necessary, no Ratman would ever come close. In fact, they usually avoided him at all costs. When they reached him, Chu Jiang realized the one leading them was the Ratman's high priest. Force-feed him the substance. The Ratman priest glanced at Chu Jiang impassively and gave the order. Then he busied himself around the strange glowing symbols nearby, filling in gaps and completing unfinished patterns. Meanwhile, the accompanying Ratman brought forward a large bucket, seized Chu Jiang's jaw, and began pouring its contents straight into his mouth. As soon as it touched his tongue, Chu Jiang felt something wriggling inside his mouth. Slimy, gelatinous, it slid down his esophagus without needing to be chewed, but barely past the throat. Before even reaching the stomach, the movement turned violent. Ignoring the delicate lining of the esophagus, the thing erupted into chaotic thrashing. An excruciating pain shot through his body, as if countless insects were devouring his internal organs. Sweat poured down Chu Jiang's face. Bound hand and foot, he had no room to resist. All he could do was twist helplessly. Yet even so, more than half the bucket was forced into him. Only after immense struggle did Chu Jiang manage to catch sight of a few droplets splashed from the bucket. What he had swallowed were undeveloped Ratman embryos. Ugh. One glance made him want to vomit up everything in his stomach. Yet no matter how violently he convulsed his gut, not a single embryo came back up. It was as if they had completely dissolved and been absorbed into his digestive tract. Damn it, what kind of torture is this? Chu Jiang's face turned ashen. By now, the Ratman priest had finished painting the remaining symbols. Seeing Chu Jiang clawing at his own throat in desperation, the priest offered a cold, almost compassionate warning. Those embryos have been treated with my secret alchemy. Once they contact human digestive enzymes, they dissolve completely. No matter how hard you try, you can't spit them out. From this moment on, your body has been fully claimed by the spirit essence of our Ratman. Enjoy your final moments while you still can. In the priest's eyes, Chu Jiang, who had previously appeared dull and lifeless, now glowed like a constellation of radiant stars, shimmering with dazzling, multicolored light. This was soul deep spiritual energy, the Ratman's very essence. And Xiuxian now contained the accumulated spiritual power of 100 billion Ratman souls, the population of an entire planet. A perfect vessel indeed. The Ratman priest couldn't help but marvel. At that very instant, a violent disturbance erupted from the underground prison in the distance. The priest's expression darkened instantly. What happened? A subordinate Ratman hurried forward to report. High Priest, humans have infiltrated the prison and freed the captives held here yesterday. Worthless fools. Enraged, the priest twitched his brows and slapped the messenger aside with a single blow. Struggling to regain composure, he barked new orders. All Ratman warriors, mobilize to the dungeon immediately. Activate the Grand Spirit Array. No human shall escape from this planet. The moment the command was issued, massive energy fluctuations rippled across the battlefield in the distance. Then, 20 towering, fearsome mech units suddenly appeared, massive figures cloaked in deep crimson, as if born from oceans of blood. The helix blade on his arm spun at 6,000 revolutions per second. Just a flick of his hand cleaved a Ratman warrior cleanly in two. No matter how many rushed at him, they were sliced apart like fine hair. Anyone who touched the blade died instantly. Ordinary Ratman warriors stood no chance against them. The Ratman priest quickly realized the truth. Send in the demon-slaying Ratman and the Ratman generals. Use the burrower Ratman underground to harass and disrupt. Understood. His objective here was complete. The Ratman embryos had been fully digested and absorbed by Xiuxian. The sacrificial offering was prepared. There was no need for him to remain. Without hesitation, the Ratman priest left the plaza and returned to the Ratman spacecraft to direct the battlefield. Around the square, the number of Ratman soldiers visibly dropped by more than half. Xiuxian's face lit up with hope. He didn't care what the priest had done just now. He immediately pulled out Storm Red. Activate Sentient Combat AI, Emperor. Take control of Storm Red, and fire the nuclear fusion high-pressure electromagnetic cannon immediately. Xiuxian silently commanded. At once, the newly deployed Storm Red unit was seized by Emperor, which instantly targeted nearby Ratman troops and unleashed the electromagnetic cannon. Soon, the Ratman warriors fell into utter chaos. Seizing the opportunity, Xiuxian broke free from his restraints and crawled into the cockpit of Storm Red. According to the original plan, he was supposed to wait until xuanhuan stabilized the situation before sending someone to rescue him, and then pilot this mech together. But now, with Emperor handling tactical calculations and bearing the neural interface load, Xiuxian could pilot the mecha alone. A sweeping kick sent entire rows of Ratman soldiers flying. Their internal organs shattered into fragments upon impact, dead beyond revival. Soon, aboard the Ratman spacecraft, one of the scouts spotted the sudden appearance of a red mech at Neptune Plaza. Alert the burrower Ratman and demon-slaying Ratman. Head to Neptune Plaza. Leave the prisoners in the dungeon to the Ratman generals. The Ratman priest's expression darkened. Clearly, he hadn't expected the humans to act so boldly. More crucially, he never anticipated that the humans still possessed such a powerful war machine. Nearly half of his warriors had already been wiped out. Still, he had a final trump card. Under the priest's command, the battlefield dynamics on the surface began to shift subtly. Meanwhile, he stepped directly out from within the Ratman spacecraft, levitating midair, hovering exactly half a meter above the ship. Almighty Xiuxian, master of all things end, your servant humbly beseeches you. Bestow but a fraction of your infinite power. In return, I shall offer you an entire planet's population as tribute. Almost instantly, a strange energy tinged with deep crimson descended upon the Ratman priest. In a flash, it fused with the spacecraft beneath his feet. The intricate runes etched across the ship's surface writhed violently, twisting like living serpents. At the same time, the priest's muscles bulged grotesquely, veins erupting across his body as blood surged wildly through his vessels, forming thick cords beneath his skin. Just like the ship, as if countless insects were burrowing under his flesh, squirming and churning madly. Power bestowed. Gritting through excruciating pain, the Ratman priest roared aloud. A vast, unknown energy radiated outward from the spacecraft in a single pulse. In moments, engulfing more than half of Neptune itself. And thus, the mutation began. Chapter 47. Xiuxian maims himself, destroying the contract. The devouring horror descends. Xiuxian was the first to sense something was wrong at Neptune Plaza. Previously, piloting Crimson Typhoon, he had cut through the Ratman warriors like ripe melons, effortless and swift. But now, these same warriors had become stubbornly resistant. If before they were soft clay that crumbled at a touch, now they were lumps of diamond-hard material. He had to exert tremendous force just to eliminate a single warrior. This wasn't right. Something was definitely off. It had to be the Ratman shamans. Some hidden technique must have altered the warriors in ways invisible to the naked eye. Xiuxian's expression turned grim. Then, he noticed the fluorescent green pigments beneath his feet now glowing with an eerie, unnatural light. The once dried paint seemed to come back to life, pulsing rhythmically like blood vessels, expanding and contracting as if breathing. There was no doubt. The transformation of the Ratman warriors was tied to these markings. A suspicion formed in his mind. He immediately tried to destroy them. But even sparks flew from his attacks. Not a single chip of stone cracked loose. Damn it. Since when had Neptune Plaza become this hard? Before he could figure out the truth, the battle in the dungeon shifted at terrifying speed. For Ratman generals were suddenly enveloped by an unknown energy. Their bodies began swelling at an alarming rate, like balloons being inflated. In moments, they grew from mere 2 or 3 meters tall into 100-meter-tall behemoths. They now towered over Crimson Typhoon by half a head. The advantage swung instantly to the Ratman race. Even 5 Crimson Typhoons struggling against a single giant beast found themselves barely holding on. Seeing this, Xiuxian decided to go help relieve them. Once the monstrous beasts were dealt with, he could return to destroy these markings on Neptune Plaza. But just then, a Ratman warrior behind him underwent the same terrifying mutation. Another colossal beast had arrived. With a flying pounce, it slammed Xiuxian to the ground, pinning him beneath its weight to prevent interference. It was only then that he noticed. The Ratman mothership had been hovering silently in midair all along. The strange energy emanating from it was all too familiar to Xiuxian. Psionic spacecraft. The Ratmen were a psionic species. Now all their previous actions made perfect sense. Understanding dawned, but Xiuxian's face darkened further. These giant beasts were clearly manifestations conjured by the Ratman shamans. To stop them from appearing again, he'd have to destroy either the shamans or the mothership at the source. Otherwise, even if they defeated one giant beast, there would always be thousands more Ratman warriors ready to transform. As long as the shamans willed it, the metamorphosis could happen anytime. Damn it, was there truly no way out? Gritting his teeth, Xiuxian aimed his left arm, the nuclear fusion high-pressure electromagnetic cannon, at the giant beast pressing down on him. Fire! The massive blast hurled the beast backward. He gasped for breath and scrambled to his feet. But before he could take 2 steps, the monster lunged again. Xiuxian swiftly switched to spiral blade mode. With a flying kick, he shoved the beast back. The spiral blades on his right arms emitted a faint hum, responding to his movements as they danced across the monster's body. Wherever the blades passed, chunks of flesh exploded outward. His left arm remained primed with the electromagnetic cannon. Each time the beast lowered its head toward him, he rammed the barrel straight into its mouth. Fire! Blue-violet arcs of electricity crackled around his body. Combined with his blade array, the intimidation was absolutely terrifying. Xiuxian winced inwardly. One shot of that cannon equaled one entire energy crystal. Target's skeletal structure confirmed. Building model. Analyzing weak points. Meanwhile, Emperor had completed its analysis of the beast's weaknesses. An intricate anatomical projection of the Ratman Colossus immediately appeared before Xiuxian. 2 weak points, the nape of the neck and the tail. Unfortunately, the beast stood taller than Crimson Typhoon. The nape was nearly unreachable. Only the tail remained a viable target. Xiuxian immediately shared this information with the Blue Star Defense Force. With data linked, whichever side eliminated their beast first could send reinforcements. But just as he was locked in fierce combat with the monster, a sudden, searing pain stabbed through his abdomen. Damn it! It must be the embryo the Ratman shaman had forced into him earlier. It was activating. Cold sweat broke out across Xiuxian's body from the agony. Yet the beast gave him no chance to rest. The very creature that had been suppressed by electromagnetic blasts now reversed the tide, slamming Crimson Typhoon around relentlessly. Within moments, the external armor began deforming. No good. At this rate, even if he didn't die in the beast's jaws, he'd collapse from the pain alone. Gritting through the torment, Xiuxian barely managed to push himself up, preparing to counterattack. But to his horror, the beast only grew fiercer, now more than twice as powerful as before. He glanced toward the dungeon battlefield. Same situation everywhere. The Ratman giants had all undergone drastic transformations, and their surge in strength coincided precisely with the moment his own pain began. Xiuxian froze, thinking deeply. If Emperor could analyze enemy structure, it should be able to perform a medical scan on him as well. Emperor, perform a full physical examination on me. Attempting detection. Detection complete. Body contains immense spiritual energy. As an offering, contract with World Devourer Horror has been established and is currently active. Spiritual energy? World Devouring Horror. Xiuxian was stunned. Then he recalled the system's introduction of Emperor. Possesses the vast majority of galactic knowledge. So it included knowledge of spiritual energy-based species as well. Emperor immediately analyzed the Ratman mothership. Xiuxian acted without hesitation. Scanning. Analysis complete. After individual Ratmen form a contract with World Devourer Horror, they briefly enter a transcend mortal state. Psionic spacecraft is amplifying the spell Bloodlust Frenzy. Ratman Colossi are descending. Exactly. He'd suspected all along that these giants were the shamans doing. What must I do to stop the Ratman shamans? Destroy the offering. Break the contract. World Devourer Horror will punish those who violate its terms. The offering. Now it made sense. Xiuxian smiled. Did this mean that if he harmed himself, he could destroy the contract? In that case, let's test it. Xiuxian withdrew his consciousness from Crimson Typhoon and returned to his body. Without hesitation, he reached up and tore out his right eye. Blood instantly flooded his palm. Sure enough, in Emperor's monitoring display, the Ratman shaman's face turned crimson. He choked and spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, that brat has figured it out. He's mutilating himself. Stop him now. The shaman roared furiously. Damn it, damn them all. They had sealed off every human channel of spiritual knowledge. How could this greenhorn, Xiuxian, possibly understand the key role of the sacrificial offering? That embryo was his masterpiece, carefully refined from all the vengeful spirits across the entire Ratman race for his return to the Green Plague Galaxy. Even the breeding mother rat was tortured relentlessly during pregnancy, all to maximize the buildup of hatred and resentment, to concentrate all that rage into a single vessel. Such an offering was an exquisite delicacy for the devourer horror. How dare a mere human destroy it through self-mutilation? His dream, conquering the solar system, crushing Blue Star, annihilating humanity's ancestral homeworld. Ruined by this insignificant wretch. I refuse to accept this. Inside the mothership, the operators immediately summoned several more Ratman colossi. Feeling the agony inside his body surge once again, Xiuxian couldn't suppress a grin. The shaman's frantic reaction proved beyond doubt that his method was correct. The more desperate the shaman became, the more exhilarated Xiuxian felt. In one motion, he gouged out his remaining eye. Then, he pierced both eardrums, followed by severing his legs. With a swift stroke of the blade, his right leg was cleanly severed. Blood gushed violently. Xiuxian's face instantly turned deathly pale. Thankfully, Emperor had sent over the temporary medical pod from the mech, allowing Xiuxian to barely stanch the bleeding. At that very moment, a new transformation finally erupted aboard the Ratman mothership. This time, it spread across the entirety of Neptune Plaza. A nightfall descended, towering like mountains, vast as oceans, unimaginably terrifying. Chapter 48, Defeat of the Ratman. Preparing for cybernetic implantation. Faced with the wrath of the Zerg god, even the Ratman shamans were utterly powerless. This was true, overwhelming power. In an instant, nearly half of the Ratmen aboard the spacecraft vanished, and their formation collapsed. This was Qixia claiming its due compensation. At that moment, the Ratman shaman was completely frozen in midair. The spiritual energy within his body rapidly drained away. His bulging muscles visibly caved in and withered before one's eyes. His facial expression remained locked in the terror he felt at the exact moment the Zerg god descended. Within moments, once all his spiritual energy was consumed, he withered into a mere skeleton wrapped in skin. Meanwhile, on the ancestral homeworld of the Ratmen deep in interstellar space, a massive planet was instantly enveloped by Qixia's dark miasma. The life force upon it disappeared at an alarming rate. In the blink of an eye, the entire planet became a dead star. Only then did Qixia withdraw, having claimed its rightful interest. With the dying Ratman shaman serving as a mere after-dinner treat, Qixia devoured him completely before vanishing from this universe. These events, though monumental, passed swiftly. From the arrival to the departure of Qixia, no more than 10 seconds had elapsed. Yet for the people at Neptune, every second stretched like hours. Now, with Qixia gone and the shaman eliminated, the divine power bestowed upon the Ratmen instantly dissipated. The giant rat beast, previously fighting the Crimson Storms on equal footing, reverted to its original form. Tang Long, who had been closely monitoring the battlefield, seized the opportunity immediately, crushing the Ratman general under relentless, overwhelming assault. Only then did he find time to shout at his teammates. The Ratmen seemed to have suffered some disaster. Take advantage of this now. Secure control of the situation quickly. Understood. The members of Blue Star Security immediately grasped Tang Long's intent. A berserk Gusa Ratman. One claw strike and you're crushed. Digger Ratmen who burrowed holes everywhere, trapping Crimson Storm underground. Ever heard of Longzhou martial arts? One swift backflip and two well-placed kicks send your soul straight to heaven. As for the Ratman general? Sorry, my nuclear fusion high-pressure electromagnetic cannon is too loud. I can't hear you over the explosion. Wherever the blast traveled, nothing remained intact. Thus began a one-sided massacre against the Ratman. Without the shaman's divine empowerment, their only fate was death. Xuanhuan finally found time to reach Neptune Plaza. Since the beginning, she had been closely watching Xiuxian's condition. The giant rat beast had been so powerful that it could hold its own against 5 Crimson Storm mechs. Xiuxian fighting it alone must have cost him dearly. She had promised Miss Mo that she would bring him back safely, whole and unharmed. There absolutely couldn't be any mistakes. Xiuxian, how are you holding up? Inside the cockpit, Xiuxian was still linked with Crimson Storm. Hearing Xuanhuan's voice, he replied with bitter fatigue. My condition isn't exactly dire, but it's far from good. My eyes, ears, and legs are all gone. Go deal with the remaining Ratmen first. Hearing this, Xuanhuan's heart sank. Still explaining, she opened a comm channel to Blue Star. Don't worry. Without the beast, dealing with the rest of the Ratmen is as easy as slicing melons. Are you in any condition right now? I want to check your cockpit. If it's serious, I'll get you back to Blue Star for treatment immediately. Though phrased as a request, Xuanhuan was already climbing onto the mech, waiting only for Xiuxian to open the hatch. Helpless, Xiuxian unlocked the door for her. The moment she entered, she saw blood pooling across the floor, enough to turn her face pale. Why is there so much blood? She rushed forward and spotted the severed head lying on the ground, still oozing blood, the pair of ears soaking in crimson, and 2 eyeballs rolling aimlessly on the floor. She lunged toward Xiuxian to check his condition. Thankfully, the medpod had stopped the bleeding, and initial treatment had stabilized him. But soon, she noticed. Have you been mutilating yourself? Xuanhuan, after all, was the captain of Blue Star Security. She immediately recognized these injuries as self-inflicted. She demanded angrily, what happened? It wasn't self-mutilation. The Ratman shaman used me as a sacrifice to summon the Zerg god. By crippling myself, I broke the ritual contract. Xiuxian offered no further explanation. Blue Star knew little about spiritually powered species. The more he said, the more suspicion he might arouse. In that case, it looks like you'll have no choice but to go through cybernetic implantation. I know a reliable surgeon. I'll introduce you when we return. Relieved that Xiuxian wasn't in mortal danger, Xuanhuan cracked a rare joke. Meanwhile, Tang Long had finished wiping out the remaining Ratmen. As for the so-called 100 million hostages on Neptune, They had long ago been consumed as biomass to fuel the Ratman's rapid reproduction of their army. Total planetary annihilation. Not a single survivor. But at least Neptune's control had been reclaimed. How to proceed from here would depend on the military's next moves. And they, naturally, tidied up the spoils of war and prepared to return. Blue Star, MO family residence. It had been over 10 hours since Xiuxian and the others set off for Neptune. According to plan, they should be on their way back soon. MO Ran was restless, pouring cup after cup of tea without drinking any. Until old Kai entered the room, his face filled with worry. Miss, the military just sent an urgent report. Neptune is secured. The Ratmen have been subdued. But, seeing him hesitate, MO Ran grew even more anxious. But what? Uncle Kai, just tell me. But in order to stop the Ratman shaman from completing the ritual to the She god, Xiuxian mutilated himself. Multiple organs are no longer functional. He'll need cybernetic implantation. That's all right, that's all right. Hearing that Xiuxian was only severely injured and required cybernetics, MO Ran sighed in relief. As long as he wasn't killed on the spot, it was a miracle. Not everyone could stop a She god. Then, thinking of Xiuxian's predicament, she immediately stood up and prepared to head to the non-aggression hall. The MO family, as a mech-focused clan, primarily specialized in mech design, but some members also engaged in cybernetic implantation as a side pursuit. MO Chun, her eldest uncle, was the most skilled implant surgeon in the entire MO family. With him handling the procedure, there would be no issues at all. Rumor had it he'd made new breakthroughs in integrating mech technology with cybernetic implants. That definitely sounded like something worth having. She couldn't afford to miss it. 10 minutes later, Longzhou military base. Xiuxian had barely landed before being rushed into an operating room. At this moment, he was undergoing a full battery of scans and tests. The examination is complete. Bleeding was stopped in time. Aside from the organs needing replacement, there are no other complications. Smiling, Mo Chun explained to his niece, standing nearby, her face etched with concern. I've got a few excellent prototypes on hand, kid. Want to give them a try? Hearing this, Xiuxian gave a bitter smile. He knew he was getting cybernetic surgery this quickly entirely thanks to Mo Rant's influence. Just follow your judgment. I don't mind, as long as it doesn't affect my mobility. In that case, I'll go all out then. I guarantee you'll be satisfied when it's done. And if you're not happy later, just say the word. I'll replace them for free. Chapter 49, Conclusion. Xiuxian appointed to the Solar Federation seat. As Mo Chen spoke, Xiuxian felt a sudden sense of unease. He wanted to say something more, but the anesthetic had already taken effect. The next moment, he collapsed into unconsciousness. When he woke again, it was already the next day. Xiuxian opened his eyes, his vision slightly blurry at first. But after blinking a few times, everything returned to normal. There seemed to be nothing different from usual. At the same time, he noticed that not only were his eyes fine, but his hearing and legs also felt perfectly functional. It was as if the incident on Neptune, where he'd been forced to sever his contract with the entity, had all been just a dream. Xiuxian quickly sat up in bed. Just then, Mo Chun and Mo Ran walked through the door. Seeing him awake, Mo Chun teased. Told you he'd be fine. No need to keep calling me every hour to check on him. Behind him, Mo Ran blushed deeply. She quickly changed the subject. Uncle, what functions did you implant in Xiuxian's cybernetics? Might as well explain them now in detail. Sure enough, at this, Mo Chun instantly became animated. He turned to Xiuxian and began explaining. For the mechanical eyes, I used the E18 Explorer series. Each eye has at least 10,000 embedded high-definition nanocameras. It gives you vision rivaling compound eyes and can link directly to warship systems with supercomputing-level analytical power. Just focus your mind, and the features activate. Xiuxian immediately tried as instructed, concentrating his thoughts. Sure enough, in a flash, numerous data panels appeared across his field of vision. Even the image clarity improved by dozens of times. Moreover, he noticed his visual range had become incredibly wide, and distant objects appeared much closer. The ears are nothing special, just the most common models on the market. They expand your audible frequency range, that's all. But the legs, that's where it gets interesting. I've embedded no less than 30 micronuclear reactors made of titanium alloy into each leg. Just a single kick could deliver destruction equivalent to a nuclear blast. And that's not all. The saws contain propulsion nozzles. With proper protection, you can sustain supersonic flight for at least 1 hour. Now, the right leg is the real star. Its second form is forged from Mo family's newest experimental alloy. Ordinary metals can't even scratch it. One day, you might literally kick apart an entire warship. Mo Chun grinned proudly at Xiuxian, clearly waiting for praise. After hearing all this, Xiuxian tentatively wiggled his toes. Beneath the synthetic skin, they felt just like before. It was hard to believe that these limbs Mo Chun boasted about could actually crush a warship. A surreal feeling washed over him. How's the Ratman invasion situation? I'd love to test out these new capabilities. It's already resolved. Only post-disaster reconstruction remains. Mr. Gong said he'll come see you once he finishes his work. This time, it was Mo Ran who answered. When it came to official matters, she finally regained her composure. Mr. Gong said you deserve the most credit, not only for repelling the Ratman invasion, but also for facing the god of madness directly. Without surprise, you'll officially be granted a position in the federal forces. After graduation from the academy, you'll be deployed straight to the extraterrestrial battlefield. That's where the Real stage begins. To the extraterrestrial front. At this, Xiuxian's eye sparkled. Ever since xuanhuan mentioned mercenary teams being sent to fight beyond the solar system, he had dreamed of it. Never did he imagine such a dream might come true so soon. Excitement surged within him. but he failed to notice how tightly Mo Ran clenched her hands beside him. Of course, if Chu Jiang left for the outer realms, their fleet would have no choice but to disband. Mo Ran truly didn't want that. She hesitated, unsure how to bring it up, when the infirmary door opened again. Gong Xinliang entered, looking utterly exhausted. Heard you were waking up. I just finished a tedious negotiation and rushed over. Lucky timing. His tone carried familiar sarcasm. Negotiation? Gong pulled up a chair and sat down. Seeing Chu Jiang's confusion, he added, after reclaiming Neptune, the doves somehow got wind of it. They've been pressuring me non-stop to hand back administrative control. I fended them off with some evasive maneuvers. With that, Gong waved his hand dismissively, clearly unwilling to dwell on the matter. Instead, he shifted to another topic. This time, not only did we successfully expel the Ratmen from the solar system, but we also seized a massive trove of intelligence on spirit energy races. The military has already assigned over 100 linguists to begin translation. Chu Jiang, you've done an extraordinary thing. Here, Gong Xinliang's voice brimmed with excitement. Until now, their understanding of such beings had been nearly non-existent. On extraterrestrial battlefields, they'd faced these races helplessly, blind, and unprepared. Now, thanks entirely to Chu Jiang, they'd achieved a breakthrough, from 0 to 1. They're no longer blind. Chu Jiang quickly waved his hands in denial. It's not just my achievement. Many brothers from the Blue Star Defense Corps contributed as well. And only after hearing Gong say this did Chu Jiang suddenly recall. Because the descent of Qi Sha had been so sudden, the Ratmen hadn't even had time to flee. At that moment, every single Ratman aboard their vessel was completely annihilated. Yet crucially, all the data had remained intact. For Blue Star, and indeed for humanity as a whole, this was truly extraordinary news. For thousands of years, humanity had been restrained and tormented by xiuxian beings. Now, finally being able to extract information from the Ratman ship meant they could begin building real strategic depth against these evil deities. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. An ageless truth. Therefore, said Gong Xinliang, shedding his earlier weariness entirely, speaking now with grave seriousness and locking his gaze on Chu Jiang. The leaders of our Longzhou bases have unanimously decided. Appoint Chu Jiang as deputy base commander of Neptune's first military base. Furthermore, he shall take the second seat of the Solar Federation representing Neptune. The official appointment order will arrive shortly. Once it does, you are to proceed directly to Neptune and assume command. What? This time, it wasn't just Chu Jiang who was stunned. Mo Chun and Mo Ran beside him were equally dumbfounded. This was one of the highest seats in the Solar Federation. The kind of seat only filled when humanity stood on the brink of extinction. The kind of emergency convening reserved for life or death crises. How could they possibly appoint Chu Jiang? How old was he? Just 18. Even the youngest current member of the Solar Federation seats was over 100 years old. No one under 20 had ever been appointed, let alone someone merely 18. And although Gong Xinliang appeared middle-aged on the outside, he too had undergone cybernetic enhancements. His true age was well over a century. All other seat holders were similarly ancient. What qualifications do I possibly have for this honor? It was Mo Chun who spoke, voicing what all three of them were thinking. But Gong Xinliang seemed to have anticipated their reaction perfectly. The data retrieved from the Ratmen vessel, translated overnight by our linguists, was compiled and transmitted beyond the frontier. Before I even departed, confirmation had already returned. The intelligence was accurate. Moreover, our forces used the information to eliminate an entire spirit energy race star system, claiming substantial gains. All of this, every bit, is thanks to Chu Jiang. Now, is there still any doubt? Chapter 50, finally graduated. Welcoming a brighter realm. Chu Jiang fell silent. In the long run, everything aboard the Murini spaceship was extremely valuable. Exchanging it for a seat in the Solar Federation was not excessive at all. Yet no matter how justified it sounded, once the outside world found out, his age would always be the sharpest weapon used against him. Seeing his silence and knowing he still hesitated, Gong Xinliang added, although the official appointment letter will arrive soon, the military unanimously agrees that this matter must remain confidential for now. That's precisely why you're being appointed as deputy base commander. You'll only need to hold the title. No need to appear publicly for the time being. Of course, nominally you'll receive another title. I won't tell you what it is. Consider it a surprise. Indeed, with Gong Xinliang's reassurance, the last lingering concern in Chu Jiang's heart vanished completely. It was settled then. Moreover, this situation brought pressure. And where there was pressure, there was motivation. As long as he grew strong enough to conquer everything through sheer strength, his youth would naturally cease to be a chain binding him. Blue Star Academy, Ignition Square. A banquet was underway. Jiang Lei stood in a corner, quietly watching Zhou Zhua and Zhou Yu flaunting themselves like peacocks, basking in praise that had inflated their egos beyond reason. Even such trash could be praised so highly. How vast the gap between them had become. Had Chu Jiang once looked at him like this? Jiang Lei suddenly wondered. Just then, Jin Wuming and Kong Xiu approached and sat down. Why are you hiding here? After this graduation ceremony, we'll have officially left the academy. Aren't you going to do something before that? There was a hint of provocation in Jin Wuming's tone. Ever since the Murini race had been driven away and the rodent plague on Blue Star was completely eradicated, peace had returned to the academy. It had been nearly 3 months since ignition. For these graduating students, one final event remained, the graduation ceremony. Once it concluded, they would fully depart from the ivory tower of the academy and step into the brutal expanse of the cosmos. Jiang Lei shot him a confused look. Then, in a low voice, he said, I received reliable information. Chu Jiang will be coming too. Don't you want to do something about it? Impossible. Didn't they say he was killed by the Murini on Neptune? Jiang Lei reacted instinctively with denial. You don't believe me? Jian Wuming glared at him, clearly irritated. During the Academy's mandatory mission, he'd been assigned to a base in Longzhou. Thanks to his uniquely awakened battleship, he had earned considerable recognition. Though nothing was confirmed, after this graduation ceremony, he would likely join the military directly. His information being questioned? Jiang Lei had indeed heard of Jian Wuming's stroke of luck. He denied it purely out of habit. Before he could explain himself, Jian Wuming raised an eyebrow toward the back, gesturing for him to turn around. Then, Jiang Lei saw Chu Jiang quickly walk into the hall. Immediately, someone stepped forward to greet him. Xuanhuan. Ever since their last disagreement, Xuanhuan had completely broken off ties with them. Afterward, everyone tacitly avoided mentioning that makeshift fleet. However, ever since Chu Jiang had replaced his eye with a mechanical prosthetic, his visual information collection capabilities had drastically improved. Even places his peripheral vision couldn't reach, he still noticed the glance Jiang Lei cast toward him. Unaware of the tension between Xuanhuan and the others, Chu Jiang politely returned the glance. Xuanhuan followed his gaze, spotted Jiang Lei, and her expression darkened. TCH, he actually has the nerve. Chu Jiang looked at her in surprise. Seeing his confusion, Xuanhuan sheepishly offered an explanation. Didn't the Murini release your blurry photo worldwide after the incident? We saw it too. Remember how you gave us those resources back on Hein Star? I wanted to bring him along to support you. But who would have thought? He turned out to be a heartless bastard. Bringing up the past reignited Xuanhuan's anger. The more she spoke, the more furious she became. Perhaps not wanting to dwell further on it, she shifted the topic to the future. At her question, Chu Jiang didn't hesitate. After the ceremony, I'm heading to Longzhou first, then following the military path outward, to the frontier. The outer battlefield? This answer wasn't surprising at all. Xuanhuan's expression didn't change much, but her eyes held a slightly complex look as she studied him. Well then, congratulations. But I'm not doing badly either. Recently, I received notice from the Mercenary Corps. I've officially been accepted as a full member. Maybe next time we meet, it'll be on the outer battlefield. I'll be waiting for that day. Meanwhile, the ceremony officially began. Somehow, Jiang Lei and Jian Wuming had made their way onto the main stage. From their stance, it seemed they were preparing to deliver a speech as outstanding graduates. Chu Jiang scoffed. Just then, Xuanhuan suddenly asked, what about Moran? How do you know her? Clearly, Chu Jiang hadn't expected her to ask such a question, and mentioning Moran made him feel conflicted. Yeah, I met her when I went to the Assad base. Don't you think she seems quite interested in you? Really? At Xuanhuan's question, Chu Jiang instinctively shot back. But upon second thought, Moran had indeed helped him multiple times without him even noticing. Not to mention recent things, like the design blueprints for Storm Crimson, or the special mechanical implant surgery performed by her uncle Mo Chun. She'd never once mentioned charging him for any of it. Unknowingly, he had already accumulated so much debt. If that wasn't interest, it certainly didn't seem like it. Chu Jiang was about to respond when suddenly, Jian Wuming on stage mentioned his name. Fellow students, after today, we'll all go our separate ways. But remember one thing. Don't be like certain people who let pride get in the way and end up wasting golden opportunities. Chu Jiang listened for a moment. He was certain now that certain people referred to him. But when had he ever offended Jian Wuming? Why attack him like this now? Chu Jiang noticed several people had already turned their eyes toward him. Their gazes were filled with disdain and mockery. Chu Jiang couldn't help but sigh. It had been a long time since he'd encountered such an oblivious fool. He was just rolling up his sleeves, ready to step forward and make a scene, when, suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. A military helicopter was rapidly approaching the square, its rotors pounding the air. Flight was forbidden over Blue Star Academy unless there was an emergency. Several school administrators instantly turned serious. Before the helicopter even touched down, they rushed over anxiously. Chu Jiang looked too. With vision far surpassing ordinary humans, he noticed someone inside. The person was Jiang Han. Director Chu Jiang, urgent report from the Blue Star Guard. A fleet of pirates has appeared beyond the solar system. The situation is extremely critical. Time is short. They're all waiting for you. Jiang Han delivered the message with such heartfelt sincerity that Chu Jiang could only stare at her in utter disbelief. Since when had Jiang Han become such a talented actress? Yet right now, everyone cared more about what she'd said. Blue Star Guard. Chu Jiang, director? Since when had he become director of the Blue Star Guard? In an instant, every single person turned to stare at Chu Jiang. Their eyes brimmed with astonishment and envy. Occasional flashes of regret passed through their expressions, as if lamenting how they'd missed their chance. If only they'd gotten close to Chu Jiang earlier, 20 years of hard work could have been saved. Seeing Jiang Han wink at him, Chu Jiang finally caught on. She clearly wanted him to play along and flex. Could this be the surprise Master Gong had mentioned? Chu Jiang was both amused and exasperated. He could only turn to the school leaders with an apologetic expression. I'm really sorry, teachers, but I've got an urgent mission. I'll have to leave early. No problem at all. For student Chu to rise so high is the greatest honor for our academy. Go ahead. The rest of the ceremony has no substantial content anyway. The school leaders smiled warmly, remarkably considerate. And so, Chu Jiang boarded the helicopter piloted by Jiang Han and flew away without looking back. Thus, he completely left the academy behind, stepping forward to greet a brighter, grander world. Chapter 51. An intuitive understanding of the psychic race. Award ceremony and appointment. Where are we headed next? Chu Jiang shook off his scattered thoughts and returned to reality, suddenly realizing he had no idea where they were going. Naturally to Neptune. You, as the nominal deputy base commander, should at least make an appearance, Xiuanhuan said dryly. Here, these are materials about the psychic race deciphered by our linguists. If you're bored, you can take a look. Considering the distance from the academy to Longzhou, flying there by helicopter alone would take several hours. Out of kindness, she gestured toward a few brand new books nearby. Chu Jiang casually picked one up and skimmed through it. It was about the same size as a regular textbook, which surprised him slightly. How come it's ready so fast? And judging by the content, it's been specially compiled. Of course, once the information was verified as accurate, it naturally needed to be passed on. What you're holding will become future textbooks for the academy. On Mr. Gong's suggestion, we're launching a course at Blue Planet Academy introducing the psychic race. Not just the academy. These booklets are also distributed throughout the base. According to him, this is the most effective way to achieve widespread public understanding. Chu Jiang didn't respond. He had already begun flipping through the pages. Psychic energy is an absolutely idealistic supernatural force. Each psychic sequence practitioner emphasizes different aspects, and their abilities are inherently limited. Therefore, they must pair with spacecraft attuned to their own psychic cultivation to amplify their power. The psychic sequence is divided into two ranks, mind over matter and transcendence to divinity. Transcendence to divinity is said to carry a trace of divine might. The psychic sequence worships 5 great demonic deities, forming pacts through sacrifice in exchange for immense power. The 5 demonic deities are the end of all things, guardian of war and weapons, lord of the void, devourer of worlds, goddess of life, keeper of desire and reproduction, mother of all beings, weaver of life, omniscient and almighty, shepherd of souls and ethics, guide of truth, whisper of the void, throne of greed, protector of trade and wealth, merchant of treasures, instrument of craving, law of the ring, executor of judgment and reckoning, serpent of Mercury, finality of the cycle. Each deity's domain and authority is thoroughly recorded. Heed this. Pacts cannot be interrupted or broken. Specific consequences remain unknown, but current manifestations involve the deity's descent. To enter the psychic sequence, one must master the technology known as psychic theory. Chu Jiang's eyes flickered as he caught the key point. Technology? He immediately turned to Xiuanhuan, who was piloting the helicopter, and asked, "Is this a translation error, or?" Seeing Chu Jiang hand over the textbook, pointing at the word technology, she instantly understood what he meant. You mean this? I asked the linguists. According to them, the psychic race's entire system functions no differently from conventional science based on physical matter, except its foundational substance is psychic energy. Everything that extends from it, the cantrips, magic arrays, spell scrolls, artifacts, are all scientific variants derived from this foundation. So they call it psychic technology. Chu Jiang nodded in understanding. With such basic knowledge, one could indeed gain a clear, intuitive grasp of the psychic race. Still, he wondered, did souls really exist? Several hours later, Neptune's Neptune Plaza. Thanks to Longzhou's reputation as an infrastructure powerhouse, in just a short time, the once destroyed first military base on Neptune had been largely restored. Once repairs were complete, arrangements could begin for interstellar migration of residents from other planets. Just stepping off the starship, Chu Jiang sat in a shuttle vehicle en route from the port to the base entrance. Outside, everything looked bustling with renewal and vibrant life. But soon, he noticed something new. A 100-meter-tall statue had appeared in Neptune Plaza. Only when the shuttle arrived at the base entrance and he saw the face clearly did he realize. It was a statue of himself. Before Chu Jiang could even speak, a group of Blue Planet guards waiting nearby rushed forward, shoving flower garlands, trophies, and certificates into his arms all at once. Congratulations, Deputy Base Commander. Well done, Deputy Base Commander. Huh? Wow, what exactly is going on here? Completely overwhelmed, Chu Jiang frantically shot a pleading look toward Xiuanhuan beside him. But she merely covered her mouth, stifling a laugh, showing no intention whatsoever of helping. And so, Chu Jiang was carried away by the crowd, dragged into various bizarre celebration rituals. Only after they'd exhausted every last ceremony, and Chu Jiang collapsed in utter fatigue, did Xiuanhuan finally saunter over, calm and unhurried. Well, did you feel everyone's enthusiasm for you? I definitely felt it. But right now, there aren't even any residents in the base. Why go through all this fuss? Especially that stone statue outside in the plaza. It's so embarrassingly cringy. Besides, I'm only the deputy base commander. If the actual base commander finds out, wouldn't I be accused of overstepping my authority? Huh? I didn't tell you. I'm the official base commander of Neptune's first military base. Xiuanhuan wore a teasing smirk. As for the statue, that was arranged by Mr. Gong. He insisted that every generation on Neptune from now on must deeply remember your story. Moreover, thanks to you, Mr. Gong finally wrested Neptune away from the doves in the Alliance. As a reward for this mission, every member of the Blue Planet Guards has been appointed to oversee one of Neptune's bases. Right now, there are at least 20 empty bases on Neptune awaiting interstellar settlers. They're basically getting an honorable retirement, preparing to enjoy their later years. Hearing Xiuanhuan's explanation, Chu Jiang was no longer even concerned about his statue being admired by the current generation. He now realized future generations, and those after them, would keep seeing it forever, an endless nightmare of social embarrassment. He looked around in disbelief at the people nearby, seeking confirmation. It's absolutely true. Without you, we'd have had to wait at least another 10 years before retiring, and even then, becoming base commanders wasn't guaranteed. Seeing them all respond with joyful smiles, Xiuxian finally had to accept it. This was really happening, especially considering that during this mission, if Xiuxian hadn't broken the pact and caused the demonic deity's descent, these guards, even piloting Storm Crimson, would have stood no chance against the rat creature titan. That was why they were genuinely, wholeheartedly grateful to him. Seeing Xiuxian had finally recovered from his laughter, xuanhuan cleared her throat twice, suddenly turning very serious. Comrade Xiuxian, fall in. Present. Though unsure what new arrangement awaited him, judging from xuanhuan's solemn expression, Xiuxian immediately stood up straight, staring intently at her. In recognition of your outstanding performance during this mission, the Blue Planet Alliance unanimously resolves to appoint you as Neptune's full representative among the holy 17 seats of the Solar Federation. As she finished speaking, Tang Long appeared beside xuanhuan, holding a brocade box in both hands. Upon opening it, inside lay a medal engraved with the 8 planets of the solar system, crafted seemingly of solid gold. Xuanhuan took it out and pinned it firmly onto Xiuxian's chest. This act formally completed his award ceremony, but it wasn't over yet. Furthermore, given your excellent academic record at Blue Planet Academy and your remarkable achievements during external training, the military command unanimously decides to grant you special permission to join the Blue Planet Guards and form a special operations unit. Chu, with one additional team member. No sooner had xuanhuan finished speaking than another figure stepped into the room. Xiuxian looked closely, Ran, and right now, she was wearing the uniform of the Blue Planet Guards. Considering xuanhuan's announcement just moments ago, how could Xiuxian not understand? So, the other member of Chu is Ran. Chapter 52, The Fox People's Divination, The Dark God Awakens. Reporting, Captain. Cadet Missouri Ran is ready, requesting permission to rejoin the unit. Ran called out to Xiuxian with bright, sparkling eyes. Rejoin. Xiuxian felt both delighted and incredulous. Seeing his expression, xuanhuan smiled and added, well, this was only possible because Miss Mo pleaded repeatedly with the military, and even begged her father for days, until Mr. Gong finally gave his approval. As the daughter of the Mo family, and especially as the genius mech designer behind the top-tier close combat machine, Storm Crimson, Ran's importance to humanity was self-evident. It was simply unsuitable for her to be sent to high-risk frontline zones. Xiuxian wasn't a fool. He fully understood why Ran had fought so hard for this moment. He had been puzzled earlier why she hadn't appeared at the graduation ceremony. Now he realized, the moment she gained Mo's consent, she must have rushed straight to Neptune, preparing this grand surprise for him. All these emotions were too complex to express in words. He could only respond through action. With renewed excitement, Xiuxian turned to xuanhuan. So, are there any major operations near the Milky Way that require our involvement? Just say the word, combined. Ran, and I fear no enemy. He spoke with bold confidence. But xuanhuan quickly poured cold water on his enthusiasm. The Milky Way has already been completely cleared by the Blue Planet Guards. There are no more missions left for you. What? Impossible. Xiuxian eyed xuanhuan suspiciously. Before leaving school, I checked the mission boards and noticed several long-standing cases within the Milky Way. And earlier, weren't there still lizard pirate clans like those in the Green Plague system that the guards didn't handle? Seeing Xiuxian's wary and doubtful gaze, xuanhuan found it quite amusing. There's no reason for me to lie to you. Those cases you mentioned, they were deliberately left behind. Deliberately left? This time, not only Xiuxian, but even Ran looked utterly confused. xuanhuan decided not to keep them in the dark any longer. Every year, hundreds of thousands of graduates emerge from the Blue Star Academy. To help them gain experience in starship operations, we need to organize training missions. That lizard pirate clan you mentioned? It was specifically reserved as a boss-level target for Academy graduates. As for the rest, the so-called pirates and alien systems, they're just XP grinds. xuanhuan explained smoothly, but utterly shattered Xiuxian's illusions. So all along, the entire Milky Way had been treated like a starter zone, a hunting ground for nurturing new talent? Had it not been for the sudden invasion by the psionic rat people clan, Xiuxian and Ran would have probably followed exactly the path xuanhuan just described, graduating, grinding experience, then fighting their way toward the outer battlefield. Damn it. Truly, traps lurked at every turn in life. So, does that mean Ran and I have no choice but to head to the outer battlefield? Exactly. Far beyond the known galaxy, on the ancestral homeworld of the rat people, a shocking event rocked the entire species. The statue of their high priest had shattered. Ever since awakening their psionic powers, every rat person left behind a statue within the holy temple on their homeworld, a vessel containing their unique spirit essence, intrinsically linked to their living self. If the statue broke, it meant the individual had perished. The news sent shockwaves throughout the rat race. Inside the temple, the clan chief immediately summoned an informed elder to recount the priest's final actions. Chief, High Priest was acting under your command, sent to the solar system, to investigate why one of our rat-controlled star systems was destroyed. Hearing this, the chief vaguely recalled the order. The Green Plague system was merely one insignificant fragment among the countless systems occupied by their race. He had given that directive absent-mindedly and forgotten it entirely. Yet who could have imagined it would cost the High Priest his life? As the chief hesitated, unsure what to do, another report arrived. One of their subordinate planets had suddenly been shrouded in deathly aura, nearly 100 billion of their kin slain in an instant. Sharp-eyed rat seers recognized it at once. This was the retribution of xiuxian. The chief's face turned ashen. Without needing confirmation, he knew this was undoubtedly tied to the high priest. And if the priest had died so abruptly, it could only mean he had broken the sacred covenant with xiuxian. His thoughts raced swiftly. Any lingering hesitation now burned away into rage. Cast the high priest's statue out of the holy temple. All of this is his fault, his arrogance, his disrespect toward the Divine One. Invited divine punishment upon us, costing us 100 billion lives. Issue the order. We shall select a new high priest soon and renew our prayers to the Holy One. With that, he turned and limped away, leaning heavily on his cane. Clearly, investigating the truth behind the high priest's death was not part of his plan. Back on the ancestral world, the mourning rat people had just begun to grieve. Upon hearing this news, he immediately cast aside all distractions and focused entirely on handling the election of the new priest. Yet, with the rat people so unguarded, the news quickly spread beyond their borders. Numerous psychokinetic races in nearby systems soon learned of the turmoil among the rat people. Most merely smiled knowingly, treating it as nothing more than a passing joke. Only a few noticed the hidden implications. On the ancestral homeworld of the fox people, within the sacred temple, Priest Sarah's expression was grim. The human heartland, the solar system, blue planet, everything aligned exactly with his earlier divination. The favored weakling, grown arrogant, defying all, shall ultimately be forsaken by the divine. Recalling that cryptic prophecy, Sarah raised his hands once more, preparing to perform another divination. If he could confirm the prophecy was indeed accurate, then he had uncovered a secret of immense magnitude, one capable of overturning the entire interstellar order. If the Fox clan could act first and position themselves accordingly, they might one day dominate half the galaxy. Aboard the spacecraft, Sarah held his ceremonial staff high above his head. Hail the Great One, Mercury Serpent, the principle of the ring, the end of the eternal cycle. We humbly beseech you, grant us but a single glance, and illuminate our confusion. Amplified by the ship's array, vast torrents of psychic energy poured down like waterfalls, converging without end. Sarah felt his mind grow crystal clear. He silently repeated the previous prophecy in his heart. When the broken ring reappears, upon the throne of greed shall sit the omniscient and omnipotent goddess of life, bringing finality to all things. At that very moment, the new prophecy slowly surfaced within his consciousness. When the broken ring reappears, upon the throne of greed shall sit the omniscient and omnipotent goddess of life, bringing finality to all things. Not a single word different, not even a syllable altered. The rat people's misfortune proved that his divination had not been an error. And since both prophecies were identical, this could only mean it was a true revelation of the future. The dark god was about to awaken. An endless surge of ecstasy welled up inside Sarah. Ever since the dark god descended into the stars 1,000 years ago, countless mysteries tied to psychic power had emerged. Even within the void realms, beings could still pray to the dark god and draw strength. Yet every psychic race understood one truth above all: the dark god was asleep. But now, this divination told him the dark god was about to rise. He must spread this revelation at once, securing his place as the foremost disciple before the throne. It was an honor every psychic being dreamed of. Perhaps he should unite all psychic races, accelerating the dark god's awakening. Let this shattered universe finally fall into the embrace of the dark god. Chapter 53, Arrival at the Andromeda Galaxy. Port Cloud, Solar System Outpost. At this moment, Xiuxian and Mo Ran were slowly pushing through the crowded throng, boarding a massive aircraft carrier. Outside the Milky Way, there were numerous battlefields large and small, but they were mostly minor skirmishes. The participants were usually pirate groups like the lizard clans or civilizations on the level of the Green Plague star system. To truly engage in combat against the alien species, one had to reach a super battlefield. And the closest such battlefield to the Milky Way was the Andromeda Galaxy, 2.54 million light-years away. Traveling by warship alone would take so long that people might age and die before even halfway there. Therefore, they chose the strategic talent transport carrier, one that shuttled personnel from within the solar system to the Andromeda Galaxy. This carrier possessed ultra-long-range spatial jumping capabilities, enabling instantaneous arrival at Andromeda. Its only drawback was the enormous energy consumption, so high that even with full support from the entire solar system, it could only make one trip per year. Soon, the two found their seats. No sooner had they sat down than the carrier stopped boarding. After a brief wait, they felt a slight tremor beneath them. Then, just like that, they had arrived at the Andromeda Galaxy. Xiuxian couldn't believe it, and turned to Mo Ran beside him for confirmation. Are we already here? I don't know, this is my first time too. Mo Ran shrugged innocently. As the two looked around in curiosity, the speaker mounted on their seats emitted the voice of a customer service attendant. Friendly reminder. Andro Planet, under the jurisdiction of the Andromeda Galaxy, has now been reached. Please disembark in an orderly manner. Andro Planet was the largest planet occupied by humanity's faction within the Andromeda battlefield. 5 times the size of Earth, it was exactly Xiuxian's destination. Hearing the announcement and confirming their arrival, Xiuxian and Mo Ran quickly joined the queue for the gravity elevator, preparing to descend. Meanwhile, at Andro Plaza, the carrier's temporary docking point, numerous people had already gathered. They were here to recruit newcomers arriving on Andro. Among them stood 2 men in uniform, holding up a placard written in Chinese characters. Xiuxian and Mo Ran. These were the guides sent by the Andro authorities to meet them. As soon as Xiuxian and Mo Ran landed, They spotted the conspicuous sign and immediately approached. After verifying their identities, Xuanhuan learned that the two were guides dispatched by Ding Hui, base commander of Andro Base 1. The taller, thinner one with a stern expression was named Yang Ji. The other, always wearing a friendly smile and with slightly chubby cheeks, was called Wei Quan. According to their own introduction, they had followed Ding Hui since their days on Earth and had been carving out a life in Andromeda for decades. Sending such trusted companions to pick them up spoke volumes about how highly Ding Hui regarded the two. Truthfully, Xuanhuan already held a very favorable first impression of Ding Hui. "You two are new here," said Wei Quan, glancing at the time with a cheerful smile. "How about heading straight to the base? Commander Ding has arranged a welcome banquet for you. Going there now would be perfect timing. As guests, we follow your lead. Everything according to your plan." Xuanhuan had no reason to refuse. Seeing his nod, the guides immediately led them to a waiting armored vehicle. Yang Ji took the wheel, driving swiftly toward Andro Base. As Xuanhuan pondered what preparations he should make before entering the battlefield, Missouri Ran tugged at his sleeve and pointed outside the window. Following his gaze, Xuanhuan's enhanced dynamic vision caught something deeply off about the sky. It looked identical to the starry sky back on Earth, as if someone had perfectly copied a painting at a 1:1 scale. "Brother Wei, what's going on up there?" "Haha, you noticed." "Yes, exactly as you're thinking, it is a painting. The Andromeda Galaxy is quite different from the Milky Way. It contains hundreds upon hundreds of stars like our sun. The surface of Andro is almost constantly bathed in daylight, and faces constant natural disasters like volcanic eruptions and tectonic shifts. Yet Andro holds immense strategic value in the Andromeda Theater. To firmly plant a foothold here, Commander Ding led his forces deep underground, around 8,000 meters down, to carve out habitable space. That's where we are now, Andro's main urban zone. There are also 4 secondary cities located at cardinal points, all connected by subway systems. We'll show you the station later." Wei Quan gave a detailed explanation, and Xuanhuan instantly understood. Just then, the vehicle officially entered the city. The flow of pedestrians became visibly denser around them. But immediately afterward, Xuanhuan noticed something startling. Among the passers-by, not all were pure-blooded humans. There were aliens here too. He grabbed Wei Quan, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, in disbelief. "Brother Wei, that person who just walked by, was that an alien? Letting aliens into the city, don't you worry they might suddenly rebel." Hearing Xuanhuan's genuine concern, Wei Quan burst into hearty laughter. "Young brother Chu, no need to worry about that. Andro had been established for 30 years, and not a single incident of alien unrest had ever occurred. Besides, they aren't the kind of aliens you're imagining. Among the alien species, there are those born without any talent for spiritual energy. These individuals banded together and began researching the power within their own bloodlines. The genetic sequences found on Blue Star originated from them. Moreover, the Mercenary Corps Association you're familiar with is also secretly controlled by these genetically enhanced races." As he spoke, the vehicle came to a stop in front of a vast, sprawling estate. In an underground city where every square meter was priceless, owning such an expansive plot could only point to one person as its owner. Xuanhuan had just begun to absorb the shocking news that even among alien species there was no unity, when Wei Quan gestured for him, and Mo ran to get out. The moment they stepped down, a sightseeing cable car glided up. The main gate is still some distance from Commander Ding's residence. Armored vehicles aren't allowed in. We'll take the cable car from here. Seeing Xuanhuan's hesitation, Wei Quan quickly explained. Then, Yang Ji raised his hand and folded the several-ton armored vehicle into a mysterious spatial device. HSS. Xuanhuan sucked in a sharp breath. "Brother Yang, he's undergone mechanical augmentation too?" "Of course. Everyone who goes to the battlefield has a few metal parts inside by now." Wei Quan said it, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Xuanhuan was momentarily speechless. He'd just arrived from Blue Star. Forgive him for being awed by all this. He wasn't used to such grand displays. Just then, the cable car reached near the villa, where a line of humanoid maids stood ready, welcoming them gently. "Welcome, honored guests from our homeland. The master has been waiting to have dinner with you." Their voices weren't the usual flat, robotic intonations of standard androids, soft and sweet, indistinguishable from real girls. Nor were their figures built with the coarse lines typical of traditional robots. They possessed an exquisite beauty. Xuanhuan was utterly fascinated. Blue Star, as the cradle of humanity, was mostly populated by ordinary humans. Only high-ranking military officials within bases had received mechanical implants due to combat needs. Witnessing something this striking was still extremely rare. Especially jarring was how the estate's decor and layout exuded a strong medieval style, sharply contrasting with the cyberpunk aura created by these lifelike android maids. Caught in this mix of excitement, the group was led into the villa's dining hall, where a refined middle-aged man was already waiting. Seeing them arrive, he smiled warmly. "Welcome once again. I'm Ding Hui. You can call me Brother Ding." Chapter 54 Check-in with Athena. "Of course, if you think I'm too old, you can call me Grandpa Ding." Ding Hui teased with a gentle smile, as if just recalling something. Judging by age alone, he was already over a century old, truly deserving of being called their grandfather's generation. "Brother Ding, you're joking," Xuanhuan said awkwardly. Facing such a courteous and warm man, even knowing full well that the other party was over 100 years old, the word grandpa still stuck in his throat. "We're just new here and a bit overwhelmed. This place is completely different from Blue Star. On Blue Star, even undergoing genetic modification would draw strange looks from others, let alone seeing all sorts of alien species everywhere like here. Ding Hui naturally understood what he meant, but chose not to comment further. Instead, he gestured for them to take their seats and begin the meal. The dishes were classic Longzhou cuisine prepared by biosynthetic androids. After a bite, Zhujiang found the taste impressively authentic. Mo Ran's eyes lit up instantly, and even her eating pace quickened slightly. Never had she imagined that even across the stars, she could still savor the flavors of home. Seeing her excitement, Wei Quan beside her couldn't help but tease. Little sister Mo Ran, resources are scarce in Andilo's breeding environment. Brother Ding knew you were coming. He went through great lengths to gather these ingredients. Eat like that, and there won't be much left after. Sure enough, at those words, Mo Ran's expression immediately fell. Is that true? She asked cautiously. Though taste wasn't everything, saving some for later meant preserving a future comfort. But unexpectedly, her careful expression caused everyone else to burst into laughter. Finally, it was Ding Hui who stepped in to smooth things over. He's fooling you. Behind my estate, I've cleared an acre of land specifically for growing vegetables, and we have dedicated livestock farms in the main city. No matter how much you eat, we won't run out. With Ding Hui's explanation, Mo Ran realized she'd been tricked. She shot Wei Quan a haughty, annoyed glance, clearly irritated at having fallen for his prank. The atmosphere instantly warmed. When they were nearly finished eating, Ding Hui turned to Zhujiang and asked, Blue Star only sent over your basic files. They said the specific arrangements were for you to decide yourselves. So any plans? Plans? Of course, to go to the battlefield and kill aliens. At his question, Zhujiang answered without hesitation. Seeing his determination, Ding Hui fell into thought. Beside him, Wei Quan suddenly seemed to remember something and suggested. Team leader Ding, didn't we recently report discovering a new F-rank phone? Maybe let them give it a try? F-rank phone. Upon hearing this, Zhujiang felt as if it sounded just like a game. F-rank. Did that mean there were also E, D, and C ranks? While Zhujiang was busy speculating, Ding Hui, prompted by Wei Quan, suddenly recalled something and nodded knowingly. Indeed, if it's that particular fun, I'd feel comfortable sending you too. Then noticing Zhujiang's confused expression, he quickly added, you know what a fubing is, right? 1,000 years ago, when the evil god descended, our multiverse began overlapping with others. Since then, various races have occasionally appeared across the endless stars, including the aliens we know about. Besides aliens, there's another type, mindless, uncivilized creatures that only consume and destroy. We collectively call them the bug race. A fubing refers to territories of these bug race that appeared due to the cosmic overlap. The one Wei Quan mentioned is only F rank, a single bug race carrier. No warships needed. Standard mechs can handle it easily. Once spatial overlap dissipates and the fubin opens, you too can go check it out. Hearing this, Zhujiang nodded eagerly. Thank you, Brother Ding. I can't wait. He was already thrilled at the prospect of finally encountering these so-called bug race. Even Mo Ran beside him sparkled with excitement in her eyes. Clearly, she was equally looking forward to this adventure. Seeing their enthusiasm, Ding Hui could only smile and shake his head, amused by their youthful spirit. Before going to the fubin, prepare some energy supplies first. I'll have Old Yang accompany you inside. It's your first time entering a fubin. I'm worried you might not be familiar. With Old Yang there, any problems can be handled quickly. But no sooner had he spoken than Yang Ji, who had been silent throughout, suddenly spoke up. No, us, not suitable. Yang Ji's sudden interruption startled Zhujiang badly. After a long pause, Zhujiang weakly added, Brother Yang is of a different generation from us. Having him follow along might make Mo Ran and me feel restrained. Better pick a few skilled fighters. We'd at least be able to communicate better. Zhujiang's reasoning made perfect sense. Ding Hui silently nodded, quickly reaching a decision. Since that's the case, how about this? While you're here in Andromeda, I'll officially assign you to the base. I heard from Blue Star that you've been designated as a special team with full autonomy. We'll keep the same arrangement here at Andalo Base. Given your unique status, it'll make things much smoother when you go to recruit personnel from the barracks. Zhujiang, as one of the nominal 17 holy seats of the Solar Federation. Mo Ran, apart from being an outstanding mech designer, came from the Mo family, one of the major clans supplying numerous mech models to the Human Alliance. Both were invaluable assets, worthy of top-level protection. Originally, Ding Hui had planned for Yang Ji to provide close-range protection throughout their stay in the Andromeda Galaxy. But since they had declined, he could only settle for a secondary option, issuing orders from the military camp. Meanwhile, assigning them an additional cover identity would help maintain discretion. Though Andalo City appeared harmonious, with different species coexisting peacefully and trading freely, no one knew how many spies might be lurking beneath the surface. Ding Hui's proposal was quickly accepted by Zhujiang and the others. Thus, right after finishing their meal, they headed straight to the barracks in Yang Ji's vehicle. The military camp wasn't far from Ding Hui's estate. No sooner had they passed through the first checkpoint than a familiar voice suddenly rang inside Zhujiang's mind. Host detected at check-in location, Andalo Planet, Andromeda Galaxy. Perform check-in. Of course. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the blueprint. SP1 Athena. Ever since obtaining the combat AI Emperor during his Neptune check-in, Zhujiang had taken advantage of his downtime before departure to visit the other 6 major planets in the solar system and check in at each. Unfortunately, all he'd received were various rare metals, nothing particularly useful, so he'd just stored them away in his infinite space. Never did he expect such good luck this time. He'd struck a blueprint jackpot. Zhujiang hurriedly examined the details. Name, SP1 Athena. Type: high intelligence mechanical warrior commander, possessing exceptional tactical and battlefield command abilities, with emotions indistinguishable from those of a human being. Required materials: 50 units of titanium alloy, 50 units of tungsten steel, 50 units of carbon cesium alloy, 100 units of basic spacecraft metal. Production time: 5 days. Note: Athena is an outstanding commander. Restricting her to frontline melee combat would be a terrible waste. Why not search for the other Saints' army? That is where her true potential can be fully unleashed. Even under the effect of the 10,000-fold accelerated manufacturing enhancement aura, building a single Athena unit still required 5 full days. This alone spoke volumes about how extraordinary Athena truly was. Especially the system's detailed description, it caught Chu Jiang's attention in particular. Could it be? This design came with another set of blueprints, meant to complement it and form an entire legion? Chapter 55, Choosing Teammates, about to enter the insectoid dungeon. At the thought of it, Chu Jiang's breathing quickened. He had a deep understanding of just how formidable the mechanical army was, especially when faced with overwhelming swarm tactics. If even Type 2 warriors were this terrifying, then the Saint Warrior Legion mentioned in the system must be even more powerful. Otherwise, what right would they have to call themselves a legion? Especially since Athena was a special type mechanical warrior serving as commander. Actually, she could no longer even be called merely a mechanical warrior. Athena had already begun developing human-like emotions. It wouldn't be wrong to refer to her as a mechanical life form. It was just unfortunate that her production required such immense resources. Carbon cesium alloy. He hadn't even heard of it before. In short, it was a massive undertaking. While Chu Jiang was lost in his thoughts, the armored vehicle had already smoothly entered the military camp. As soon as he stepped out, Chu Jiang snapped back to reality and saw soldiers everywhere engaged in training. Moreover, he noticed that some were practicing piloting mechs. And those training mechs bore a large, prominent character, Mo. He turned toward Mo Ran beside him. Mo Ran understood his unspoken question. After observing for a moment, he replied uncertainly. Judging by the model, these are outdated units from decades ago. They've gone through several updated versions since. I recall this particular model should have been decommissioned. His tone held hesitation. Hearing this, Wei Quan standing nearby chuckled and said, yes, officially they're obsolete. But internally, they've all been upgraded to the latest specs. The outer shell uses sturdy materials and is highly durable, perfect for training. After all, shipping equipment all the way from Blue Earth is still far too troublesome. As he spoke, training around them began to pause. Many soldiers were glancing curiously in their direction. Mo Ran looked at Chu Jiang. After all, Chu Jiang was the team leader. Chu Jiang remained thoughtful. So far, his fleet already included Mo Ran as a firepower cruiser. Though nominally a support vessel himself, Chu Jiang also possessed considerable firepower. What he lacked were reconnaissance and defense capabilities. With 4 members, they could perfectly pilot 2 Striker Eureka mechs. That way, they'd be capable of coordinated tactics even during ground combat. As for who to choose, was anyone better informed than their own superior? Chu Jiang turned to Wei Quan and briefly outlined his requirements. After listening, Wei Quan fell into contemplation. Finding awakened reconnaissance and defense cruisers wasn't an issue. One could easily find plenty within the camp. But adding skill in mech piloting complicated matters considerably. Soon, he thought of those 2 individuals. They were somewhat unusual, but perhaps still fit Chu Jiang's criteria. Wei Quan pondered. He immediately sent someone to summon 2 young men. Both stood at least 1.8 meters tall, broad-shouldered and dark-skinned, appearing exceptionally dependable. Director, you summoned us? Wei Quan didn't respond directly. Instead, he turned to introduce them to Chu Jiang. The one on the left is Xuanhuan, a level 20 Dark Raven-class battleship, warship trait, Dark Raven. The reconnaissance drones he produces possess exceptional stealth, which aligns well with your need for a scout. On the right is Kai, a level 19 Giant Tree-class defense cruiser. After Wei Quan's introduction, Chu Jiang formed a rough impression. Meanwhile, he introduced himself and Mo Ran. My name is Chu Jiang, and this is Mo Ran. We come from Blue Earth and are now members of the special unit Chu within this camp. We asked Director Wei to bring you here because we'd like to invite both of you to join Chu and participate in a few days' worth of F-rank insectoid aircraft carrier dungeon runs. You'll also serve as our guides and advisors, as senior personnel. Chu Jiang spoke concisely and with great politeness. Unexpectedly, however, Zhang Long suddenly asked, can I refuse? Of course not. Before Wei Quan could finish, Zhang Long, who'd only heard half, misunderstood completely and responded decisively. Then I'm not going. Not only him, but Kai as well displayed clear refusal. In their eyes, these 2 coming all the way from Blue Earth were hastily seeking people to guide them through dungeons. Weren't they just looking for babysitters? They absolutely refused to play nursemaid. Chu Jiang, however, remained perfectly calm. Before they could walk away, he spoke with extraordinary calmness. If you agree, I can provide one of Blue Earth's newest dual-pilot mech designs, the Striker Eureka. With that, Chu Jiang immediately summoned his original Striker Eureka. Suddenly, in the otherwise empty plaza of the military camp, a crimson-red mech over 70 to 80 meters tall appeared, instantly drawing attention from everyone around, especially given the Striker Eureka's stunning design. Even though the mech's armor showed signs of wear, to them, those marks resembled badges of honor earned by heroes. Zhang Long, who'd been about to turn and reject the offer, froze at the sight of the Striker Eureka. Kai reacted similarly, stunned into silence. Seeing this, Chu Jiang wore an expression of knowing satisfaction. After all, he'd long since uploaded the blueprint data into his warship's built-in system. As long as there were sufficient materials, he could manufacture a Crimson Typhoon within half an hour. Moreover, in his original plan, he had intended to assign one Crimson Typhoon for his teammates to train and synchronize with. Xuanhuan and Kai had only ever used the standard-issue mechs provided by Mo's family. How could they have seen something as advanced as the Crimson Typhoon? So he was extremely confident. Sure enough, they didn't disappoint him. After staring at the Crimson Typhoon in awe for just a moment, Xuanhuan immediately turned to Xiuxian with burning enthusiasm. If joining means getting a mech like this, then I'm in. Exactly, Kai chimed in eagerly. Of course, just wait and receive your mech. Xiuxian smiled confidently. Beside him, Quan was also eyeing the mech with undisguised desire. Even he had never seen such an incredible machine before. Even Yang Ji, usually silent and reserved, stared intently alongside the others, eyes blazing with longing. Good stuff, they wanted it. Xiuxian knew exactly what they were thinking. After confirming with Mo ran beside him, he promptly decided he'd give them a mech too. 3 days later, in the vast space beyond Andro Station, a massive carrier floated silently in the void. Xiuxian's team had long been alerted. The overlapping spatial layers surrounding the insectoid aircraft carrier were about to separate, so they had arrived early in preparation. This was also the first time Xiuxian and Mo Ran had ever encountered anything related to the insectoid race. They watched curiously at the live feed transmitted from their reconnaissance drones. What kind of aircraft carrier was this? Xiuxian felt a chill run down his scalp. Compared to a traditional carrier, it looked more like a monstrous insectoid creature. Its overall shape resembled some bizarre, never-before-seen insect, part bee, part ant. In short, it bore unmistakable insect-like features, and its size was staggering, equivalent to 1.5 Earths combined. Strangest of all, Xiuxian could faintly sense a rhythmic breathing emanating from it. At one point, he even doubted if his eyes were playing tricks on him. So this is the insectoid aircraft carrier? Hearing Xiuxian's question, Kai looked puzzled at first, but he quickly understood. Did Director Wei introduce it that way? Well, not wrong per se, but most of us call it an insectoid hive instead. Deep within the hive, there's usually an insectoid empress, an entity that continuously spawns eggs without pause. Even the weakest empress can generate 1,000 insectoid soldiers every single minute. So once we enter the dungeon, don't waste time fighting foot soldiers. We go straight to the heart of the hive, capture the very first, by taking out the king. Chapter 56, Entering the Instance. Thanks to Xuanhuan's reminder, Xiuxian grew increasingly excited about entering the insectoid hive. At the same time, starships around them began to multiply. Clearly, all of these were here to enter the instance. Xiuxian frowned. He hadn't expected that an F-rank instance would attract so many people. But judging by how Xuanhuan and the others had looked down on it earlier, wasn't it supposed to be insignificant? Kai had been watching his expression closely. Seeing Xiuxian eyeing the ever-growing number of warships nearby with confusion, he could roughly guess what was on his mind. For our military, F-rank instances truly offer nothing valuable. But for freelancers drifting outside the system, it's still worth risking a try. The Empress herself carries plenty of sought-after materials, enough to support a family of 3 in base living conditions for at least 3 years once sold. Insectoid corpses can actually be used as raw materials? Mo Ran sounded surprised. Of course, all Empresses possess the ability to produce insects with abilities derived from consumed matter. Naturally, there are insects whose exoskeletons are as hard as steel. And on the Empress herself, you'll find genetic sequences and biomaterials essential to certain spirit energy-based species. For example, the Empress's blood. Kai paused, then shared everything he knew. You could say, from the universe's perspective, every part of the insectoids is precious. Conversely, from their viewpoint, everything in our universe, be it material or life forms, is food. Xiuxian fell into deep thought. No wonder these two overlapping universes were destined to fight each other. Just then, the faint, overlapping layer of illusory space surrounding the instance slowly began to dissolve. Xuanhuan, who had been staring intently at it, immediately called out. Get ready for the Confronting. Our starship is too large to get through. Got it. The 4 of them acted instantly, boarding Mo Ran's Huachi-class Vanguard craft. They hadn't even settled into their seats when the overlapping space before them completely vanished. Veterans nearby had already switched to their Vanguard crafts and dashed forward without hesitation. Seeing this, Mo Ran didn't hesitate either, pulling the throttle and rushing inside. Unfortunately, they'd started a bit late, even pushing her engines to maximum thrust. By the time she landed at the entrance of the hive, dozens of players had already rushed in ahead. Seeing this, Xiuxian didn't waste a second. He immediately declared, "Switch to Storm Crimson. We have to take first place." The moment those words left his mouth, several people ahead had the same idea and began swapping into mechs. Their progress immediately surged far beyond the average. As team leader, Xiuxian's orders couldn't be questioned. Besides, both Xuanhuan and Kai were eager to relive the ultimate thrill of piloting the Storm Crimson. Thus, 2 Crimson mechs instantly materialized at the entrance, blocking off nearly the entire passageway, which had never been particularly wide. But Xiuxian didn't care. He quickly signaled Kai, who was piloting the other unit, and they began moving deeper into the tunnel. They even activated the 3 rear thrusters, accelerating aggressively forward. Within seconds, they caught up to the very first group of intruders. The appearance of 2 giant mechs, dozens of meters high and nearly 100 meters long, instantly drew everyone's attention. Only after the Storm Crimsons had left them far behind did they snap back to reality. Damn, since when did Andelos roll out such an awesome, badass mech? Or has Blue Star released some new cutting-edge design? Too bad. Even if they own mechs, theirs were outdated models. They were simply too slow to keep up with the Storm Crimson's pace. Soon, the tunnel gradually widened. Xiuxian noticed there were no more traces of anyone ahead. They must have taken the lead. Meanwhile, Zhang, piloting the other Storm Crimson, suddenly sent a comms request. We've advanced about 2 kilometers now, likely approaching the insectoid defense zone. We need to proceed carefully from here. The outer plating of the Storm Crimson might not withstand the bite force of these bugs. I know. Alerted by Zhang, Xiuxian heightened his awareness, cautiously scanning the pitch-black depths of the tunnel. Likewise, Mo Ren wasn't idle. Assisted by Emperor, the previously dark vision before her was now filled with irregular patches of varying sizes and colors. Analyzing, classifying. After just a few seconds, Mo Ren spoke with unusual seriousness. Be careful. Roughly 100 meters ahead, on the upper part of the tunnel ceiling, there are at least hundreds of suspended life forms. Preliminary analysis suggests they're insectoid warriors. However, Emperor lacks data on them, so I can't identify the exact species. I can only vaguely determine they're flight-capable, with exceptional biting and piercing capabilities. Hardly had Mo Ren finished speaking when Zhang made a judgment based on her description. Mosquito monsters, one of the most common and most annoying insectoid warriors. Their proboscis is extremely dangerous, and they're incredibly sensitive. Captain, be careful. I know. Xiuxian nodded seriously. At the same time, he felt somewhat surprised. Could it be that there were databases even Emperor didn't possess? Could it be because the insectoids weren't native to this universe? He didn't dwell on the matter. These mosquito monsters were fast and agile, so all he had to do was turn his body into a literal electric swatter. Just make sure they couldn't land and bite him. Xiuxian's thinking was simple. Immediately, he extended his left arm, the electromagnetic cannon at his palm already releasing faint arcs of electricity. Soon, this sudden energy fluctuation caught the attention of the mosquito monsters clinging to the upper walls of the tunnel. In an instant, the previously pitch-black vision filled with thousands upon thousands of red dots. These were the eyes of the mosquito monsters. The next second, a loud, shrill buzzing erupted, accompanied by high-frequency vibrations as the mosquito monsters swiftly surrounded the 2 Storm Crimsons completely. This horrifying, mentally unsettling sight was something Xiuxian had never experienced before. He froze for a full second before snapping back to reality. Fusion-powered high-voltage electromagnetic cannon. Fire. A flash of blue lightning instantly engulfed the entire tunnel. Those mosquito monsters that had been clinging onto the Storm Crimson, about to sink their fangs in, were instantly paralyzed. They dropped lifelessly to the ground, piling up in heaps. Xiuxian let out a sigh of relief. This was completely different from facing a descending god of madness. If he had to describe what it felt like to withstand a god of madness directly, it would be like someone driving a hammer straight into his brain. Brutal, straightforward, and fatal. But these mosquito monsters? It was more like being flayed inch by inch. You knew you wouldn't die immediately, but it was excruciating. Glancing ahead, the tunnel floor was now littered with fallen mosquito monsters. Confirmed by Emperor, no survivors remained. With tension easing, the group pressed forward deeper into the tunnel. After walking several kilometers more, the space suddenly opened up. They had entered an extremely vast cavity. Xiuxian instinctively turned to Zhang and Shi Kai, the 2 veterans. They'd been inside instances before. They had experience. To find the Empress, they were the ones to follow. As expected, after briefly scanning the surroundings, Zhang made a rough assessment of their current location. This area is wide open, and the inner walls of the hive are unusually bright and clean. We're likely in the hive's urogenital chamber. Follow me. Zhang waved them forward, quickly setting the direction. Xiuxian, however, felt puzzled. Urogenital chamber? What was that? As if anticipating his confusion, Zhang ahead began explaining. The hive automatically expels failed eggs spawned by the Empress. These discarded eggs are funneled into the urogenital chamber, where they're uniformly dissolved and digested. They're then converted back into nutrients fed to the Empress for future egg production. In other words, this place functions as the hive's digestive cavity. Meanwhile, Zhang slowly came to a halt ahead. The tunnel had ended. They had entered another cavity. And this place was precisely the residence of the insectoid Empress. Chapter 57. Alarming the Empress. Commencing battle. Xiuxian followed the gaze, and the scene before him suddenly opened up. This cavity was several times larger than the previous perineal chamber. Yet the ground was densely packed with countless eggs. Of varying sizes, pale white in color, the membranes were just translucent enough to reveal the embryonic insect warriors developing within. There must have been at least 100,000. At the center of this sea of eggs, a massive insect creature lay crouched in rest. The surrounding walls resembled pulsating flesh, continuously channeling energy into its body as it recuperated. That was the Empress. Xiuxian's pupils contracted sharply. From their current position to the Empress, there was still 700 or 800 meters of distance, every inch covered by teeming eggs, leaving no space to step. Even the slightest disturbance could awaken the entire swarm instantly. How could they possibly launch a surprise attack? Xiuxian's expression darkened. Zhang felt the same. This was the first time he'd seen a Class F insect hive's Empress achieve such rapid reproduction speed. 100,000 eggs. This was far beyond what a queen of her supposed rank should be capable of. He had initially expected a maximum of 10,000. Now, Reaching the Empress would require painstakingly clearing a path forward, carefully eliminating eggs one by one. After quickly formulating a plan, Xuanhuan turned to Xiuxian beside him. Captain Xiu, if we want to get close to the Empress, we'll need to manually clear the way, strangle some of these eggs before they hatch. As he spoke, he piloted Storm Red, transforming its dual right arms from claw form into spiral blades. With one swift motion, an egg exploded instantly, leaving no chance for the warrior inside to react. The disturbance remained minimal, not triggering any nearby eggs. Seeing this, Xiuxian quickly followed suit, beginning to meticulously eliminate the eggs. Thankfully, with 3 limbs operating in tandem, progress wasn't too slow. Within half an hour, they had cleared roughly 400 meters. However, due to the constant need to avoid alerting other eggs, the precision required in mecha control was extreme. By the 30-minute mark, Xiuxian was already drenched in sweat. Mo Ran, seeing how exhausted he looked, was about to suggest a short break, when suddenly, Emperor began sending frantic alerts. Insect warriors were hatching. Watch out! Mo Ran immediately cried out a warning. The next instant, the sound of ripping fabric filled the air from all around. It wasn't just one that emerged from its egg. At a glance, there were at least 7 or 8,000. Alerted by Mo Ran, Xiuxian and Xuanhuan quickly noticed the sudden change. Xuanhuan made an immediate decision. Forget stealth, we charge straight through. Take down the Empress now. Agreed. With a clear objective, Xiuxian didn't hesitate. He activated the thrusters on his feet, along with 3 exhaust ports on his back. A massive thrust surged forward, and in an instant, Storm Red rocketed forward hundreds of meters. The Empress was right before them. But clearly, such a reckless approach couldn't go unnoticed. The Empress jolted awake from her rest. Instantly, the entire inner wall of the cavity began writhing violently. The Empress flapped her 3 pairs of wings, each scattering shimmering scales into the air as she struggled into midair. Deep within folds of grotesque organs, her pair of crimson compound eyes locked onto the intruders, emitting a shrill, piercing shriek. Even without experience, Xiuxian could tell. She was unleashing her ultimate ability. Without hesitation, he launched himself forward with a flying kick, slamming his foot into the Empress's bloated body. A burst of foul-smelling greenish fluid erupted outward. But unexpectedly, wherever the liquid splattered, unhatched eggs seemed to absorb it like a powerful stimulant, hatching within 2 or 3 seconds. Damn it! Did defeating her actually spawn more enemies? Xiuxian's face twisted in dismay. Beside him, Xuanhuan felt the same. This Empress defied everything he knew about Class F insects. But alas, facing such a deadly threat now was no time for hesitation. Captain Xiu, let's combine forces, activate the thundercloud formation. We need to eliminate this Empress as soon as possible. She's just too bizarre. Agreed. Xiuxian fully supported Xuanhuan's judgment. This Empress was undeniably strange. Better to end it quickly. The thundercloud formation was one of the signature tactical maneuvers of Storm Red, leveraging its comprehensive capabilities. By using the left-arm nuclear fusion high-voltage electromagnetic cannon to alter the local magnetic field, while the twin right arms shifted into spiral blades and combined traditional Longzhou martial arts techniques. They artificially created the perfect convergence of favorable weather, terrain, and human coordination, a battlefield domain in every sense. Within Xiuxian's pocket dimension, he still had the vast stockpile of energy crystals originally prepared for the Ratman clan. So, to him, the electromagnetic cannon was essentially a basic attack, no resource concerns. Within minutes, arcs of electricity crackled wildly throughout the once empty chamber. The ground became littered with charred insect corpses. Even the Empress was paralyzed, slowed by electrical shock, her body riddled with deep spiral blade wounds. It was clear that, at this rate, defeating the Empress was only a matter of time. Obviously, the Empress realized this as well. Though its intelligence wasn't high, its sense of life or death danger was exceptionally sharp. It couldn't just sit here and wait to die. If one insect alone couldn't defeat Xiuxian and his team, then what about 1,000? 10,000? It refused to believe they could keep unleashing such an overwhelming, resource-draining assault forever. Roar. Suddenly, a massive slit tore open across the Empress's abdomen, lined with jagged, uneven teeth, letting out a frenzied, shrill shriek. Xiuxian's heart skipped a beat. A terrible premonition struck him. The next second, he watched in horror as countless swarms of insect warriors burst from every egg in sight. At this very instant, every single egg had been forcibly catalyzed by the Empress. Even more unbelievable, the newly hatched warriors were voluntarily hurling themselves into the gaping maw beneath her belly, willingly being devoured, only for the Empress to produce even larger eggs in return. And these newly laid eggs ruptured almost immediately upon hitting the ground. Out crawled creatures shimmering with a cold, bluish metallic luster, rushing straight towards Storm Red with murderous intent. The moment they clashed, Mo Ran instantly analyzed their data. Not good. These freshly hatched insects have had their stats boosted by several orders of magnitude. Storm Red's armor shell can withstand no more than about 300 direct impacts before cracking. Furthermore, analysis shows the Empress's newly spawned offspring are steadily evolving, which means, the longer we drag this out, the harder these warriors become to deal with. We must eliminate the Empress now. If we can't finish her, we at least need to stop her from producing more eggs. Understood. Receiving Mo Ran's report, both Xiuxian and Xuanhuan were stunned. At the same time, their gaze toward the Empress grew complex, even laced with dread. At this rate, how could they possibly win? But beside them, Shirkai suddenly spoke up. These insects seem flawed. Just now, in the brief moment since they hatched, several of them suddenly collapsed and fell motionless, dragged back to be recycled as nutrients. With Shirkai's hint, Ran immediately had Emperor run a scan. Sure enough, it found the issue. Good news. According to the scan, these new insect warriors were clearly forced into premature birth, resulting in extremely unstable foundations. They can maintain this berserk state for no more than 1 minute before dying outright and being reused as fertilizer. We should adjust our strategy, no need to rush after the Empress. First, let's clear out all the warrior corpses that the Empress could absorb to produce more eggs. The more Ran spoke, the more excited he became. Chapter 58, The Hive Queen Explodes. Ran had explained it clearly. Xuanhuan quickly grasped her meaning and immediately fired the electromagnetic cannon at the pile of insect warrior corpses. A flash of lightning surged through. Suddenly, an open space appeared where there had been a mountain of remains. The entire heap of insect warrior carcasses turned to ash in an instant. Such a massive commotion inevitably drew the Hive Queen's attention. Clearly, she realized that Chu Jiang and his team had caught on, that they'd figured out how to counter her. She couldn't afford to sit idle any longer. Ruhar. With a ferocious roar, every single insect warrior frantically swarmed onto the crimson storms, entangling themselves around the mechs. Meanwhile, the other insect warriors responsible for transportation accelerated their pace, desperately trying to deliver as many bodies as possible to fill the gaping wound on the Hive Queen's body, hoping to generate more powerful warriors to deal with the intruders. Chu Jiang saw all of this unfold right before his eyes. Yet, these disposable insect warriors were proving to be a serious nuisance. After some thought, Chu Jiang made up his mind. He summoned his warship and deployed 100 Type 2 warriors. Earlier, when he'd seen the Hive Queen absorb the remnants of fallen insect warriors to convert into energy, then use that to lay eggs and spawn new troops, he'd been worried whether the Type 2 warriors might also be absorbed. But now, if he continued to be bogged down by endless waves of these expendable enemies, all their efforts would be wasted. Out of necessity, he released them without further hesitation. Deal with the threat first. The Hive Queen had to be eliminated, immediately. Sure enough, just as the insect warriors were pouring relentless attacks onto the Crimson Storms, nearly breaching the outer armor, the arrival of the Type 2 warriors instantly alleviated much of the pressure. Finally freed, the 2 Crimson Storms charged ruthlessly toward the Hive Queen without mercy. This time, determined to end it quickly, Chu Jiang held nothing back. The nuclear fusion high-voltage electromagnetic cannon fired continuously, one beam after another. Brilliant, frenzied blue flashes shot from the cannon port embedded in the palm of his left arm, unceasingly striking the massive gash in the Hive Queen's lower abdomen. According to Ran's original design, due to material limitations, each electromagnetic pulse required at least a 1-minute interval between discharges. Otherwise, the weapon risked permanent damage. But Chu Jiang clearly didn't care. He was acting as though life or death hinged on destroying the Hive Queen first, firing relentlessly despite the danger. Ran, as both the weapon's designer and Chu Jiang's battle partner, instantly understood his intention. Without hesitation, she began analyzing the Hive Queen's weaknesses. Firing blindly like this, even with overwhelming force, would waste too much energy crystal. Soon, the analysis was complete. Ran spoke urgently. Chu Jiang, Emperor, has identified the Hive Queen's weak point. I'm sharing the data with you. Aim precisely before firing. Got it. Chu Jiang blinked in surprise. He hadn't expected Ran to encourage him instead of stopping him. She was actively helping him locate the Hive Queen's vulnerabilities. As the designer of the Crimson Storm, Ran knew better than anyone the dangers of overusing the electromagnetic cannon. At best, excessive use would destroy his left arm, disabling critical Longzhou martial techniques and thundercloud formations. It would also require extensive maintenance later. At worst, the entire arm could explode, detonating the pre-compressed energy crystals inside. The resulting blast would equal that of a nuclear warhead, and no mech pilot could survive such an explosion. In other words, Chu Jiang was betting his life to take down the Hive Queen. Indeed, even the Hive Queen sensed just how insane Chu Jiang's reckless assault truly was. Especially, how was it possible that after dozens of consecutive electromagnetic blasts, Chu Jiang still hadn't run out? Just how deep were his reserves? How could he keep wasting energy like this? But the Hive Queen, limited in intelligence, could only react emotionally. She had no way to voice her confusion. Instead, she kept draining her own energy to spawn more eggs, desperately attempting to birth a powerful enough warrior to withstand Chu Jiang's ceaseless bombardment. But it was futile. Her energy reserves were already low. How could she afford to expend even more just to produce offspring? Besides, to Chu Jiang, those eggs were nothing but fodder. Thus, the Hive Queen's energy rapidly dwindled. Just as Chu Jiang believed he could finally finish her off in one decisive strike, sudden chaos erupted. Unnoticed until now, intricate patterns silently emerged across the cavern walls. They looked bizarre and dazzling, hypnotic at a glance. Yet, a clear thought flashed through Chu Jiang's mind. He snapped back to awareness instantly. Looking again, those weren't patterns at all. They were writhing blood vessels. Now swollen and bulging like overstretched cords, they pulsed violently as liquid raced through them, creating the illusion of movement. At the same time, Chu Jiang sensed a massive amount of energy gathering in that very spot. What? Chu Jiang felt uneasy. At that moment, he also noticed Zhang Long hadn't made a sound in a long time. This situation felt eerily familiar. Shit, are these psychic beings? The reason he had snapped back to consciousness was because of the cybernetic eyes implanted in his skull. As a precaution, Imo-chun had secretly added bioelectrical interference resistance into them, specifically so Chu Jiang could regain awareness if suddenly caught in a psychic race's mental control. Chu Jiang was both shocked and furious. He immediately called out to the three silent comrades. At the same time, a chilling thought crept over him. Why did the insect race now possess abilities akin to the psychics? Could it be that this entire insect hive instance was engineered by the psychic race? But the insect hive originated from another universe entirely. Even before entering, he'd personally witnessed the overlapping spatial rift dissolve. Did that mean the psychic race had already mastered such technology? Otherwise, how could they have pulled this off so flawlessly? If that wasn't the case, then it meant insect species themselves had developed psychic capabilities. The prerequisite for cultivating psionics was mastery of the psionic theory technology, which implied, could the insect race also master technological means? Yet according to what Ding Hui and the others had said, weren't insects supposed to be nothing more than mindless destroyers, swarming like locusts, consuming every ounce of matter and energy across their universe? How could they grasp technology? Did that mean they possessed intelligence? Chu Jiang's emotions churned with complexity. Yet, at this most critical moment, the hive queen fully fused her body with the chamber walls of the nest. Now, the hive queen was the embodiment of the hive itself. In an instant, every single insect warrior inside the hive was teleported into this area. The open space previously cleared by electromagnetic blasts was once again packed tightly with swarming insect warriors. And because Zhang Long was still trapped in mental domination, Storm Crimson stood there motionless, like a helpless food supply for the insect swarm. Without hesitation, all insect warriors instinctively surged toward it, converging around the motionless mech. They began gnawing, tearing, devouring. Under this wave of frenzied, oppressive pressure, Chu Jiang grew increasingly exhausted. Seeing that he couldn't wake them, he prepared to deploy another batch of Type 2 warriors to regain control over the insect horde no matter what. Just as this happened, a massive silhouette blade came flying out of nowhere from some dark corridor. Its sharpness surpassed cutting through steel like mud, severing hair with breath alone. Meeting almost no resistance, it pierced straight through the hive queen's body, half of which had already merged into the chamber wall. All the blood vessels lining the walls abruptly froze. The eerie, surreal atmosphere vanished instantly. Boom! The hive queen exploded. Chapter 59. Rescued by alien species, the Psionic Alliance. Sure enough, at the exact moment the hive queen exploded, Zhang Long, Shi Kai, and Moran suddenly regained consciousness from the chaos. Zhang Long especially stared blankly outside his mech, watching in disbelief as bug warriors chewed his armor into unrecognizable wreckage. His fists clenched tight. Damn it all, this mech had only just become his. He hadn't even dared let it suffer a single scratch, treating it like the most precious thing in his heart. And now it had been utterly ruined like this. Enraged, Zhang Long immediately unfolded his three arms and spun violently, flinging every insect soldier off his mech before charging headlong into the swarm of bug warriors, firing wildly without discrimination. If I don't get revenge for this, my Dao heart will never stabilize. Moran, on the other hand, acted differently. She noticed Chu Jiang's disheveled state, while the Emperor flooded her with endless streams of feedback. Almost instantly, she realized she must have lost consciousness, or fallen into some other state, for some time, losing mental control. Especially since she now noticed the hive queen was dead. Now, within the hive, only ordinary bug soldiers remained. A hint of concern flickered in Moran's heart, but seeing Chu Jiang's exhausted appearance, she hesitated to speak up. Let him rest first. I'll talk later. Moran quietly decided. Soon, all the bug warriors were wiped out. The four of them finally stepped out of their mechs and began harvesting loot. Even ordinary bug warriors carried certain metallized materials useful for mech designs and spacecraft manufacturing. It was during this process that Zhang Long and Shi Kai finally noticed. Somewhere along the way, several alien beings had appeared nearby. 3 tiger people and 1 ox person. And they were gathering the rotting remains left behind after the hive queen's self-destruction. So it was them who had eliminated the queen? Zhang Long froze, instinctively turning to look at Chu Jiang. Meeting Zhang Long's confused gaze, Chu Jiang immediately understood what he meant. He gave a slight nod in confirmation. He had noticed the aliens earlier. Recalling that massive broadsword that had suddenly impaled the hive queen earlier, he now suspected these aliens were responsible. Although there was a sense of being robbed of glory, Chu Jiang knew well that if not for their intervention at that critical moment, he might not have managed to save Zhang Long and Shi Kai. So if they wanted the materials from the queen, fine. Let them take it. Better to avoid conflict when possible. Besides, though the materials from common bug warriors weren't high value, they came in massive quantity. With even Type 2 warriors assisting in collection, they'd easily make back their investment. Honestly, he hadn't come here for materials anyway. Chu Jiang kept his head down, diligently gathering resources. But thanks to the Technicians Association's enhancements, his vision was sharp, and soon, he noticed the group of aliens were glancing at him, deliberately or casually. Chu Jiang was certain. This wasn't mere wariness toward a stranger. They were staring directly at him, continuously. Their eyes never once shifted toward Zhang Long, Moran, or Shi Kai. Clearly, they had come specifically for him. A knot tightened in Chu Jiang's chest. Moreover, their timing was too perfect, appearing exactly when he was at his most vulnerable, striking just as the hive queen died. At first, he hadn't thought much of it. But now, upon reflection, wasn't their action actually a rescue? Yet Chu Jiang was certain, He'd been in the Andromeda system for a long time and had never interacted with any alien species. How did these people know him? And why would they save him? These questions swirled, nearly overwhelming his mind. Under such tense circumstances, the alien group seemed to realize their intentions had been too obvious. They must have already known Xuanhuan noticed. And so, they began walking straight toward him. The instant they took that first step, Xuanhuan straightened up and turned to face them. Of the group, the ox person stayed behind to continue collecting materials from the queen's remains, while all three tiger people approached. At this point, even Zhang Long and Shikai sensed something was wrong. They quickly moved to stand beside Xuanhuan. Then, the trio stopped right before Xuanhuan. Let's introduce ourselves. I'm Hu Qiu, of the tiger people gene lineage. This is my younger brother Hu Ben, and my younger sister Hu Niu. The tallest of the three tigers extended his hand, initiating the introduction. Xuanhuan studied them uncertainly, especially since until now, he hadn't realized one among the three tigers was actually female. Given how massively built all three were, it was impossible to distinguish at a glance. He didn't dare openly shake hands with such a being. Instead, he replied cautiously. What do you want? We know you. Hu Qiu seemed entirely unsurprised by Xuanhuan's guarded tone. Seeing he had no intention of shaking hands, he didn't seem embarrassed in the slightest. You know me? Xuanhuan's eyes widened. He didn't know what to say. Who in their right mind walked up and said they knew someone like that? But Hu Qiu looked completely unfazed, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Moreover, Xuanhuan was puzzled. Where exactly had these aliens come to know him? As if sensing the whirlwind of confusion in Xuanhuan's mind, Hu Qiu didn't keep him waiting for long. A while ago, there was an upheaval on the ancestral planet of the psionic rat people. The former rat shaman lost a life-bearing planet due to breaking his pact with the dark deity. Later, someone deliberately spread the word that this failure stemmed from his campaign against the human homeworld, Blue Star. So, you came to know me through that? Xuanhuan was skeptical. He couldn't make sense of it. Who in their right mind would just show up and claim to know him based on rumors like that? Apparently reading his thoughts, Hu Qiu shook his head slightly. You don't need to overthink it. The methods of the psionics surpass your imagination. Take this incident, for example. You'd never guess what they used. Prophecy. Prophecy. This time, not only Xuanhuan, but nearly everyone present wore expressions of shock. Even Hu Ben and Hu Niu looked stunned. Clearly, even they hadn't known about this before arriving. Yet Hu Qiu ignored his siblings' reactions entirely, his gaze locked firmly on Xuanhuan. You probably already know that among alien species, we're divided into two lineages, the psionic and the genetic. The recent rebellion on the psionic rat people's star has sounded an alarm for all psionic-aligned species. They've banded together, forming the Psionic Alliance, and their first objective is to kill you. Kill me? Why? Just because I killed a rat people shaman. Xuanhuan was baffled, but Hu Qiu wasn't privy to the full details either. He simply shook his head. I don't know their true motives. But don't forget what I just said. The psionic lineage possesses far more tools than you can imagine. Perhaps they foresaw that in the future, you'd accomplish something monumental. So they decided to eliminate you before that future could unfold. No matter how unwilling Xuanhuan was to accept it, Hu Qiu's explanation did seem the most plausible scenario now. Because they feared what he might become, they chose to crush him before he could rise. Chapter 60. Discovery of a magical artifact. Xuanhuan was still reeling from the shock of this news, completely unaware of when Hu Qiu and the others had even left. Hu Qiu only left a note with Zhang Long, scribbling down an address. Number 118, Rose Street, Anderson Western District. It wasn't until he was long gone that Zhang Long finally handed the slip of paper to Moran, then leaned in close to Xuanhuan curiously and asked, Captain Chu, why would those spirit race beings want to kill you? How should I know? Xuanhuan snorted angrily, clearly unwilling to elaborate further on the matter. He quickly changed the subject. Where'd they go? Left ages ago. Shikai, standing nearby, was also somewhat curious. But seeing Xuanhuan's obvious reluctance to talk, he wisely chose not to press further. Xuanhuan, however, was surprised. At this very moment, the leftover remains of the Queen Mother lay untouched, right there, exactly as they were. Which meant that the strange Bullman clan member hadn't collected any materials at all. Or perhaps, from beginning to end, the four of them never came for resources. They just wanted to see Xuanhuan in person. But that brought him back to the same question. It wasn't hard to understand how the spirit races might learn of Xuanhuan's whereabouts. If what Hu Qiu said was true, then some form of divination magic within the magic branch could have revealed it. But how did these genetically modified beings obtain such internal information? How did they know he would come to this class F1? And why follow him all the way here, only intervening when he was in danger? Everything about this situation felt deeply strange. Xuanhuan didn't dare stay in the Fubun any longer. He immediately ordered firmly, hurry up and collect all the materials. If we can't gather everything, then prioritize based on value. We need to get out of here within half an hour. That group of mutants had arrived and departed in haste, leaving behind a sense of unease deep in his gut. For the sake of his life, he decided not to be greedy over minor gains. Though puzzled by the sudden urgency, Zhang Long and the others immediately obeyed Xuanhuan's command, swiftly moving to harvest every usable resource. Meanwhile, Xuanhuan approached the massive chunk of residual flesh left behind by the Queen Mother. He could clearly feel a dense, powerful energy emanating from it. Whether humans could consume it or not was unknown, but better to take it now and figure that out later. Just as he turned to leave, suddenly, the system spoke. Detected that the host has reached the core chamber of a Class F Zerg hive. Would you like to check in? Of course, check in. Ding. Congratulations, host. Reward obtained. 300 units of rare metal alloy, carbon cesium. Chu Jiang barely paid attention to the check-in reward. Instead, he stared thoughtfully at the ground, lost in thought. The system's prompt had just triggered something in his mind. After so much time, he developed a basic understanding of how the system operated. Usually, a check-in notification only activated upon arriving at celestial bodies at least the size of a satellite, especially near their core regions. If the Zerg hive could trigger a check-in, that meant, in the eyes of the system, this Dubung was treated as an actual celestial body. If that were true, though, why hadn't the check-in triggered the moment he entered the space where the Queen Mother resided? Why did it only activate after he moved closer to this specific spot? Could it be that in the system scan, this area wasn't considered the hive's core? Chu Jiang froze, stunned. Thinking back, the only remarkable thing about this particular location was its proximity to the fused connection point between the Queen Mother and the cavity wall. Was it possible that there was another hidden space near that junction, thus causing the system to register it as the core? A bold hypothesis formed in his mind. Without hesitation, he immediately stepped forward to investigate. If he missed something important, he felt like he'd suffer a tremendous loss. After searching for quite some time, he actually found a clue. Near the connection point, the cavity wall became unusually thin. To normal sight, it wouldn't look different at all, but activating his compound eyes, Chu Jiang clearly observed a dramatic difference in light transmission. This meant there was indeed another hidden chamber beneath the junction. Proceeding with extreme caution, Chu Jiang began digging at once. By now, the hive had already severed all connections with the Queen Mother. Even if faint consciousness remained, it couldn't activate the walls anymore. As a result, Chu Jiang easily dug out a small hole without much effort. Sure enough, not long after, he hollowed out a cavity. Then, shoo, something emerged from below, a small pit. And right in the center of the pit sat a radiant golden chalice. At first glance, the cup shimmered with brilliant, dazzling light. Yet at that very instant, Chu Jiang's cybernetic eyes began violently discharging bioelectric currents. He was certain, had he looked just a moment longer, he'd soon start smelling the stench of burnt flesh. Heart pounding, Chu Jiang quickly averted his gaze, breathing heavily, deeply shaken. He was certain, the golden chalice was saturated with massive amounts of spirit energy. Spirit energy races. No, it should be the Spirit Energy Alliance. It had to be their doing. The reason why this Queen Mother had behaved abnormally, and how she could even fuse with the hive. This entire bizarre situation must be closely tied to that golden chalice. Chu Jiang carefully placed it into his infinite space. In any case, he couldn't leave it behind in this hive. Besides, taking it back would allow him to study it thoroughly. If he wasn't mistaken, this golden chalice must be a magical artifact. After cautiously cleaning up the area, Chu Jiang found that Zhang Long and the others had also finished their tasks. Within half an hour, the group returned to their mechs and immediately prepared to exit the front. By the time Chu Jiang and the four of them returned to the manor, 3 hours had already passed. Chu Jiang declined the invitation from a synthetic made to freshen up, instead directly requesting to see Ding Hui. As one of the holy seats of the Solar Federation, Chu Jiang had long been granted top-level access to the manor by Ding Hui. Thus, a synthetic maid quickly led him to Ding Hui's study. Inside the study, Ding Hui was handling administrative affairs regarding the main city district. Suddenly seeing the synthetic maid escorting Chu Jiang in, he looked genuinely surprised. He quickly set aside his work, poured a cup of tea for Chu Jiang, then finally asked, "Did something unexpected happen inside the font? Why are you rushing over so urgently?" It really was somewhat unexpected, Chu Jiang admitted. Everything had been going smoothly, but at the end, something was clearly off about the Queen Mother. According to Zhang Long, she should have possessed at least Class D strength. In the end, I was saved by 4 genetically modified mutants. According to them, the spirit races learned through extraordinary means that I'd become an obstacle to their future. So they united all mutant factions to form the Spirit Alliance, launching a campaign to eliminate me. Also, I found the culprit behind the Queen Mother's anomaly. It's a magical artifact. A magical artifact. After hearing Chu Jiang's account, Ding Hui sucked in a sharp breath. If that were true, the spirit race had truly gone all in. Although the official term, magical artifact, had only recently been introduced, Ding Hui had spent so long in the Andromeda Galaxy system. Having fought against spirit race factions here multiple times, he long understood their fundamentals. Across the entire galaxy system, the spirit race population numbered well over hundreds of billions, yet there were fewer than 100 magical artifacts in existence. Clearly, even among the spirit races, such items were incredibly rare, yet they had spent such a precious treasure just to deal with Chu Jiang. Wasn't that excessively extravagant? Chapter 61. Entering the Mercenary Association. Goodbye, xuanhuan. So, if the address they gave is correct, I'm planning to go and meet them. Chu Jiang handed Ding Hui the slip of paper left by Hu Qiao. Ding Hui glanced at it. Annihilating City, Rose Street, number 118. Then a stream of data flashed across his eyes. I checked. This is the West District branch of the Mercenary Association. Ding Hui looked at Chu Jiang. In theory, it should be safe enough, but we can't rule out the possibility of a trap. We don't have any personnel stationed nearby. Are you sure you want to go in person? Of course. What if they refuse to cooperate if they don't see me? Chu Jiang shrugged helplessly. In fact, judging from the attitudes of those 4 alien-born individuals he'd encountered in the previous film, their sole focus had been on Chu Jiang. They showed little interest in talking to anyone else. Perhaps it was due to the Spirit Energy Alliance's particular emphasis on Chu Jiang. Chu Jiang himself didn't mind. If they dared to send an invitation, the likelihood of setting a trap wasn't high, so such concerns were unnecessary. But Ding Hui didn't share his view. His brow remained tightly furrowed, clearly disapproving of Chu Jiang's decision. Yet, given their respective positions, he couldn't say much. After hesitating for a moment, he cautiously asked Chu Jiang, "If you don't mind, I'll have old Yang accompany you, at least with him by your side. Even if something unexpected happens, he can ensure your safety." Sure, Chu Jiang agreed without hesitation. After all, it was for his own safety. The main reason he'd waited here was that he was unfamiliar with the city. Without someone guiding him, he wouldn't even be able to find the West District, let alone Rose Street. Seeing Chu Jiang agree, Ding Hui immediately picked up the phone beside him and dialed an internal line. "Old Yang, come to my study. Chu Jiang is heading to the West District branch of the Mercenary Association. I'm not comfortable with the security situation. I'd like you to go with him." "Got it." A deep, resonant voice came from the other end of the line, Yang Ji. It wasn't long before the study door opened again, revealing Yang Ji himself. Chu Jiang had nothing to prepare. Seeing Yang arrive, he stood up, ready to leave. Unexpectedly, Ding Hui called him back just then. He pulled open a drawer and took out a button-sized component, some sort of device whose purpose was unclear, and handed it to Chu Jiang. "This is the military's latest special channel transmitter. As long as you're on the same planet, we'll receive your signal no matter the distance. If anything goes wrong, activate it. We'll dispatch support immediately." Though Ding Hui only briefly explained its function, his intention was clear: be prepared for emergencies. Chu Jiang certainly didn't take this kindness lightly. After accepting the transmitter, he immediately set off for the West District. Annihilating City, Rose Street. Chu Jiang stepped out of the armored vehicle with a slightly displeased expression. Beside him was Yang Ji. Before them was a chaotic scene, a group of alien-born children and human kids wildly playing in the mud. If that was all, it might have been tolerable. What frustrated Chu Jiang the most was that this so-called Rose Street was actually just a half-meter-wide alley. Beside it stood the largest orphanage in the West District. Judging by the circumstances, these children were likely orphans from inside. Right now, they completely blocked the entire alleyway, making passage impossible. Why hadn't Ding Hui told him beforehand that Rose Street was such an absurd place? He turned toward Yang Ji with a troubled look, uncertainly asking, "Do you know what's going on here?" Yang Ji shook his head. Chu Jiang groaned inwardly. If he wasn't mistaken, number 118 should be located at the very end of this alley, meaning they had to walk through it. But right now, the kids were packed so tightly that even if something happened inside, escape would be difficult amid all the obstacles. Suddenly, Chu Jiang felt hesitant. He wasn't sure whether he should enter. Just then, a figure slowly emerged from within the alley, carefully making their way out. Along the way, they gently guided the children, advising them not to misbehave. Clearly, this person had tremendous patience. Yet, what surprised Chu Jiang even more was when he finally recognized the figure. It was his old friend, xuanhuan. xuanhuan had just barely squeezed her way out of the crowd of children, breathing a sigh of relief, when she spotted Chu Jiang staring at her in shock. She hadn't expected to reunite with Chu Jiang so soon. She immediately greeted him. "Chu Jiang, long time no see." "Long time no see." Chu Jiang finally managed to close his gaping jaw, looking at xuanhuan with utter disbelief. It wasn't rudeness. He was simply stunned because xuanhuan now looked completely different from how she had been at the academy. Now, xuanhuan sported a pair of fluffy, soft canine ears atop her head, along with a thick, furry tail swaying behind her. A full-fledged beast-eared girl, similar to the fox people among alien-born. Chu Jiang suddenly seemed to realize something and asked uncertainly, "You've undergone genetic modification?" "Sort of," xuanhuan replied, seemingly having anticipated Chu Jiang's reaction, completely unperturbed. "After joining the mercenary group, I got access to genetic sequences. I know the limits of the human body. Now that there's a chance for greater strength, why refuse? Besides, this isn't planet launching. Things here are quite harmonious." xuanhuan didn't intend to dwell on the topic. Then, as if remembering something, she asked hesitantly, "By the way, why are you suddenly here? Could it be you're the guest the guild master mentioned?" "Probably," Chu Jiang answered. By now, he had already calmed his excitement at seeing an old friend again. Hearing her words, he uncertainly pulled out the slip of paper, assuming the so-called guild master hadn't arranged to meet anyone else. Still, he was more curious about one thing. How did they know exactly when he'd arrive? Chu Jiang's expression involuntarily grew serious. But xuanhuan clearly didn't notice. She was already calling for people to disperse the children and take them back inside. Once most of them had left, she gestured for Chu Jiang to follow as she walked deeper into the alley. Chu Jiang couldn't help but ask curiously, "So who are those kids?" "They're the children of mercenary members. Some of their parents have died in battle. Others are still fighting on the front lines, struggling to earn resources. So all the kids are collectively taken care of under the association's name. That's why we set up an orphanage right next door. It serves as a place for them to stay." "In that case, your guild master really is a kind-hearted person," Chu Jiang remarked, his tone slightly doubtful. xuanhuan didn't pick up on it, instead readily agreeing. "The guild master truly is a great man. Thanks to him, I was able to smoothly step into genetic sequence advancement. When you meet him later, remember to show proper respect." Oh, this time, Chu Jiang was genuinely surprised. The reverence and admiration xuanhuan showed toward this guild master were too obvious, completely unlike the xuanhuan he knew, defying all logic. He thought of something, but by then, he was already following xuanhuan's footsteps to number 118, Rose Street. Standing before the entrance of the West District branch of the Mercenary Association, Jiang pushed down the faint suspicion stirring in his heart. Then, stepping forward with xuanhuan, he entered the Mercenary Association. Chapter 62, Mercenary Association Head Viz. The evil god is about to awaken. To Jiang's surprise, there were very few people in the hall. He followed xuanhuan closely, passing through the main hall, and then down a corridor before arriving at the door of an office. Jiang curiously asked in a low voice, "Is it usually this empty in your Mercenary Association?" "More or less. Most people are inside dungeons. Few choose to stay stationed at the association." As she spoke, xuanhuan knocked on the door. Soon, a voice from within said, "Come in." The office door opened, and Jiang saw a fox-eared humanoid wearing glasses, head down as they sorted through files on the desk. Coincidentally, the figure looked up just then, meeting Jiang's gaze directly. "President, I've brought the guest." "Good. Thank you for your help." Viz politely thanked xuanhuan before turning his attention back to Jiang. "Mr. Chu, thank you for being willing to visit our Mercenary Association. Please, come and have a seat." "Jianghan, the topic I'm about to discuss with Mr. Chu is somewhat confidential. When you leave, please close the door behind you." After hearing this, xuanhuan naturally prepared to leave, but just before exiting, she pointed hesitantly toward Yang Ji, who had silently followed them all along. "And this gentleman?" Viz understood immediately. He turned to Jiang for confirmation. "Mr. Chu, would it be possible for him to wait outside for a moment? There are certain matters I'd prefer not to let a third party overhear. No offense intended. Even if you inform him afterward, I'd appreciate it if he isn't present during our talk." Viz's tone remained courteous. Yet, Jiang detected a hint of firmness that couldn't be questioned. Though feeling uneasy inside, Jiang outwardly nodded in compliance. "Of course, no problem. Brother Yang, could you please wait by the door for a while? I'll come out as soon as we're done." Yang Ji clearly felt reluctant. His eyes stared straight at Jiang. Only when he confirmed that Jiang was serious did he finally leave the office unwillingly with xuanhuan. Until the door clicked shut, leaving only the two of them inside. Jiang finally turned to Viz. "May I ask what business President Viz has summoned me here for?" "Nothing urgent. Just a discussion regarding the psionic alliance." Viz poured a glass of water for Jiang. "Allow me to introduce myself first. My name is Viz. As you can see, I am of the foxkin race, though more precisely, a genetic-born species." Jiang nodded noncommittally. Indeed, he hadn't sensed any trace of psionic energy from Viz. "Still, Mr. Chu, do you know why among alien races there exists a distinction between psionic and genetic lineages?" Instead of jumping in to talk about the alliance, Viz posed this question first. Strangely enough, at the moment Viz mentioned psionic lineage, there was a fleeting shift in his aura. It lasted only an instant, but Jiang caught it. Yet, faced with Viz's still gentle and refined expression, he almost doubted whether it had been his imagination. For now, he suppressed his inner doubts and responded to the question asked. "Because the theory of psionics isn't widely accessible? From what I know, mastering psionic theory technology is essential to becoming a true psionic race." Viz didn't seem surprised Jiang knew this. His tone carried a hint of flattery. "Never expected Mr. Chu to be so knowledgeable. All this information must have come from the Rat People's spaceship, right?" "In fact, yes. Psionic technology has been tightly controlled by them, preventing others from accessing it. Without such advancements, alien species like us had no choice but to push the limits of our physical bodies, leading to the emergence of two distinct types, genetic lineage and psionic lineage species." "So, President Viz, what exactly are you trying to say with all this?" Jiang frowned, puzzled by the long-winded introduction. "I'm merely showing sincerity, Mr. Chu. Our Mercenary Association and the Psionic Alliance have been mortal enemies since our inception. Therefore, would you consider cooperating with us?" "Cooperate? How so?" Jiang was uncertain. Then, Viz pulled out a flat console displaying a star map covering all celestial coordinates and astronomical data around the Andro system. A patch of empty space was highlighted. "This location will see the arrival of a Class B dungeon 10 days from now. The Psionic Alliance has already foretold that within lies a tablet linked to the evil god. Right now, they've deployed numerous agents nearby, preparing to seize it. So your idea is to form a joint effort with humanity to prevent the Psionic Alliance from obtaining it?" Jiang sounded hesitant. Viz nodded slowly. "That's one reason. But also, we wish to demonstrate our goodwill toward the human faction. This will make future collaborations smoother, wouldn't you agree?" At the end, Viz cast a questioning glance at Jiang. Jiang nodded accordingly. "You're right, President Viz. If that's all, may I take my leave now? It's still too early to discuss other matters. Why not wait until both our sides have opened up completely? Wouldn't it be better to speak candidly then?" Viz spoke in veiled terms, but Jiang understood the refusal between the lines. He nodded. It was all he could do for now. However, just as he was about to rise and leave, he sat back down. "Now that the main business is done, I personally have a few smaller questions for you, President Viz. For example, if you're planning an alliance with the human faction, why did you consider bringing me in instead of Brother Ding? After all, in the Andromeda megasystem, he's the true leader of humanity. Secondly, how deep is your Mercenary Association's understanding of the Psionic Alliance? Why do I have the strange impression that you seem to know them inside and out? And finally, how coincidental was it that xuanhuan happened to come out and greet us the very moment Yang brother and I arrived at the association's entrance? Was that your arrangement, President Viz?" Faced with these three questions, Viz strangely adjusted his glasses and gently shook his head. "We're not at the point where we can discuss such things yet. Don't you agree? However, before you go, I can offer you one piece of information as a gift. 50 years from now, the evil god will awaken completely. What? Xuanhuan shot to his feet, his calm demeanor instantly shattered, staring at Viz with tense anticipation. Are you serious? But no matter how urgently Xuanhuan pressed him, Viz refused to say another word. Seeing that further questioning was useless, Xuanhuan immediately turned grim and prepared to leave. He had to deliver this news to Ding Hui as soon as possible. Just as he stepped outside, he ran into Yang Ji waiting by the door. Let's go. Yang Ji nodded and followed after Xuanhuan. No sooner had they left the association than they unexpectedly encountered Yun Qinghan again. Yun Qinghan hadn't expected Xuanhuan to come out so quickly. Leaving already? Yeah, we'll get together again when we have time. Xuanhuan hurried toward the exit, but suddenly remembered something. He was nearly in the vehicle when he turned back to ask Yun Qinghan one last question. Yun Qinghan, when you came out earlier to greet guests, what exactly did President Viz tell you? He said some friends had made an appointment to arrive around this time, so he asked me to come out and meet them. Why? Is there a problem? Yun Qinghan looked puzzled. Xuanhuan only shook his head without explaining further, then got straight into the armored vehicle. The note Tiger Hill had left him contained only an address, no time specified. That meant Viz had lied to Yun Qinghan. He already knew Xuanhuan had arrived at the entrance, which was why he tricked Yun Qinghan into coming out to greet guests. Or rather, ever since Xuanhuan set out, Viz had already known. Chapter 63. Initiate the Holy Council. As soon as he returned to the estate, Xuanhuan went straight to Ding Hui's study. Ding Hui had been waiting anxiously. The moment he saw Xuanhuan back, his heart finally settled. Then he asked, did you meet them? How did it go? Can't say it went particularly well. They mentioned the psionic races have formed a psionic alliance and used prophecy magic to foresee the future, preparing to eliminate me ahead of time. Also brought up the historical origins between genetic and psionic races. We've preliminarily reached an agreement on cooperation, but specifics still depend on mutual sincerity. Xuanhuan had just sat down and gave a brief explanation, clearly unwilling to elaborate. Seeing his grave expression, Ding Hui also turned serious. He stared straight at Xuanhuan, only to hear a piece of shocking news. They said the evil god will awaken in 50 years. What? With a loud bang, Ding Hui very rarely lost his composure, turning red-faced as he slammed the table and stood up. That alone wasn't enough to express his shock. His pupils contracted violently. Staring incredulously at Xuanhuan, he repeated, are you sure? An evil god awakening. So far, all major evil gods have remained in slumber. Each time they appeared, it was merely through avatars, mere glimpses revealing but a fraction of their true might. And even while these gods sleep, the psionic races are already such a nuisance. If an actual evil god awakens, wouldn't those psionic beings rise to dominate all life across the universe? No, absolutely unacceptable. I'm certain. Xuanhuan's expression was deadly serious. While I can't verify the accuracy of their source, the way he stated it was so firm. This is almost certainly not fabricated. Of course, Xuanhuan understood Ding Hui's reaction. When Wei Zi first told him this, his own shock hadn't been any less than what Ding Hui showed now. Had he not needed to maintain dignity in front of Wei Zi, he would have reacted even more dramatically than Ding Hui. Clearly, Ding Hui trusted Xuanhuan's judgment. Hearing him reconfirm so definitively, there was a 90% chance this report was true. The hesitation existed only because of that last shred of hope. If this is real, this intelligence must be relayed back to Blue Star immediately. In critical moments, the Federation may need to activate the Holy Council. At this point, Ding Hui paused for a second, glancing at Xuanhuan. After all, Xuanhuan was one of the holy 17 seats of the Solar Federation. If they really convened, wouldn't he have to return? Obviously, Xuanhuan understood exactly what Ding Hui meant. He hesitated slightly. I don't need to attend personally, right? That should be fine. Wei Zi had given coordinates to a Class B instance. Xuanhuan wanted to check it out. If he returned to Blue Star, he wouldn't be able to come back to Andromeda within at least a year. He couldn't accept that. Ding Hui merely shook his head, avoiding a direct answer. Then he contacted his trusted secretary and immediately dispatched the message to Blue Star. Only after completing this task did he notice Xuanhuan silently handing him another slip of paper, a set of stellar coordinates. Puzzled, Ding Hui asked, another instance? Given by them. Xuanhuan nodded. A Class B instance containing a stele related to the evil god. The Psionic Alliance is targeting it. Their suggestion is we investigate it first, to better facilitate future cooperation. Ding Hui gave a non-committal smile, clearly unconvinced by this reasoning. Xuanhuan felt the same. Still, Ding Hui added cautiously, don't be fooled by how they act, like they're clearly separate from the psionic races. At the end of the day, they're still outsiders. Those who aren't of our kind harbor different intentions. Remain vigilant at all times when dealing with them. Don't worry, Brother Ding. I understand. Xuanhuan seemed to recall something, curling his lips into a mocking smirk. By the way, Brother Ding, you should look into whether some rats have sneaked into your estate. Today, the moment I arrived at that mercenary association, their president gave me quite the cold welcome. I almost suspected the entire planet Andalo was under his surveillance. Upon hearing this, Ding Hui's face darkened. He pressed for further details. But barely after Xuanhuan finished describing his suspicions, Ding Hui smashed the porcelain cup beside him into pieces. It seems I really do need a thorough cleanup. Otherwise, with too many hands pulling strings, chaos could break loose. That alone wasn't enough. Xuanhuan then dropped another bombshell. I also suspect the group behind the mercenary association, the genetic races, may not truly despise the psionic races as they claim. At least, not regarding psionics or the evil god. They seem more like the type who'd rather destroy something they can't possess. Earlier, when Wei Zi was explaining the matter of genetic and psionic races to him, his expression had twisted for a brief instant. Xuanhuan had implanted mechanical cybernetic eyes. He saw it clearly. Later, on his way back, he recalled the moment repeatedly, extracting and analyzing the image over and over again. He could now almost accurately interpret the emotion behind it. All that surge of negative emotion had erupted precisely when he mentioned how the psionic races monopolized the science of psionic theory, forcing them to turn instead toward developing their physical bodies, thus becoming the genetic races. Those fleeting micro-expressions were the hardest to fake. Hearing Xuanhuan's words, Ding Hui's face immediately showed a trace of concern. But soon, it returned to normal. That Xuanhuan could say such things proved he was capable of seeing through the mercenary association's underhanded tricks. There was no need for him to worry too much. Still, regarding the base, it had been a long time since he last made an appearance. Apparently, many people were beginning to stir. It seemed it was time for him to re-emerge. Blue Star, launching military base. Gong Xinliang was reviewing reports from within the base when suddenly, the internal line phone rang. This phone rarely rang except during emergencies or critical situations. Whenever it did, it meant something major had happened. Gong Xinliang didn't hesitate. He answered immediately, and what he heard on the other end was nothing short of catastrophic news. Mr. Gong, we've received a message from Andromeda. The evil god will officially awaken in 50 years. Gong Xinliang. Has the authenticity of this message been confirmed? It has. The information originated from Sacred Counselor Chu Jiang and was relayed by Base Commander Ding Hui. Understood. Immediately contact the other Sacred Counselors. We will convene the Sacred Council in 10 minutes. After calmly issuing his orders, Gong Xinliang hung up. Only then did his expression collapse completely. He never expected the news to come so suddenly. And especially, it came back from that kid Chu Jiang. Even after being sent to the battlefield beyond Andromeda, that brat still couldn't stay out of trouble. Typical. Under normal circumstances, the Sacred Council operated via online meetings. Signals would be transmitted through emitters into a special channel, projecting all 17 counselors into the same virtual chamber. Just as Gong Xinliang waited for the 10 minutes to pass and the council session to begin, the internal line suddenly rang again. Mr. Gong, disaster has struck. At Blue Star Academy, a teacher has just awakened psionic abilities. What did you say? Chapter 64, Implanting the Chip. Psychic energy disappearing? As it turned out, there was a ridiculous misunderstanding in the middle of all this. At first, it was because a patrol squad from the Blue Star Defense Force detected psychic energy fluctuations near Blue Star Academy. The members of the patrol squad were simple-minded and immediately assumed that the Ratkin had launched another attack. So they gave an order to storm in, surrounding the academy completely. Yes, ever since the previous invasion by the Ratkin, the human forces had successfully developed psychic detection equipment using the vast amount of psychic knowledge collected from the enemy. This became one of the most critical tasks during regular patrols. The solar system was the main rear base for humanity, and they had to remain extremely cautious against any repeat incidents as severe as the Ratkin invasion. Back to the story. After the academy was surrounded, systematic inspections began. But after a thorough investigation, there was absolutely no sign of alien infiltration. Yet the psychic detection devices kept going wild, insistently indicating the presence of psychic activity nearby. Finally, one of the academy's professors suggested checking every single individual, just in case some aliens had disguised themselves as humans and infiltrated the institution. Then came the unexpected. Weak traces of psychic energy were actually detected on several elderly linguistic scholars at the academy. Though faint, it was unmistakably psychic energy. The old scholars were terrified, swearing on their lives that they were truly themselves. Some even began questioning whether the detection devices were malfunctioning. Until a student spoke up. Could it be that the elders had spontaneously awakened psychic abilities? Because, he said, he'd been having a strange feeling too, that recently, he'd gained a peculiar power. He hadn't thought much of it before, but now, clearly, it was psychic energy. As soon as these words were spoken, it triggered an enormous reaction. Apparently, he wasn't alone in feeling this way. In other words, tens of thousands within the academy had already awakened psychic energy. It was just that, being newly awakened, their energy levels were far weaker than those of the few linguists who had spent years studying the ancient texts left behind in the Ratkin spacecraft. Texts concerning psychic species. That was why the standard psychic detectors failed to pick them up. Clearly, the patrolling guards also sensed something was wrong and immediately reported the situation to the higher command. And the command chain escalated it directly to Gong Xinliang. This matter was serious. The academy consisted mostly of students. Even if exposed to psychic energy, they would likely only awaken powers related to knowledge. But ordinary residents living in the bases were a different story. They lived in a world full of deception and betrayal. If such people suddenly gained extraordinary powers, it could lead to uncontrollable chaos, possibly irreversible. Therefore, upon hearing the news, Gong Xinliang didn't hesitate for a second. He immediately ordered his secretary, postpone the Holy Council meeting by 3 hours, and instruct all base commanders and city leaders to conduct immediate psychic energy screenings on every human being. Record each case. If anyone is found to have awakened psychic energy, immediately relocate them to centralized custody, pending further instructions. Understood. After hanging up, Gong Xinliang finally had a moment to catch his breath and think. Why could humans now awaken psychic energy? Why had this never happened before? Wait. Gong Xinliang suddenly realized something. He remembered, there was one absolute prerequisite for psychic species to awaken their psychic energy. mastering the technology known as psychic theory. Where did Blue Star have access to psychic technology? No. Unless, could it be that all the information recovered from the spacecraft linked to psychic species was actually part of psychic theory? So far, less than 1% of the deciphered content had even been compiled into textbooks. And yet, merely exposure to this fragment was enough to trigger awakenings? Otherwise, how else could one explain the extremely high awakening rate at Blue Star Academy? Gong Xinliang recalled clearly. To help spread basic understanding of psychic species across human forces, the newly compiled psychic textbooks had included detailed explanations of the psychic race's methods and the 5 dark divine authorities, the sources of their power. If nothing went wrong, those should all be components of psychic theory. How careless. Gong Xinliang's face darkened with regret. However, a phone call brutally interrupted his thoughts. Another internal line. He grimaced as he answered. What now? Mr. Gong, we've just conducted mass psychic screenings across the bases. Unexpectedly, almost every base reported cases of individuals who've awakened psychic energy, launching violent uprisings, and attempting escape. Follow-up investigations revealed that many had been awakened for some time already. Worse, after obtaining psychic energy, they'd actually begun attempting rituals of sacrifice to the dark gods, and received significant power in return. This caught us off guard and caused heavy losses during capture attempts. The voice on the other end sounded uneasy. But unexpectedly, Gong Xinliang simply replied coldly, I see. Recapture all of them as quickly as possible. Continue screening everyone. Then he hung up. Meanwhile, Gong Xinliang was already drenched in cold sweat. How could he have just now, upon hearing that some people had awakened psychic energy, actually fantasized that this might be one of humanity's future developmental paths? How could he not envy the power of psychic species? If there was a way to replicate it, not trying would have been foolish. But within minutes, reality had slapped him back in a sense. Since this psychic theory technology originated from alien beings who worshipped dark gods, how could it possibly escape the fatal allure those dark deities held over them? If one truly embarked on the irreversible path of sacrificing to dark gods, what difference would there be between them and the psychic species they'd always regarded as mortal enemies? Both were merely servants of the dark gods. Yet if no restrictions were imposed, continuing to allow the spread of textbooks on psychic species meant a constant stream of new psychic energy awakenings. Unless, of course, they suppressed the news entirely. But wouldn't that directly contradict the original intention of spreading knowledge about the enemy? Gong Xinliang felt a massive headache coming on. Was there really no way to both effectively suppress the awakening of psychic energy, while still allowing widespread dissemination of information about psychic species? Gong Xinliang fell into deep thought. Until suddenly, he recalled Chu Zhang's encounter with a dark god. Cutting off the 5 senses, hadn't it, to some extent, genuinely resisted the dark god's influence? If so, then what about achieving the same through mechanical means? A sudden glimmer of excitement lit up Gong Xinliang's face. Whether it worked or not, a simple test would suffice. And weren't there already those captured individuals who'd been performing rituals to dark gods? Perfect test subjects? Immediately, Gong Xinliang ordered a cybernetic implantation surgery to be arranged. Half an hour later, Gong Xinliang received the long-awaited good news. The prisoner's awakened psychic energy had indeed vanished, and the procedure Gong Xinliang had ordered? Nothing more than implanting a single chip into the subject's brain. To the human forces, this was undeniably tremendous news. Without hesitation, Gong Xinliang decided to immediately launch a mass campaign for universal chip implantation. At the same time, it was high time the public got their first real glimpse of the mechanical augmentation project. Having made these arrangements, Gong Xinliang finally hurriedly convened the Holy Council meeting. Chapter 65 Understanding the Bug Race Hive. Andromeda, Planet Endeluo, Ding Hui's estate. Just after finishing mechanized combat training, Chu Jiang hadn't even wiped off his sweat when he was summoned to Ding Hui's study. Seeing him enter, Ding Hui gestured for him to sit, then handed over a freshly printed message transmitted from Blue Star. What is this? Chu Jiang looked utterly confused. The Sacred Council's decision. Take a look. Ding Hui offered a brief explanation. Chu Jiang immediately focused and began scanning the document intently. Quickly, he caught several key points. He couldn't help but blurt out in surprise. Human beings actually have a chance of awakening psychic abilities? Does that mean we humans could also emulate psychic races? He sounded excited. Having experienced firsthand how unpredictable and terrifying psychic abilities could be, Chu Jiang knew better than anyone what a game-changer this could be. If humanity could master these powers too, fight fire with fire, who would they still need to fear? But soon, reality set in. The origin of this psychic theory they possessed was illegitimate, the path fundamentally flawed. No matter how carefully one walked it, eventually one would still stray down a crooked road. In this universe, those who followed the psychic sequence to its end were only fit to become servants of evil gods. Without Ding Hui even speaking, Chu Jiang had already calmed down. He continued reading. According to the report, implanted chips effectively disrupted the use of psychic powers. The Solar Federation had decided that, starting from Blue Star, all human factions would be required to receive mandatory chip implants. At last, Chu Jiang allowed himself a small smile. As long as there was a countermeasure against psychic powers, things weren't hopeless. But quickly, his expression sobered again as he looked at Ding Hui. The chip implantation project, the doves actually agreed to cooperate so readily? Seeing the bewilderment and doubt in his eyes, Ding Hui gave an awkward, half-amused smirk. The doves initially refused. But after a few psychics weren't captured in time, 3 super-large bases lost their entire populations. that forced them into compliance. Before Xuanhuan had arrived in the Andromeda star system, the Doves had already lost 2 Neptune-based sacred seats due to the Ratman invasion. Now, losing 3 more bases? It must have been devastating. It wouldn't be strange at all if they cooperated now. Xuanhuan smiled wryly in understanding. As long as the clumsy teammates didn't drag everyone down, that was enough. Since you're currently in Andromeda, the Sacred Council won't require your vote this time. I called you here just to keep you informed in advance. All future council decisions will require your confirmation. Consider it fulfilling your duties as a counselor. Once he saw Xuanhuan had finished reading, Ding Hui finally explained why he'd summoned him. By the way, I have something I'd like to ask you for help with. Hearing this, Xuanhuan looked up in surprise. Noticing the slight embarrassment in Ding Hui's eyes, Xuanhuan quickly deduced what it could be. There were really only 2 things valuable enough for Ding Hui to personally request, and for him to appear so sheepish about. Given Xuanhuan's status, most things carried symbolic meaning, so the answer became obvious. Ding Hui wanted to purchase Storm Crimson units from him. Storm Crimson? Xuanhuan probed cautiously. Ding Hui nodded vigorously. Yes, I've heard reports about you and Zhang Long training together with those mechs in the military camp. The veteran soldiers are absolutely obsessed. Can't stop talking about how incredible those mechs are. They've been hounding me for days now. I wanted to ask you, or rather Mo Ran, if it might be possible to sell us dozens. No, just a few Storm Crimsons. Even a few would do. I'll check with Mo Ran first. Xuanhuan didn't commit immediately. Instead, he contacted Mo Ran via communicator to confirm. After all, Mo Ran was the actual designer of the mech. Even though the Blue Star Longzhou military had begun mass production, and Annihilating should be able to manufacture Storm Crimsons by next year, Xuanhuan still felt obligated to consult Mo Ran first. It was a matter of respect. Soon, Mo Ran replied. Let Xuanhuan decide everything. Only then did Xuanhuan relax. He turned to the anxious Ding Hui and smiled. No problem. As long as you cover manufacturing costs, even 100 units won't be an issue. That's fantastic. Ding Hui looked ecstatic. He'd seen the Storm Crimson from afar. Its overwhelming power, striking appearance, and sheer coolness left a lasting impression. Originally, he hadn't dared to hope for more than a few units. Never expected Xuanhuan would agree to supply a full 100. With that, he could form an entire company of Storm Crimson mechs. A few days later, time was running short before the Fuban marked by the Mercenary Association. At the military base, Ding Hui had already arranged a full brigade-level force to support this operation. Even 2 aircraft carriers had been deployed. After all, this involved the awakening of an evil god. No room for carelessness. Still, Xuanhuan, Mo Ran, Zhang Long, and Shi Kai chose to operate independently. Xuanhuan's team, Team Chu, had always operated separately from the main military camp to accommodate his role, and Ding Hui had granted him maximum operational autonomy. Therefore, negotiations with the Mercenary Association fell entirely to these 4. After everything was arranged, they set off in grand fashion from planet Annihilating. Inside a certain operations room aboard the aircraft carrier, Xuanhuan and the other 3 were silently staring at the images on the screen, deep in thought. Of course, this special arrangement had been made by Ding Hui specifically for Xuanhuan. All surveillance footage gathered by reconnaissance drones from both carriers was being selectively routed and transmitted directly to their screens. Thus, they had a crystal clear view of everything happening near the instance. In fact, it was only during this mission that Xuanhuan had finally come to fully understand the specifics of these instances. A bug race hive consisted of 4 major chambers. Among them, Xuanhuan had already encountered 2, the Xuanhuan chamber and the Baihui chamber. The Xuanhuan chamber served as the location where bug race warriors returned to the hive, dissolving into pure energy to nourish the Empress. The Baihui chamber housed the bug race Empress herself. In addition, there were the Juk chamber and the Taichung chamber. The Juk chamber was where all successfully hatched bug warriors resided. It was also the largest chamber within the hive. As for the Taichung chamber, it was occupied by worker-class bug soldiers responsible for patrolling and scouting. Instances were ranked from lowest to highest in 6 levels: F, E, D, C, B, and A. The strength of a hive corresponded respectively to satellite level, minor planetary level, terrestrial planet level, planetary level, stellar level, and neutron star level. Significantly, starting from level D instances, which matched the power of a terrestrial planet, the Empress would possess high intelligence and gain the ability to command bug warships in direct combat. Moreover, the hive would no longer be limited to just a single nest. This meant that instances of level D and above might form multi-nest systems resembling moon-planet systems, solar systems, or even galactic clusters. These multi-nest instances would be rated based solely on the highest tier nest present, regardless of the total number of nests. It was even possible to encounter a level D instance containing over a dozen individual nests, all of level D strength. The current B-rank instance they were about to assault contained 2 B-rank nests, 3 D-rank nests, and 7 E-rank nests. Within one of the 2 B-rank nests lay the very stone tablet connected to the evil god. Based on Xuanhuan's assessment, the primary targets of groups like the Psychic Alliance would most likely be those 2 B-rank nests. Chapter 66. Flesh Ships. The Oracle of the Truth Minter. As Xuanhuan was lost in thought, other spacecraft began to slowly appear on the screen. First came the vessels of the psychic race, ships whose hulls were covered in intricate patterns of magical arrays, each pulsing with sinister and unpredictable power. Since Ding Hui had long implanted chips into their assigned agents ahead of this operation to sabotage the Psychic Alliance, The group could now observe these psychic ships directly without suffering any mental corruption or distortion. In fact, Xiuxian was even studying with keen interest the subtle differences between the magical arrays on various alien ships. These observations might one day become key advantages against the psychic races themselves. Yet, just as Xiuxian was absorbed in observation, more warships drew near. He looked up, and his expression instantly changed. There, in the pitch-black void where not even the light from countless stars could penetrate, loomed a row of colossal entities. Whether to call them warships or monsters was unclear. On screen, the surfaces of these vessels rhythmically undulated, pulsing in and out like breathing, an effect entirely opposite to the static glow of psychic magical arrays. But that wasn't all. Apart from minimal necessary armor plating, the hull material itself bore no resemblance to any known starship alloy. It looked more like raw flesh. And those ships? As if stitched together from heaps of living tissue, monstrous conglomerates born of twisted biological fusion. Xiuxian couldn't quite comprehend what he was seeing. Zhang Long, noticing Xiuxian's shock, explained calmly. These are the gene race's ships. But anyone who walks the path of genetic evolution too far will eventually end up like this. They're all madmen anyway. His tone carried mockery. But Xiuxian looked intrigued. Seeing his curiosity, Zhang Long continued reluctantly. The gene races believe in unlocking the body's full potential, seeking supreme mastery over genes and hereditary information. Everything they do is aimed at countering the psychic races. Since psychic ships amplify their pilots' abilities through magical arrays, the gene races spent ages perfecting their own answer, the flesh ship. Biologically grown, yes, but structurally, they're no different from conventional starships, divided into control chambers, modules, and so on. The difference lies in control. They operate via symbiotic linkage. And their modules are specially cultivated organic tissues capable of surviving in space, even amplifying physical power beyond normal limits. In a way, they've turned their warships into living monsters, then merged with them to ride as one. By the end, Zhang Long shivered. Clearly, he found such madness repulsive. A machine given flesh? Even if genetically engineered, didn't they ever consider the risk of losing control? Xiuxian fell silent. He hadn't expected the gene race's ships to be so grotesque. Especially now he thought of xuanhuan, who had already begun down the path of genetic modification. Did that mean her future warship would also become such an abomination? He silently mourned for 3 seconds. Just as Xiuxian and Zhang Long were still discussing the pros and cons of flesh ships, the overlapping spatial veil, shrouding the Fubern star system finally shattered. In an instant, every ship on screen activated their systems, rushing toward their target hive. Xiuxian's face darkened. He'd assumed they still had time, which was why the team had remained aboard the carrier. Now they were behind from the start. Quickly, Xiuxian circled a critical point on the display. Regroup at this classy hive first. Move out. With that order, the 4 of them sprang into action. Moments later, streaks of light flashed across the surface of the human carrier. Ding Hui received notification of Xiuxian's departure. Glancing at several ships still motionless on screen, his expression soured. No surprise there. They were clearly reserve units, meant to hold back for now. Like himself, they intended to stay aboard the carrier throughout. Meanwhile, minutes later, Xiuxian successfully landed at the entrance of a classy hive. Soon after, Zhang Long, Shikai, and Mo Ran arrived in sequence. Glancing at the warships zipping past outside, Xiuxian made a swift decision. Go. This time, none of them deployed the Storm Red. Instead, they advanced in powered exosuits, lightweight and agile. However, what Xiuxian didn't know was this. At the very moment they entered the hive, within the central command chamber of the Psychic Alliance fleet, Sarah slowly opened her clouded eyes. Yet within them blazed an unusually pure radiance of psychic energy. The Truth Mentor has delivered his oracle. The Wicked Child has entered the Fubung star system. Right here, Sarah hesitated, then quickly circled an inconspicuous classy hive on the star chart in her hand, guided by spiritual intuition. It was precisely the one Xiuxian had entered. Even Sarah was momentarily stunned. She hadn't expected it to be this particular hive, but she never doubted the spiritual guidance, or rather, the oracle of the Truth Mentor. Send people to surround it. No need to go inside. Just wait until they eliminate the hive queen, then move in. Sarah handed the marked star chart to a bear-like humanoid standing respectfully beside her. Praise the goddess of life. Receiving the chart from Sarah, the bear man immediately summoned ships to encircle the hive. Watching the glowing psychokinetic vessels fly into position, Sarah's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Hope. This time, everything would succeed in one fell swoop. Inside the hive, Xiuxian struggled to pull his tang blade out from the mandibles of a hornet-like mutant. He casually wiped off the foul, slimy blood and turned to Zhang Long. What chamber are we in? The Juadi chamber. Zhang Long's expression was grim. In the brief time since they'd entered, they'd already killed nearly 10,000 insectoid warriors. Yet as far as they could see, endless waves of hornet monsters still stretched on. Damn it, Shikai cursed after slicing through another charging hornet mutant with one swift stroke. He wasn't alone. Mo Ran and Xiuxian also looked tense. We have to shake these hornet things off. In truth, individually, these bug warriors posed no real threat. The problem was their sheer numbers. There were simply too many to cut down. I found it. Detected the route to the Bai Hui chamber. Hurry and follow me. Finally, Zhang Long, who had been fiddling with his scanner, let out an excited shout. He quickly waved the other 3 over. And just like that, he drew the attention of more insectoid warriors. I'm also picking up some gene ray stragglers in the Juadi chamber, probably independents. Let's try to avoid them. Don't want unnecessary trouble. Just follow me. Zhang Long whispered a quick warning. Then, orienting himself, he surged forward with twin blades carving a path, steadily cutting deeper into the hive. Before entering, Chu Jiang had noticed that they weren't the only ones heading for this hive. Many others had come too. So encountering other alien species wasn't surprising. But remembering his goal, Chu Jiang felt a sudden urgency. Hustling to keep up with Zhang Long, he knew he had to reach the Baihui chamber before the others. Chapter 67. Reunion with the Mercenary Association. Chu Jiang's concerns. Soon, the Baihui chamber was reached. Beep. Host has arrived at the E-rank hive check-in location. Would you like to check in? Check in. Beep. Congratulations. Host has received a blue-tier ship module as a check-in reward. Orbital electron cannon. Beep. Under the 10,000-fold firepower amplification aura, your blue-tier ship module S-991 orbital electron cannon has successfully upgraded to purple tier. S-991 orbital electron cannon requires a 10-second charge before each attack, then releases an ultra-powerful electron shockwave. Extremely high damage, capable of obliterating a small asteroid in a single shot. The moment Chu Jiang stepped into the Baihui chamber, system notifications rang out one after another. Holy crap. Reading the description, Chu Jiang's eyes nearly popped out. Back when he was on the Lizard Pirate Gang's number 3 base asteroid, if he'd had this orbital electron cannon, he wouldn't have needed to overthink anything. One shot would have blown the entire asteroid apart. He glanced next at the crafting requirements. Name, orbital electron cannon. Consumption, 10 units of energy crystals per shot, with a minimum 30-second interval between shots. Materials required, 60 units of standard ship metal, 30 units of titanium alloy. Crafting time, 30 days. Beep. Under the 10,000-fold accelerated manufacturing aura, the project Electron Rail Cannon has been reduced to 4 minutes. A broad smile spread across Chu Jiang's face. He hadn't expected the purple card cost to be so low. With the vast reserves in his infinite space, these materials were nothing. Still, this was only the second purple card he'd ever obtained, likely to become one of his primary offensive tools going forward. Yet this check-in subtly confirmed something else. This hive likely didn't possess hidden spaces like the F-rank xuanhuan he'd first encountered. The Baihui chamber where the queen lay was clearly the hive's core area. While still basking in his good fortune, Chu Jiang looked around and found the Baihui chamber completely empty. Not a single egg in sight. His expression instantly darkened. Could someone have gotten here first? Would that mean he'd broken his promise? But quickly, his mood lifted. From a distant corridor, several alien-like figures emerged, shouting toward him. Don't worry, we already cleared everything. No one else came through. It was xuanhuan. These aliens formed the squad sent by the Mercenary Association. Hearing that no outsiders had intruded, Chu Jiang immediately relaxed. Exactly. He had brought Moran and the others here precisely to rendezvous with the Mercenary Association. He quickly waved them over. As they approached, Chu Jiang saw the queen lying lifelessly on the ground, breathing heavily with shallow, labored breaths, clearly on the verge of death. Meanwhile, these aliens, including xuanhuan, 10 in total, were gathered nearby, roasting skewers over a campfire. Among them were familiar faces from his last encounter, like Huqiu. Seeing Chu Jiang glance at the queen, xuanhuan, puzzled, stepped forward with a smile. The queen is intrinsically linked to the hive. Once she dies, people outside will know immediately. We plan to delay a bit longer, at least until the Spirit Energy Alliance clears most of the Derangfuan before we leave. Outside, Chu Jiang was confused. Yes, right now, there are at least 6 Spirit Energy starships lurking just beyond this hive. As soon as we, more accurately, as soon as you, show yourself, they'll open fire en masse. So we must carefully time our exit. At this, xuanhuan's gaze carried a mix of pity and relief. Never thought that in such a short time since we last met, you'd stir up such huge trouble. Facing her teasing, Chu Jiang could only offer a bitter smile in response. He could roughly guess what had happened. The Spirit Energy Alliance hadn't given up. The prophecies still made them deeply suspicious of him. They'd seize every opportunity to eliminate him. Unwilling to dwell further on the topic, Chu Jiang changed the subject, asking xuanhuan, what does the Mercenary Association plan to do? Our exact actions aren't decided yet. But for now, one thing only. Rest and recover here. Wait until the Spirit Energy Alliance has mostly finished their job before we emerge. xuanhuan spoke casually, as if it were nothing. But Chu Jiang didn't buy it. He stared directly into her eyes, trying to discern whether she was lying. After all, xuanhuan now clearly showed more signs of alien transformation. He couldn't be sure how she now viewed the human faction, or him and Moran, old comrades as they were. xuanhuan seemed taken aback by how openly Chu Jiang examined her. Her laughter sounded strained. What? Haven't seen a beauty like me before? Or are you thinking, once we go out, we should compete and see who takes down more Spirit Energy starships? Silence. xuanhuan's abrupt shift in topic felt forced. Seeing Chu Jiang remain silent, her expression grew increasingly uneasy. She was about to turn and walk away. At that moment, Chu Jiang suddenly spoke up. Fine, let's do it. Good. Whoever loses has to treat the other to a meal when we get back. xuanhuan visibly relaxed. Seeing Chu Jiang nod, she returned to the group of 9 aliens, quickly resuming her cheerful chatter. Only after xuanhuan had left did Zhang Long sidle over with his usual smug grin, slinging an arm around Chu Jiang's shoulder. Team Leader Chu, never thought you knew such a beauty? I've heard Fox people are especially gifted in certain areas. How was it, huh? Indeed, after genetic modification, Xuanhuan was even more stunning than she'd been at the academy. Not only were her curves more pronounced, but her limbs had become slender yet powerfully toned. Paired with her animal ears and tail, she was undeniably eye-catching. But Chu Jiang shook his head, his expression grave. She's just like me, fresh out of launching academy. The reason she looks like this is because she came to Andromeda through the Mercenary Association via genetic sequencing. A mutant? That's a one-way road with no turning back. Zhang Long clearly hadn't expected that answer. His voice rose several pitches without him even realizing. Even some of the nearby aliens turned to stare. Thankfully, Chu Jiang quickly covered his mouth before things escalated. Chu Jiang shrugged helplessly, silently acknowledging Zhang Long's point. Still, it had been her own choice. He couldn't say much more about it. Mo Ran, standing beside him, looked troubled too. Clearly, having overheard Zhang Long, she'd noticed the changes in Yun Qinghan as well. She glanced instinctively at Chu Jiang. In a low voice, she asked, Qinghan, it was her own choice. No, I mean, how is she really doing? Just now, your expression when talking to her seemed off. Mo Ran shook her head, clarifying she wasn't asking why Yun Qinghan had chosen the path of genetic sequencing. In fact, she didn't care about that. What worried her was how Chu Jiang had looked just moments ago. Something was wrong, wasn't there? Hearing her question, Chu Jiang froze. Then he sighed bitterly and explained, I feel like she's been with the Mercenary Association too long. Her thoughts are slowly being shaped by them, without her even noticing. And the Mercenary Association, I can't quite put it into words right now, but I have a bad feeling about them. If Yun Qinghan stays with them much longer, I'm afraid something irreversible might happen. After all, she was our classmate. Chapter 68, Begin the Direct Assault. Mo Ran clearly hadn't expected Chu Jiang to carry so many burdens in his heart. Yet, she was powerless to help him resolve them. After hesitating for a moment, Mo Ran silently wrapped her arms around Chu Jiang. Right now, all she could do was offer him this embrace. Obviously, Chu Jiang hadn't expected her to suddenly hug him either. He froze for a second, then realized she was comforting him. A smile finally appeared on his face. Don't worry, I can still bear it. But from now on, be extremely careful. Whether it's those Yizhong or Yun Qinghan, treat everyone from the Mercenary Association with caution. By the end, Chu Jiang's expression had grown particularly serious. Mo Ran visibly stiffened. Before the mission began, Chu Jiangqing had said, this operation was a joint effort with the Mercenary Association to sanction the Spirit Energy Alliance. So why was he now warning her to beware of people from the Mercenary Association? Her mind whirled with speculation. Still, outwardly, she obediently nodded. At the very least, she trusted that Chu Jiang wouldn't harm her. Seeing that she understood, Chu Jiang went off to find Zhang Long and the others. Earlier, when Mo Ran hugged Chu Jiang, Zhang Long had seen it clearly. To give their Diang Chu some privacy, he deliberately pulled Shirkai away to a distant corner. Now, hearing Chu Jiang's warning, Zhang Long reacted exactly like Mo Ran. Thus, although the four of them shared the same 100-cavity chamber with the mercenary squad, the two groups maintained a social distance of about 100 meters apart. Everything remained calm, until the mercenary team received new information. A green flash blinked across Xiuxian's wrist communicator, cutting through his laughter like a blade. The outer layers have been mostly cleared. All D-rank nests are eliminated. One of the two B-rank nests is already beyond salvation. It's time we prepare to move out. Understood. The moment he spoke, the few joking mercenaries instantly turned serious. They responded with disciplined respect. Then Hu Qiu turned to Yun Qinghan, his tone slightly teasing. You go make contact with them. After all, you're familiar faces. Remember, tell them to proceed ahead and wait at the exit. Got it. Yun Qinghan, long accustomed to such arrangements, agreed without hesitation and swiftly rose to walk toward Chu Jiang. Seeing her reaction, the other Jing Yizhong exchanged glances, then simultaneously looked at Hu Qiu. Hu Qiu simply shook his head. In truth, during this mission, Whis had given them a special assignment. Keep a close eye on Yun Qinghan's attitude toward the human faction, especially toward Chu Jiang. But based on that earlier test, they'd learned nothing useful. Hu Qiu silently shook his head again, then immediately gathered his team, dragging the half-dead Queen Mother along as they prepared to enter the tunnel toward the exit. The sudden movement of the mercenary squad instantly drew Chu Jiang's attention. As Yun Qinghan approached, Chu Jiang's expression grew stern. What? Why the sudden mobilization? Are you planning to back out? Not backing out. We've just received intel. The Spirit Energy Alliance is moving fast. All D-rank nests are cleared, and one of the B-rank nests has already fallen. Only one B-rank nest remains before they secure the steel. It's time for us to leave. Realizing Yun Qinghan had come to inform them it was time to go, Chu Jiang finally relaxed slightly. He signaled acknowledgement, then immediately called for Mo Ran and the others to quickly follow Yun Qinghan's pace. They chased for dozens of minutes before catching up with the mercenary squad, who had left much earlier. Upon seeing Chu Jiang's group arrive, especially noting the obvious coldness between them and Yun Qinghan, Hu Qiu silently formed a hypothesis. But on the surface, he politely reminded Chu Jiang. Chu Jiang, only the final stretch separates us from the exit. In the last few seconds, I'll eliminate the Queen Mother myself. The guarding Spirit Energy warship outside will immediately sense the nest losing vitality and react accordingly. Take advantage of that opening. Follow my team onto their warship and catch them completely off guard. Crucially remember, try your absolute best to destroy one Spirit Energy warship immediately. Otherwise, what follows will be a brutal, deadly fight. By the end, Hu Qiu's tone had turned especially grave. Chu Jiang clearly sensed the weight behind his words. but he couldn't promise success. After a pause, he only replied, "I'll do my best, but if they block us, there's nothing more I can do." Hearing this, Hu Qiu clenched his teeth. He almost wanted to pick a fight with Chu Jiang right then and there. His side had contributed manpower and intelligence. All Chu Jiang needed to do was lift a finger to eliminate one warship ahead of time. And yet his answer was so non-committal. This wasn't how teamwork worked. But at the same time, this wasn't the moment for petty conflicts. Hu Qiu swallowed his anger. "Fine, do as you please. Just follow the plan I laid out." After speaking, Hu Qiu signaled everyone to quickly move forward, while he himself remained behind to finish off the Queen Mother. One step further out, the Queen Mother would completely lose that last faint connection to her hive and die for good. That would throw off every part of their previous plan. So this was the only option. Soon, Chu Jiang's group of 4 arrived near the hive's exit alongside the other mercenary team members. They immediately prepared to board their warships. No sooner had Chu Jiang set foot on his own swarm-class logistics ship than he noticed several new flesh and blood vessels with gaping maws opening beside him. Notably, Yin Xinghan's Frost-class heavy battleship had changed significantly since their time on Blue Star. Visibly now, the warship resembled a massive avian creature far more closely. Its hull no longer shimmered with metallic luster, but instead bore eerie, icy blue downy feathers. Just as Chu Jiang stood absorbed by the sight, several of the flesh and blood ships launched their assault. The first to appear were row after row of colossal feathers hurtling toward the unprepared spirit energy warship. Then followed spikes like those of a porcupine, giant fangs from some unknown mammal. Countless bizarre and grotesque projectiles shot forth. They struck a thin membrane surrounding the spirit energy warship, detonating in an earth-shattering explosion. In an instant, the violent blast filled Chu Jiang's pupils with blinding light. Yet the spirit energy warship didn't budge an inch. Chu Jiang had no time to marvel at the strange nature of the flesh vessel's attack pattern. He immediately hit the launch button. Fierce wind nuke, divine wind torpedoes, fire. Even the prototype orbital railgun mounted on his ship unleashed a barrage directly at the enemy vessel. But no matter what, after the smoke cleared, the spirit energy warship remained completely intact. On the spirit energy warship, a bear-like man roared into a small button, his voice fierce but clearly trembling inside. What the hell is going on? How did they come out so suddenly? The hive wasn't supposed to be conquered yet. Director Cook, it's over. Just now. Unexpectedly, a weak voice came back through the button. Prompted by the message, Bearman Cook immediately turned to the main screen of the ship, only to see the once soft pink glow covering the hive replaced entirely by lifeless gray. Now, truly, the conquest had ended. And Bearman Cook also noticed. Facing them, a new flesh and blood warship had suddenly appeared. Chapter 69. Breaking the siege of the spirit energy ships. Preparing for the great battle. It was Hu Qiu. Immediately after eliminating the Mother Queen, Hu Qiu rushed into the battlefield. Unfortunately, by now the Spirit Alliance had already regrouped. Even with his arrival, it made little difference. Under the protection of shields wildly flashing with spirit energy light, not a single spirit ship showed any sign of damage. Hu Qiu's face darkened. He directly connected to Chu Jiang's communication channel. "I remember clearly. I told you before we set off that you must destroy at least one spirit ship. Why didn't you do it? Do you even realize how much your failure has delayed us? By several more hours at least." By the end, the accusation in Hu Qiu's voice was unmistakable. But on the other end, Chu Jiang remained calm and expressionless. Only after Hu Qiu had slightly calmed down did he reply seriously. "Remember this. I said, try my best, but never explicitly agreed to your order. Besides, instead of blaming me now, wouldn't it be better if you spent time thinking of ways to deal with the enemy sooner?" With that, Chu Jiang cut the communication himself. He didn't give Hu Qiu a chance to speak further. True enough, seeing the link severed, Hu Qiu turned furious. Yet he knew chasing after Chu Jiang would achieve nothing. The priority now was to handle the spirit ships first. There would be plenty of time later to settle accounts. Glaring resentfully at Chu Jiang's distant warship, Hu Qiu forced himself to calm down and resumed directing the mercenary squad's attack frequency. On Chu Jiang's side, his brow remained deeply furrowed as he observed the situation opposite, the spirit ships. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but the magical array patterns etched onto the hulls of those ships seemed completely different from any he'd encountered before. If the array patterns on the spirit ships he'd seen earlier were like unruly children running chaotically within a single small house, then the ones before him now were like multiple small houses interconnected, and those unruly children were darting aimlessly between them. No, perhaps there was some underlying pattern, only he couldn't perceive it. Thinking thus, Chu Jiang ordered solemnly, "Emperor, detect and analyze the magical arrays on the enemy spirit ships." Detection in progress. Detection complete. Analysis indicates the array runes on the 5 Werbear ships possess mutual compatibility, suggesting they may form an interlocking set. Through big data algorithms, 4,678 possible configurations have been evaluated. One viable configuration identified. Click for details. Name, unnamed. Type, combined array. Effect, when activated collectively by multiple Werbear spirit ships, maximizes convergence of spirit light, invoking the Ancestor Bear's protection. Physical attacks are greatly weakened. Energy-based attacks are completely nullified. Duration, expected until spirit energy is fully depleted. Seeing the analysis report from Emperor, Chu Jiang frowned. Did this mean they truly had to wait until the enemy's spirit energy ran out before they could stand a chance? That would take far too long. Unwilling to accept this, Chu Jiang asked, "Emperor, Is there any way to destroy their combined formation ahead of time? A moment later, Emperor quickly provided a solution. Analysis suggests, conduct high-frequency, high-intensity attacks on a single target to force the magical array to concentrate spirit energy there. While other defensive nodes in the array are left weak due to redirected energy, deliver a decisive blow to destroy that ship. This will collapse the formation for approximately 10 minutes. Hearing this, Xuanhuan's face visibly brightened. He immediately contacted Moran and the other two, sharing the plan with them. As expected, learning there was a viable countermeasure against the spirit ship siege excited them all. Zhang, especially, clenched his fists eagerly, ready to jump into action. However, an unexpected voice broke the group's enthusiasm. But can just the four of us really lure enough energy to concentrate on one point? It was Kai, but his point was valid. Xuanhuan's smile instantly froze. He quickly regained his composure. After a moment's thought, he realized Kai had a strong argument. Zhang, however, wasn't concerned. If the four of us aren't enough, what about the mercenary squad? We're on the same side for now. They should be willing to help out, right? I'll try. Xuanhuan replied, less optimistic than Zhang. Especially after his recent heated argument with Xiuxian, he'd feel awkward reaching out now. Still, dealing with the spirit ships was the top priority. Everything else came second. Xuanhuan re-established contact with Xiuxian. What now? Clearly, Xiuxian was still displeased over their earlier dispute. His tone was full of irritation, but at least he answered. Xuanhuan exhaled in relief and quickly explained his proposed strategy. Upon learning there was a way to deal with the spirit ships, Xiuxian, who had previously been full of complaints, instantly calmed down. After a long pause, he finally agreed. I hope your method actually works. With that, he immediately hung up without hesitation. Clearly, it was payback for Xuanhuan cutting him off earlier. Xuanhuan smirked. As long as they were willing to cooperate, he could afford to be magnanimous. Soon, both sides reached an agreement. Led by Xiuxian, they launched a fierce assault on one of the spirit ships. Countless odd-shaped projectiles, resembling missiles, slammed into it. Instantly, ripples of spirit energy spread through the void. A shield flared to life, firmly blocking all attacks. Seeing the magical array manifest, Xuanhuan immediately rallied the other three and began launching intense attacks on another spirit ship. According to Emperor's analysis, since the spirit energy within the formation was distributed based on usage, Xuanhuan chose 2 points as far apart as possible. Such intense assaults would inevitably cause the spirit energy to split drastically toward both ends. This would surely create a vacuum layer in the middle. Seizing the moment, Xuanhuan pressed the firing button. Electron railgun, orbital cannon, fire. 2 dazzling beams shot from the barrels, striking the magical array directly. Suddenly, a sound like shattering glass rang out. The array was broken. The attacks now landed directly on a central spirit ship. Weakened by the collapsing formation, the impact had lost much of its power by the time it hit. But the sheer force still sent the vessel flying backward. With their formation disrupted, the combined array instantly collapsed. Without even needing Xuanhuan's orders, the mercenary squad seized the opportunity, overwhelming the remaining spirit ships and reducing them to wreckage in moments. In the blink of an eye, only debris remained. Just then, Xiuxian suddenly received a message. The Spirit Alliance had officially begun their assault on the second Class B hive. They had to get there quickly, or they'd miss the great battle entirely. After notifying Xuanhuan, the mercenary squad immediately sped toward the Class B hive. Meanwhile, Xuanhuan and his companions first looted the remains of the spirit ships. Congratulations. You have gained 1,000 kindling points. Congratulations. You have gained 1,000 ship energy. Congratulations. You have gained 100 units of rare metal. Congratulations. You have gained. Congratulations. Your warship has leveled up. Current level, level 17. Name, Cluster Class Logistics Vessel. Level, level 17. Hull 4000 of 4000. Shield 4000 of 4000. Energy 4600/4600. Ship attributes. Firepower 400. Armor 400. Shield 400. Maneuverability 400. Endurance 450. Ship talent 10,000-fold firepower amplification aura. All attacks launched by this ship are amplified 10,000 times. Duration, permanent. Chapter 70, Warship Upgrade. The Punished Bear Tribe. 10,000-fold accelerated manufacturing halo. Reduces production time for all manufactured items by a factor of 10,000. Effect, permanent. 10,000-fold speed surge halo. Performs a single instantaneous spatial shift in the designated direction. The distance of displacement varies according to the starship's current speed. 10,000-fold defense amplification halo. Any protective measures deployed by the vessel, including but not limited to energy shields, dispersive shielding fields, and energy domes, are amplified 10,000-fold. Infinite storage space. Infinite space available for mineral storage, usable without limitation. Ship modules. Raging Hornet nuke. Fires 100 tracking Raging Hornet nuclear missiles in a single barrage. Consumes 50 energy units. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Wind God torpedo. Launches 1 medium-yield torpedo. Consumes 20 energy units. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Nature's Guardian Shield. Deploys a protective energy dome on any ecologically active planet. Continuously converts incoming damage into potential energy redirected into the planet until the shield is breached. Orbital Rail Cannon. Normally orbits around the ship. After charging is complete, enables precision strikes. Requires prior charging. Consumes 100 energy units. Cooldown, 40 minutes. Spatial Jump. After establishing anchor points within a valid coordinate system, allows immediate spatial jump within a range of 10 light years, bypassing stellar defenses. Anchors, 3/3. Cooldown, 0/30 days. Sentient combat AI, Emperor. Advanced artificial intelligence with exceptional tactical analysis and precise enemy situation prediction capabilities. Can assist in operating equipment requiring multiple crew members. Also possesses vast knowledge reserves across most of known interstellar domains. S-991 Orbital Electron Cannon. Requires 10 seconds of charging before each attack. Consumes 100 energy units. Releases an extremely powerful electron shockwave. Damage output off the charts. One shot alone can obliterate an asteroid. Manufacturable ship items. Falcon-class drone. Requirements. 100 units ship metal, 10 units energy ore. Production time, 8 seconds. Mosquito swarm reconnaissance drone. Requirements. 120 units ship metal, 10 units energy ore. Production time, 20 seconds. Shield disruptor missile. Requirements. 100 units ship metal, 100 units blue crystal raw material. Production time, 1 second per missile. Type 2 mechanized soldier. Requirements. 150 units warship metal, 20 units basic or 1 unit warship energy. Production time, 20 seconds. Battalion Crimson Storm. Requirements. 300 units titanium, 200 units titanium alloy, 50 units steel. Production time, 26 minutes. S-1 Athena model. Requirements. 50 units titanium alloy, 50 units tungsten steel, 50 units carbon cesium alloy, 100 units basic ship metal. Production time, 5 days. Looking at his current warship stats, Xuanhuan was stunned. He never expected that just the resources from those few spirit energy spaceships would be enough to level him up twice. And this wasn't even all the resources he had gathered. Mo Ran and Zhonglong Shikai had also collected supplies. These resources alone were proof of just how abundant spirit energy spaceships truly were. So rich that Xuanhuang's eyes turned red with greed. If he could destroy a few more ships like this, who'd worry about failing to upgrade? However, Xuanhuang quickly regained his composure. Right now, the top priority was still joining the major battle. Xuanhuang immediately contacted Mo Ran. Mo Ran, shortly you'll take Zhonglong and Shikai to meet up with the mercenary squad. I have other matters to attend to. You okay? Mo Ran hesitated slightly, but considering Xuanhuang wouldn't act recklessly, he didn't ask further and agreed directly. Once Mo Ran left with Zhonglong and the others, Xuanhuang switched to Xiuxian, took an extremely long detour, and arrived directly at the rear of the final B-rank hive. Then he landed. Yes, besides serving as the liaison between the mercenary alliance and the human faction during this instance run, his mission also included sabotage behind enemy lines. That mysterious stone tablet absolutely must not fall into the hands of the Spirit Energy Alliance. Thus, on the surface, Ding Hui led the main human forces, cooperating with the Mercenary Association to confront the Spirit Energy Alliance. But secretly, after parting ways with the mercenary team, Xuanhuang circled around to the far rear to land early on the last B-rank hive. While the Hive Queen was preoccupied with the external army, he would sneak in and steal the tablet first. A dual-pronged strategy guaranteed the Spirit Energy Alliance would fail to obtain it. Just as he predicted, the Hive Queen's attention was largely occupied by the outside forces. She never noticed an extra human entering the hive. Xuanhuang had successfully infiltrated Fox Tribe's Spirit Energy spaceship, rear base of the Spirit Energy Alliance. Originally resting with eyes closed, Sarah suddenly snapped her eyes open. Yet her pupils were momentarily blank and unfocused. Until the spirit energy gathered and her eyes slowly regained their luster, she finally spoke, her face dark. Summon the Bear Tribe's shaman. Yes, my lady. The fox person guarding outside the resting chamber responded meekly, then quickly left to deliver the message. Soon, a bear person with snow-white fur, appearing rather elderly, arrived at the resting chamber. He knocked on the door respectfully. What does Lady Sarah command? My plan to have the Bear Tribe eliminate the wicked child has failed. The deity is deeply disappointed in your people. Hearing that honorific, the bear shaman shuddered. Regardless of whether he could bear it or not, he immediately kowtowed heavily onto the floor. Please spare us, Lady Sarah. Our bear tribe worships the divine with utmost reverence. We harbor no disloyalty. This failure must be due to the wicked child's exceptional cunning, causing our attempt to fall short. Rest assured, I will immediately dispatch more forces. We will surely eliminate this threat. Watching the white fur on the shaman's forehead turn pink with oozing blood, Sarah sneered coldly. Compensate? How can you possibly compensate? The divine edict has lost its lock on the wicked child. The god has once again lost control over him. What means do you have to eradicate this threat? Get out. You, and all your kin. Return at once and repent before the divine truth mentor. In a fit of rage, Sarah unleashed a massive surge of spirit energy that hurled the bear shaman violently backward several meters. Had Xuanhuang been present, he would have been stunned. Sarah at this moment radiated even greater might than the rat shaman when he received Xuanhuan's blessing. That oppressive aura demanded submission. The bear shaman trembled uncontrollably as well. Yet deep inside, he felt a slight relief. Since Sarah hadn't directly sacrificed him and his entire tribe as offerings to the divine truth mentor to atone for failing the divine order, he already considered himself fortunate. Repenting before the god would only entail suffering. Surely that was preferable. Thus, the injured bear shaman was carried back trembling to the bear tribe's spirit energy spaceship, where he began his penitence before the divine truth mentor. As for Sarah, She ordered servants to clean the resting chamber before finally turning to read the report just submitted. A cold smirk tugged at the corner of her lips. So the little rat hidden in the shadows of the Alliance could no longer hold back and was finally making its move? Chapter 71, Sarah's Conspiracy. That's right. Ever since the Alliance was first formed, Sarah had already known that a genetic race from the Mercenary Association had infiltrated their ranks. Though he didn't know their exact identity, he kept a close watch on every move of this little rat. And this time, the decision by the Psychic Alliance to launch an assault on this Berengthung was deliberately leaked by him. As expected, upon learning that something the Psychic Alliance deeply coveted was hidden within the Fung, the little rat would surely gather a large force on his behalf. This, precisely, suited Sarah's intentions. Indeed, Sarah needed a massive influx of people into this Thuba, especially high-quality individuals. The reason for this, naturally, was because he intended to carry out a grand sacrifice. Yes, the tablet wasn't a physical object in itself. It would be forged through the sacrifice of countless lives, summoning an elder god, converging the psychic essences of both B-rank hives, and condensing them into a single tablet. At that moment, within the entire Fubon, whether humans or genetic races, all would become his offerings. Right now, they probably still have no idea about any of this. At the thought, a smug and maniacal smile spread across Sarah's face. Meanwhile, inside the B-rank hive, Xuanhuan had finally managed to penetrate deep into the hive's interior. Staring down the empty corridor, Xuanhuan swiftly pulled out Storm Crimson and climbed into the cockpit. Walking through the silent passage, Xuanhuan felt unusually tense. He'd walked nearly 2 to 3 kilometers, yet hadn't encountered a single insectoid warrior. His expression darkened. Damn it, without a hive map, progressing blindly like this was costing precious time. And the continued absence of insectoid warriors made him increasingly uneasy. A looming threat seemed to await him. After all, this was a B-rank hive. Even if the hive queen were utterly foolish, she'd still station some restructured warriors inside to guard her safety. The fact that no enemies came rushing at him only made him more anxious. After advancing several hundred meters more, the Emperor detected unusual life signs moving nearby. Xuanhuan instantly tensed. Finally, they've come. He quietly hid himself along the edge of the corridor. Shrouded in darkness, unless one looked closely, his presence would remain undetected. After waiting just a few minutes, Xuanhuan saw a group of humanoid creatures pass by. Their bodies bore fewer and fewer of the typical insectoid features, becoming ever more similar to humans. Xuanhuan was shocked. His knowledge of the insectoids was actually limited. However, both Zhang Long and Ding Hui had repeatedly emphasized, the more an insectoid resembles a human, the stronger it is. Particularly dangerous was that insectoid abilities were wildly unpredictable. Their attacks blended techniques from psychic powers, genetic mutations, and mechanical enhancements, an unholy fusion. There was simply no way to clearly anticipate their moves. One moment, they might be engaging in brutal hand-to-hand combat. The next, they'd unleash an attack eerily similar to psychic energy. Impossible to defend against. So above all, beware of insectoids resembling humans. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, Xuanhuan could hardly believe how powerful the insectoids in this Berengthung truly were. His primary mission right now was to steal the tablet, not to fight these monsters. Therefore, although somewhat relieved after seeing the patrol pass, he didn't rashly attack. He waited until the group of insectoid warriors had moved further ahead before continuing cautiously down the corridor. Sure enough, encounters with insectoid patrols became increasingly frequent afterward. Still, mistakes were inevitable. Just as Xuanhuan finished evading one patrol and was about to advance, another group of patrolling insectoid warriors appeared out of nowhere. And so, Xuanhuan found himself completely exposed, face to face with the enemy. Damn, an intruder. Alert. Immediate alert. Notify the Hive Queen. The hive has been invaded by a mecha. The insectoid warriors reacted instantly, releasing a sharp warning pheromone. Xuanhuan, inside the cockpit, didn't detect it. But judging from the sudden alertness of the insectoid stances, he knew exactly what had happened. His face turned grim. Without hesitation, he activated Storm Crimson, firing up all thrusters and exhaust ports, then surged forward into the corridor. From earlier scans of the corridor walls, he noticed residues of energy transfer fluids. Clear evidence ahead led to the perineal chamber. If he could just get inside, he'd be safe. The perineal chamber, where insectoid warriors were recycled, carried immense psychological deterrent. Even a delay of mere minutes would give him enough time to slip away. Yet, the insectoid warriors behind him were far from weak. They clung tightly to his tail, giving him no chance to escape. And farther off in the Taichung chamber, numerous patrolling insectoid warriors were rapidly converging toward his location. They were determined to trap him in a pincer. Xuanhuan's expression grew darker by the second. Just then, one insectoid warrior finally caught up, its jaws clamping down hard on the propulsion unit at the foot of Storm Crimson. The immense biting force was so powerful that even titanium alloy was pierced by its fangs. It was even attempting to tear the propulsion unit clean off. If it succeeded, Xuanhuan's speed would drop by at least a quarter. Just as the situation grew critical, a glimmer of light suddenly appeared ahead in the corridor. The perineal chamber, finally reached. Xuanhuan tumbled forward, barely making it inside. Unexpectedly, the chamber was still digesting remnants of insectoid warriors, its floor covered in a shallow pool of corrosive mucus. The moment he entered, the insectoid warrior clamped onto his mecha's foot was instantly eaten away. Like a drop of water falling into the ocean, it dissolved rapidly and vanished. The remaining insectoid warriors all halted at the entrance of the corridor, staring fiercely at Xiuxian, their mandibles clicking with menace. Facing such blatant threats, Xiuxian remained utterly indifferent. His top priority now was stealing the tablet. Nothing else mattered. But he had no idea where to find it. The Mercenary Association never did anything decent, didn't even bother sharing useful intelligence. Xiuxian felt irritated. Then again, if the tablet was indeed tied to an elder god, then even if it wasn't a demon artifact, it should at least radiate massive psychic energy. Inside the hive, it ought to shine like a beacon, shouldn't it? Realizing this, Xiuxian immediately activated the Emperor's psychic energy detection system. Indeed, due to the emergence of awakened psychics on Blue Star, every human faction was forced to implant chips, alongside which, psychic detection devices had been widely distributed. Thanks to Moran's modifications, Storm Crimson was also equipped with psychic sensing capabilities. Yet what Xiuxian didn't expect was, the moment the device powered on, the entire screen exploded with brilliant, overwhelming red. This meant everything in sight was emanating psychic energy. And what was in front of him? Naturally, the internal environment of a B-rank hive. Xiuxian's expression darkened. He hadn't anticipated the hive itself would possess such intense psychic resonance. No wonder the Psychic Alliance coveted it so deeply. Still, judging by the varying depths of red across the display, there might be something else worth noting. Pondering this, Xiuxian slowly approached the chamber wall. Sure enough, he discovered something shocking. Inscribed upon the wall was a long-buried secret. Chapter 72, The True Objective of the Psychic Alliance. Immediate retreat. Having been on Andro for quite some time, Xiuxian had long since come to understand certain truths of the universe. For example, the formation of Fubon was caused by invasions from an alien universe, the realm of the insectoid species. To differentiate, this invading realm could be called the insect universe, while the one they currently inhabited was the native universe. And within the native universe, the 5 so-called dark deities worshipped by psychic races, according to ancient records, actually originated from the insect universe. 1,000 years ago, they invaded the native universe. Yes, even the reason why insect dungeons appeared in the native universe was due to residual rifts left behind when these 5 dark deities tore open the fabric of space-time. In that insect universe, there were many other beings referred to as gods. It was precisely because of these great ones, irresponsible, reckless, and blindly foolish, that the entire cosmos became their plaything. Their actions led to universal annihilation. To survive, even in the smallest crack between the fingers of these omnipotent beings, life in that universe had no choice but to evolve into forms resembling the insectoids. Existing with minimal consumption, returning to the hive upon death, birthing new life anew. The collapse of the universe triggered infighting among the great ones. These 5 dark deities foresaw the inevitable destruction of the insect universe and thus fled early, invading the native universe instead. In this brand new cosmos, only 5 deities would split the faith of all living beings, a clear sign of its immense abundance. Under their influence, countless aberrations emerged, giving rise to the current division between the psychic races and the genetic races. Naturally, reorganization also discovered the rich resources of this universe through these rifts. To repair their own collapsing universe, they repeatedly crossed the gaps, plundering and consuming every form of matter, life, and energy. Once returned with biomass to the hive, it would become the optimal power source for repairing and reorganizing their universe. From the perspective of the native universe, this swarm of locust-like insectoids were nothing more than a final salvation measure for another doomed cosmos. Xiuxian's eyes widened, struggling to fully process this staggering revelation. He wanted to keep reading, but the inscriptions ended abruptly here. Only a faint, blurry ripple remained beyond this point. Apparently, it was unfinished. Xiuxian frowned. Although he didn't know who had recorded these words, he was certain it couldn't have just stopped like this. Perhaps similar inscriptions existed on the walls of other chambers? It wasn't impossible. The thought made him restless. Glancing outside, the insectoid warriors would soon encircle the perineal chamber. He had to escape now. No hesitation. Xiuxian quickly located a corridor unguarded by insectoid soldiers and climbed up. After emerging, he immediately recalled Storm Scarlet. His mech was already exposed. To avoid detection, he now switched to his cybernetic augmentation suit, lighter, more agile for fleeing. Sure enough, insectoid warriors swarmed the corridors, patrolling in all directions. Within less than 10 minutes, Xiuxian narrowly avoided at least 7 patrols. Thankfully, due to his reduced size and outdated enemy data, he managed to take a detour and successfully reach the empty Zerg chamber. Indeed, all insectoid warriors capable of combat had been dispatched by the Queen to the front lines to battle the Psychic Alliance. As a resting chamber for routine downtime, Zerg stood completely deserted. Xiuxian retrieved his psychic detection device and, sure enough, found more psychic inscriptions etched onto the chamber walls. The content here clearly differed from the earlier writings in the perineal chamber. It mainly chronicled the glorious military history of this B-rank hive. How many star systems conquered, how many enemies slain, how much of the insect universe restored, all detailed extensively across half the wall. Only near the very end did it reveal the origin of all hives within this B-rank dungeon. Yes, every hive within this B-rank dungeon was intrinsically linked, especially 2 B-rank hives, which were diametrically opposed, yet mutually complementary. And the reason for this phenomenon? They were originally one single great one, split into 2. Furthermore, according to these inscriptions, the so-called stone tablet that the Psychic Alliance so desperately sought did not exist at all. If anything, it was merely a key to becoming a great one. The Psychic Alliance had deceived everyone. As written, if one mastered a massive sacrificial ritual array and simultaneously offered up all the psychic energy from both hives, then the fusion of immense psychic power and refined biological essence would crystallize into two fragments, yin and yang, two keys. When united, they would unlock the gate to becoming a great one. In other words, the Psychic Alliance intended to create a sixth dark deity. If they truly succeeded, then hopefully there'd be no need to wait another 50 years for the awakening of the old gods. It wouldn't be long before they ruled the entire universe. Xiuxian would never allow this to happen. The rest of the inscriptions were entirely about the psychic sequence. The psychic sequence was divided into two major stages: mind over matter and transcendence to divinity. Each major stage was further subdivided into four minor ranks. The four minor ranks of mind over matter were bronze, silver, diamond, and epic. These four tiers corresponded respectively to the strength and number of spells one could control. For every minor rank advanced, 3 additional spell slots became available. The four minor ranks of transcendence to divinity were legendary, nameless one, great old one, and outer god. The legendary rank served as the foundation for becoming a great one. Starting from the nameless one rank, one officially entered the ranks of the great ones, worthy of being called he or they. More importantly, one would gain conceptual level abilities. Whatever was spoken would become known. Absolutely no one from the Psychic Alliance must ever reach the rank of Nameless One. He quickly pulled out his communication device, preparing to contact Ding Hui. The inscriptions clearly stated that once the sacrificial ritual array was activated, if sufficient biomass wasn't offered, the ritual would automatically fail. At that point, the caster would suffer backlash 1,000-fold, or even hundreds of thousands-fold, and the range of the ritual array covered only the dungeon star system. As long as Ding Hui received his intelligence, he could immediately evacuate all human forces. Without enough biomass to complete the sacrifice, the Psychic Alliance would reap what they sowed. Beep, beep. The call connected quickly, and Ding Hui's voice came through. Xiuxian, contacting me at this time. Did something happen? Yes. I've uncovered the true objective of the Psychic Alliance this time. They plan to sacrifice all of us, and the Mercenary Alliance, to artificially create a xiuxian. Anyway, it's too complicated to explain in a few words. Right now, you must immediately lead everyone out of the dungeon. This is extremely serious. A single misstep, and our entire universe could be destroyed. Ding Hui had never heard Xiuxian speak with such unprecedented seriousness before. His expression instantly tightened, especially when Xiuxian said just now, our entire universe could be destroyed. The severity of such a claim meant that unless Xiuxian had definitive intelligence, he would never make such a bold assertion. Trusting him completely, Ding Hui asked no further questions. Understood. I'll gather everyone right away and prepare to retreat. Chapter 73. The human faction wants to retreat? I won't allow it. Ding Hui sprang into action immediately. The order to retreat was relayed almost instantly to every starship operator. Only then did Ding Hui suddenly remember the Mercenary Association. He instinctively turned to Xiuxian and asked, about the retreat, do you think we should notify the Mercenary Association? After all, in name at least, they were still allies. Hearing this suggestion, Xiuxian clearly hesitated. When he realized how critical the intelligence truly was, his only thought had been to warn Ding Hui to evacuate immediately. As for how to handle the Mercenary Association, he was momentarily caught in a dilemma. In principle, they still maintained a nominal cooperative relationship, so informing them wouldn't be unreasonable. Yet upon closer reflection, while both sides were allied, genuine information sharing between them had always been minimal. Even now, the Mercenary Association held the upper hand. What intelligence they chose to reveal to the human faction was entirely their decision. Thinking of this, Xiuxian couldn't help but feel irritated. No need to say anything. Given the Mercenary Association's capabilities, uncovering the truth probably isn't difficult for them. They might already know. Why should we go bother them only to get scolded? Clearly, Ding Hui hadn't expected Xiuxian to respond this way. If what Xiuxian said were true, that the Mercenary Association already knew the truth, then how could the current battle still be so fiercely raging? Ding Hui instinctively glanced at the screen before him. On it, several fleshy ships belonging to the Mercenary Association were locked in intense combat with the spiritual energy vessels of the Spirit Union. It looked as if brains were being splattered across the battlefield. Certainly no sign of any intention to retreat. Still, Ding Hui didn't press further. If Xiuxian disliked them that much, then fine, no need to inform them. It's not like they had to beg for cooperation. So, what are your plans from here on? I intend to remain in hiding. This time, what the Spirit Union seeks isn't some tablet, but an artificial key to a false god. I'll stay behind to ensure their ritual fails. And if it doesn't fail, I'll seize the opportunity to steal the key myself. At this point, Xiuxian realized Ding Hui was worried about his safety. So he quickly added, my starship has a purple card capable of teleporting to any marked anchor point within 10 light years. I can escape the Fuban star system anytime. You don't need to worry. Sure enough, hearing this, Ding Hui felt considerably more at ease. Just be extremely careful. After ending the communication, Xiuxian's expression grew solemn as he crawled back into the corridor. In just that short while, several reassembled warriors had already begun moving through the passageways near the xuanhuan chamber. They must have been pursuing him. He needed to deal with these nuisances quickly. Outside the hive, in the stretch of space where the Zerg hive clashed with the Spirit Union, countless massive and dazzling attacks collided, erupting into violent energy explosions. Meanwhile, Moran, Xuanhuan, and Kai cautiously wove through various sections of the battlefield, occasionally striking the Spirit Union's ships with harassing attacks. Each time, they'd strike and immediately retreat, never lingering. Harassment was their sole objective. Just then, all three received a message from Dinghui. Retreat slowly and orderly to outside the Fubing star system. Avoid drawing attention from either the Mercenary Association or the Spirit Union. The moment Zhang received the order, he turned to Moran over the comms. Deputy Leader, why did the commander suddenly order a retreat? As he spoke, Zhang pressed a button, launching several missiles toward a Spirit Union vessel. Kai, on the other end, was equally puzzled. In fact, even Moran herself had no idea what had happened. After a moment of silence, she finally replied, "No matter what occurs, we follow orders. We can start reducing our attack frequency and quietly pull back toward the edge of the Fa." Understood. Hearing Moran's instructions, both Zhang and Kai responded promptly. But immediately afterward, Zhang seemed to recall something and curiously asked, "Deputy Leader, do you think this could have something to do with Captain Xiu?" At Zhang words, Moran's heart skipped a beat. Judging from the current battle situation, the Spirit Union was being surrounded and crushed by three factions. There was no way they could successfully obtain that mysterious tablet. Everything was proceeding smoothly, exactly as originally planned. So why the sudden order to retreat, especially with instructions to avoid alerting the Mercenary Association? It must mean some secret intelligence had been uncovered. And if so, it very well might involve Xiuxian. Though Moran silently agreed with Zhang reasoning, she chose not to acknowledge it aloud. There's no need to speculate about things we're not meant to know. We just follow orders. Oh, Zhang clearly found her cold response unusual, but remembering her status as a genius mech designer, he decided not to push further. He could only shift his attention elsewhere. To his surprise, he spotted several other warships from the human faction frantically darting through the battlefield nearby. Occasionally, they'd fire off an electric cannon shot at their enemies. And with their conspicuously bright hull colors, they were especially eye-catching. Damn it, was this show-off really unaware of the retreat order? That was exactly what Zhang thought, and also what he asked aloud. Unfortunately, Moran's mind was elsewhere, so she didn't respond. Zhang was left with no choice but to fall silent again, saying nothing more. Only when the three warships had slowly retreated to the edge of the Fubin star system did Zhang finally exhale in relief, as if released from a heavy burden. Then, he suggested, "We've withdrawn far enough. Why don't we stick around and see how the fight between the Mercenary Association and the Spirit Union turns out?" But unfortunately, Moran ignored Zhang proposal. Instead, she kept her eyes fixed on the footage transmitted back by the reconnaissance drone, deep in thought. Until after a long silence, she suddenly blurted out, "Why are there still our people inside who haven't come out yet?" "No idea, maybe they just missed the order." Zhang replied casually. Beside him, Kai nodded in agreement. Just judging by their flashy actions, even if they saw the order, they might not obey it anyway. Old hands in the military, you know? I've often seen them defy their superiors. Sure enough, hearing both of them speak like this, Moran clearly became somewhat irritated. Yet before she could say anything, the Mercenary Association finally noticed that most of the human faction's fleet had already withdrawn to the edge of the Fubin star system. Wiz's expression darkened. This time, he had personally arrived to oversee operations, determined not only to ensure the Spirit Union's failure, but also to seize that mysterious stone tablet for himself. And now, at such a critical moment, the human faction had abruptly pulled back. Dinghui, what the hell do you think you're doing? Without hesitation, was connected to Ding Hui's communication channel and shouted an accusation. But before Dinghui could offer any explanation, the Spirit Union also noticed the human faction's movement. Sarah's dignified and composed demeanor vanished instantly. With a grim expression, she ordered sharply, "Activate the magic array immediately. We cannot let the human faction escape." "Yes, ma'am," a strange being responded promptly. Then, in the next instant, an immense and terrifying force descended upon the entire Fubin star system. A pitch-black, boundless shadow fell across space, spreading at an incredible speed. Within it, countless bizarre, writhing ripples surged rapidly forward. It was the magic array. At the sight of this, even without knowing the details, Dinghui instinctively sensed great danger. Immediately, he led everyone in a full retreat out of the Fubin star system. There was no time left to answer Wiz's accusations. Thus, the moment they withdrew, the dark shadows closed in behind them, completely engulfing the entire star system. Chapter 74. The Mercenary Association bears the loss. Even though he had already fled a considerable distance, witnessing such a grand and intense scene still made Ding Hui's heart clench. If not for Chu Zhan's prior warning, perhaps at this very moment, he, and most of the human faction, would still have been trapped within the magic array. Back then, they would have merely been helpless lambs awaiting slaughter, at the complete mercy of the Psychic Alliance. Merely surviving would have become an impossible dream. As Ding Hui silently sighed to himself, a subordinate suddenly reported in. "Commander-in-Chief, we still have several squads trapped inside. I'm afraid I can't do anything about it." Ding Hui snapped impatiently before the man could finish. "Besides, I issued the retreat order well in advance through Minjiu. Why weren't they able to escape in time?" His words instantly left the subordinate speechless. What other reason could there be for their failure to flee? Of course, it was because they'd ignored the retreat order, choosing instead to keep fighting fiercely against the Psychic Alliance and the restructured warriors, reveling in their control over the battlefield. In the heat of battle, they'd forgotten themselves entirely. Only when the magic array descended did they finally come to their senses. But by then, it was too late to run. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't possibly outpace the array's rapid expansion. Now, after getting themselves into this mess, were they coming to him for help? What could he possibly do? Like hell I care. Ding Hui's expression darkened. Yet considering that those trapped were still part of the human faction's promising forces, abandoning them outright felt inhumane. After a brief hesitation, just as the reporting minister turned to leave, Ding Hui finally spoke up slowly. Try to contact everyone still inside the magic array. If you manage to reach them, tell them to head toward the last B-rank mother nest. If possible, find Xiuxian, the leader of the special operations team. There might still be a chance for survival. Sure enough, upon hearing this, the minister's face visibly lit up. Understood. I'll contact them immediately. Watching the minister rush off with renewed hope, Ding Hui shook his head with a wry smile. Just then, unexpectedly, the previously sealed magic array suddenly tore open a gaping rift. Several massive flesh and blood spacecraft shot out at high speed. As if some pitch-black, viscous organism had spat them out like phlegm. Ding Hui stared in astonishment. At that moment, the communication channel with Viz, the president of the Mercenary Association, abruptly flickered to life. Ding Hui, what the hell is going on? You managed to retreat in advance. That means you knew something. At this point, are you still going to keep secrets? On the other end of the call, Viz looked furious. Who could blame him? When he saw the magic array descend, the shock he felt was indescribable. Everything had completely defied the intelligence he had gathered. But reality gave him no time to ponder why. An intense burning sensation flared across his body. Viz, well-versed in intelligence, immediately realized the truth. The magic array carried a sacrificial effect, and his mercenaries were the intended offerings. If they couldn't escape the array quickly, there was only one fate awaiting them. Death as sacrifices, reduced to ashes. For self-preservation, and to save a portion of his remaining forces preserved in cryostasis, Viz was forced to finally play one of his ultimate cards. Even so, the number of mercenary members he managed to rescue was pitifully few. Compared to the human faction, where 9 out of 10 personnel were now safely outside watching the spectacle, he was the one who truly suffered catastrophic losses. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. And so, the moment he escaped, he immediately confronted Ding Hui. But Ding Hui had seen this coming. He replied calmly, without haste. Up until now, our cooperation has always placed your mercenary association in full control. You alone decided what intelligence to share, when to act, and who should make contact. It was entirely your domain. So when we learned the Psychic Alliance had another plan, we naturally assumed it was information you intentionally leaked to us. When we saw you taking no action, we thought you must have a solid strategy, confident you'd survive even the magic array. Now it seems, we weren't wrong after all. Ding Hui's argument was logically sound, yet his tone carried an unmistakable air of mockery. To Viz, every word felt like salt rubbed into his wounds. Yes, he had escaped, but over half his forces had perished within the magic array. Why didn't Ding Hui mention that? Thinking this, Viz nearly lunged at Ding Hui right then and there. But reason held him back. Or rather, he dared not act. The Mercenary Association had suffered devastating losses this time. If he let personal rage provoke the human faction now, pushing the association into an even more precarious position, he would become a traitor to the entire organization. Thus, this bitter pill, he could only bite down on broken teeth and swallow it whole, biding his time for revenge. Viz said nothing more. Without so much as a word of courtesy, he took all the flesh and blood spacecraft and left the star system behind. Zhenghui, this time both our operations have failed. Letting the Psychic Alliance obtain that mysterious stone tablet, you'll regret it. Failure? Not necessarily. Hearing Viz's final words, laden with warning and threat, as he departed, Ding Hui dismissed them entirely. He had no reason to care. After all, Xiuxian was still trapped within the magic array, waiting for the right moment to strike. Meanwhile, inside the B-rank mother nests by Hui chamber within the magic array, Xiuxian was lying leisurely atop the queen's massive, soft abdomen, basking in the chamber's innate soft pink glow, allowing it to soothe his weary nerves. The instant the magic formation descended, an overwhelming pressure had swept over the entire nest. In the blink of an eye, Xiuxian noticed that every single insect warrior previously chasing him had dissolved into a pool of blood. Slowly, the pulsating corridors absorbed the liquid remains. At the same time, beyond his sight, the mother nest's gentle pink luminescence began to be gradually siphoned away by the magic array. The ritual had begun. At first, Xiuxian had been extremely tense. After all, he wasn't sure whether the magic array might also target him as a sacrificial offering. But soon, he discovered to his surprise that the mother nest appeared to absorb only the fallen insect warriors, converting them back into energy. And yet, the magic array could not detect Xiuxian himself inside the nest. Thus, he narrowly escaped being consumed. So Xiuxian made his way to the Bai Hui chamber, partly to check for any hidden secrets he might have missed, partly to monitor the nest status. According to records of the ritual process, only after refining the full energy reserves of 2 B-rank mother nests, and then sacrificing vast amounts of flesh and blood, could one condense a pair of keys, one yin, one yang. To observe the nest's energy depletion, the Bai Hui chamber offered the clearest view. Additionally, to keep track of external developments, he had deployed several unmanned reconnaissance drones. Thus, Xiuxian now had legitimate reason to lay low. Silently, he waited for the ritual to conclude. Just then, an alert blared from the reconnaissance drones. Someone was approaching. Chu Jiang quickly sat up and checked. Were there actually people who hadn't escaped yet? Chu Jiang wore a puzzled expression. He clearly remembered. The notification sent to Ding Hui before the magic array descended should have given them ample time to retreat. How was it possible that someone was still outside? Though confused, Chu Jiang dispatched drones to guide them toward his location. As long as they entered his warship ahead of time, they could teleport out together later. On the other side, inside the psychic spacecraft, Sarah was furiously smashing things. Chapter 75. The Substitute Sacrifice, the final moment of the ritual. Who dares defy the will of the gods and leak such critical intelligence? Fools. Sarah's brow throbbed violently, his eyes bloodshot, flames of fury burning uncontrollably in their depths. At his feet lay nothing but shattered fragments of exquisite artifacts. Everything within reach had already been smashed to pieces. Yet even that wasn't enough. The raging fire inside him urgently sought an outlet. Naturally, no one dared provoke him at this moment. Just moments ago, his Lingxing received guidance from the Truth Minter. The magic array had successfully descended. The energy from 2 B-rank mother nests was steadily refining and coalescing. Yet precisely at this crucial juncture, the number of sacrificial offerings within the array fell far short of expectations. Originally, only sufficient flesh and blood sacrifices could refine the energy of the 2 mother nests into 2 keys. With insufficient sacrifices, further delay would cause the magic array to fail, leading to total collapse, with no chance of recovery. This was why Sarah couldn't suppress his rage. The human faction had withdrawn from the Fubanxinxi so swiftly, escaping the range of the magic array's influence. This proved they had known the true objective of the Psychic Alliance mission well in advance. This fact angered Sarah most of all. Even the Mercenary Guild, founded by geno-species closely tied to the psychic races, or in Chang's spy within the Psychic Alliance, Sarah knew them all clearly. But the humans? They moved like ghosts. Only after events unfolded did he realize they had already mastered everything. Such a mysterious method stirred not just anger, but fear within Sarah. Staring at the alien beings still crouched silently before him, offering no words, Sarah's emotions gradually calmed. Indeed, if even he didn't know, how could these fools possibly understand? Carry my order, he finally spoke. Conduct a thorough investigation within the Alliance. Once you uncover any human spies, execute them immediately. Hearing Sarah speak again, the prostrate aliens below exhaled in quiet relief. That he was willing to issue commands meant the incident was temporarily laid to rest. His rationality was returning. He wouldn't commit further atrocities out of rage. Quickly receiving Sarah's instructions, they departed at once to carry out his orders. In an instant, the chamber was left empty save for Sarah alone. The ritual had reached its most critical stage. Halting now was impossible. Thus, what he needed most urgently was a way to compensate for the missing flesh and blood sacrifices. Aside from sacrificing the aliens present, there was another option. He could transfer the sacrificial burden onto an entire race, compelling them to offer up their ancestral life planets as sacrifice. Under normal circumstances, such a method would be impossible. But today was different. This operation was under the direct observation of the Truth Minter. Under his gaze, transferring the sacrificial link once, though it would cost Sarah dearly, was entirely feasible. As for which race to choose, was it even worth asking? Other prisoners hadn't yet been captured, but right now, there was one readily available. The Bearfolk. Sarah donned a solemn ceremonial robe and walked alone onto the Foxkin's psychic starship. Gently stepping onto the focal point of the magic array, he began his prayer with utmost seriousness. Omniscient and almighty, shepherd of souls and ethics, Truth Minter, the great voice of the void. Your faithful servant, your chosen one, humbly seeks redemption. I offer my eyes, willingly surrendering them to transfer the burden of this ritual sacrifice. Within the Fubung star system, an unnamed pressure suddenly emerged. It gripped the heart like a vice, halting breath for a moment. Sarah froze, his spiritual sense exploding wildly, until he finally received a response from the Truth Minter. Granted, the sacrifice shall be the Bearfolk's life planet. The instant he heard the Minter's reply, Sarah screamed the name of the sacrificial substitute with every ounce of strength. And indeed, in the next instant, an invisible wave surged forth from the array, shooting far beyond the distant star system, toward the Bearfolk homeworld. Not long after, the ritual resumed. The required amount of flesh and blood sacrifices was finally met. When the divine ritual ended, Sarah collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, utterly disheveled. For those brief moments, facing the presence of the Truth Minter, even someone as powerful as him could feel nothing but infinite, crushing terror. The instant the Minter's gaze withdrew, he abandoned all dignity, desperate to release the unbearable pressure. No one could withstand the gaze of a god. Yet at the same time, having truly witnessed divine power firsthand, he now burned with even greater urgency for the ritual's success. Because he was the chosen one of the Truth Minter. Once the ritual concluded and he obtained the 2 keys, within 5 years he would break through. Then, he would no longer be bound by mortal limits, forever stuck at mind over matter. He would ascend to transcendent and divine. Even if only the first tier of legend, he would wield extraordinary power. At that moment, he would truly become the prophet of God in every sense. Meanwhile, inside the B-rank mother nest, Chu Jiang and the others stared grimly at the images transmitted back by the reconnaissance drones. Yes, because Chu Jiang had previously deployed several unmanned reconnaissance units outside. Every move Sarah made had been captured on camera and relayed directly to Chu Jiang's screen. Naturally, the soldiers from the Ream camp, who had clung to a final sliver of hope, had also witnessed everything. A flicker of despair passed through their eyes. After all they'd done, was it still impossible to stop the Psychic Alliance from obtaining that mysterious stone tablet? Would they now be forced to watch helplessly as this entire universe turned into hell? Absolutely not. Captain Xiu, we're staying here anyway because we've already disobeyed orders. Why not just let us go back? We'll charge the Psychic Alliance head-on once more, fight them 7 ways to Sunday, and stop them from getting that stone tablet. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd, making a suggestion to Xiuxian. And sure enough, once one person spoke up, others quickly followed suit. Yeah, Captain Xiu, our chances of survival are slim anyway. We might as well make one last contribution for the human faction. Captain Xiu, just trust us. We can definitely stop the Psychic Alliance. The chaotic clamor irritated Xiuxian to no end. Enough. Whether you leave or not is my decision, not yours based on a few reckless words. Furthermore, I've never had a rule about abandoning my comrades. Since you came looking for me, I'll make sure each and every one of you leaves here alive and intact. As for how to handle this situation, I already have a plan. Get onto my warship first. Watching the ritual on-screen progress with increasing success, the Mother Nest's energy clearly nearing depletion, Xiuxian finally issued his order. Hearing Xiuxian tell them to board the starship, the group instantly grew reluctant. But before they could protest further, Xiuxian, anticipating resistance, had already positioned a squad of Type 2 warriors ready. In moments, the entire group was knocked unconscious and carried aboard the starship. It was at this very moment that the ritual reached its final step. Refinement. With all energy completely drained, the Mother Nest began collapsing rapidly. Xiuxian had no choice but to retreat onto the warship. Yet at that instant, he noticed an intensely vivid flash of violet light erupting exactly where the Mother Nest stood. A quick scan with spiritual detection equipment revealed terrifying waves of Vingxing energy surging across the sky. That, he realized, must be one of the keys. Chapter 76, Divine Spark. Return to Androstar. In the instant Xiuxian's thoughts stirred, the violet light rapidly coalesced. It formed an object shaped like a L. Shrouded in purple radiance, it flickered between reality and illusion, shifting unpredictably, dazzling and mesmerizing. And in that very moment, enlightenment struck Xiuxian. He instantly understood what this object truly was. By his previous understanding, it was divinity, something that could also be called a divine spark. With it, one could ascend to greatness. Such a powerful treasure must never fall into the hands of the Psychic Alliance. That was Xiuxian's immediate thought. Without hesitation, he released a beam of light and seized the half-divine spark. The instant it was drawn into his warship, spatial teleportation activated. Sarah gazed almost hypnotized at the sapphire blue divine spark before him. Even though it was only half, its pure psychic fluctuations were enough to enrapture him completely. If he could merge the two halves, he would break through into transcendence. Sarah already imagined how glorious his future would be. But just then, the divine spark, which had been emanating powerful psychic waves, began vibrating wildly. Then, as Sarah reached out to touch it, its delicate pulsations abruptly withdrew. The brilliant blue light quickly dimmed inward, and the once mesmerizing divine spark transformed into a dull grayish-white stone carving. It now looked like nothing more than a pebble picked up from the roadside. All traces of joy vanished instantly from Sarah's face. What is going on? He hastily picked up the divine spark, but no matter how much psychic energy he poured into it, nothing happened. Suddenly, a possibility struck him. The divine spark was split in two, without reuniting both halves. Perhaps the sacred artifact concealed its own power. Furious, he snapped. Why hasn't the other holy relic been brought forth yet? What exactly are you good for? Indeed, even within the Psychic Alliance, no one knew Sarah's true objective. They merely knew that the Truth Mentor had delivered a divine decree instructing Sarah to retrieve 2 holy relics. No one realized these were actually fragments of a divine spark. This was the Truth Mentor's favor upon Sarah alone. Yet Sarah was destined to return empty-handed. Soon, a fox-eared humanoid approached tremblingly and reported, "Lord, we've inspected the other hive. It holds no trace of the holy relic." Impossible. Hearing that the other half was missing, Sarah's expression darkened. He instinctively rejected the notion. He refused to believe it. Hadn't he been favored by the Truth Mentor? How could anything go wrong? Clearly, these fools were trying to hide his divine spark from him. At this thought, a cold shadow flickered in Sarah's eyes. His gaze toward his own kind grew tinged with resentment. Without giving the messenger a chance to explain, he raised his hand, and an immense surge of psychic energy exploded outward. The creature managed only a single scream before collapsing into a bloody pulp. Sarah merely snorted coldly. An insignificant insect, daring to vie for divine favor? This time, he would retrieve it himself. Gathering the surging psychic energy within him, Sarah returned to his psychic starship and set course directly for the other Class B hive. But soon, he sensed something amiss. All energy had already been drained by the magical array. The hive had become nothing but ashes. Yet he detected no trace of the divine spark whatsoever. The divine spark was truly gone. Coming to this realization, Sarah still struggled to accept it. But at that moment, the half-divine spark resting quietly in his palms suddenly began thrashing violently. His mind rang with spiritual cries. Chaotic, disordered whispers pierced his skull, causing him intense pain. It felt as if countless giant hands were tearing his brain apart, then crushing it into a ball. Yet amid the chaotic murmurs, he finally caught the message the Truth Mentor sought to convey. The other half of the divine spark was no longer within this star system. It had been taken away by the child of evil. Moreover, since the two divine sparks were originally one, as long as they existed within the same universe, an invisible bond and attraction would form between them. And Sarah, as the chosen one, possessed vast psychic power. He could hear the desperate yearning beneath the endless chaos. Unite, unite, quickly, unite with me. Where are you? Here? Or there? No, not there either. You're over here. Bearing the agony, Sarah stared fixedly at the divine spark flipping incessantly in his palm, until it pointed straight toward Andro's star. Now he understood. In an instant, Sarah grasped its meaning. It was guiding him, the direction of the other half of the divine spark. And at this very moment, that other half was in Xuanhuan's possession. Realizing this, Sarah flew into a rage. He hadn't expected it to be him again, ruining all his schemes. A fated archenemy indeed. But likewise, having the divine spark in his possession would make it easier for him to quickly locate Xuanhuan in the future. With the divine spark now in hand, Sarah no longer felt urgent about confronting the child of evil. A malicious smile spread across Sarah's face as he cast a mocking gaze toward Andro's star. Then please, keep that half-divine spark safe for me, child of evil. Andro's star, Ding Hui's estate. As Ding Hui poured the 7th cup of tea, Wei Quan could no longer resist speaking up. Team leader Ding, if you're so anxious, why not send someone out to make contact? What good is just sitting here drinking tea? Yang Ji and Mo Ran glanced at him simultaneously. They didn't speak, but their expressions conveyed the same sentiment as Wei Quan's words. Ding Hui lightly shook his head with a faint smile. Xuanhuan had given him his word. Therefore, he wouldn't recklessly dispatch anyone. He would wait here himself for Xuanhuan's return. Just as Wei Quan was about to say more, a sudden loud commotion erupted outside the estate. Wei Quan immediately rushed out in haste to investigate. There, above the estate, a warship suddenly appeared and began slowly descending. Thankfully, Ding Hui's estate was large enough. Though not a designated port, it could still accommodate a full-sized warship. Then, Xuanhuan stepped down from the gravity elevator, accompanied by several uniformed personnel. Seeing that it was truly Xuanhuan and the others, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even Ding Hui, who had remained calm throughout, visibly relaxed. As for Xuanhuan, he didn't even notice any of this. The moment he arrived, before he could even speak, Mo Ran fiercely embraced him. Feeling the dampness against his chest where Mo Ran buried her face, Xuanhuan realized she had been crying. Instinctively, he gently stroked her hair. Why are you crying? Did you really think I wouldn't come back? I knew you would, Mo Ran mumbled. And anyway, I'm not crying, just got some sand in my eye. Watching the two young ones exchange sweet nothings, Ding Hui finally cleared his throat and turned sharply toward the group behind Xuanhuan, barking. You disobeyed orders on the battlefield. You know exactly what punishment that carries. We do. When the group first saw the warship land unexpectedly at Ding Hui's estate, they had already cowered in fear. Now, faced with Ding Hui's stern rebuke, they trembled even more, barely daring to move. Looking at their shaking figures, who could believe these were the same defiant, unruly soldiers who once shouted orders and ignored commands in battle? Ding Hui let out a cold snort. In that case, what are you waiting for? Get back immediately, write your reports, and prepare to accept your punishment. Chapter 77, a monumental discovery bound for the annals of humanity. Only after everyone had left, and some time had passed, did Mo Ran suddenly become aware that 3 big third wheels were still standing beside them. Her face instantly flushed red as she quickly struggled out of Xuanhuan's embrace. Trying to change the subject, Mo Ran suddenly spoke up. Xuanhuan, what exactly is the Spirit Alliance up to this time? Why did they suddenly activate that magic array and offer a sacrifice to a demonic god? It wasn't a sacrifice to a demonic god. Xuanhuan shook his head, correcting her. The story is long. Let's go inside and talk. Seeing Xuanhuan was willing to explain the truth, they headed toward Ding Hui's study. After they sat down, Mo Ran, afraid that Wei Quan might tease her, asked again. So what exactly happened? This is a complicated matter. If I start from the beginning, it might have to trace back to why dungeons form in the first place. Upon hearing this, Ding Hui took over the conversation thoughtfully. According to mainstream views within the human faction, the emergence of alien beings and dungeon realms in the starry sky may be related to the descent of demonic gods 1,000 years ago. That's one way to put it. More accurately, the demonic gods tore open the universe barrier from the insect race's universe into our native universe, and others followed through those rifts. The insect race plunder all matter, primarily to repair their own universe, which was ruined by the demonic gods. In their universe, demonic gods are countless, and the target of the Spirit Alliance this time was the divine spark of a deceased demonic god from the insect race's universe, one split into 2 halves. As he said this, Xuanhuan immediately produced the half-piece of divine spark he'd retrieved. However, Ding Hui didn't pay attention to it at all. He was completely absorbed in Xuanhuan's brief remarks moments ago. Demonic gods actually invaded from the insect race's universe? This was an unprecedented discovery, and the discoverer was Xuanhuan. It seemed that helping the human faction correctly understand the sentient nature of spirit-based species was also contributed by Xuanhuan. Ding Hui's expression turned complex. Meanwhile, the others were curiously staring at the so-called divine spark, Xuanhuan mentioned, not noticing anything off about Ding Hui. Due to being incomplete, the divine spark had withdrawn its energy inwardly. It now looked like nothing more than an ordinary stone carving. Still, its shape was rather strange. Mo Ran instinctively asked, Why does this thing have such a weird shape? Because it's only half. From my guess, the complete form should resemble an upside-down sheet, shaped like a doorway. Mo Ran fiddled with it and found that it indeed matched Chu Jiang's description. Yet, something that sounded so grandiose in theory felt disappointingly mundane in reality. Mo Ran casually handed the divine spark over to Wei Quan. But in that instant, it shot straight out of Mo Ran's hand, flying directly into Chu Jiang's grasp. What? What just happened? Mo Ran's eyes widened in shock. Chu Jiang looked helpless. That's another thing I discovered during previous experiments. It seems to have bonded to me since I touched it first. It refuses to be handled by anyone else. Actually, when you were able to touch it just now, I even feared something bad might happen. The last sentence was naturally directed at Mo Ran. Hearing this, Mo Ran quickly pulled back her hand, too scared to touch the divine spark again. It was only then that a heavy cough sounded nearby, drawing their attention to Ding Hui, who had remained silent until now. Noticing all eyes on him, Ding Hui finally spoke seriously to Chu Jiang. Chu Jiang, I insist that you write down everything you've seen and learned into a detailed report, and send it to Blue Star as soon as possible. These intelligence fragments are extremely critical. At the very least, they'll lay the foundation for how our human faction should respond to the demonic gods. Seeing Ding Hui's solemn expression, the others became serious as well. Chu Jiang responded with utmost gravity. Understood. Half a month later, Andromeda, main city military base. Chu Jiang had just finished today's training exercise but immediately went on strike, idly basking under the artificial sunlight from above. Seeing him like this, Mo Ran approached with concern. What's wrong? Already worn out so quickly today. No, it's just been boring lately. Chu Jiang denied. Ever since returning from the B-rank dungeon, because Chu Jiang hadn't reported the intelligence to the Mercenary Association in time, the association suffered heavy casualties. Lately, they'd been extremely quiet. No one had contacted Chu Jiang. As for the Spirit Alliance, they were currently frantic over losing half of the divine spark and had no time to bother them, at least in Chu Jiang's estimation. As a result, the Andromeda Galaxy's outer battlefield enjoyed an unusual period of peace and tranquility. The last time Chu Jiang sent intelligence regarding the demonic gods back to Blue Star, it was said that another Holy Council session had been convened within the Solar Federation. But Chu Jiang didn't know the specifics of that meeting. However, the situation regarding mandatory chip implantation for the entire population had grown even more severe. This was the only method they could currently think of to effectively suppress spiritual energy. As a result, the prolonged period of idleness left Chu Jiang feeling particularly uneasy. He kept wanting to find something to pass the time. Clearly, Mo Ran saw right through his intentions. After a moment of thought, she finally spoke up. What if you come with me later to explore the main district? We've been on Andromeda for quite some time now. Aside from that first visit when Wei Gu led us around briefly, we haven't really gotten to know much about the local culture and customs. Now that we have some free time, why don't we take a look? Go shopping. Hearing Mo Ran's suggestion, Chu Jiang instinctively wanted to refuse. But seeing the glimmer of anticipation in her eyes, the words died in his throat, and he swallowed them back down. All right. Seeing him agree, visible joy spread across Mo Ran's face. She immediately got up to go change clothes. And just like that, they headed out for a shopping trip. On Andromeda's main street, Chu Jiang trudged behind an excited Mo Ran, helplessly carrying several large bags. To be fair, he had originally assumed someone as calm and reserved as Mo Ran wouldn't buy too much. But he had clearly underestimated a woman's shopping drive. It hadn't even been that long, yet his hands were already full of bags. They hadn't even covered half the street. Just as Mo Ran stepped out of another store, handing him 2 more bags, Chu Jiang opened his mouth, ready to call for a mid-session break. At that very moment, a faint but unmistakable murderous intent brushed against his back. Chu Jiang stiffened instantly. The words on his lips twisted abruptly into something entirely different. Be careful. Someone seems to be following us. Chu Jiang murmured quietly to Mo Ran, who was clinging to his arm. Hearing this, Mo Ran subconsciously tightened her grip on his arm. Ever since the half-piece of divine spark had bonded with him, Chu Jiang discovered his ability to sense emotions had improved beyond anything he'd ever experienced. So he didn't doubt for a second that the hidden hostility behind them was merely a figment of his imagination. Who could it be? The Mercenary Association? Or the Spirit Alliance? No, this presence felt extremely weak. If neither of those two, then perhaps, just an ordinary passerby? Chu Jiang couldn't help but glance down at the dozen or so bags he was carrying. Could it be, because Mo Ran had bought so much, they'd been mistaken for easy targets? A rich couple ripe for mugging? Surely not something so cliché. Chapter 78, The Black Shark Gang. To test his hypothesis, Chu Jiang whispered a quick plan to Moran before decisively changing their route. Originally, according to Moran's plan, they should have continued down the main street and then head to the largest entertainment district in the Central E. But now, things were different. They were walking into an alley. Ahead lay the largest food street in Andeluo's main city area, famous for its exotic delicacies from various alien species. It was separated from the main street by only a narrow alley. So, from an outsider's perspective, the two turning off like this simply looked like a young couple tired from shopping, deciding to grab a bite early. Behind them, 3 men with disheveled appearances exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with a cruel, malicious smirk. They had just managed to spot a big catch, and were still debating where to make their move. Never did they expect their targets would walk straight into their trap. Yes, there was only a single alley separating Andalou Road's main street from the food street, but ordinary people never took that shortcut. Instead, They'd follow the main roads, winding through several avenues and entering via the central plaza. Why? Because the main urban zone was chaotic, full of unpredictable dangers. Alleys like this one were especially notorious. Who knew if you'd stumble upon a gang clash? At best, you might get mugged. At worst, you'd never come out alive. A gentleman does not stand beneath a crumbling wall. And yet, these two plump fish were actually walking right into such a dangerous path. How reckless. Probably some dumb newcomers fresh from planet launching, barely arrived in Andeluo. The one wearing a black leather jacket riddled with small holes spoke first. He lowered his voice as he turned to the other two. Lao Si, Lao Lu, you two circle around from behind. I'll block them from the front. You leave it to me, second brother. The other two quickly responded. Then, second brother braced himself, grabbing the walls of the alley and scurrying up like a gecko, swift and agile. Meanwhile, Lao Si and Lao Lu stayed on the ground, stretching their limbs as they called out to Xiuxian and Moran, who were nearly halfway through the alley. Hey, you two up ahead. Know what? This is Black Shark gang territory. Hearing voices from behind, Xiuxian inwardly smiled. Finally, they were making their move. Still, the performance had to continue. Exchanging a glance with Moran, he immediately pretended to tremble in fear, pulling her tightly into his arms as he slowly turned around. With a trembling voice filled with pleading, he said, Brothers, we just came from Blue Star. We're new here, we didn't know this was your turf. Please, have mercy and let us go. Let you go? The Black Shark gang has never had a rule like that. When a duck's already in our mouth, do we just spit it out? Are you taking us for fools? Get them. Lao Si sneered mockingly. Seeing Xiuxian groveling so pathetically, he became even more convinced these were clueless rookies fresh from launching. Maybe just graduated from school. Time for us older brothers to teach you the first lesson of real society. Lao Si and Lao Lu lunged forward like tigers. Xiuxian clutched Moran close, acting terrified, preparing to turn and flee. But behind them, second brother was already waiting. As they turned, he jeered. What? Trying to run? Where do you think you're going? Now blocked on both sides, Xiuxian's expression grew even more fearful. Is there really no chance at all? Please, just let us go. Dream on. Second brother snapped coldly. Without waiting for further words, he joined Lao Si and Lao Lu and rushed forward. It was only at this moment that Xiuxian's expression changed completely. Every movement radiated overwhelming confidence. In that case, I'll have to force you to sober up first. Then we can talk properly. The sudden transformation in Xiuxian shocked second brother to his core. An alarm rang in his gut. Something was wrong. But it was too late. He'd already launched his attack, and there was no backing down. As for Lao Si and Lao Lu, they were completely oblivious. Seeing Xiuxian's sudden change, they assumed he was just trying to act tough in front of his girl before dying. Don't waste words. Lao Lu roared, and then Xiuxian swung his right fist straight at him. At the same time, second brother, who had been sneaking up behind, wasn't ignored. One leg shot backward, striking him square in the chest and launching him flying 7 or 8 meters away. Don't forget, Xiuxian's legs were mechanically enhanced, and he had pulled the kick. Otherwise, if he'd used his right leg, second brother would have been kicked dead on the spot. As for Lao Si and Lao Lu, they had never seen anything this terrifying. For a moment, they froze in shock. Xiuxian gave them no chance, immediately stepping forward and bringing them both crashing down. By the time they realized what had happened, they were already pinned firmly beneath Xiuxian's feet, completely helpless. With a cold, icy gaze, Xiuxian spoke. Now that you understand the situation, can we talk reasonably? Tell me, exactly who sent you? As he spoke, Xiuxian increased the pressure under his foot, making Lao Lu scream in agony. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'll tell you everything you want to know. Lao Lu, Lao Si beside him tried to intervene, but Xiuxian had him firmly pinned. The overwhelming pressure rendered him speechless, his face twisted with pain. Seeing that agonized expression on Lao Si's face, Lao Lu shivered involuntarily. He looked at Xiuxian with fear in his eyes. We're members of the Black Shark gang. Things have been tense in the gang lately, so our boss told us to come out and keep watch. We never expected to run into you and your girlfriend on the street. We thought you were easy prey, so we got greedy. Whatever you want to do, beat us, scold us, we accept it. Just don't kill us. By the end, Lao Lu seemed utterly terrified, quickly kowtowing to Xiuxian, begging for mercy. Xiuxian, however, remained grim. Just an ordinary street gang? He didn't believe it for a second. Although he'd effortlessly subdued all three, from the brief exchange of blows, it was clear these men possessed real skill. This wasn't the caliber of fighters a typical gang could produce. At that thought, a cold ruthlessness flickered in Xiuxian's eyes. He pressed down harder with his foot, causing Lao Si to spit out a mouthful of blood. Talk. What else are you hiding? Better tell me everything, right now. Otherwise, you won't live to see another day. Seeing Lao Si cough up blood, Lao Lu instantly panicked. He wanted to help, but remembering Xiuxian's ferocity, he cowardly backed away. Under Xiuxian's relentless interrogation, he was almost in tears. What more could he possibly know? The Black Shark gang was just an ordinary gang in the Mainqingqi. He'd only joined 2 or 3 months ago. How would he know any deep secrets? Just then, he suddenly recalled rumors circulating within the gang. Seeing Lao Si gasping weakly, and second brother already unconscious, Lao Lu clenched his teeth and finally blurted out. If you really insist there's something suspicious, maybe it's connected to mercenary units. I've heard others say it. The gang's original founder was a former mercenary. Even though leadership has changed hands over generations, they've always recruited retired mercenaries. Chapter 79, Huang Song, leader of the Black Shark gang. Sure enough, upon hearing him claim a connection with the mercenary corps, Chu Jiang's expression shifted slightly. Old Six, who had been carefully observing him all along, finally breathed a sigh of relief at this sight. This was proof he might actually survive after all. Meanwhile, Chu Jiang was silently analyzing the situation. Judging from Old Six's earlier reaction, he seemed to be nothing more than an ignorant fool. Yet it was suspicious that just as Mo ran and he had come out for a stroll, they ran into a gang robbery. That wasn't normal. And if Old Six really did have ties to the mercenary corps, could it be that this confrontation they'd faced wasn't random, but linked to the mercenary association? After all, when Chu Jiang first met Viz, he had already grasped how deeply the man had infiltrated the base. Back then, he thought only the military camp was compromised. But now, it seemed likely that the gangs were also under Viz's influence. Therefore, Chu Jiang's suspicion that this attempted robbery was connected to Viz was a reasonable assumption. He needed to investigate, immediately. Besides, after days confined within the barracks training, his body felt stiff and restless. Why not use this chance to stretch his limbs properly? In the blink of an eye, Chu Jiang had already made his decision. When he looked back at Old Six, the murderous glint in his eyes had softened somewhat. He casually spared Old Four lying beneath his feet, as well as Old Two, who was still unconscious nearby. In that case, you lead the way. Take me to your Black Shark Gang's hideout. No problem, right? No problem. Of course not. Hearing Chu Jiang suddenly demand to visit the Black Shark Gang's lair, Old Six trembled violently, a yellow puddle trickling down his pants. Yet he quickly stammered his agreement. Otherwise, angering this demon again would mean dying without even knowing how. With a pained expression, Old Six cautiously glanced at Chu Jiang before gingerly helping Old Four up, then went to rouse Old Two. After hastily recounting everything that had just happened, Old Two reluctantly accepted reality. Supported by Old Six, and arm in arm with Old Four, the three limped ahead to lead the way. Chu Jiang and Mo Ran followed behind. Mo Ran cast a nervous glance at Chu Jiang. Chu Jiang, fewer troubles are better than more. Maybe, we shouldn't go to the Black Shark Gang after all. There was confusion in her eyes. She didn't understand why Chu Jiang had suddenly become interested in the gang. Seeing the three gang members walking ahead, Chu Jiang lowered his voice and explained to her. I suspect this attempted robbery against us is related to the Mercenary Association. During their trip to the West District branch of the Mercenary Association, Mo Ran hadn't been present, so she didn't know just how powerful Viz truly was. But upon hearing Chu Jiang say this, she knew he wouldn't speak lightly, so she stopped trying to dissuade him and instead stepped forward closely beside him. Soon, they reached the edge of the main city. Beyond lay the outer zones, the areas outside the central district. These lands housed numerous factories originally built by low-level operators to sustain the underground world. Over time, some were renovated while others were abandoned. Now essentially suburban wastelands of the main city. Old Six kept glancing back warily. Noticing Chu Jiang hesitating slightly, he quickly explained. These factories, once abandoned, were never replanned by the base. Gradually, they became our turf. Our Black Shark Gang is one of the larger factions. Our den is only about a kilometer from the main Qingqi. Rest assured, hearing Old Six's explanation, Chu Jiang relaxed a little. They continued onward for another kilometer or so, and sure enough, an abandoned factory came into view. But inside, there were no discarded machines, just vast emptiness. Inside, small groups chatted and laughed, at least dozens of people idling about. Chu Jiang's eyes narrowed instantly. At the same time, those inside noticed Old Six's condition. They were about to ask what had happened, then caught sight of Chu Jiang following behind. A flash of fierce hostility crossed their eyes. Without even speaking a word, every single one drew out long sabers and charged straight at Chu Jiang. Old Four and Old Two had suffered such serious injuries, and now, clearly, this stranger they'd never seen before was responsible. It was obvious, they must have been injured by him. To avenge their brothers, dozens of them together surely wouldn't fail to hack this idiot to death. Seeing these people draw blades and attack without hesitation, Chu Jiang shook his head helplessly and handed the bag in his hand to Mo Ran. Wait for me. Then, with a push of his foot, he lunged directly into the crowd. Lately, to maximize his training of Storm Crimson, he'd been rigorously practicing Longzhou martial arts nonstop. His Tai Chi technique turned hardness into softness. Dozens of blades flashed around him, yet not a single one grazed his clothes. Each strike nearly landed, only to be deflected at the last moment using the force of another blade. But that alone wasn't enough. His right leg, specially trained through intense focus, swept through like a whirlwind, knocking down row after row in one sweep. Every single one of them was unconscious. Seeing Chu Jiang strolling casually among the fallen, the onlookers instantly lost their nerve. Watching one after another hesitate to step forward, Chu Jiang was just about to taunt them, when suddenly, the roar of an engine echoed from outside. The leader of the Black Shark Gang was back. Chu Jiang guessed. Just moments ago, he had noticed how empty the factory was, clearly filled with people who owned no vehicles. Now, a car returning at this moment. The identity of its driver wasn't hard to deduce. Huang Song had barely stepped out of the vehicle when he sensed something was off. Why weren't his subordinates rushing out to greet him today? As he prepared to shout reprimands, a sudden, violent surge of instinct flared in his spiritual awareness. Danger! He immediately turned to retreat back into the car, just as Chu Jiang leisurely emerged from the abandoned factory. You're the leader of the Black Shark Gang? I heard you've got some special connection with the Mercenary Association. Who the hell are you, brat? Huang Song frowned, his voice rough and harsh. Yet his entire body radiated caution toward Chu Jiang. How could someone who looked like he could be crushed with a single punch trigger such a dire warning from his instincts, predicting death if they fought? Huangsong almost wanted to laugh in outrage. Still, he didn't dare underestimate him for a second. His instincts never lied. This kid was definitely dangerous. And so, Huangsong was already preparing to flee at any moment. Chu Jiang, unaware of Huangsong's inner thoughts, calmly approached him. Nothing much. I recently had a little disagreement with the Mercenary Association. Today, while out shopping, a few of your men tried to rob me. From what they said, I learned the Black Shark Gang has ties with the Mercenary Association. So, I figured I'd pay you a visit and ask, just how true is that? So what if it is? Huangsong snapped impatiently. He was entirely focused on Chu Jiang, not really listening to his words, reflexively replying before processing them. Then, Chu Jiang slowly shook his head. Just felt like beating you up and then squeezing out who exactly handles your law with them. In the same breath, Chu Jiang flickered forward, like a ghost, suddenly appearing right before Huangsong, throwing a punch straight at his nose bridge. Yet, in the very instant Chu Jiang moved, Huangsong also acted. But he wasn't lunging into battle. Instead, like a nimble wildcat, Huangsong leaped sideways in a flash, dove into the open-bed pickup truck that hadn't even been properly shut down, slammed the accelerator, and fled at full speed. A fool would fight you. I'm out of here. Chapter 80. Chu Jiang's helplessness. Mad Song of the Stinking Water Alley. Chu Jiang, should we keep chasing them? Mo Ran, who had been silently observing everything, finally stepped forward to ask. But when she looked at Chu Jiang, his face was filled with seriousness. Let's contact Brother Ding first. Have him launch a citywide manhunt. Chasing down vehicles on foot isn't practical. Besides, we need to bring all these gang members back for interrogation. Chu Jiang's tone was stern, and Mo Ran could feel the shift in atmosphere. Still, she was puzzled. Why had Chu Jiang suddenly become so serious? Could it be that he actually discovered something suspicious? In truth, Chu Jiang had discovered something. Only, it wasn't particularly related to the Mercenary Association. He had sensed spiritual energy emanating from Mad Song. That sensation came from the half-divine fragment within him, amplifying his perception. Even more troubling, he was certain Mad Song was purely human, which meant Mad Song was a human who had awakened spiritual energy. This implied two possible scenarios. First, on the extraterrestrial battlefield, someone within the human faction might have already gained access to the spiritual energy theory technology, learning that humans too could awaken such power. Don't be fooled by how fiercely the human faction opposes the spiritual alliance now. That hatred stems only from their lack of control over that power. If given the chance, many would seize such overwhelming strength regardless of its origin, moral or immoral, righteous or evil. For them, as long as they become stronger, any cost, no matter how great, is worth paying. The second possibility? The containment on Earth had failed. Some awakened beings must have escaped to the extraterrestrial battlefield, hiding in dark corners across the land, quietly gathering strength. If left unchecked, who knew how many more innocent lives would be sacrificed? Those sacrificed individuals, they are vital forces for humanity's future resistance against the dark gods. Their loss cannot be tolerated. Whichever case it was, Chu Jiang couldn't let this slide. He immediately contacted Ding Hui, relaying every detail of what happened, including his suspicions. Upon receiving Chu Jiang's warning, Ding Hui instantly launched a full-scale citywide manhunt for Mad Song. Additionally, enhanced security screenings were implemented for all newly arrived recruits. What Chu Jiang didn't mention was this. If Mad Song truly had slipped over from Earth, it was unlikely he arrived through legitimate channels. Not like xuanhuan, who entered through the Mercenary Association. If that were true, then perhaps the Mercenary Association had already learned that the human faction now possessed the spiritual energy theory technology. After all, Chu Jiang clearly remembered Viz's burning desire to evolve into a spiritual race. It was undoubtedly an obsession deep within his heart. If they discovered this truth, cooperation with the Mercenary Association would be impossible. It would be fortunate if open conflict didn't break out immediately. Thinking about it all made Chu Jiang's head throb. Back at the estate, after Chu Jiang returned all the items Mo Ran had purchased earlier to her room, he spotted a synthetic maid waiting outside. As soon as she saw him emerge, she spoke urgently. Mr. Chu, Mr. Ding requests your presence in his study. I understand. A few minutes later, as Chu Jiang entered Ding Hui's study, he found the man wearing an unusually grave expression. Take a look. These are transcripts from interrogating the gang thugs. We barely threatened them twice, and they spilled everything. Hearing that the information had been extracted so effortlessly, Chu Jiang visibly relaxed. Then he quickly scanned through the documents, reading 10 lines at a glance. Just as he suspected, the 3 thugs targeting him was connected to the Mercenary Association. However, it had nothing to do with Huangsong, the leader of Black Shark Gang. The Mercenary Association had contacted a mid-level officer in the Black Shark Gang. They provided only the time and location of Chu Jiang and Mo Ran's outing, requesting minor disturbances be caused. In return, they offered a vial of a new gene enhancement serum. Since it was just causing minor trouble, the officer readily accepted the serum. But unwilling to share, he specifically sent out the 3 dim-witted lieutenants, number 2, 4, and 6, to patrol the territory. Knowing their personalities well, he predicted that upon seeing extravagantly dressed Mo Ran, they'd act on their own initiative. No further instructions needed. And indeed, that was exactly what happened. Confirming it was the Mercenary Association behind the provocation, Chu Jiang noted the incident carefully before turning to intelligence regarding Huangsong. According to testimonies from all Black Shark gang members, Huang Song had only joined the gang within the past half-month. He had single-handedly killed the previous leader and established dominance through sheer brute force, intimidating the entire organization into submission. Thus, almost no one knew anything substantial about him. Still, there were some speculations. Several members recalled that during their interactions with Huang Song, he seemed particularly unfamiliar with Andalu's main urban district. At the time, they assumed he was just a fierce newcomer from another sub-district, so unfamiliarity with the central area wasn't odd. But to Xiuxian, this was highly valuable evidence. If he wasn't mistaken, Huang Song must have only recently escaped from Nanxing's full-scale manhunt. Was he the only one who had fled? Or were there many more? Xiuxian didn't dare to gamble. He immediately raised his head and looked at Ding Hui. Has Blue Star verified how many have escaped? Can't be verified. Ding Hui shook his head. Blue Star had a massive population, and even before the large-scale chip implantation campaign began to completely eradicate awakened spiritual energy individuals, some people had already caught on early and gone into hiding. Later, though difficult, it wasn't impossible to escape from Blue Star through various means. This meant no one could be certain just how many human spiritual energy awakeners were on the run. What do we do then? There's nothing we can do. All other major extraterrestrial battlefield bases have been notified to enforce strict spiritual energy screening. At the first sign of anything suspicious, or if any sacrificial rituals are detected within their territories, they're to launch full-scale investigations. We can only try to minimize the impact. Hearing Ding Hui's words, Xiuxian opened his mouth slightly. He clearly hadn't expected that their response could only be so passive. Unfortunately, human spiritual energy awakeners weren't like spiritual races, who had obvious physical differences making them easy to identify and eliminate immediately. These humans looked no different from ordinary people, hiding seamlessly among the crowd, giving them tremendous freedom to move and operate. Worse still, after conducting a sacrificial ritual, they could still act shocked and frightened just like anyone else. This made suppression efforts extremely difficult. Yet, all they could do was what they were already doing. Otherwise, the losses would only grow greater. Instinctively, Xiuxian squeezed the divine fragment on his body. If only he could use this object to further enhance his perception of spiritual energy. Wouldn't it be great if he could tell who was an awakener just by looking? Xiuxian pondered gloomily. The foul ditch and stinking water alley had dried up several days ago. Dust swirled through the narrow alley where no one knew how many viruses lingered in the air. Only the poorest of the poor lived here. This was a slum in every sense of the word. And lately, Stinking Water Alley had gained a new neighbor. Huang Song staggered painfully into a cramped space barely 2 square meters in size. This patch of ground was territory he had seized on his very first day from a local gang boss in the alley. Compared to sleeping outside among snakes, rats, insects, and vermin, his conditions were already far better. Yet now his face was deathly pale. He bit down hard on his lower lip until blood began to seep out, his pupils blazing with a shocking, vivid red. Chapter 81. The Shadow Figure and the Sacrifice to the Life Goddess. Damn it, it's happening again. Huang Song was half lucid, half frenzied, madly clutching his head as if countless electric drills were boring into his brain. The pain was unbearable. It had only been 3 days since his last sacrifice. Yet outside on the streets, every 100 meters or so, a 5-member patrol unit passed by, each equipped with spirit energy detection devices. And it wasn't just this area. The entire city was under the same intense surveillance. In just a few short days, Huang Song had scoured every slum in Andalu's main district that he could hide in, but still couldn't shake off these relentless patrols. Unaware that the sudden increase in search teams was due to his exposure before Xiuxian, Huang Song only knew one thing clearly. If this continued, he would go insane for sure. But he simply couldn't hold back any longer. The spiritual energy within his body grew increasingly turbulent. He wasn't certain how much longer he could retain his sanity. Just then, he seemed to catch a faint, ethereal fragrance. It wasn't a scent in the physical sense. It felt more like a lure specifically targeting the spiritual bait inside him, aggressively tempting him to perform another sacrifice. Barely managing to push himself upright, he staggered toward the door to investigate. To his shock, the moment he opened it, he saw a limp body lying outside, breathing shallowly, barely clinging to life. This was clearly someone from the slums, near death from starvation. Without thinking, Huang Song stepped forward instinctively, reaching out to drag her into the room. But before his fingers touched her, his reason snapped back. No, he couldn't sacrifice this dying woman. If he did, the surge of spiritual energy during the ritual would surely attract the nearby patrol units. All his efforts to evade capture until now would be wasted. Yet he couldn't guarantee how long he'd remain sane. As his mind wavered between desperation and caution, suddenly a ghostly voice whispered beside his ear. Why? Don't you want to offer your sacrifice to the Great One, and in return gain even greater power? Of course I do. Huang Song suppressed his voice with effort, defending himself. But quickly, he realized something was wrong. That voice. This wasn't the chaotic whisper that usually came during his sacrifices to the Truth Mentor. Someone was actually speaking to him, right here, right now. His body instantly tensed. Carefully scanning his surroundings, he finally noticed the woman on the ground, whom he had considered using as a sacrificial offering, was speaking. Had she somehow discovered his true identity? No, not her. Huang Song sneered coldly, suppressing the surge of spiritual energy within him, careful not to let it ripple through the filthy alley. At least not enough to trigger the detection equipment. And in that instant, the illusion shattered. The woman was already completely dead. The one who had spoken to him was actually a shadowy figure concealed in the darkness nearby. Huang Song stared at the apparition with grim intensity. His instincts screamed that this being was far stronger than him, much stronger. He forced himself to put on a show of defiance. What do you want? What do I want? Why? I simply wish to make a deal with you. The figure responded as if amused, its tone light and melodious, yet unnervingly deranged. Even as Huang Song remained on high alert, he watched in disbelief as the shadow pulled out a staff from somewhere and tapped it lightly on the ground. Instantly, a magical array unfolded, enveloping the 5-meter radius of the alley in complete shadow. From the outside, the area appeared as nothing but darkness. Huang Song bristled with alarm. Hey, magic circle, something even he hadn't mastered yet. And now it was clear, this entity was, like him, a spiritually awakened being. Don't worry, the shadow said calmly. This magic circle suppresses all spiritual fluctuations within the formation. I activated it specifically to conceal the disturbances caused by your sacrifice. As for what you must give in return, it's simple. Afterward, just complete one task for me. That's it. Huang Song asked skeptically. He suspected that the one task would undoubtedly be extremely dangerous. Otherwise, why would such a powerful being approach him? Still, Huang Song didn't care. The moment the shadow explained the effect of the magic circle, he'd already made up his mind. No matter the price, he had to perform the sacrifice. His sanity was hanging by a thread. He needed the sacrifice. As for the cost, whatever it was, that was a problem for later. The hesitation and suspicion he now displayed were merely tactics, negotiation ploys. Perhaps, if luck was on his side, he could gain even more. Like learning how to use magic circles, or acquiring a magic artifact. He was certain, the staff in the shadow's hand was definitely a magic artifact. If there was profit to be gained, why not take it? That's all, the shadow replied. So don't even think about asking for anything more. The figure let out a light chuckle, as if reading every one of Huang Song's thoughts. The refusal was absolute. But soon, the tone shifted. However, if you handle things well, and are still willing to cooperate in the future, perhaps those other things aren't entirely out of reach. Clearly, the entity was deliberately dangling a carrot. Huang Song instantly understood. Yet on the surface, he nodded obediently, and immediately began eagerly carving out the sacrificial ritual array. Great life goddess, mother of all beings, guardian of desire and reproduction, eternal weaver of life. I beg your mercy upon this blind follower. Grant me a pair of diligent children. I offer my body as your vessel. He repeated the prayer over and over. The female corpse lying in the center of the ritual, long dead, now seemed to stir once more, her chest rising and falling as though reviving. But that wasn't all. Her abdomen swelled rapidly, distending like an inflated balloon, instantly transforming into that of a woman 9 months pregnant. Paired with her limbs, already emaciated from starvation, the sight was grotesquely incongruous. Like a watermelon stuck with 4 toothpicks, shaped into something resembling a human. Under Huang Song's rapt anticipation, spiritual energy surged wildly within the corpse's womb. Then, a globule of crimson spiritual light slid smoothly down her birth canal, emerging steadily, only to be caught reverently by Huang Song and shoved straight into his mouth. He crunched it between his teeth with audible snap-snap sounds. At this moment, Huang Song looked as though he were savoring the most exquisite delicacy in the world, every sense overwhelmed by the flood of spiritual energy coursing through him. It felt better than 100 full-body massages combined. He chewed harder and harder. Droplets of blood even began spattering from the corners of his lips. The shadow beside him watched in revulsion. Truly, followers of the life goddess were crude beyond measure. What a disgrace. To actually taste the child of the goddess. Disgusting. Only after several minutes did Huang Song finally finish absorbing the energy, all negative effects purged, his mind sharp and body revitalized, glowing with vigor. Only then did the shadow speak again. I need you to spread the teachings of the life goddess throughout the main district. Spread the goddess's doctrine? Huang Song raised an eyebrow. That was not what he had expected. He was about to agree when suddenly, he hesitated, then cautiously released a thin thread of spiritual energy to probe the other's strength. To his shock, it wasn't even half of his own. Could it be? Had the shadow grown weak from not sacrificing for so long, making its power unrecognizable? If he hadn't tested it just now, he might have been fooled. Daring to give him orders with such pitiful strength? Get lost. Still smiling, Huang Song nodded naturally in agreement. If that's all, then of course I have no problem. But may I ask why? After all, preaching a so-called heretical faith in Andalo's base isn't exactly forbidden, but it would certainly cause unrest. My identity is already precarious enough. His words sounded perfectly reasonable, nothing suspicious at all. And now, he had finally closed the distance, approaching the shadowy figure until he stood less than a meter away. The shadow seemed completely unaware of Huang Song's silent maneuver, opening its mouth to explain. But at that very instant, Huang Song struck. A swift chop landed on the shadow's neck. A torrent of spiritual energy erupted, flooding violently into the shadow's form, ruthlessly draining its power. In the blink of an eye, the shadow collapsed into a desiccated husk. Feeling the surging spiritual energy flowing through his body, Huang Song grinned triumphantly. He snatched the staff from the withered hand and casually tossed the mummified corpse into a dark corner. His voice dripped with mockery. Not strong enough, yet dared to act big in front of me? Pity though, I couldn't squeeze anything useful out of his mouth before he died. But the moment he finished speaking, a cold, sinister voice echoed from all around. Oh, is that so? Then tell me, what else would you like to take? Chapter 82. Found a trace. At the sound of a familiar voice from behind, Xuanhuan's expression instantly froze on his face. He turned back in disbelief and saw the shadowy figure standing perfectly intact in the corner, with a gaunt, withered corpse lying beside his feet. It was that woman he had sacrificed. Xuanhuan stared at the shadowed man with growing horror. Though everything was pitch black, it seemed as if he could see a trace of mockery in the darkness. How is this possible? Was it a magic circle? Or an illusion? You were clearly drained of all spiritual energy by me. Xuanhuan looked down at his own hands in utter disbelief. He was certain, just moments ago, he had completely absorbed every ounce of the shadow man's spiritual power. How could he still be alive? How? Fool. Do you really think such petty tricks are enough to justify betrayal? The shadowed man had no intention of explaining anything. With a scornful look, he stepped forward slowly. As he approached, an indescribable pressure instantly engulfed Xuanhuan's entire body. Xuanhuan froze in place, unable to move even a single muscle. And so he could only watch helplessly as the shadow man reached out and effortlessly pierced through his chest. Ugh! An immense tearing sensation surged from his torso straight into his brain. Spiritual energy churned violently within him, amplifying the pain to unbearable levels. A distinct foreign presence kept tugging and pulling at his internal organs, especially when the shadow man, wearing a mocking smirk, slowly withdrew his hand from Xuanhuan's chest cavity. During the process, the fabric of his sleeve scraped across Xuanhuan's heart, an itching, excruciating agony so sharp it felt like being stabbed through the soul. Finally, the shadow man pulled free, now holding Xuanhuan's liver in his palm. He glanced at it coldly before casually tossing it onto the floor. Freshly torn from the body, the organ's nerves were still highly active, pulsing vividly as it lay twitching on the ground. Then, with one stomp, the shadow man crushed it underfoot. Blood exploded across the floor in all directions. Only then did the oppressive force weighing down on Xuanhuan begin to fade. The moment the pressure lifted, Xuanhuan collapsed to the ground with a thud. Watching him bleed out pathetically, the shadow man didn't bat an eye. Earlier, while attacking, he'd failed to fully control his emotions, leaking just a sliver of spiritual energy, likely detected by the patrol team. He needed to leave quickly. Before departing, he leaned close to Xuanhuan and whispered, "I recall your faith lies with the goddess of life, renowned for monstrous regenerative abilities. Losing a liver shouldn't be fatal, right? If that's true, then carry on with the plan. The patrol team is almost here. Oh, and one last reminder. Until you're strong enough, learn to behave yourself. Don't go around murdering and looting. You're not ready to play with fire." With that, the shadow man prepared to slip away silently. But Xuanhuan, now lying on the ground in shock, stared intently at the retreating back. Just then, in that brief moment when the figure leaned over, he finally managed to discern something through the darkness. Though still cloaked in shadow, the silhouette was clear. A pair of ears, completely unlike any humans, pointed sharply upward. He's a mutant? No, a spirit energy race. A spirit energy race infiltrating the base without a sound. Since when did they possess such capability? Until now, humans and gene-modified races had coexisted harmoniously in Beak Andro base. But infiltration attempts by spirit energy races had always been rigorously guarded against. Not once in history had such a race ever successfully breached the facility. After all, spirit energy beings were immersed in spiritual essence from birth. Even without using techniques, their aura was vastly different and easily distinguishable from gene-based life forms. Yet now, everything had changed. The spirit energy race had found a way in. Could it be? He truly had to uphold his earlier agreement? Xuanhuan grimaced in painful resignation. Originally, he'd only wanted a free sacrifice. Now, he'd nearly lost his own life over it. But at that very moment, the shadow man's voice rang in his ear once more. The patrol team has reached the outskirts of the slums. Aren't you going to leave? Also, judging by your shocked expression, you seem surprised about my identity? Sorry to disappoint. You see, I'm not a member of the spirit energy race. I'm just like you. I'm from Blue Star too. Several days later, in a military district office, Xiuxian set down the report with a heavy expression. It had been 7 days since he returned from the Black Shark gang. Yet even now, there wasn't a single trace of Xuanhuan. To end this operation swiftly and ensure the base's safety, Xiuxian hadn't returned to his mansion these past few days, working non-stop within the military zone. Still, no good news came. It was as if Xuanhuan had vanished into thin air from Andro Star. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. "Xiuxian, I brought some lunch. Even if you're xuanhuan, eat a few bites." Ran looked somewhat worried, gesturing toward the lunchbox in his hand. These past few days, Xiuxian had been obsessively chasing leads on Xuanhuan, constantly missing meals and eating haphazardly. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Ran had cooked something today and delivered it personally. Sure enough, seeing Ran personally stepping in, Xiuxian didn't dare refuse this time. He quickly took the lunchbox from him and started eating. "How's it going?" "Still no progress at all." "Sigh?" "Still nothing." Xiuxian sighed deeply. Still, during this period, the base has significantly intensified searches in the slums, caught quite a few unchipped individuals. They've all been reassigned. That's about the only good news we've had these past few days. Indeed, without such an extensive sweep, Xiuxian would never have realized that out of the 57 billion ranked humans in Andro base's main urban area, as many as 200 million slum dwellers had never received chip implants. All were illegal residents, not even registered in the system with official ranks. No records of when they entered the city or by what means. They simply didn't exist on paper. And most of them were gang members. It was precisely because of these people that Kwang Song had found a way to sneak into Androstar and hide for so long. If not for running into me, he might have remained hidden inside Andro base indefinitely. Yet recently, there'd been complete silence, as if Kwang Song had already died in some forgotten corner. But Chu Jiang didn't believe that. Now, the most likely scenario was that Kwang Song had already escaped from Andro base. Still, just to be safe, every area of the base needed to be thoroughly checked. Just then, the phone beside Chu Jiang suddenly rang. An urgent report. The moment he picked up, he heard Shirkai's urgent voice on the other end. Commander Chu, news just came in from the South District. We've discovered at least 6 sites with remnants of sacrificial rituals. The situation's complicated. The scene's been secured locally, but they're awaiting instructions from the base commander on how to proceed. Hearing that 6 sacrificial sites had been found, Chu Jiang instantly understood. No wonder we turned the entire main district upside down without finding Kwang Song. He must have fled to the South District. I'll immediately consult the base commander. For now, urge the South District officers to continue searching every slum area. Under no circumstances should anyone unauthorized enter. Wait for our instructions. Understood. After hanging up, Chu Jiang dialed Ding Hui right away. The moment the call connected, Chu Jiang spoke eagerly. Brother Ding, we've found Kwang Song's trail. It's in the South District. But things are serious down there. They're waiting for your instructions on how to handle it. I'm still swamped dealing with several other extraterrestrial fronts. I really can't leave. Ding Hui gave a bitter smile. An awakened spiritual energy human escaping from Blue Star. This kind of severe incident had shaken the entire human alliance. It wasn't just the Andromeda galaxy system. Even multiple other extraterrestrial battlefronts were tightening their inspections. Then, as if remembering something, he added to Chu Jiang. I can't go myself. Why don't you and Mo Ren go in my place? After all, you're the most familiar with Kwang Song. What do you think? Chapter 83, Surging Spiritual Energy. Apple's Discovery. Andeluo South District. As soon as Chu Jiang and Moran stepped off the train, a neatly dressed, solemn-faced enforcement team approached them. The man leading the group spoke first. Welcome. I'm Xiao Jingxing, the primary officer in charge of operations here in the South District. I'll be accompanying you both throughout your mission. Dark circles shadowed his eyes, yet his expression remained stern as he extended his hand in greeting. Chu Jiang glanced at Moran. Clearly, she had also sensed that faint undercurrent of hostility, odd and unexplained. In that case, we appreciate your assistance. Given the urgency of the situation, could you please take us directly to the scene? Of course. Xiao Jingxing looked momentarily surprised when Chu Jiang proactively requested to visit the site. When he learned that only 2 young people were sent from the main district this time, he assumed Ding Hui didn't take the matter seriously. He was brimming with resentment, though years of discipline prevented him from showing it. Still, even if these 2 insisted on going straight to the scene, Xiao Jingxing didn't believe they'd be of any real help. They were surely just ceremonial figures sent by Ding Hui. With that thought, Xiao Jingxing immediately gave orders to head by vehicle to the nearest slum. 6 ritual sacrifice sites had been discovered in the South District, all coincidentally located within slums. It was clear that Kwang Song had calculated the military's lax supervision over slum areas, making them easy targets. A few minutes later, the military armored vehicle sped through bustling streets until, with a sharp turn, it entered a vast, desolate expanse resembling ruins. This slum borders the city outskirts and is usually riddled with gang activity. It was the first site where the ritual trap was discovered, temporarily marked as Site 1. From inside the vehicle, Xiao Jingxing offered a brief explanation. Chu Jiang didn't respond much, merely waiting for the vehicle to stop before stepping out to personally inspect the surroundings of the trap. Indeed, as Xiao Jingxing said, the area had seen a mix of criminal elements after the ritual's discovery, resulting in numerous footprints. These movements had effectively obscured whatever subtle clues Kwang Song might have left behind. Chu Jiang frowned deeply. He hadn't expected things to be this difficult. Beside him, Moran carefully examined the surrounding area, her gaze sharp and focused. At that moment, a sudden idea struck Chu Jiang. Since it was a sacrificial ritual, intense spiritual energy fluctuations should have been left behind. With half a divine fragment embedded within him, he was exceptionally sensitive to such energies. Perhaps, just perhaps, he could detect traces of Kwang Song's lingering aura. No sooner thought than done. Instinctively clutching the half-divine fragment on his person, Chu Jiang closed his eyes and expanded his spiritual perception. He attentively scanned for any residual spiritual waves from the ritual. Sure enough, in a corner unnoticed by others, the divine fragment flickered faintly. Instantly, Chu Jiang's spiritual senses were amplified dozens of times over. The seemingly ordinary sacrificial site suddenly erupted with towering waves of spiritual energy. Blinded by the surging purple light, Chu Jiang felt 2 streaks of blood slowly trail down from the corners of his eyes. Yet, despite the pain, he did manage to make a crucial discovery. A faint, nearly imperceptible thread of spiritual energy extended outward, pointing in a single direction. If he wasn't mistaken, this was likely the path Kwang Song had taken when leaving. Unfortunately, due to the passage of time, this trace of energy was almost completely dissipated. Still, Chu Jiang didn't lose hope. This was only Site 1. 5 other locations remained in the South District. Sooner or later, he would find Kwang Song's trail. Captain Xiao, could you please take us to the other sites? Having obtained the information he needed, Apple wasted no time lingering. He turned immediately to Wawaguo and made the request. Beside him, Xiaomei still had nothing. Seeing Apple's determined look, she quickly realized he must have found something and naturally fell in line, supporting the request. As for Wawagwo, watching the two get back into the car after merely glancing around, the brief flicker of hope that perhaps they actually possessed some real skill vanished instantly. His face darkened as he coldly said, "Just get back in the car." Apple looked puzzled, turning toward Moran. He wanted to ask earlier, why was Wawagwo always so impatient with him? But Moran clearly had no clue either. In silence, they obediently returned to the vehicle, following Wawagwo's lead, visiting each location one by one. By the time they reached Site 6, Wawagwo checked his watch and finally spoke up before they could step out. "It's getting late. We finished quickly, then returned to base immediately." Apple wanted to explain, but faced with Wawagwo's obvious unwillingness to communicate, he had no idea how to begin. With the first 5 ritual sites as precedent, Apple was already well practiced. After stepping out of the car and glancing around briefly to confirm his thoughts, he promptly returned inside. This time, Moran hadn't even had a chance to get out before Apple turned to the driver and said, "I'm done here. Captain Xiao is in a hurry. Let's head back to base immediately." Hearing this, the driver instinctively looked toward Wawagwo. Wawagwo clearly caught the underlying sarcasm in Apple's words. His normally stern expression cracked slightly. Frowning, he was about to reprimand Apple when he suddenly remembered. He was sent by Ding Hui. He could only give a stiff nod to the driver. Do as he says. Return to base. In any case, all he needed to do was keep these two satisfied so he could quickly return to handling other matters. With confirmation given, the vehicle sped swiftly back toward the military camp. Moments later, they arrived. Wawagwo instinctively glanced at Apple beside him. After a brief pause, he finally spoke. "I have pressing official duties. I likely won't have time to accompany the two of you on a tour of the South District. If you don't mind, I'll assign one of my men to guide you. I'll take my leave now." Having said that, Wawagwo stepped out of the vehicle and briskly marched off to his office. Left behind, Apple and Moran stood awkwardly in place. Only when a timid voice rang out from outside the car did the moment break. "Officers, my name is Xiaoli. Would you allow me to be your guide from now on?" Unfortunately for Wawagwo's assumptions, Apple wasn't some pretentious, empty-headed figure who existed merely to show off authority. Apple didn't bother with formalities with Xiaoli. He issued instructions bluntly. "First, take us to our assigned rooms. Then, please bring us 2 detailed maps of the South District. It would be best if key territories controlled by mercenary groups or gangs are clearly marked." Apple's reasoning was simple. Though he couldn't understand why Kwang Song, despite having the capability, still chose to provoke conflict in the South District, one thing was certain. If Kwang Song wanted a safe hiding place offering flexibility in movement, his only real option would be gang-controlled territory. Following that logic might yield unexpected breakthroughs. Of course, none of that was the most crucial part. What mattered most was that Apple had sensed an intense surge of spiritual energy at each of the 6 ritual sites. Especially under his heightened spiritual perception, he noticed clear differences in the concentration of spiritual energy at each location. Based on this, Apple boldly hypothesized that Mangwa, the main culprit, had not carried out the rituals simultaneously, which led to varying degrees of spiritual energy dissipation over time. This explained why some locations still radiated strong fluctuations, while others were nearly devoid of energy. If he could overlay these variations onto a map, pinpointing Kwang Song's direction of movement would require almost no effort at all. Chapter 84. The 7th Sacrificial Ritual. Soon, a knock came at the door. The map of the South District that Chu Jiang had requested was delivered. Upon receiving it, Chu Jiang didn't even bother with pleasantries. He shut the door and immediately began meticulously marking Gu Song's suspected route of movement. Number 76 Zijingwa Street in the northeast of the city, number 45 Rose Street in the east, number 88 Tulip Street in the southeast, number 33 Ewer Street in the west. As 6 locations were circled one by one, a continuous curve clearly emerged on the map, covering nearly half of the entire South District. Chu Jiang suddenly saw clarity. If nothing unexpected happened, Gu Song's next move would inevitably target the remaining uncovered areas, the slums. And among them, only 3 slum areas remained. Number 21 Geely Street, number 98 Guankajan Street, and number 41 Bent Street. All 3 slum areas lay in the western part of the South District. Excited, Chu Jiang highlighted these 3 locations and eagerly prepared to head out and inform Xiao Jingxing. If they acted swiftly now, they could set up an ambush in time. Then, before Gu Song even realized it, they could trap him like catching a turtle in a jar. But when he opened the door, he suddenly noticed that without his awareness, night had already fallen outside. Judging by the time, it was already deep into the night. Emil sat by the doorway. Apparently, someone had brought him dinner earlier, but he'd been so absorbed in marking the map that he hadn't even noticed. At this hour, even if he found Xiao Jingxing, he was likely already resting. If he forced troops to deploy for an ambush now, they'd be exhausted, counterproductive in every way. Thus, after only a brief hesitation, Chu Jiang abandoned the idea. He'd already waited 6 days. What were a few more hours? As long as he spoke to Xiao Jingxing first thing tomorrow morning. No matter how extraordinary Gu Song was, there'd be no way he could escape from Chu Jiang's grasp. The next morning, the moment Chu Jiang opened his eyes, he immediately took out the marked map from last night and headed straight to Xiao Jingxing's office. Unexpectedly, halfway there, he ran into Mo Ran, who was also up early. Seeing Chu Jiang's disheveled appearance, Mo Ran was startled. "You didn't sleep all night again, did you? Did you at least eat the meal they brought you?" There was faint concern in Mo Ran's eyes. Over the past few days, while in the military camp, she had personally witnessed Chu Jiang hunting relentlessly for Gu Song, day and night. Now that they finally had a trail in the South District, She feared Chu Jiang wouldn't be able to contain his excitement and would stay up all night chasing leads once more. Meeting Mo Rant's gaze, Chu Jiang instantly saw her worry. He quickly reassured her with a smile. Don't worry. I've already pinpointed Gusong's next location. All we need is Xiao Jingxing's approval. Then we can deploy troops immediately and launch an ambush. Hearing such confidence in Chu Jiang's voice, Mo Rand breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there was a way to find Gusong, that was all that mattered. But before the two could enter Xiao Jingxing's office, they suddenly heard a loud crash from inside. They exchanged glances, then kicked the door open and rushed in. To their surprise, after bursting through the door, they found Xiao Jingxing standing there, his usual cold face twisted slightly in shock, phone in hand, staring at the two of them. On the floor lay a pile of shattered glass. Only then did Chu Jiang realize. The noise they'd heard must have been glass breaking, not someone forcing entry as he had assumed. He awkwardly explained why he had broken in so suddenly. Xiao Jingxing didn't press the issue. Instead, he calmly stood up. I just received a report. We've discovered a 7th sacrificial ritual. We even almost caught Gusong this time. I was about to head over to investigate. Since you're here, both of you come along. Hearing this, Chu Jiang's expression turned astonished. He quickly stepped forward and asked, where? Jili Street, Guankajan Street, or Bint Street? Hearing Chu Jiang name those 3 streets in the South District so decisively, Xiao Jingxing shot him a sharp look. He scrutinized Chu Jiang closely, as if trying to bore a hole through him with his gaze. It was number 98 Guankajan Street. But how did you know? As he spoke, Xiao Jingxing quietly placed his hand over the gun at his waist. If Chu Jiang made even one mistake in his answer, he would draw and shoot on the spot. From the moment the 7th ritual was discovered, the team had enforced total lockdown. Until the report reached him, fewer than 10 people knew of it. The only possible sources of Chu Jiang's information were either within their inner circle, or Gusong himself had told him directly. Unfortunately, Chu Jiang failed to notice any of these subtle shifts in Xiao Jingxing's demeanor. He was too busy feeling thrilled. His previous deductions had been correct after all. Chu Jiang quickly pulled out the map he had brought and spread it before Xiao Jingxing. Excitedly, he explained, after visiting those 6 ritual sites yesterday, I noticed that the spiritual energy fluctuations near each ceremony differed slightly. When I returned, I suspected these differences might relate to the time intervals between rituals. So, by sorting the locations according to the intensity of spiritual fluctuations, I initially reconstructed Gusong's movement path during these 6 sacrificial rituals. With this discovery, I boldly made a prediction by analyzing the uncovered areas. I narrowed it down to these 3 slums. Last night, I intended to come and tell you, but it was too late. So I decided to wait until early this morning. Never expected we'd still be one step behind. By the end, Chu Jiang's tone carried regret. Judging from what Xiao Jingxing had just said, when the 7th ritual site was discovered, there had already been abundant traces left behind by Gusong. Clearly, he hadn't completely erased all evidence before being detected. If Chu Jiang had informed Xiao Jingxing of his findings last night, they could have set up surveillance in advance at those 3 slums, perhaps even captured Gusong red-handed. Yet Xiao Jingxing didn't seem to care about that. Instead, he solemnly took the map Chu Jiang handed over, his eyes fixed on the red circles marking each location. His hands trembled slightly with excitement. It's not too late. Even if we had set up ambushes last night, it wouldn't have succeeded. At best, we'd only scare him off and force him into hiding again. But now, it's different. We have enough time to deploy forces at the other 2 streets. When Gusong comes to scout the location next, we'll catch him completely off guard. By the end, Xiao Jingxing's voice burned with intensity. Gusong's actions couldn't possibly be random. He wouldn't just pick any slum for his ritual. Scouting ahead, studying the patrol shift rotations. These preparations were absolutely essential. For each ritual, he needed at least 1 full day of reconnaissance. Even if they had rushed to stake out the street of the 7th ritual last night, they would have merely run into Gusong mid-scouting. He would have immediately aborted the ritual and vanished once more. And they, caught unprepared, would have had no choice but to watch him escape, filled with frustration. I'll send people right away to set up hidden teams at the other 2 sites. Xiao Jingxing glanced at Chu Jiang, admiration blazing in his eyes. He never expected, after just one night, this man would completely shatter his previous judgment. He felt a trace of shame over his earlier attitude. Unfortunately, Chu Jiang knew nothing of this. Seeing the order given, he simply nodded in agreement. Then, clutching the map tightly, Xiao Jingxing strode out with firm steps. Mo ran beside them, let out a quiet sigh of relief. Now that only the final capture remains, you don't need to worry anymore. You should go rest for a while. Chu Jiang helplessly nodded. Just as he was about to head with Mo ran to the military camp mess hall, his mind suddenly tightened. His spirituality exploded with wild activity. No good. Chapter 85. One step behind. Chu Jiang trapped in the magic circle. Chu Jiang's face visibly turned pale. Mo ran beside him was startled and immediately rushed forward with concern to examine him, gently patting his back while asking about his condition. Chu Jiang, what's wrong? Are you okay? You look like you're suffering from low blood sugar, or... It's not low blood sugar. It's my spiritual sense going into overdrive. Chu Jiang weakly waved off Mo Rant's guess. Ever since acquiring half a divine fragment, Chu Jiang had developed an abnormally acute perception of spiritual fluctuations. Naturally, this also awakened a kind of spiritual foresight, a sensation unique to those attuned to spiritual energy. However, after multiple thorough checks, it had been confirmed beyond doubt that there was no trace of spiritual energy within Chu Jiang's body. At least, there was no risk of him suddenly being corrupted by some eldritch entity. Thus, no one dwelled much on the matter afterward. They simply accepted it as if Chu Jiang had randomly acquired an unnaturally accurate sixth sense. But now, his reaction was so intense that Mo Ran began to feel uneasy. Yet Chu Jiang didn't notice her anxiety. Instead, he struggled hard to recall the fragmented images delivered by his spiritual sense moments ago. Several scenes kept replaying in a loop inside his mind. Only when his blood surged upward and his complexion gradually returned to a healthier hue did he finally feel slightly better. He immediately turned to Mo Ran and said, "Hurry, go catch up with Xiao Jingxing. Tell him to cancel the deployment. According to my spiritual intuition, those two streets are likely rigged with pre-prepared traps left by Kuang Song. This whole thing is part of his scheme. He deliberately left behind these clues. His goal is to lure us and his sending forces early to secure those two streets, while he's already lying in wait, ready to ambush and wipe us out in one fell swoop." The last few words Chu Jiang gritted through clenched teeth, almost roaring them out. The instant the words left his lips, he spat out a mouthful of foul, bloody phlegm. It was punishment from his spiritual sense. He wasn't allowed to reveal this prematurely, but if he stayed silent, he'd be forced to watch Xiao Jingxing walk straight into death, possibly losing most of the Southern District's security forces. Once the Southern District fell, the entire Andeluo base would hang by a thread, and with it, the human faction stationed at this extraterrestrial battlefield in the Andromeda system would face unimaginable catastrophe. He would not, allow this to happen. Mo Ran was shocked by the bloody spit that sprayed from Chu Jiang's mouth. Her expression remained anxious, but as she processed what he'd just said, she quickly grasped its urgency. She asked once more, hesitantly, "Are you absolutely sure you're okay?" This time, Chu Jiang lacked even the strength to speak again. He merely nodded feebly. Still, the response reassured her. She knew he wouldn't push himself unless it was critical. Without further hesitation, she followed his orders and rushed off to stop Xiao Jingxing. Even so, the turbulence within Chu Jiang's mind refused to subside. Not long after, Mo Ran returned, her face grave. "I just want to see Xiao Jingxing's secretary." According to him, Xiao Jingxing has already dispatched nearly half our camp personnel for deployment. Right now, we don't have the authority to contact them. No authority? Chu Jiang let out a bitter, incredulous laugh. His chest heaved violently, his face turning abnormally flushed, a far cry from a healthy glow. Mo Ran watched him with growing concern. But Chu Jiang couldn't afford to care. His top priority now was preventing their comrades from walking straight into Kuang Song's ambush. "If we lack authority, then just get someone to send a vehicle over. We'll chase after them. We must stop them before they reach those streets." Suppressing the lingering discomfort in his head, Chu Jiang forced himself upright and told Mo Ran. She wanted to support him, but seeing his determination, she said nothing more and turned to call for a car. When the vehicle arrived, the two climbed in immediately and sped toward Bent Street. Compared to Keeley Street, Bent Street was closer to the military camp. Logically, Xiao Jingxing would arrive here first to begin positioning his forces. As seconds ticked away, sweat continued to bead on Mo Ran's forehead as she gripped the steering wheel. Fortunately, the car was small and nimble. Tight alleys could be squeezed through with ease. And thanks to Chu Jiang having studied the Southern District map in detail the previous night, he knew the area inside out. With Chu Jiang navigating and Mo Ran driving at full throttle, they actually managed to arrive near Bent Street just before Xiao Jingxing's convoy. Seeing the slow-approaching military vehicles in the distance, Chu Jiang finally exhaled in relief. He immediately instructed Mo Ran to drive the car right into the middle of the main road, blocking the path. Recent reports of eldritch sacrificial rituals had sent waves of fear throughout the Southern District, making civilians reluctant to venture outside. As a result, the streets were largely deserted, making it easier for Chu Jiang to make his move. Soon enough, Xiao Jingxing arrived with his troop-filled convoy. Seeing a vehicle blocking the central roadway, his expression darkened with irritation. He was about to send someone forward to negotiate moving the car. Then he noticed something. The vehicle bore the insignia of their own military base. "What's going on? Isn't that our vehicle?" Xiao Jingxing instinctively turned to ask his deputy, Kurt. But the deputy clearly had no idea what was happening either. At Xiao Jingxing's gesture, he got off the vehicle to approach and negotiate, only to find, to his surprise, that it was Chu Jiang and Mo Ran inside. Kurt had been present during yesterday's pickup and naturally recognized the two. Now, he asked in genuine confusion, "Mr. Chu, what exactly is this about?" Before setting out, Xiao Jingxing had briefed him thoroughly on the mission. He knew perfectly well all these discoveries belonged to Chu Jiang. So why would Chu Jiang now be trying to block their operation? "Go tell Xiao Jingxing to immediately order a withdrawal. This is Kuang Song's trap. If you advance any further, there will surely be countless dangers waiting ahead." Chu Jiang's voice was extremely weak, something Kurt couldn't help but notice. He opened his mouth to inquire further, but quickly realized how shocking Chu Jiang's warning was. Without hesitation, he turned around and rushed back, delivering Chu Jiang's words verbatim to Xiao Jingxing, including Chu Jiang's current physical state. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jingxing's expression stiffened slightly. He knew Chu Jiang's condition before departure. How could he suddenly become so weak? Could it be that the base was under attack? Still, what concerned him more was the nature of Chu Jiang's mentioned trap. Relying solely on Kurt's retelling wasn't enough for certainty. Just as he was preparing to get off personally and verify, suddenly, a strange black light flashed overhead. Xiao Jingxing instinctively looked up. Then he saw it. A curtain of black light spreading across the sky above Bent Street, slowly covering an area nearly a kilometer in radius. And by sheer bad luck, The edge of this light barrier just barely enclosed Xiao Jingxing's own vehicle. Even if Xiao Jingxing had been dense, he would have realized the truth by now. This was the Spirit Alliance's magic circle, so it really was a trap. Chu Jiang's face wasn't any better. Despite calculating every move, he had deliberately intercepted them at a distance from Bent Street. Yet even then, they still fell right into their ambush. Fortunately, not many were caught within the circle. Even if everyone inside perished, it wouldn't significantly shake Annihilated base. That's how Chu Jiang tried to console himself with grim humor. At that moment, an eerie, sinister laughter echoed from Bent Street. Soon after, a dark shadow slowly approached. Well, that kid actually guessed it. I didn't expect you'd really come here to set up your little ambush. Too bad. If it weren't for those pesky insects interfering, my magic circle would have ensnared every single one of you. The shadowy figure leisurely walked over to Chu Jiang's car door, speaking through the glass to the visibly weakened Chu Jiang inside. Though completely shrouded in darkness, Chu Jiang acutely sensed the man's malicious, mocking tone. Chapter 86, Cat and Mouse, a Monumental Secret. Just 2 days ago, the Shadow Man had still been lying dormant among the base's population, quietly awaiting good news from Kuang Song. But suddenly, he received a message. Kuang Song wanted to see him. Since arriving in the South District, Kuang Song had established a set of covert signals with him. So, the Shadow Man went to the meeting immediately. Although Kuang Song had initially been arrogant and difficult to control, once properly brought under his command, he proved quite capable of discerning what mattered. Thus, the Shadow Man treated him reasonably well. Upon meeting, Kuang Song declared earnestly, "Sir, I suspect someone within the military camp has caught on to our movements. In a couple of days, they might ambush us first." Indeed, the streets of the South District were filled with patrol units and Lingna detection devices. Even though he had personally given Kuang Song a magical array designed to block detection, it could only last so long before inevitably failing. Moreover, due to these many restrictions, they were limited to operating solely within various slums. Someone would eventually catch on. If they continued like this, they'd inevitably end up like fish trapped in a barrel, easily caught. Yet at present, the mission assigned by Lord Syra was less than 1/10 complete. There was no way he could abandon it now. Before the Shadow Man could even refuse, Chu Jiang proactively suggested, "Sir, if they can lie in wait for us, why don't we turn the tables and lie in wait for them? Given our past operations, it's natural they detect our patterns. But tomorrow, if I deliberately leave some clues behind, they'll bite the bait without hesitation. Then, won't they be completely at our mercy?" As he spoke, Kuang Song wore an exceedingly fawning expression. The Shadow Man remained unmoved, but carefully considered the proposal. Once certain there were no flaws, he finally agreed. In fact, to further secure Kuang Song's loyalty, he even revealed the reason behind his astonishingly rapid advancement. Within the Spiritual Energy Alliance, the technique of spiritual energy infusion had already reached preliminary maturity. His own immense power stemmed entirely from such an infusion. Like himself, Kuang Song had only awakened on Blue Star half a year ago. Both stood at the threshold of the bronze tier mind over matter rank. But the Shadow Man, after undergoing infusion, had already ascended to the formal rank of Silver Priest, matching the Ratman shamans who had invaded Blue Star before, powerful enough to serve as the high priest of a minor spiritual clan. Absolute authority, unquestioned command. As for his appearance, which closely resembled that of alien species, that too stemmed from another secret. The Xiuxian favored Dijong above all. To better align with the infusion ritual, he underwent deliberate spiritual energy-based modifications to mimic genetic alterations, thereby acquiring an alien-like exterior. Sure enough, upon learning this profound secret, Kuang Song became even more subservient. Now, the Shadow Man waited quietly on Bent Street for Chu Jiang and the others, while Kuang Song was stationed on Keeley Street. No matter which path they chose, they would ultimately fall into their trap. Snapping out of his reverie, the Shadow Man felt increasingly satisfied with Kuang Song. Not only was he strong, but also skilled in strategy and scheming. Having such a subordinate truly saved him countless troubles. Meanwhile, Chu Jiang's face was grave. He warily stared through the car window at the Shadow Man. With his current strength, he stood no chance against the enemy. What should he do? What on earth should he do? Chu Jiang's mind was in chaos, racing desperately. Quietly, Mo Ran slipped a syringe into his hand. A moment earlier, she had discreetly searched the vehicle and noticed an untouched medical kit tucked in the corner. She carefully opened it and rummaged through. Sure enough, she found a vial of adrenaline. One dose of adrenaline could temporarily suppress Chu Jiang's current weakness. With this chance, their best move was clear: act swiftly together to eliminate the Shadow Man outside. Indeed, when Chu Jiang saw what Mo Ran handed him, a clear smile spread across his face. With this adrenaline, every problem would vanish instantly. Without hesitation, Chu Jiang plunged the needle into his arm. Minutes later, the debilitating weakness washed away completely. At the same time, Xiao Jingxing had already begun organizing everyone gathered around, focusing their firepower in a coordinated show of force against the Shadow Man. Thanks to Xiao Jingxing's intervention, the Shadow Man's attention temporarily shifted away from Chu Jiang and Mo Ran. Seizing the moment, Chu Jiang exchanged a glance with Mo Ran, silently understanding each other, and both leapt from the vehicle, boarding the Storm Crimson. Suddenly, a crimson mecha nearly 100 meters tall appeared, instantly drawing widespread attention. But soon, Chu Jiang realized something was wrong. Not good. This is a downtown area, surrounded by skyscrapers. Clearly, Mo Ran had noticed the issue too, her face darkening as she spoke. Even with the Emperor's auxiliary scanning system, he could see through the windows of the surrounding buildings, faces twisted in terror inside. Each tower housed hundreds, if not thousands, of people. If they fought the Shadow Man without restraint, these innocent people would surely die. Xiuxian and Mo Ran thought in unison. On the other side, the Shadow Man had also noticed the conspicuous Storm Crimson and naturally guessed Xiuxian's hesitation. A flash of black light flickered. The Shadow Man, who had just been tangling with Xiao Jingxing and the others, instantly vanished and reappeared atop a residential building. He shouted toward the Storm Crimson. "I'll stand right here. Don't you dare come hit me." Damn it. Xiao Jingxing also caught sight of the Shadow Man's shameless move. At first, seeing Xiuxian and Mo Ran deploy such a prominent mecha, he'd been overjoyed. With a mecha at their disposal, fighting the Shadow Man would be much easier. But now, seeing the Shadow Man's tactic, he instantly understood Xiuxian's concern. The very thing meant to help had become a liability. Helplessly, Huangsong could only shout to Xiuxian, "You hold him off for now. I'll immediately organize people to evacuate everyone inside the building." Receiving Xiao Jingxing's message, Xiuxian finally let out a sigh of relief. Then, cautiously and silently, he began stalking the Shadow Man. Now, without access to the controlled nuclear fusion electromagnetic cannon and avoiding the spiral blade due to its excessive collateral damage, Xiuxian had no choice but to switch to claw-type attacks, unleashing various Longzhou martial arts techniques. Mind-Fortune Crane Claw, Songshan Shadowless Hands, Coagulating Blood Divine Claw, Eagle Claw Grappling Hands. Yet, no matter how suddenly Xiuxian attacked, the Shadow Man seemed to possess a third eye, always teleporting away the instant before impact. Within just a few minutes, the two had exchanged blows in over 300 skirmishes. Xiuxian's expression turned grim as he stared fiercely at the Shadow Man. Though he couldn't see the other's face clearly, judging from his demeanor, the Shadow Man appeared perfectly calm and composed. Damn it, could it really be that he was no match for him? Just then, Mo Ran spoke up. "Xiuxian, Emperor has finished analyzing the mechanism behind his teleportation. It must be the effect of that magical array. But teleportation isn't unlimited. There's a strict cooldown. Each use cannot occur less than 10 seconds apart. If we can predict his next teleport destination just once, we can capture him directly." Hearing the excitement in Mo Ran's voice, Xiuxian's heart leapt with hope. His earlier clashes with the Shadow Man hadn't been in vain. He had gathered valuable data on the enemy's subconscious habits during teleportation. For reasons unknown, every time the Shadow Man teleported, he always chose a spot just within Xiuxian's reach, but not quite close enough to land a hit. Clearly, this was nothing more than a cat-and-mouse game. In that case, all Xiuxian needed to do was feign an opening, lure him in. Calm and focused, Xiuxian faked an attack, launching himself forward in a flying pounce at the Shadow Man. Sure enough, the Shadow Man teleported away again. But this time, Xiuxian's arms twisted unnaturally to the left mid-motion, lunging suddenly at a blind spot. And this time, he didn't miss. The Shadow Man was finally grasped tightly in his palm. Chapter 87, The Methods of the Hidden Base. The next second, with a clench of the palm, a crimson flower instantly bloomed. The shadowy figure's move was completely unexpected, but Xiuxian would never allow him another chance to escape. Now that he had been seized, it would be one lethal strike, no mercy. Sure enough, this time, Shadow Man wasn't teleported away. Blood dripped steadily from the mechanical palm of Storm Crimson. Xiuxian looked over and saw the shadowy figure's limbs hanging limp, lifeless, undeniably dead. Seeing this, Xiuxian finally let out a breath of relief. With the Shadow Man gone, the magic array no longer posed any immediate threat, but leaving would still require some effort. After stepping out of Storm Crimson, Xiuxian and Moran went to find Xiao Jingxing. "How's the analysis? Any way to break through the magic barrier?" "Not clear yet." Xiao Jingxing shook his head helplessly. Clearly, Xiuxian wasn't satisfied. His brows furrowed as he prepared to speak. But then, a sharp pain shot through his head. His intuition flared up again. Damn it, the adrenaline hadn't worn off yet. Why was this happening so soon? Xiuxian's face instantly turned pale. Moran, standing nearby, noticed his condition and quickly rushed over in concern. "Xiuxian, are you alright? There's another adrenaline shot in the car, maybe." "No, something's wrong. Hurry, back to the cockpit of Storm Crimson." Flashes of images surged through his mind again. Xiuxian, ignoring his weakness, spoke urgently. Hearing this, Moran froze. Wasn't the Shadow Man already eliminated? Why go back into Storm Crimson? But she quickly snapped to understanding, immediately supporting Xiuxian and rushing back toward the cockpit. No matter what the reason, she trusted Xiuxian's judgment without hesitation. Unfortunately, Xiuxian was completely drained of strength. With her dragging him, they moved at half their normal speed. Just as they were about to open the cockpit door, a mocking voice echoed from a rooftop far away. "Folks, my body hasn't even cooled down, and you're already scheming how to break the formation? Don't you have the slightest respect for the deceased?" Moran instinctively glanced over. There sat the Shadow Man, casually lounging by the edge of the roof, completely unprotected. One gentle shove from behind would send him plummeting to his death from the dizzying height. Placing himself in such danger revealed just how brazen this man truly was. Moran instinctively looked back at the palm of Storm Crimson. Where the Shadow Man's corpse had been, now lay only a withered, emaciated skeleton, and the blood that had dripped moments ago had vanished, turned to ash. Could this Shadow Man actually possess some dark art of resurrection? Xiuxian had personally confirmed the gruesome death. How could he be alive again? Something was very wrong. Moran couldn't believe it. And not just her, Xiao Jingxing had also noticed the shadow man's defiant posture. All of them turned deathly pale. Earlier, they'd all felt firsthand how terrifying the shadow man was. Now that he had returned from death, did this mean all their struggles had been in vain? As the group stared at each other in shock, Moran finally managed to open the cockpit door. Chu Jiang, you go in first. I'll follow. She pushed Chu Jiang, trying to get him inside quickly. But before she could finish speaking, a grotesquely exaggerated voice rang out from behind. What's the rush? Need a hand. This time, it wasn't just Moran. Even the weakened Chu Jiang instinctively turned around. There, the shadow man's face loomed unervingly close, eyes wide open, feigning innocence. Yet his tone carried nothing but malice, enough to make anyone want to smash his face in. How was this possible? He was on the rooftop a second ago. How could he? Moran's face twisted in horror, but she quickly remembered. He had some kind of teleportation ability. Had he come here intending to engage in close combat? She glanced at the weakened Chu Jiang and tried to push him behind her. But no matter how hard she shoved, Chu Jiang didn't budge. His right arm was firmly gripped by the shadow man. What's the rush? Why not come play at my place first? I'd be delighted to have him. The shadow man shot a mocking glance at Moran, though his eyes lingered on the frail Chu Jiang with cruel amusement. Then, a flash of dark light. Moran felt a sudden emptiness behind her. She turned frantically and saw that Chu Jiang had vanished. Instinctively, she looked toward the rooftop where the shadow man had stood. There he was, sure enough, and beside him stood another figure. Chu Jiang. The shadow man had taken Chu Jiang away. Moran's eyes turned red as she quickly climbed into Storm Crimson. But this time, she took control of the body unit. The brain unit was handed over to Emperor. She was going to save Chu Jiang back. Storm Crimson stirred once more, and the dark figure naturally noticed the movement. He glanced over with a helpless look, as if seeing straight through the layers of mecha into Moran in the cockpit. Why bother? He let out a soft sigh, then produced from his palm an extravagantly ornate staff. Muttering incomprehensible incantations, he triggered a sudden surge of spiritual energy within the magic array. The massive spiritual fluctuations instantly caused dramatic changes. The most immediate effect was that the sky, previously shrouded in darkness, now exploded into a kaleidoscope of colors. The air grew thick and greasy, making each breath increasingly labored. This further slowed Moran, who was already struggling to control Storm Crimson's body unit. Now she moved like a toddler taking unsteady steps. Seeing that nothing else would interrupt him now, the shadow man finally exhaled in relief, turning his full attention to Chu Jiang. Come to think of it, this is our first meeting, but I've long heard your name. The shadow man gazed at Chu Jiang with intense curiosity. At this moment, though tortured by overwhelming spiritual force and utterly unable to resist, Chu Jiang's mind remained sharp. Hearing those words, he immediately sensed something was off. Sure enough, the next second, the shadow man dropped a bombshell. An ordinary human being, yet you top the kill list of the Spiritual Energy Alliance. I'm truly curious, what exactly did you do to earn such hatred from them? The Spiritual Energy Alliance. The shadow man was one of them. Chu Jiang instinctively tried to act, but his extreme weakness made even twitching a finger nearly impossible. Only then did he fully grasp his dire situation. Instead, his mind raced frantically. Did this mean the Spiritual Energy Alliance had also discovered how to infiltrate the base? After all, Andromeda Base wasn't just any outpost. It ranked among the largest and most advanced superbases in the Andromeda Galaxy's outer battlefield region. Countless measures had been taken specifically to prevent infiltration by the Spiritual Energy Alliance. Yet this shadow man had succeeded. Didn't that mean the base could no longer be considered safe? But the shadow man had no idea what Chu Jiang was thinking, continuing to murmur to himself. They say you possess a treasure coveted even by Lord Viz himself. Well then, looks like I'm the lucky one now. Though of course, if you refuse to hand it over, it doesn't matter, I never intended to interrogate you. How could the shadow man be so generous? Chu Jiang was suspicious, but then he felt the shadow man's icy hand pressed directly against his forehead. So I'll be merciful. I shall turn you into one of my puppets. From then on, our lives will be bound as one. So asking for a bit of your memories isn't too much, is it? His tone was gentle, but his meaning couldn't have been clearer. These puppets, weren't they just disposable vessels like the one used in his earlier escape technique? And giving up memories. Nothing more than brainwashing. Damn it. He really was evil to the core. Chapter 88, Sudden Death. Can a divine spark actually protect its owner? Yet, in that brief instant, an eerie chill rose from nowhere. Chu Jiang instinctively shivered. Bad. He had been so stunned by the revelation that the shadowy figure belonged to the Psychic Alliance that he'd completely let his guard down. Given the stranger's bizarre abilities, even this fleeting lapse could have allowed him to invade Chu Jiang's mind in one decisive strike. Just as Chu Jiang prepared to react, an unexpected change occurred, but this time, it wasn't in him. It was in the shadowy figure. The man suddenly screamed in agony and instantly yanked his hand back from Chu Jiang's forehead. With the contact broken, the suffocating cold inside Chu Jiang's mind vanished immediately. He exhaled in relief. After a moment, he realized what had happened and stared, bewildered, at the figure now writhing on the ground, clutching his head. What just happened? Hadn't this man been arrogantly boasting about turning him into a puppet only moments ago? How had everything flipped so drastically? Chu Jiang felt deeply uneasy. It was then he noticed that his Xing, which had been wildly surging earlier, had inexplicably calmed down. As his strength quickly returned, Chu Jiang slowly pushed himself upright and cautiously observed the shadowy figure. The man, after a fit of intense, agonized screaming, collapsed limply onto the ground, motionless. Was he dead? Chu Jiang was dazed by the sudden turn of events. But recalling how the man had mysteriously revived earlier, Chu Jiang suspected some hidden trick might still be in play. Cautiously, he approached to test the situation, checking whether this was truly the man's corpse. After waiting a while with no sign of movement, he reluctantly concluded the figure might indeed be dead. But why? Something felt deeply off. He simply couldn't make sense of it. Just as confusion overwhelmed him, a searing, burning pain suddenly flared across his chest. Damn! The divine spark. In one swift motion, Chu Jiang pulled out the strange object. The once plain divine spark was now emitting a faint, soft purple glow. At the same time, violent psychic fluctuations erupted throughout the entire magic circle. If Chu Jiang hadn't figured it out by now, after all these years, he'd truly be a fool. The shadow figure's sudden collapse must be linked to this half-divine spark he carried. Could it be because the man harbored ill intent toward him, and the divine spark retaliated? He couldn't piece together exactly how or why. Ever since obtaining this fragment, he'd been exploring its functions bit by bit, without any instruction manual. Just then, footsteps echoed from the stairwell leading to the rooftop. Moments later, Moran and Xiao Jingxing rushed over anxiously. Chu Jiang, are you okay? Moran's voice was tense, but when she took in the scene on the rooftop, her words choked off mid-sentence. She gaped in shock. Only minutes had passed. How could it feel like years? Otherwise, how could they see Chu Jiang, who had been weak moments ago, standing perfectly fine now, and the once menacing shadow figure lay dead on the ground? Chu Jiang glanced at them calmly and said, "You're here. Good. The shadow man is definitely dead. No chance of revival. Captain Xiao, I'm afraid I'll need you to check if he's carrying anything important. Earlier, under pressure, I learned he has deep ties to the Psychic Alliance. You understand what that implies." At first, Xiao Jingxing clearly bristled at being given another task by Chu Jiang. Why should he, the head of South District, personally search a corpse? But by the end of Chu Jiang's statement, his expression turned grim. If this involved the Psychic Alliance, it couldn't be entrusted to anyone else. Especially given Chu Jiang's chilling suspicion. If this shadow man truly belonged to the Alliance, did that mean they already possessed the means to infiltrate the base? Then Indelo Base would become nothing more than a sieve, open to anyone. He wouldn't allow it. This was no small matter. It concerned the entire human faction. Xiao Jingxing spoke with unusual solemnity. Understood. Without another word, he stepped forward and began searching the body quietly. The others exchanged glances, clearly wanting to help, but hesitating without Chu Jiang's permission. Soon, the search ended. Indeed, they found several useful items. Chu Jiang glanced over them briefly and instructed Xiao Jingxing to pass them to Ding Hui later. At that moment, the psychic fluctuations emanating from the divine spark gradually faded. Once again, it returned to its plain, unremarkable appearance. As the final ripple of energy dissipated, a tiny crack suddenly appeared in the magic circle nearby, drawing everyone's attention. "Boss, the magic circle's broken." Someone beside him spoke up, clearly excited. Xiao Jingxing had been pondering how to deal with the magic circle when, unexpectedly, luck seemed to be on their side. His tone carried a hint of relief. "Back to the vehicle immediately. Let's get out." They had forgotten. The primary objective of this operation was still the capture of Kuang Song. The shadow figure had merely been a backup sent by Kuang Song. Soon after they returned to their vehicle and exited the magic circle, the military forces who had been held at bay outside let out collective sighs of relief. "Boss, you're finally out." Not long ago, another massive magic circle appeared on a different street. "We suspect it was a trap deliberately left behind by Kuang Song. So we split our forces, moved quickly to dismantle the weaker of the two circles first. Kuang Song has already been eliminated. Boss, punish me as you see fit." Cute reported to Xiao Jingxing with visible agitation. At that time, he'd helplessly watched as Xiao Jingxing and the others were suddenly engulfed by the magic circle, and panic overwhelmed him. But once he calmed down and learned about the disturbance on the other street, he quickly grasped the situation. Without hesitation, he took command from Xiao Jingxing's position, issuing orders and coordinating responses. Now that his report was complete, he was ready to take responsibility for overstepping his authority. Yet in that moment, Xiao Jingxing gave him an odd look. "You've already earned merit. Where's the need for punishment? Since Kuang Song is dead, we'll let this matter rest. We can discuss everything else later. For now, go inform all units to remain vigilant. Don't ease up on patrols. I have something else. I'll be going with Chu Jiang to the main Qingqi." After hastily giving these instructions, Xiao Jingxing turned toward Chu Jiang, bringing along the corpse of the shadow figure and the items taken from him. His intention was obvious. With such a major incident occurring in South District, he needed to personally report to Ding Hui. Even if his subsequent actions had mitigated some consequences, he couldn't fully cover up the fact that his oversight had delayed the capture of Kuang Song. Especially considering the added complication of that shadow figure potentially linked to the Psychic Alliance. Having Chu Jiang vouch for him might reduce the severity of the reprimand. Thinking this, a trace of flattery crept into his eyes. Chapter 89 Confirming the Shadow Figure's Identity. Visit. Several hours later. Manor Study, Main District of Andro Base. Ding Hui stared grimly at Xiao Jingxing and repeated. "So you're telling me that right under our noses, there's actually been an infiltrator from the Psychics Alliance?" Xiao Jingxing wore a bitter expression. Chu Jiang beside him corrected seriously. "Currently, it's only a suspicion. We need to wait for the official report before we can confirm anything. However, I have my doubts. The aura from that shadow figure feels strangely similar to Kuang Song. It's as if he came from Blue Star." By the end, Chu Jiang's voice carried a hint of uncertainty. This was a gut feeling given by his spirituality. Hearing this, Xiao Jingxing frowned deeply, clearly disagreeing. But I personally searched that shadow figure. His physical characteristics are indeed identical to those of alien species. He didn't elaborate further, but the implication in his words was clear. He did not agree with Chu Jiang's earlier speculation. Ding Hui gave Xiao Jingxing a helpless look. I know, I'm aware. But he also knew that ever since acquiring a divine spark, Chu Jiang's instincts had never been wrong. Never. If Chu Jiang said instinctively that the shadow figure came from Blue Star, then it was almost certainly true. Still, Ding Hui chose not to explain this to Xiao Jingxing. Instead, he warned Xiao Jingxing sternly. Regardless of the shadow figure's exact identity, he must be connected to the Psychics Alliance. For now on, notify all other major districts immediately. Strengthen psychic detection and prevention measures. We absolutely cannot allow another Psychics Alliance agent to infiltrate. Also increase border security, especially regarding the Mercenary Association. Understood. As soon as Xiao Jingxing responded, seeing that Ding Hui had nothing more to say, he was just about to mention returning to the southern district when suddenly a knock came at the door. Base Commander, the report is ready. Outside stood one of the manor's synthetic maids. She had come specifically to deliver the test results on the shadow figure. Upon hearing this, Chu Jiang quickly opened the door, took the report from her, and scanned through it rapidly. Then, with a very grave expression, he handed the report to Xiao Jingxing. The analysis is done. You read it yourself. Seeing Chu Jiang's peculiar expression, Xiao Jingxing felt a jolt in his heart. Could it really be true what Chu Jiang suspected, that the shadow figure also came from Blue Star? The strength of the shadow figure. He had experienced it firsthand. If it turned out that the shadow figure truly originated from Blue Star, did that mean that someone who'd only encountered psychic theory slightly over a month ago had already achieved silver tier strength? That would be enough to serve as a chief shaman in minor clans among psychic races. Would that imply the Psychics Alliance had mastered mass-producing human psychic awakeners capable of silver tier power? And if they were allowed more time, gathering an army of sufficient silver tier strength, what could humanity possibly counter them with? Xiao Jingxing couldn't bring himself to believe it, but after carefully reading through the entire report, he fell silent. It was true. The shadow figure had originated from Blue Star. He was genuinely human. His body showed multiple skeletal features consistent with natural human growth patterns. Later, however, certain unusual changes appeared, similar to genetic modification, which caused secondary bone growth. But these modifications mostly affected limb bones such as arms, legs, hands, and feet. Parts like the skull and ribs remained largely unchanged. In other words, the Psychics Alliance really had obtained some method to rapidly produce human psychics at silver tier strength. Utterly terrifying. Without thinking, Xiao Jingxing looked up at Ding Hui. Commander, how do we respond to this? The Psychics Alliance is truly... At this point, Xiao Jingxing trailed off, unable to continue. A deep sense of helplessness washed over him. Compared to the Psychics Alliance, humanity currently seemed too weak. So weak that merely catching a glimpse of the truth filled one with despair. So weak that resistance didn't even seem worth considering. Chu Jiang, standing nearby, clearly saw Xiao Jingxing's anxiety. He smiled lightly and explained, Captain Xiao, you don't need to be so pessimistic. Yes, the Psychics Alliance has indeed mastered a way to rapidly cultivate awakened human psychics. But that doesn't mean they have infinite resources to breed them endlessly. Even with the Xie God's support, such methods can't be used without restraint. Otherwise, instead of sending just one shadow figure to infiltrate our base, they would have launched a full-scale invasion already. These words struck directly at the core. Xiao Jingxing instantly understood. Right. Why should he feel so hopeless? If the Psychics Alliance were truly as fearsome as he imagined, they would have subjugated the entire human faction long ago. There would be no peace like this. Thank you, Xiao Jingxing said gratefully to Chu Jiang. Then, following Ding Hui's orders, he returned to the southern district. The analysis of the shadow figure's identity was complete, but the items collected from his person still required further examination. With that, Chu Jiang found himself with free time once again. One day, while he was instructing others at the barracks on how to operate the Storm Crimson, he suddenly received a report that someone was asking for him. Though it had been nearly half a year since Chu Jiang arrived at Andro Base, most of his time had been spent either in the barracks or at Ding Hui's manor. He had rarely gone out, let alone made any friends. So who could possibly be looking for him? Strangely, his mind drifted to the Mercenary Association, which had recently been unusually quiet. Could it be them? Carrying mixed feelings, Chu Jiang followed the messenger to the entrance of the barracks and saw there an alien of weary appearance, plain-looking and seemingly honest. Are you Mr. Chu Jiang? Upon seeing Chu Jiang approach, the alien hurried forward nervously. Chu Jiang felt puzzled but didn't show it, giving only a calm nod. That's me. Who are you? What do you want? The president of the Mercenary Association, Viz, sent me to deliver this letter to you personally. He says he has something important to discuss and would like to invite you to visit the Mercenary Association. Relieved that Chu Jiang confirmed his identity, the simple-looking alien quickly pulled a crumpled envelope from a cloth bag and handed it over solemnly. No sooner had Chu Jiang taken the letter, before he could even ask if Viz had any other instructions, than the alien turned and scurried away. Chu Jiang was taken aback. Was I really that intimidating? Puzzled, he opened the green envelope and scanned the contents rapidly. He quickly grasped Viz's intention. Using the recent unrest at the base as an excuse, Viz claimed he wanted to know if there was anything the Mercenary Association could assist with, offering their full cooperation. Of course, the offer of help was merely a pretense. Their true purpose was clearly to gather information. But given the current atmosphere of suspicion and alert, Xiuxian wasn't about to place his safety in someone else's hands, especially not those of the Mercenary Association. After reading the letter, he turned to the soldier guarding the barracks gate. If any alien comes looking for me again, no matter the reason, turn them away immediately. Tell them, if they wish to meet me, they should go directly to the cafe across the way. Understood. With that settled, Xiuxian returned once more to the barracks. Chapter 90. Meeting with Viz, the schemes of a genetically engineered race. As expected, early the next morning, Xiuxian once again received word that Annihilating wished to meet him. Moreover, the visitor had already informed him that Viz, president of the Mercenaries Association, was waiting at the cafe they had previously agreed upon. Polite and full of sincerity, the gesture was flawless. Whoever heard of it would have to admire Viz's etiquette. Yet Xiuxian could only feel a wry amusement. He had thought his polite refusal of their last meeting would have been enough for someone as sharp as Viz to understand his meaning. But now, they were requesting another audience. Clearly, beyond wanting to investigate the recent unrest within the base, there must be other matters they sought. Then again, what could it possibly be? Xiuxian pondered briefly before quickly dismissing it. Rather than guessing aimlessly, it was better to go see for himself. Anyway, Viz was already waiting at the cafe, just as instructed, less than 100 meters from the military barracks. If anything happened, a single shout from Xiuxian would bring the entire camp rushing in. He felt no real concern about his safety. Thus, after deliberately keeping them waiting for an hour or two, Xiuxian leisurely left the barracks and entered the cafe. The moment he stepped inside, he noticed the usually lively cafe was unusually quiet. The vast front hall stood nearly empty, save for a few staff members moving about, and only 2 guests. It was Viz. And by his side sat xuanhuan. Xiuxian's pupils contracted slightly. He hadn't expected that not only would Viz come to meet him, but he'd also brought xuanhuan along. So he must have already known about the relationship between Xiuxian and xuanhuan. Was it xuanhuan who had revealed it? Or had Viz uncovered it through investigation afterward? For now, that didn't matter. Suppressing his inner irritation, Xiuxian approached Viz with a smile. My apologies, President Viz. These days, the base has been extremely busy. Base commander is currently occupied with coordination among other human bases. So some of the heavier responsibilities have fallen on me, which is why I'm late. When Xiuxian had walked in earlier that morning, Viz had already turned to look. Now, hearing Xiuxian speak, he wore a faint smile and quickly waved his hand. No need to apologize. The Mercenaries Association has been rather idle lately. This wait has been nothing more than a pleasant break. And might I add, the coffee here is truly exquisite. By the end, Viz theatrically raised his cup, took a slow sip, and made a show of savoring the flavor. Xiuxian looked on with mild bewilderment. Didn't canine-type species generally have poor tolerance for caffeine? Wouldn't Viz, being a fox-person heteromorph, face similar issues? Still, though he inwardly questioned it, Xiuxian showed nothing on his face. May I ask, President Viz, what important matter brings you to meet me today? Seeing that Viz remained silent, Xiuxian cut straight to the point. The things he'd just said weren't mere pleasantries. There really were numerous matters awaiting his attention back at the barracks. He had no time to waste here idling around. Viz seemed to have anticipated Xiuxian's directness, so when asked, he immediately smiled and explained. Nothing too urgent. Just as mentioned in my letter, I've heard of recent unrest within the base, and I'm naturally concerned. I've heard it isn't just the West District. Reports say accidents have occurred in the South, East, even the main district as well. And rumors suggest these incidents are linked to spiritual energy rituals. I wonder if that's true or not. At the last sentence, a flash of sharp light flickered across Viz's eyes. What he truly cared about was the Spiritual Energy Alliance. In truth, he was already fully aware of everything happening throughout Annihilating base. Whether it was the sudden disturbance caused by newly awakened human spiritualists, or the appearance of suspected infiltrators sent by the Spiritual Energy Alliance. Even the fact that these awakened humans had arrived at Annihilating base through channels controlled by the Mercenaries Association. He knew every detail. Just a few days ago, he had dispatched agents from the association to discreetly investigate Blue Star. They had indeed gathered substantial intelligence, including intercepting data from a batch of Rat People spacecraft, and acquired significant knowledge on spiritual energy theory. This led to the emergence of multiple awakened humans within the human faction, prompting high-ranking officials to decisively promote mechanical augmentation as a countermeasure against spiritual infiltration. Even Xiuxian obtaining half a divine core. All of this had long since unraveled. In fact, when he first learned that humans had actually produced spiritual awakenings, his immediate reaction was disbelief. No wonder. This was something genetically engineered races had desired for centuries. They had even stolen countless pieces of spiritual technology from pure-blood spiritual races. Yet, beneath that envy, Viz couldn't help but develop inappropriate thoughts regarding that half-divine core. Especially according to reports, that very half-core was likely the same stone tablet Xiuxian had seized from the Spiritual Energy Alliance during the previous ranking. Although even he didn't know what kind of outrageous luck Xiuxian had to obtain such a treasure. That didn't stop him from coveting it, from wanting to take it for himself. Perhaps, that half-divine core could change the fate of genetically engineered races, something they'd failed at for centuries, awakening spiritual energy through mastery of spiritual technology. It was a tragedy that haunted their entire race. Thus, after meticulous planning, he arranged this meeting with Xiuxian. Viz's expression remained as calm and indifferent as ever, revealing nothing useful to Xiuxian. He merely frowned slightly, studying Xiuxian carefully. So you really are here about the Spiritual Energy Alliance, he inwardly noted. His tone turned somewhat cold. Then what exactly do you mean by that, President Viz? Are you looking down on my military camp? Since when has the Mercenaries Association gained the authority to interfere in our affairs? Don't forget, Annihilated base belongs to the human faction. And your Mercenaries Association? Nothing but blood-sucking leeches clinging onto humanity. Chu Jiang's words were blatantly unreasonable, an outright insult directed straight at Viz. But he was no fool. His insolent attitude was deliberate, a test to gauge the urgency behind Viz's visit. If the matter Viz sought was minor or moderate, such blatant provocation would surely send him storming off in anger. But if, on the contrary, Viz stayed calm despite the insult, then what he sought must be of great importance. So crucial, in fact, that even abandoning the Mercenaries Association might be acceptable for the sake of his genetically engineered race. And if that were true, Chu Jiang absolutely had to find out what it was. Otherwise, peace of mind would be impossible. While Chu Jiang was silently calculating all this, he noticed a flicker of displeasure cross Viz's face at his provocation. Yet almost instantly, that irritation was suppressed, replaced once more by the same serene composure. Chu Jiang, I'm not sure I understand what you're implying. I thought we had a decent relationship. I must say, your words just now are rather disheartening. I've never intended to meddle in your military district's affairs. I'm merely expressing concern, as a friend would. That's all. Chapter 91. Chu Jiang's thoughts, a letter from Xuanhuan. A flicker of pain briefly crossed Viz's face. Speaking of which, aside from these matters, I have another tremendous piece of good news to share with you. The Mercenary Association has discovered an extremely well-hidden class xiuxian. So far, no one else has found it. The amount of resources and energy within is astronomical. I thought, if you're free recently, perhaps you'd like to join us in raiding it. After all, my beloved apprentice, xuanhuan, was once your classmate and now your closest friend. By the end, Viz was clutching his chest dramatically, resembling nothing so much as a wronged maiden at her wit's end. As for Chu Jiang, he was utterly stunned by this statement. For a moment, he wasn't sure whether to be more shocked that Viz had come all this way just to invite him on a class xiuxian raid, or that xuanhuan had actually become Viz's disciple. Chu Jiang instinctively glanced at xuanhuan, who had remained standing beside Viz without ever sitting down during the visit. His eyes were full of silent questions. xuanhuan merely gave a cold, slight nod, clearly confirming Viz's claim. As for raiding a class xiuxian, that was something Chu Jiang hadn't even dared to dream of. This wasn't some minor operation. A class xiuxian meant the star system involved was at least as vast as the Milky Way. Under normal circumstances for the human faction, conquering such a xiuxian would take years. But judging from Viz's tone, he was planning to go all in for a quick, massive gain. Did they really have the strength to pull this off with just their forces? It wasn't that Chu Jiang doubted the Mercenary Association, but class xiuxian weren't things ordinary groups could handle. Still, rather than outright reject the offer, Chu Jiang showed a flicker of interest. Truth be told, though half a year had passed since he arrived at Andro base, his progress had been slow. Especially during the last class xiuxian, where he had focused on strategy against the Psychic Alliance, he'd obtained almost no actual combat rewards or resources. If he could truly participate in the Mercenary Association's raid on this class xiuxian, even if it didn't catapult him to the top overnight, increasing his strength 2- or 3-fold would definitely be possible. So why refuse? Indeed, seeing Chu Jiang hesitate, Viz knew his mission was accomplished. Sensing the right moment, he politely excused himself without further discussion. Seeing Viz's tactful departure, Chu Jiang wasn't suspicious. He calmly saw Viz off, then returned to the manor to meet Ding Hui. When it came to cooperating with the Mercenary Association on raiding a class xiuxian, he didn't care about others' opinions, but Ding Hui's advice was essential. At that moment, Ding Hui was already overwhelmed dealing with the Alliance's invasion of human bases. Hearing suddenly that Chu Jiang wanted to see him, he looked puzzled. As soon as Chu Jiang entered the study, he asked curiously, "What happened? Why are you in such a hurry to see me?" "Nothing serious. The Mercenary Association's leader, Viz, came to see me yesterday and again today, asking about the base. Incidentally, he mentioned they've recently discovered a very hidden class xiuxian, and asked if I'd be interested in teaming up with them to raid it." "What? You want to join the mercenaries in raiding a class xiuxian? Are you out of your mind?" Ding Hui stared at Chu Jiang in disbelief. In his eyes, Chu Jiang's decision made no sense whatsoever. In fact, he was so shocked by this idea that Viz's sudden visit barely registered. After all, the activity within the base had been so conspicuous that Ding Hui hadn't tried hiding anything. He'd expected Viz to come poking around sooner or later. Thus, what concerned him far more was Chu Jiang's intention to raid a class xiuxian. "Did you agree?" "Not yet, but I want to go," Chu Jiang answered honestly. Yet Ding Hui remained baffled. "Why? It's boring here at the base. Besides, I want to participate in xiuxian raids." As he said this, Chu Jiang clearly showed his displeasure. Feeling the resentment, Ding Hui nervously wiped sweat that wasn't there. Truthfully, he couldn't blame Chu Jiang. At first, he'd promised Chu Jiang he could join special unit training and normally participate in xiuxian operations. But then one crisis followed another. The Mercenary Association, the Psychic Alliance, and especially Kuang Song's lawless sacrificial rampage across the base. Once Ding Hui realized Chu Jiang's significance to the Psychic Alliance, he grew even more anxious about letting him leave. So he reassigned the xiuxian raid missions to others, instead assigning Chu Jiang to train elite soldiers in piloting the Storm Red. Even more, An was forced into redesigning and upgrading mech systems. And thus, things had reached this point. Chu Jiang, dissatisfied with the status quo, was now eager to run off with someone else. Let's talk about this later. The situation with A-class xuanhuan is extremely complicated. Don't think A-class xuanhuan aren't dangerous just because the last B-class one seemed easy to handle. With our human faction strength, if we were to take on an A-class xuanhuan alone, unit by unit, it would take at least 3 years. By the end, Ding Hui's expression had turned grave. He was sincerely warning Xiuxian. Given the Mercenary Association's strength, unless they mobilized every single mercenary team from Andro base, there was no way they could clear an A-class xuanhuan in a short time. Yet, he truly underestimated Xiuxian's determination. Despite all his reasoning, Xiuxian remained unmoved. I understand everything you're saying. Besides, I'm not an idiot. I just have a strong intuition that something valuable will appear this time, so I want to cooperate with the Mercenary Association. As for your concerns, I get them. If you're really worried, just send more people with me. That's fine. Viz is so eager to invite me, even exaggerating how rich this A-class xuanhuan is. If I threaten not to go, he won't mind adding a few extra people. Xiuxian argued his point flawlessly. Ding Hui listened in stunned silence. He feared that if he let Xiuxian keep talking, he might actually be convinced. Just as his mouth opened to rebut, suddenly, Xiuxian's calm face turned serious. His Ningxing stirred again, active once more. Was it a sudden attack from the Psychic Alliance? That was Xiuxian's first instinct. But the next moment, the light on his communication device flashed red. A message had arrived. He calmly tapped open the holographic screen, only to see a private message notification from xuanhuan. What's more, the message was specially encrypted, its network origin completely untraceable. Xiuxian's expression instantly darkened. They had just met recently. Why was xuanhuan contacting him now? Especially when Xiuxian recalled that scene in the cafe where he'd seen xuanhuan. On the surface, nothing seemed unusual, but upon reflection, every detail felt strangely off. Now his Ningxing was going wild again. Then, Xiuxian opened the message, and what he read shocked him to his core. Xiuxian, the Mercenary Association wants to kill you. Chapter 92, The Hidden Ambitions of the Genetic Race. Xiuxian had long expected that the Mercenary Association harbored impure intentions toward him. Therefore, when xuanhuan suddenly sent him a warning message, he wasn't surprised. However, what concerned him more was why xuanhuan had suddenly sent such a message out of nowhere. After a brief moment of thought, he immediately replied, "Why do they want to kill me? I want to know the reason. Preferably, let's meet and talk." "No, we can't meet." To Xiuxian's surprise, a reply came almost instantly after he sent his message. Clearly, the other side must have been waiting, watching closely for his response. Even more puzzling was why xuanhuan had refused so decisively, leaving no room for negotiation. Almost immediately, another message arrived. The Mercenary Association is now filled with Viz's spies. I'm under constant surveillance. I'm sending this during my break. If you really want to see me, I'll be heading to an E-rank Fubung in 3 days. At that time, I'll send you the star system coordinates. You can meet me there. Remember, no one must know about your movements. Andro base is completely under Viz's watch. A barrage of messages flooded in, bombarding him so intensely that Xiuxian's expression turned grave. Especially the last sentence, it made him deeply anxious. Andro base was one of humanity's key defensive lines in the Andromeda galaxy, absolutely critical and not to be compromised under any circumstances. It was troubling enough that a suspected infiltrator from the Psionic Alliance had surfaced, but now signs of danger were emerging within the Mercenary Association too. When Xiuxian tried again to ask xuanhuan what exactly she meant, she had already logged off at lightning speed. His messages vanished into silence, receiving no reply whatsoever. Only then did he turn to face Ding Hui, who sat across from him looking deeply concerned. "xuanhuan suddenly messaged me, warning that the Mercenary Association plans to kill me. Most likely, it originated from that A-rank Fubung we just completed. She claims she's currently under surveillance. Not only her, but the entire Andro base is under Viz's control." Upon hearing Xiuxian's words, Ding Hui's face paled as well. An issue involving the base couldn't be taken lightly. He stared intently at Xiuxian, deadly serious. "Ever since you mentioned your concerns after returning from that last mission with the Mercenary Association, we've conducted an internal review. We found nothing suspicious at the time. So why would xuanhuan say this?" Ding Hui's tone carried urgency. This matter involved the fate of the entire human faction, and he needed to uncover the truth quickly. But Xiuxian could only shake his head helplessly. "I can't answer that either. She's already offline, and I can't get through anymore." According to her, she managed to send the message during a brief window of freedom, and is probably back under surveillance now. Though frustrated, Xiuxian wore an expression of deep resentment. For the Mercenary Association to have eyes and ears throughout Andro base, such infiltration couldn't have happened overnight. This proved beyond doubt that the genetic race wasn't as peaceful and cooperative as they appeared on the surface. Who knew what hidden ambitions they concealed beneath their calm exterior? Though Ding Hui was clearly agitated, he too realized the gravity of the situation, his expression darkening. Could it be those people who've always advocated harmony with the alien species? Are they the ones behind this? Or were they traitors all along? Ding Hui muttered to himself. Andro base had existed for hundreds of years since its founding, and harmony between humanity and the genetic race hadn't always existed. In the beginning, every non-human species was considered an enemy of the human faction. Only later did humanity begin distinguishing between the psionic races and the genetic race. They learned that while the genetic race looked different, many among them were peaceful and well-intentioned, leading gradually to cooperation. Thanks to the tireless efforts of certain individuals advocating reconciliation within the human ranks, peace had eventually been established. But perhaps, from the very beginning, the Mercenary Association had already begun infiltrating the human faction. Hearing Ding Hui's words, Chu Zhang's expression turned grim as well. In her message, xuanhuan mentioned that in 3 days, she'll enter an E-rank Fuan. That might be where I can finally meet her. Perhaps then, I can find out the true nature of all this. As Chu Zhang spoke up, especially upon realizing Chu Zhang intended to go alone, Ding Hui's face showed clear disapproval. But before he could voice his objection, Chu Zhang cut him off. Brother Ding, right now the enemy remains hidden in shadows while we stand exposed in plain sight. We don't even know their true strength. If conflict breaks out, how heavily will we be disadvantaged? Information warfare thrives on surprise. No matter what, I have to go. Perhaps it was the firmness in Chu Zhang's tone, but Ding Hui fell silent for a long while, staring steadily at him. After an extended pause, he slowly nodded. Just be careful. Your safety comes first. 3 days later, within a remote E-rank Fuan, Chu Zhang cautiously passed through the corridor and entered the Baihui cavity. Ding. Host detected at Nest check-in location E465. Would you like to check in? Check-in successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the SP-51 Saint Warrior Blueprint. Chu Zhang had just casually completed the check-in, not even having time to see the reward clearly, when a dark shadow suddenly shot toward him. In a flash, someone grabbed him and yanked him into a patch of darkness. Behind them, the sounds of other Fuan explorers continued drifting down the corridor. Shoo! A soft breath brushed past his ear. Chu Zhang quickly realized it was xuanhuan who had pulled him. His hand, which had been about to draw a weapon, slowly relaxed and lowered. Only after the others had passed did she finally release Chu Zhang's hand. Chu Zhang finally seized the chance and spoke with slight irritation. We're meeting anyway, so why drag me into some dark corner like this? Someone might think we're up to no good. But xuanhuan paid no mind to Chu Zhang's annoyance. Instead, she casually half-reclined on the ground as if a great burden had been lifted, wearing an expression of deep relief. Seeing she remained silent, Chu Zhang urged her. Aren't we here to talk business? Get on with it. No conscience at all. After taking such huge risks to warn you, can I even relax for a moment? Just as unpleasant as always. xuanhuan glared at Chu Zhang slightly annoyed, yet her expression carried a trace of nostalgia. But when she noticed these changes within herself, a sense of loss flickered across her face. Seeing this, Chu Zhang stopped pressing her and waited silently for her to compose herself before bringing up the matter again. I had no choice but to meet you here. Right now, Andro base is crawling with Viz's spies. The moment I make contact with you, I'd be dead within an hour. I value my life, so meeting in this dump is the only option. That's serious? Ever since I returned from the Mercenary Association, I had Brother Ding conduct an internal review of the base. How could information still be leaking? Review. At Chu Zhang's words, xuanhuan sneered in disdain. As for the Brother Ding, Chu Zhang mentioned, she certainly knew exactly who he was. The military barracks are the most deeply infiltrated part of the entire Andro base. Maybe you don't know, but the internal parameters of Storm Crimson have already been handed over to Viz. They've spent over a month researching countermeasures against it. Now, do you still think an internal review at the base is useful? Chapter 93: The Urgency of the Genetic Race, Inside and Outside Allied? Why? Chu Zhang didn't quite understand. At first, xuanhuan wasn't sure what he meant, but after a moment, she sneered mockingly. There are always some people who can't accept cold metal embedded inside their bodies, yet still want to live longer. With no choice, they turn to the Mercenary Association. Beyond that, the rest is merely about interests and leverage. This combination has already forced many high-ranking officers in the military camp to become Viz's eyes and ears. Hearing this, Chu Zhang's pupils shrank. Then, realizing how recent decisions by Blue Planet to universally promote chip implantation would further push stubborn factions toward the Mercenary Association, everything suddenly made sense. No wonder. Otherwise, why would Ding Hui end up isolated like an island at Andalo base, his orders met only with passive resistance? Seeing the look of sudden understanding on Chu Zhang's face, xuanhuan knew she'd gotten her point across, so she didn't dwell on the topic any longer. In short, just remember this. Ever since the Mercenary Association learned long ago about the emergence of spiritual energy awakeners on Blue Planet, they've sent numerous agents to infiltrate and gather intelligence. And as for why Viz is interested in you, it's because they know you possess half of a divine fragment. From my guess, he probably wants to use that half-divine fragment within you to solve a millennia-old problem plaguing the genetic race. Problem. Chu Zhang, who had been deep in thought planning to warn Ding Hui later to re-examine the management ranks, froze at xuanhuan's words. That news about him possessing half a divine fragment had leaked, this much he'd anticipated. After all, if even the entire Andalo base was filled with Viz's informants, there was no way such information could remain hidden. What truly concerned him now was what exactly that 1,000-year-old crisis afflicting the genetic race actually was. You know about the fact that awakening spiritual energy requires mastering the science of spiritual energy theory, right? Of course, Chu Zhang replied. Humanity had discovered this largely due to documents salvaged from the Rat People spacecraft. As one of the key participants, how could he not know? But xuanhuan merely smiled mysteriously. Our human faction hasn't interacted much with spiritual races over the past 1,000 years, yet we still managed to acquire fragments of spiritual energy theory and produce awakened individuals. So why is it that despite having deeply embedded spies within the spiritual races, the genetic race has never produced a single spiritual awakener? Is it because they haven't obtained even a shred of spiritual energy theory? Obviously not. Indeed, Chu Zhang, who had been somewhat distracted before, grew increasingly solemn upon hearing these words. In previous encounters with the Mercenary Association, he'd momentarily overlooked this very issue. His focus had always been on how the genetic race kept trying to steal spiritual energy theory from humanity, never once considering whether they might have already possessed alternative theories themselves. If they did, and still failed to produce any awakeners, wouldn't that contradict everything currently known? Xuanhuan instinctively looked at Xuanhuan. Seeing her smiling faintly, he quickly pressed, "What exactly is going on?" The reason the genetic race can only pursue physical augmentation comes down to the effect of the Gupari of the Xie God. Their path to spiritual energy has been completely severed by the Xie God. No matter how much spiritual energy theory the genetic race gathers, not a single spiritual awakener will ever emerge. To change this reality, they must act directly against the Xie God himself. Yet now, they are despised by the Xie God and have absolutely no clue where to begin. Under these circumstances, when they suddenly learn that the human faction possesses half a divine fragment, what do you think they'll do? Will they stay rational? Xuanhuan countered. Xuanhuan fell silent. The primary reason why spiritual races were humanity's #1 enemy lay in the fact that, in today's universe, every spiritual lineage was monopolized at its source by the Xie God. To walk the spiritual path, one must inevitably find ways to sacrifice and worship the Xie God. And over time, their minds would be twisted and corrupted by the Xie God, turning them into madmen. Eventually, the entire universe would face catastrophic disaster. The insect race's universe was precisely such a cautionary tale. Perhaps the early human faction hadn't known this truth, but being highly forward-thinking, they began prevention efforts long ago. That was how the current situation came to be. Now, the genetic race clearly intended to use the half-divine fragment within Xuanhuan to recreate a god of the genetic race. Once achieved, a new path would open. The spiritual lineages would no longer be monopolized by the existing spiritual races. As for Xuanhuan, he had become someone they had to eliminate. Indeed, after piecing together the full picture, comprehension dawned on Xuanhuan's face. Beside him, seeing that he finally understood, Xuanhuan spoke earnestly. "Now you see why I took such great risk warning you to be extremely careful? That half of the divine fragment must never fall into the hands of the genetic race. Otherwise, it would be a catastrophe for the human faction. Under no circumstances can you go to the A-rank Fuan." No. Contrary to Xuanhuan's expectations, after hearing her heartfelt explanation, Xuanhuan still refused. "I'm going to the A-rank Fuan, and thank you for clearing up my doubts." "Why?" Staring into Xuanhuan's determined eyes, Xuanhuan looked utterly bewildered. "I made everything so clear. Whether from the standpoint of righteousness or self-interest, you shouldn't agree to go on this A-rank Fuan with Viz. Why are you refusing?" Seeing Xuanhuan growing agitated, Xuanhuan suddenly felt mischievous. The A-rank Fuan is rich in resources, and these are exclusive to the Mercenary Association. Even if it's just for one coordinate, I have to go. How about that as a reason? You idiot. If you really want coordinates, I'll give them to you myself. Do you really have to risk your life? Xuanhuan was frustrated and disappointed, her voice rising sharply. But Xuanhuan remained completely unfazed. "All right, I was just joking. Yes, I do plan to go on this A-rank Fuan. But since you've laid out all the risks and benefits so clearly, why should I simply back down in panic? Do you really think that if this attempt fails, the genetic race will stop coming after me? As long as this half of the divine fragment remains in my possession, they won't stop. So, we might as well give them an opportunity. Besides, now that you're on the inside helping me, why can't I take advantage of this chance to turn the tables, catch them off guard?" Xuanhuan spoke with sincere conviction. After hearing his words, Xuanhuan fell silent. Indeed, she had only been concerned about Xuanhuan's safety, completely overlooking the urgency driving the genetic race. If this attempt failed, they'd simply try again and again. Moreover, the reason the genetic race chose to lure Xuanhuan out before making their move was precisely because they were cautious about the human faction's stance. For now, they weren't ready to openly break relations with humanity. However, if Xuanhuan kept refusing, and the genetic race became desperate, they might directly strike at Andalo Base. And currently, Andalo Base was under Viz's absolute control. If violence broke out there, Xuanhuan would never escape Viz's grasp. That would be true helplessness. On the contrary, better to follow Xuanhuan's idea. Let the Mercenary Association remain visible while we stay hidden, cooperate covertly, and strike when least expected. Chapter 94. Is the Psionic Alliance planning to wage war? After a long silence, Xuanhuan finally spoke, her voice hoarse. "What do you plan to do?" "Naturally, remain calm and let circumstances unfold. Keep things unchanged to respond to all changes. To put it simply, return to where we belong. We'll deal with things when we reach the A-rank Fuan." Xuanhuan's tone was extremely casual. Xuanhuan was momentarily speechless. She glared at him in annoyance, wanting to scold him, yet finding no suitable words. In the end, all her complex emotions dissolved into a sharp snort. She shot him a fierce glare before stomping off, clearly upset. But Xuanhuan didn't care. With Xuanhuan handling matters at the Mercenary Association, there likely wouldn't be any major unexpected incidents. His mind then turned back to that shadowy figure. So far, the base had only temporarily confirmed that the Shadow Man was a new human from Blue Star. Everything else about him remained uncracked. He wondered if there had been any results yet. Thinking this, Xuanhuan decided not to linger in the Feng any longer and headed straight back to the manor. As for replying to Wiz, he wasn't in a hurry. The moment he returned to the manor, Xuanhuan went directly to Ding Hui's study. Seeing him enter, Ding Hui, who had been just about to leave, paused in surprise, then quickly sat back down. I was wondering who'd come. As it happens, I was just on my way to find you. You showing up saves me the trouble of walking. As he spoke, Ding Hui handed over a file he had already prepared. Take a look. This is... Chu Jiang took it with a confused expression. Taking advantage of Chu Jiang's momentary distraction as he looked over the file, Ding Hui explained gravely. The items recovered from the Shadow Man have been mostly analyzed. What you're holding is the full breakdown report. At this, Ding Hui let out a heavy sigh. He had already read through the file earlier. Thus, he fully understood what the intelligence meant for the human faction at this critical juncture. Seeing his solemn demeanor, Chu Jiang's heart skipped a beat. He sped up his reading. Minutes later, he looked up in disbelief. The Psionic Alliance will soon launch an attack against our human faction. Yes, the intel has been verified. It won't happen immediately, but within the next few years, without a doubt. Ding Hui's voice carried a sense of weariness. In truth, even that estimate was conservative. Given the gene race's desperate hunger for divine fragments, and considering they already possess half a divine core, they must understand its immense value. And knowing that the human faction, or rather, Chu Jiang, holds the other half, why wouldn't they come to claim it? Once both halves merge, a sixth god would rise in the native universe, beyond the original 5 evil deities. That would bring unknown transformations, a completely new future amid existing crises, a miracle. There's no reason they'd allow time to pass idly. Delay only increases uncertainty. Clearly, Chu Jiang understood all this too. His expression grew serious. The items recovered from the Shadow Man went beyond just the divine fragment. Most were special materials for magic arrays and magic artifacts, all requiring psionic power to operate. For the human faction, these were samples that needed to be sealed away for research. Additionally, the collected intelligence concerned the Psionic Alliance's stance toward the human faction, or specifically, toward Chu Jiang. Brother Ding, is this limited only to the Andromeda Galaxy, or? Chu Jiang suddenly interrupted, asking hopefully as if struck by a thought. But Ding Hui wore a bitter smile. You think if the Psionic Alliance has made this decision, they'd target only the Andromeda Galaxy as a single extraterrestrial battlefield? Though not spoken outright, Ding Hui's attitude said it all. Indeed, if the Psionic Alliance had decided on a full-scale assault against the human faction, they would never limit themselves to just one extraterrestrial front. What's the situation back on Blue Star? They're still waiting for the verdict from the Council of Humanity. But generally speaking, the possible outcomes are predictable. Essentially, accelerate the plunder of Fuban resources to prepare for the Psionic Alliance's invasion, and simultaneously increase R&D efforts on psionic defense. For now, our means of countering the Psionic Alliance remain painfully inadequate. With each word Ding Hui spoke, Chu Jiang felt increasingly grim. After all, the gap in psionic technology between the human faction and the psionic race was simply too vast. With current human technological capabilities, even dealing with silver-tier opponents was somewhat difficult. Faced with mass-produced silver-tier beings, there would be absolutely no chance of victory. Therefore, research into psionic technology must be intensified, even if only for defensive purposes. Otherwise, being utterly defenseless would be like standing naked, ready to be picked at will. But Tin Fan, do you Tian Fa Feng Man? Chu Jiang, you may dosa gongshan. For the research and development aspect, Chu Jiang couldn't contribute much either. Though he had some understanding of this field, actually creating countermeasures was utterly impossible. Just as Chu Jiang was racking his brain for a solution, he suddenly remembered. Hadn't he once checked in at a Fuban and obtained a blueprint? He quickly double-checked. Name, SP-51 Saint Warrior. Category, Advanced Mechanical Soldier. Description, one of the Saint Warrior models in the Athena Core series. Powered by controlled nuclear fusion, equipped with mid-level artificial intelligence, capable of communication and combat through programmed protocols. Its physical perception is indistinguishable from that of a human. Armed with the most advanced weaponry in the native universe, it even possesses partial resistance to psionic attacks. An elite regiment within Athena's military force. Required materials, 10 units of titanium alloy, 15 units of carbon-cesium alloy, 5 units of energy crystals. Production time, 24 hours. Ding. Under the effect of the 10,000-fold accelerated manufacturing halo, production time for Project SP-51 Saint Warrior reduced to 9 seconds. Chu Jiang's pupils contracted sharply. Unexpectedly, this blueprint belonged to the same series as the earlier one he'd obtained, the Athena blueprint. He remembered clearly how, when he first acquired the Athena Commander blueprint, he'd felt regret. It was merely a single commander model, and its combat potential seemed limited. Yet now, in such a short time, he'd been rewarded with the Saint Warrior blueprint, perfectly complementing the previous one, especially since, according to the system description, these Saint Warriors possessed actual resistance against psionic attacks. It was like being handed a pillow just when he was about to fall asleep. With the Psionic Alliance posing such a grave threat, the addition of these Saint Warriors would at least give the human faction breathing room. Granted, the description mentioned only partial immunity, but that alone would be highly effective. Without hesitation, Chu Jiang pulled out the blueprint. Brother Ding, this is a blueprint I collected in Aflan. According to its description, it has partial resistance to psionic attacks. If all human factions across the board mass-produce this mechanical warrior, even if the Psionic Alliance launches a full-scale invasion in the future, we won't be completely helpless. Moreover, there's a matching series of commander blueprints, the Athena commanders. Combined, they could buy our human faction an enormous amount of time. As he spoke, Chu Jiang handed the blueprint over to Ding Hui. His decision was already made. Sure, he had the 10,000-fold accelerated manufacturing ability thanks to his ship talent, allowing him to produce one Saint Warrior in just 9 seconds, which sounded fast. But supplying the entire human faction across the native universe? Even producing tens of millions over 3 years wouldn't be enough to sustain defenses for half a year. Therefore, the most efficient method was clear. Submit the blueprint and mobilize every extraterrestrial battlefield and base to manufacture their own troops. If they lacked materials, they could gather them from Thuban themselves. This way, every base could maximize its defensive strength against the Psionic Alliance's invasion. This was the most effective approach, no other option compared. On the other end, Ding Hui, who had been steeped in bitter frustration, suddenly perked up at Chu Jiang's words. Chapter 95, Arrival at the A-Rank Instance. Ding Hui quickly took the blueprint from Chu Jiang's hands and began examining it carefully. When he saw the detailed annotations of its specific functions, his eyes could barely contain their kashi. But soon, he seemed to realize something. His expression turned hesitant as he looked back at Chu Jiang. Chu Jiang, this blueprint was your discovery. Are you really planning to hand it over like this? What if you authorized a factory to produce it yourself and sold it to other extraterrestrial battlefields? That would be an enormous fortune. By the end, Ding Hui's tone carried a faint excitement. Although doing so might seem like profiting from others' misfortune, exploiting wartime suffering, for Chu Jiang, it would mean rapidly amassing vast resources. This way, even if the Spirit Energy Alliance sent more assassins after him, he'd have sufficient protection. Chu Jiang couldn't possibly have overlooked this. Yet he still made this request, which was exactly why Ding Hui was asking so carefully. Seeing Ding Hui looking at him like that, Chu Jiang instantly understood what he meant. A faint, serene smile flickered across his face. I've already made up my mind. I'll submit it. Granted, as you said, I could accumulate immense resources for myself. But for some of the harder-pressed battlefields, that would feel like taking advantage. Maximizing the combat strength of every human base. That's our most urgent priority right now. Personal gains or losses don't matter. Chu Jiang spoke with remarkable calmness. The more Ding Hui listened, the more admiration and even respect he felt in his gaze. Were he in Chu Jiang's position, facing such a choice, he doubted he'd have the same magnanimity. But since Chu Jiang had made his decision, Ding Hui wouldn't stand in his way. Fine. I'll report your decision to the Solar Federation. Resources will be uniformly distributed to all extraterrestrial battlefields. And of course, I'll do my best to secure fair benefits for you. Then I truly appreciate it, Brother Ding. Seeing how hard Ding Hui was working on his behalf, Chu Jiang couldn't very well refuse. He gave a slightly bashful smile and accepted. A few days later, somewhere within the Andromeda Galaxy, inside the warship's control room, Zhang Long's voice came through the communicator, tinged with complaint. Captain Chu, we've been tagging along with these mercenary squads for nearly half a month now. Why haven't we seen any sign of the A-Rank instance yet? Could they be lying to us? Zhang Long sounded miserable, unable to stop grumbling. In truth, ever since the third day of departure, Zhang Long had started whining to Chu Jiang nonstop. At first it was just occasional remarks, but lately they'd become increasingly frequent, so much so that even Mo Ran and Shirkai grew anxious, occasionally checking in with him too. Indeed, for this A-Rank instance raid, Chu Jiang had only brought 3 teammates, Mo Ran, Zhang Long, and Shirkai. On the mercenary side, 300-member mercenary squads had been dispatched. Notably, Viz himself didn't appear to have come. Still, during this time, Chu Jiang did run into some familiar faces he'd met before, such as Huqiu. As for the exact location of the A-Rank instance, the mercenaries remained tight-lipped, merely telling him to follow the formation. If not for xuanhuan acting as an informant, knowing full well that the A-Rank instance truly existed, and suspecting that the mercenaries planned to move against him only after entering the instant star system, he wouldn't have played along so blindly. He wouldn't have acted like a fool, obediently swallowing every word the mercenaries said. Just as he was about to open his mouth to calm Zhang Long down, intending to inquire once more about the mercenaries' progress, the call came unexpectedly from the other side. Chu Jiang, our current position is less than 1 billion kilometers from the A-Rank instance. We expect arrival within the day. Please ensure you and your team are ready for exploration. Through the dedicated communication channel with the mercenary group, xuanhuan's indifferent voice rang out. Chu Jiang blinked momentarily, then hurriedly confirmed receipt. Once acknowledged, the other end. xuanhuan cut the line without another word. Yes, the liaison between the mercenary group and Chu Jiang was none other than xuanhuan. Perhaps the Mercenary Association wanted to test xuanhuan's loyalty, or perhaps they hoped to demonstrate sincerity to Chu Jiang, reassuring him and avoiding unexpected incidents mid-mission. Whatever the reason, the arrangement stood. As for xuanhuan, of course, there were always other spies keeping tabs on him. But so far, fortunately, no major complications had arisen. Chu Jiang quickly relayed the news to Zhang Long and Shirkai. Hearing they were finally about to enter the instance, both men let out huge sighs of relief, yet simultaneously clenched their fists in eager anticipation, their fighting spirit igniting. This was an A-Rank instance. Since joining Andeluo base, they'd experienced countless instances, hundreds, if not dozens at least. The highest tier they'd ever participated in was only a B-rank instance, the one during their operation to sabotage the Spirit Energy Alliance's plans. And that had been the only one. Now, an A-rank instance was right before their eyes. How could they not be excited? Even though they knew full well this A-rank instance wouldn't be as peaceful as usual, at the very least, they'd be able to say they'd entered one. Back at base, they'd have endless bragging rights. Captain Chu, you just leave it to us. No matter what, Shirkai and I will prioritize protecting you and Vice Captain Mo. Yes, to ensure nothing went wrong during the mission. Chu Jiang and Ding Hui, after careful consideration, had finally decided to reveal the truth to the two of them right before departure. They clearly laid out Chu Jiang's current significance to the human faction, as well as the ambitions held by the genetic races behind the Mercenary Association. It took a long time for the two men to fully grasp the reality, but in the end, they accepted Ding Hui's request. Within the instance, they must guarantee Chu Jiang's safety at all costs. To support this, Ding Hui had even provided them with some secret weapons. Naturally, Chu Jiang and Mo Ran each had their own protections as well, though theirs were not exactly the same. I don't need your protection. Just make sure you don't become a burden. Chu Jiang shot back with an exasperated laugh upon hearing Zhang Long's deliberately annoying tone. As if he was already cursing their mission to fail, predicting that he and Mo Ran would inevitably run into trouble. Didn't he know such talk was bad luck? Soon afterward, half a day later, reconnaissance drones returned footage showing a vast star system enveloped by a silvery film. Its scale was nearly half again as large as the Milky Way. At its heart blazed a single, dazzlingly brilliant star, around which countless smaller stars orbited in silent reverence. That was the core of the entire system. And coincidentally, just as they approached, the overlapping dimensional layer of the instance began collapsing and dispersing. No need to wait. They could enter immediately. At the same time, Chu Jiang received another contact from the mercenary group. The leader of Azure Finch asked me to ask you, do you plan to cooperate with our main mercenary force and head straight for those C-rank nests, or will you act independently? Yun Qinghan's voice remained indifferent as ever. The Azure Finch she mentioned was the name of one of the three mercenary groups. The other two were called Black Tiger and Iron Deer. And Yun Qinghan herself was a member of the Azure Finch mercenary group. Chapter 96. Absolutely no disappointment allowed. Let's go our separate ways. After all, my relationship with your mercenary group isn't close enough for us to trust each other with our backs. Chu Jiang said this without sparing any face for Yun Qinghan. In fact, this was exactly the scene the mercenaries wanted to see, because only then could they be sure that the bond between Yun Qinghan and Chu Jiang from their days at Blue Star Academy had truly vanished. Even though Yun Qinghan had voluntarily joined the mercenary group and passed every level of scrutiny by their mercenary association with no issues detected, the fear remained. Meeting an old friend again at Andro Base might stir unexpected emotions within her. This was precisely what the entire mercenary association feared most. Vers had thought the same. That was why Vers went to such lengths to take Yun Qinghan as his apprentice, keeping her constantly by his side, to monitor her every move and repeatedly test her loyalty. In that case, good luck to you. Yun Qinghan didn't say more. She cut off the communication immediately. Then she turned to the group standing behind her and said, he said he won't act with us. Good, good. Hearing Yun Qinghan's confirmation, several of the alien species warriors visibly relaxed. Among them was Hu Qiu, Chu Jiang's old acquaintance, and Filier, the leader of the clan of Qin mentioned earlier by Wu Huagua. Filier belonged to the elephant clan, but due to heavy genetic integration from other races, his elephantine traits were not prominent. He looked almost entirely human, except for his teeth, smooth and lustrous like polished jade. Thanks to you, Qinghan, Filier said with a friendly smile, nodding toward her. Otherwise, having them trailing behind would have made it hard to shake them off before proceeding with our real plan. At his words, relief flickered across the faces of those nearby. As for Yun Qinghan, her expression remained unchanged. Calm and composed, she simply waited for their next instruction. Filier seemed accustomed to her attitude and showed no reaction. Instead, he turned to the others. Then let's carefully pick out a suitable hive, a proper tomb for them. Indeed, before arriving, the three mercenary teams had already plotted how to eliminate Chu Jiang inside the Fuban star system. Direct confrontation risked alerting Chu Jiang. After all, even now, they still didn't understand how Chu Jiang had managed to escape that B-rank Fuban system, when back then he'd been completely sealed in by the Arcane Alliance's magical arrays. To prevent Chu Jiang from escaping again through unknown means, they decided on an indirect approach. Lure him into a perilous hive and ambush him there. Once Chu Jiang exhausted every trick trying to survive, they'd reap the benefits without lifting a finger. And by then, every wound on Chu Jiang's body would be inflicted by the insectoid race. Even if humanity later found Chu Jiang's remains and sought revenge, their anger would fall solely on the bug species from another universe. So what if they suspected the Mercenary Association? Without concrete evidence, humanity wouldn't dare start open conflict. With the Xiuxian nearing awakening, disunity between humans and gene-based races would only benefit the Arcane Alliance. Thus, for the greater good, humanity could do nothing to them. For the greater good. This was the burden all of humanity had to carry. No matter how many times they exploited this excuse, it worked better than expected. Meanwhile, after successfully entering the A-rank Fuban star system, Chu Jiang discussed plans with Mo Ran. They decided to first target a D-rank hive. Although their main purpose here was to act as bait, provoking the mercenaries into making the first move, clearing Fuban hives was still essential. Their last attempt at the B-rank Fuban had amounted to little more than idle drifting, yielding pitifully few resources. Coming to an A-rank Fuban system only to leave empty-handed? Unthinkable. Yet given their current strength, charging directly into C, or even B-rank hives would be suicide, an act of utter recklessness. Therefore, a D-rank hive was their optimal choice. Having set their goal, the team scouted all available mid-tier hives in the Xingxi. Finally, Chu Jiang made the call. Near one particular B-rank hive, several D-rank hives orbited around it. Their target was one of these. At the same time, the mercenary groups also finalized their own targets. Xiuxian paid slight attention. He noticed they were all heading toward B-rank hives. However, his reconnaissance drones couldn't see any further. After all, the distance was simply too great. Now it all depended on xuanhuan. Xiuxian thought to himself quietly. Then he immediately signaled Ran and the other two to land. The assault on the hive officially began. The moment they entered the entrance, Xiuxian's mechanical eye activated its thermal imaging, instantly sending out a warning. Instinctively, Xiuxian blocked the other three and pulled them behind cover, waiting carefully for the Emperor's analysis. A short while later, the results came through. This hive only has mantis-type insectoid warriors, though there are numerous subtypes within that category. Most are melee fighters. Their curved blades on their arms pack serious power. Be extremely cautious. Xiuxian warned the trio carefully. Hearing this, Zhonglong let out a sigh of relief. So what? That was all. Just a bunch of mantis-type insectoids. He had encountered many such variants before. He knew them inside and out. Immediately, he slapped Xiuxian on the shoulder and boasted proudly. Captain Xiu, you can rest easy. I've fought plenty of mantis-type insectoids before. I know them like the back of my hand. Why don't you leave command of this hive run to me? You? It wasn't that Xiuxian doubted Zhonglong's abilities per se. It was just that Zhonglong's current demeanor offered little sense of reassurance. After a moment of hesitation, Xiuxian slowly nodded. Fine. You can take command. At worst, we still have the Emperor monitoring everything. Just don't get reckless or overconfident. Upon hearing this, Zhonglong's face lit up with joy. He immediately snapped off a crisp military salute. Understood. To be honest, in the very beginning, when Xiuxian was first getting involved in phone clearances, due to his lack of experience, he had let Zhonglong take charge. But once Xiuxian became proficient in hive operations, he never handed over command again. Even when Xiuxian was absent, leadership fell to Vice Captain Ran, not Zhonglong. So today marked the first time since joining the team that Zhonglong had been entrusted with command, a long-awaited return to responsibility. He would give it everything he had. Absolutely no disappointment allowed. He, Zhonglong, meant every word. Chapter 97. The mercenary corps begins their move. After passing through a dark and narrow corridor, the path ahead gradually widened. They hadn't gone far when faint sounds emerged from within. Zhonglong immediately raised a hand to stop them, listening carefully. The footsteps were heavy and forceful, with regular intervals, clearly belonging to heavy double-blade mantis warriors. These mantis warriors wielded blades as hard as carbon alloy, making any direct confrontation extremely dangerous. However, their weaknesses were just as obvious. They were slow in movement. As long as one stayed out of their reach, they became nothing more than living punching bags. Zhonglong quickly relayed his conclusion to Xiuxian. Seeing how certain Zhonglong was, Xiuxian hesitated no longer, signaling the others to retrieve the weapons provided by Dinghui. P-442 heat-resistant plasma submachine guns. Compared to standard plasma submachine guns, the P-442 model featured improved heat resistance in its magazine and supported two ammo types, plasma cells and energy crystals. It was especially suited for clearing enemies indoors, perfect for raiding a hive. Armed with dual weapons, Zhonglong charged forward confidently, unleashing a rapid barrage at the movement he spotted at the end of the corridor. Bang! 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 Scree! In the distance, a series of impacts echoed like plasma beams striking metal walls, followed by sharp, anguished shrieks wailing into chaos. The mantis warriors went berserk, charging outward blindly. But under Zhonglong's overwhelming firepower, they couldn't get close at all. Instead, they were being relentlessly pushed back. Within moments, several mantis warrior corpses littered the ground. Xiuxian and the other two, who had just drawn their own weapons, stood stunned. They never expected Zhonglong to be this formidable. Immediately, Shikai and Ran rushed forward too. They couldn't let Zhonglong hog all the glory, or rather, bear all the pressure alone. As comrades in arms, they had to share the burden. Watching them go, Xiuxian smiled faintly. Rather than rushing in himself, he summoned a group of Type 2 soldiers and Falcon drones behind the front line. After all, those double blades on the Mantis warriors weren't bad. Excellent raw material that could be reprocessed into ammunition capable of penetrating ship shields. Absolutely nothing should be wasted. The primary objective of coming to this A-Rankthamum was resource acquisition. Not a single drop could be spared. Half an hour later, the endless stream of Mantis warriors pouring from the corridor had been completely wiped out. Likewise, the fallen warriors' blades had been fully collected by Xiuxian's drones and mechanical soldiers. Boxed and packed, they were neatly stored away into Xiuxian's infinite space. Team leader Xiu, ahead should be the hive's Zhuiyue chamber, panted Zhonglong, gulping down water before reporting. Based on my observations, we've eliminated nearly 8,000 Mantis warriors already, and everyone looked freshly polished. Clearly just finished spa treatment in the Zhuiyue chamber. Their blades? Not even a scratch. Given Zhonglong's previous performance, Xiuxian was now certain he was no longer treating the hive-clearing mission so carelessly. So, he trusted these words completely. He promptly pulled out the blueprint, preparing to launch a direct assault on the Baihui chamber. According to Zhonglong, the only useful resource on the Mantis warriors was their double blades. And since they'd already obtained the finest ones from the heavy double-blade Mantis warriors, there was nothing else worth taking in this D-rank hive except perhaps the queen. No need to waste time clearing each chamber one by one. A complete waste of effort. There were plenty of other D-rank hives in this A-Rankthamum. Sure enough, not long after advancing, they soon arrived at a vast chamber. Exactly as predicted, the Jueyue chamber. The team gave it a quick sweep, confirming no resources were left behind, then reoriented themselves toward the Baihui chamber. Yet at that very moment, Xu Jiang suddenly received a communication request from an unknown channel. Within the Fubon, the only one who could locate her right now via an unknown channel had to be Xinhuan. Could it be? Had the mercenary corps already begun moving? Xu Jiang instantly accepted the call. Immediately, Xinhuan's slightly tense voice came through. The Greenfinch mercenary corps has begun their move. From what I can tell, Filier plans to join forces with 2 other mercenary groups to set a trap for you inside a B-rank hive. A B-rank hive? Truly flattering. Upon hearing this, Xu Jiang snorted coldly. Just keep acting arrogant, Xinhuan sneered. Though they've started moving, they haven't finalized the details of the trap yet. Roughly speaking, they plan to lure you into the B-rank hive using bait, then engineer your separation from your teammates, letting the hive queen deal with you. And to prevent you from calling for backup, they'll likely eliminate your teammates before you even reach the B-rank hive. Xinhuan lowered her voice, speaking rapidly. She had seized the chance to report while taking advantage of the chaos during a routine inspection of the hive, slipping away from her companions unnoticed. But she couldn't stay offline for too long, otherwise, suspicion would arise. Clearly, Xu Jiang understood her predicament. He didn't say anything more. Got it. Once the exact plan is confirmed, send me another update. I'll remain on high alert. After ending the communication, Xu Jiang relayed everything Xinhuan had said to Mo Ran and the other 2 without holding back. After all, this involved their lives. No room for negligence. Still, the enemy hadn't finalized their operation yet. It was far too early for them to come after Mo Ran and the others. So, the team pressed on with clearing the hive. Soon, after covering some distance, the space before them suddenly expanded. They had arrived at the Baihui chamber. At the same time, ding. Detected that you are within check-in range of a D-rank hive. Would you like to check in? Ding. Check-in successful. Reward obtained. 100 units of titanium alloy. Of course, the moment they stepped inside, the matriarch immediately detected their presence as well. Battle erupted instantly. Thanks to the earlier Zhejiang experience, combined with the existing chemistry built through prolonged cooperation, the group had already developed an unspoken understanding, a seamless coordination without needing words. Zhang Long and Shi Kai took the lead in offense, while Chu Jiang and Mo Ran flanked from the sides, suppressing fire on the other Mantis warriors guarding the matriarch. Finally, Zhang Long fired one decisive shot straight into the black-brown crystal core embedded in the matriarch's chest cavity, the energy nucleus linking her to the entire hive. It was akin to the human heart. One explosive hit, equivalent to piercing the heart directly, killed her instantly. Congratulations. Harvested 1,000 kindling points. Congratulations. Harvested 1,000 units of energy crystals. Congratulations. Harvested 1,000 units of starship-grade metal. A rapid succession of harvesting notifications blared continuously. When the sounds finally ceased, Xu Jiang checked again and discovered his starship had actually leveled up once more. Name, Cluster-class logistics vessel. Owner, Xu Jiang. Level 18. Heaven never betrays the hardworking. Exactly as he thought. Farming Fubins was the fastest way to level up. And it wasn't just him who leveled up, Mo Ran did too. His level rose from 12 all the way to 15. Shi Kai also gained 1 level, tying with Zhang Long at level 26. As for Zhang Long, his kindling points were nearly sufficient. With just one more D-rank hive run, reaching level 27 seemed entirely possible. Chapter 98. A Bountiful Harvest. Mercenary Corps on the move. 3 days later, having successfully conquered and cleared the 3rd D-rank hive, Xu Jiang finally broke through the level 20 threshold, advancing to level 21. Name, Swarm-class logistics vessel. Level 21. Hull points 8,000/8,000. Shield points 8,000/8,000. Energy points 10,000/10,000. Vessel attributes. Firepower 800. Armor 800. Shield 800. Mobility 800. Endurance 1,000. Compared to his previous level 17 status, every stat, from hull and shields to energy and all other parameters, had doubled. Even the vessel's energy points had now surpassed the 10,000 mark. Still, since he originally started as the most basic swarm-class logistics vessel, each upgrade only brought minimal multidimensional improvements. Thus, even after breaking the level 20 threshold, his stats remained modest. In contrast, Moran, who had also just broken past level 20 as a rare-class warship, completely outclassed him. His hull and shield values both exceeded 10,000, with firepower and mobility approaching 2,000. The only area where he fell short was endurance, lagging far behind Xu Jiang. Comparing oneself to others truly invites despair. But Xu Jiang didn't dwell much on this. He'd gained check-in privileges at 3 additional D-rank hives, securing his 5th 10,000x multiplier effect so far, the 10,000x Endurance Halo. 10,000x Endurance Halo maximizes energy extraction from every energy crystal while adding an extra energy capacity bar. Legend has it. Charge for 5 minutes, fight for 2 hours. 1 crystal now outperforms 6. In short, he'd become tankier than ever. When he first saw this new 10,000x endurance talent, he could only chuckle bitterly. At the same time, he'd acquired 2 blue-tier ship modules, Raging Shield and Withering Beam. Under the amplification of the 10,000x firepower boost halo, both had evolved into purple-tier modules, Raging Will and Wither. Raging Will. Introduction: Psionics, as the purest form of idealistic power, has unique effects not only on the mind but also on starships. Anger, triggered by external stimuli, is the most effective way, bar none, to protect the brain. Effect: upon activation, uses energy crystals to generate a psionic barrier capable of nullifying certain psychic attack sequences. Cost: 10 units of energy crystals per use. Lasts 60 minutes. 5-minute cooldown. Wither. Introduction: what in the world were those lunatics thinking, turning their ships into abominations, neither vessel nor monster? Let me cleanse them with love. Effect: fires an unknown beam capable of stripping flesh, effectively suppressing offensive and defensive capabilities of bioorganic vessels. Cost: 10 energy points per use. Lasts 1 minute. 3-minute cooldown. Raging will provide absolute defense against psionic attacks. Even if it couldn't fully block physical manifestations of psionic force, it still gave him another survival tool, especially critical during this period when the Psionic Alliance was clearly plotting against humanity. It was nothing short of a divine gift. As for Wither, it was even more valuable. Just the ability to strip implanted organic modules from biovessels made it indispensable. To genetic races, this was an uncounterable superweapon, a natural predator. Now, facing the 3 mercenary corps' assassination plot against him, Xiuxian felt far more confident. However, 3 days had already passed. The mercenary groups had likely finalized their plans by now. After careful consideration, Xiuxian finally spoke up. Moran, you and Zhang Long pack up and prepare to return to Andalos immediately. Huh? Why suddenly go back? Zhang Long was the first to respond. Conquering 4 D-rank hives in a row hadn't benefited just Xiuxian and Moran. Zhang Long and Shirkai had reaped substantial rewards too, though each had only obtained 3 blue-tier ship modules. As for green and white-tier modules that Xiuxian didn't want, they had collected countless. Plus the resources stripped from leftover Zerg warrior corpses. Once sold on Andalos, their wealth would easily more than double. Hives like this, where all loot went straight into their pockets, they weren't about to give up lightly. That was why Zhang Long sounded so reluctant. The situation with the mercenary groups feels off. I suspect they're about to make their move soon. Before that happens, you must leave my side. Returning to Andalos is the safest option. No. Before Xiuxian could finish, Moran interrupted. It took us several days just to travel from Andalos to this A-rank instance system. If we turn back now, it'll take several more days to return. If the Mercenary Association has already sent mercenary squads disguised as pirates to intercept us en route, going back now would be nothing short of suicide. Besides, our original plan was simply to separate from you, not necessarily to return to Andalos. As long as we stay hidden nearby without being discovered by those mercenary groups, we'll be fine. Moran's reasoning was solid. Xiuxian found himself speechless. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to agree. But before Moran and the other 3 could take any action, the communication channel Xiuxian had specially marked, the one designated for contacting mercenary groups, suddenly flickered. Xiuxian's pupils constricted sharply. He quickly alerted Moran and the others to flee the area immediately. Only after their warships had flown far away and found a hive to hide in did he finally answer the call, feigning panic. Where are you? Come save me now. Without waiting for a response, Xiuxian pressed his voice low, urgently pushing forward. What happened? What's going on? On the other end, Yun Qinghan's voice trembled slightly before she asked anxiously, what's wrong? Xiuxian pretended not to notice her reaction, keeping his tone rushed and frantic. Just now, because of you people, we were fighting a hive when I let my guard down. Moran and my other 2 teammates got dragged inside. I demand immediate backup. Do you hear me? Understood. We're coming right away. Just hold on and stay calm. Yun Qinghan's eyes flashed slightly as she instantly grasped the situation. She regained composure and calmly reassured him. Only after the call ended did she turn to Felier standing beside her. Did they get attacked? Xiuxian and his teammates have lost contact. Yun Qinghan answered crisply. But Felier seemed doubtful. Tell me, is it possible they found out about our plan ahead of time? That this sudden loss of contact is just an act, meant to send their teammates back early to deliver a warning? As Felier spoke, he stared straight into Yun Qinghan's eyes. Though he didn't accuse her outright, his underlying tone was unmistakable. He was testing her. Facing such a direct challenge, Yun Qinghan didn't flinch or avoid eye contact. Captain, the A-rank instance system is at least 7 days travel from Andalos. Even if they return now, there's no way they can report back to the human faction in time. By the time the human side finds out, we'll already have succeeded. Hearing this, Felier nodded deeply in agreement. You're right. And even if they do go back to relay the message, they won't make it through. There are plenty of our people along the way. Chapter 99, Profit Sharing? Just acting. Faced with Filier's slightly mocking words, Yun Qinghan remained completely unmoved. She didn't even spare him a glance. In that case, congratulations in advance to the Dunjong for your success. Hearing this response from Yun Qinghan, Filier raised an eyebrow, clearly somewhat dissatisfied. Yet he said nothing more, merely smirking with undisguised contempt as he walked away. Not long after, his voice rang out again. Slow down the Jun's speed a bit, let him sweat for a while. If he can't hold them off, just leave him there to be eliminated. And if he somehow holds on, consider it early attrition of his strength. Though Filier hadn't said it outright, Yun Qinghan understood perfectly what he meant. He still clearly doubted Xiuxian. With no reason to refuse, Yun Qinghan naturally followed his instructions. Xiujiang's face was grim as he maneuvered his warship, narrowly avoiding another attack launched from the B-rank instance behind him. To prove his earlier claims, right after cutting communications, Chu Jiang had deliberately provoked the nearby B-rank hive. And now, the consequence was, he was being chased by a swarm of insectoid warships. Several hours had passed, and still there was no sign of the mercenary group's flesh and blood spaceship. At this rate, wasn't he going to end up taking a serious hit? Just as Chu Jiang once again mentally cursed the mercenaries for the umpteenth time, their men finally arrived, late as ever. Apparently, they hadn't expected to encounter such a scene upon arrival. They stood frozen for a moment, stunned. But Chu Jiang quickly spotted the Black Tiger mercenary group's distinctive flesh and blood ship and immediately fired a signal flare toward it. Damn it, hurry up and help. What are you standing around for? The flare was highly visible but non-aggressive. The mercenaries aboard the flesh and blood ship instantly realized its meaning. Chu Jiang was urging them into action. Reluctantly, Filier dispatched one of his group's flesh and blood ships to intercept the insectoid fleet, doing its best to draw them away. Among the three major mercenary groups, Filier's Azure Finch squad possessed the highest number of highly mobile flesh and blood ships. Tasks like harassment and baiting were usually tacitly assigned to his forces. Sure enough, shortly afterward, the Azure Finch ship successfully lured the entire B-rank hive, including all its deployed insect warships, away. Chu Jiang finally breathed a sigh of relief. But before he could even catch his breath properly, he immediately opened a private channel to the mercenary group. Are you just here to watch the show? Do you find it funny seeing me running for my life like this? I was too busy earlier to ask. Why did you suddenly contact me? Chu Jiang's voice crackled through the comms, tinged with bitterness and resentment. The mercenaries snapped back to attention. Especially after hearing these words, they suddenly remembered the plan they hadn't yet explained. Earlier, Chu Jiang had spoken first, interrupting their process. Then came the incident of Chu Jiang provoking the B-rank hive himself. Filier had been calculating that the two would destroy each other, allowing the mercenaries to reap the benefits without lifting a finger. So naturally, they hadn't planned to say anything at all. What they never expected was that Chu Jiang, all alone, could actually withstand the siege of a B-rank hive for so long. Now, they found themselves cornered by Chu Jiang's accusations. Fortunately, xuanhuan reacted quickly and spoke up. Our mercenary group has discovered a severely damaged B-rank hive. Seems it just went through a fierce battle. We'd like to invite you to join us in raiding it. After all, the resources within a B-rank hive are extremely abundant. Raid a B-rank hive. Chu Jiang's voice turned shrill, clearly shocked. Well, considering he'd just barely escaped being hunted by a B-rank hive, anyone would naturally resist the idea. Everyone in the flesh and blood ship heard Chu Jiang's reaction loud and clear. Yet when xuanhuan mentioned the rich resources of the hive, Chu Jiang clearly showed a flicker of interest. Still, given how traumatized he was by his recent ordeal, he wasn't easily swayed. xuanhuan instinctively glanced at Filier beside her, as if seeking his approval. After Filier gave a slight nod, xuanhuan continued immediately. Originally, our arrangement was for your side to send 4 participants, with a 70-30 resource split in our favor. Now, since you only have one person, we're still willing to maintain that same 70-30 split in your favor. But you'll need to temporarily follow our command structure. How does that sound? At this point, xuanhuan paused, hearing heavy breathing coming through the comms from Chu Jiang's end. She pressed further. After all, originally, even though your share would have been 30%, you'd still have had to divide that among 3 teammates. But now, the full 30% belongs solely to you. As for our mercenary group, though we take the larger 70%, but we have to distribute it among every brother in the mercenary group. Each one would get less than 1%. But you can take 30% all by yourself. Chapter 100. Departure, entering the B-rank hive. We were dealing with a fleet of escaping Zerg warships when we contacted you. It took us some time to handle them, not because we intentionally delayed, but because you're coming with us. If anything went wrong, we wouldn't be able to answer to the base commander at Andro Base. xuanhuan spoke with logic and sincerity, leaving Chu Jiang speechless and unable to press any further. He could only shift the topic. So what's the current situation with this B-rank hive? It's a bit special, hard to explain verbally. I'll just send you the details directly. xuanhuan sounded utterly calm on the other end, but Chu Jiang wasn't satisfied. Such a careless attitude. How can we talk about cooperation like this? Sorry, xuanhuan apologized, but showed no intention of elaborating further. The rest of the mercenary group over the channel heard everything clearly, yet raised no objections. And so, quite openly, xuanhuan dumped all current information about the B-rank hive straight into Chu Jiang's system. Seeing the data transfer begin, Chu Jiang exploded in rage. But as xuanhuan remained silent, he gradually realized there would be no negotiation. He finally lowered his voice. Rather than waste his breath cursing, it was better to conserve his strength and unleash all his fury upon the Zerg warriors instead. Yet in the control room, unseen by any alien eyes, Chu Jiang's face flickered with excitement. Only after the transmission ended did he focus intently on the intelligence xuanhuan had sent. It contained not only an analysis of the hive's current state, but also detailed markings of every trap set up by the mercenary team. Indeed, even under surveillance from 3 major mercenary groups, xuanhuan had calmly and completely leaked all information to Chu Jiang, and not one person suspected a thing. This was the unspoken cheat between Chu Jiang and xuanhuan. Chu Jiang immediately began reviewing the data. According to the report, this B-rank hive had been carefully selected by the mercenaries. Its current abnormal state resulted from the Bluebird Mercenary Corps deliberately luring several other B-rank hives to gang up and wound this hive queen. They then helped the wounded queen escape the battlefield. As a result, though the queen survived, she lost her ability to command the Zerg warriors inside the hive. The hive itself had activated emergency protocols, prioritizing all stolen energy supply towards sustaining the queen. After all, she was the true core controlling the hive. Without orders from the queen, the Zerg warriors were forced to remain confined within their respective chambers, awaiting new commands that never came. Thus, the entire B-rank hive had effectively become the mercenaries' puppet, as long as they were careful not to disturb or provoke the Zerg warriors sealed inside their chambers. Conversely, should someone suddenly enter a chamber and trigger the Zerg's autonomous defense mechanism, the entire hive would instantly fall into a frenzied combat state, bringing down relentless, overwhelming attacks with no chance to retreat. And the mercenaries planned to exploit exactly this weakness. They'd even set up ambush points along the corridors, disguising themselves as Zerg warriors to attack Xiuxian, forcing him into the Jueta chamber, leaving him with no escape, forcing him to fight the Zerg warriors with all his might. Worse, they had already cut off any possibility of retreat. Once Xiuxian was worn down and killed by the Zergs, they'd simply walk in and claim everything. Of course, to completely destroy the hive, one only needed to infiltrate the Baihui chamber and eliminate the queen. That was precisely why they were luring Xiuxian to do it. After finishing the intel, Xiuxian deliberately let out a series of rapid breaths, then spoke with feigned eagerness. So all I need to do to destroy this B-rank hive is go to the Baihui chamber and eliminate the queen. His performance was flawless. Not a single member of the mercenary group grew suspicious, especially Filial, whose voice carried a subtle tone of encouragement. That's exactly right. So we've decided that our Blue Jay mercenary corps will. But before Filial could finish, Xiuxian rudely interrupted. Didn't we already agree on a 70-30 split? I'm alone. Do you really think I'd kill the queen in the Baihui chamber and run off with all the resources? Even if I wanted to, I don't have the storage capacity. I may be a logistics vessel, but that doesn't mean I can carry infinite cargo. Xiuxian's tone was rough, but his message was clear. Whoever entered the Baihui chamber to eliminate the queen, it had to be him. In fact, this was the unanimous decision of the mercenary group. Originally, they had indeed intended to directly commission Xiuxian to do it. It was xuanhuan who suggested that Xiuxian should be the one to propose such a request himself. That way, even if any accident occurred in between, it would be entirely his own fault. The aliens in the mercenary group failed to detect the hidden meaning behind xuanhuan's words, and thus readily agreed. This led to the scene unfolding before them now. Seeing Xiuxian speak up first, Filial was about to agree, only to be cut off by xuanhuan, who spoke first. No. To everyone's surprise, xuanhuan rejected it without even thinking. The aliens were momentarily confused and were about to scold her. Yet, on the other end of the communication line, Xiuxian's eagerness grew even more intense. So I was right. There must be some hidden benefit within the Baihui chamber. That's why you're so wary of me. Xiuxian spoke as if he'd already seen through everything. His act left all the aliens stunned and speechless. Truth be told, these mercenaries were battle-obsessed and knew little about psychological tactics. Especially since xuanhuan concealed her intentions perfectly. They never suspected the two were collaborating in this charade. Thus, faced with Xiuxian's wildly imaginative assumptions, they could only stand there in awe. Damn, we could have done it that way. And so, they simply watched as the two sides pretended to argue back and forth. Eventually, xuanhuan gave in with an air of extreme reluctance, as if she were suffering a massive loss. Only after the communication ended did Xiuxian eagerly log into the B-rank hive. Only then did genuine admiration arise from the depths of the aliens' hearts toward xuanhuan. No wonder Viz had willingly taken her as a disciple. Yet xuanhuan didn't care at all about what the aliens thought. She simply followed behind Xiuxian, preparing to enter the B-rank hive as well. After all, officially speaking, they were all here to assault this B-rank hive together. By the time they reached the hive's entrance, Xiuxian was already waiting. Aside from a few stationed outside for guard duty, every member of the three major mercenary groups had gathered. Here, this is the map. Your task is to go straight to the Baihui chamber and eliminate the hive queen. As for the other Zerg, we'll handle them. No problem. Xiuxian flashed a look of greed-blinded foolishness, snatched the blueprint from xuanhuan's hand impatiently, and rushed headlong into the hive. He was going to kill the queen immediately and haul every last resource back home. TCH. Only after Xiuxian had gone far enough did Filial let out a cold scoff. It sounded like disdainful admiration. Humans really were the stupidest of fools.